The master of ceremonies had been looking for an opportunity and finally entered the arena, bowing to the spectators. The Six Kings tournament has finally ended. He cleared his throat to fix his hoarse voice and pointed at the sky with his finger. The warrior who reached the peak of the Master Division after bloody battles is the youngest participant of the tournament, Rayon Sieghart. The Frostfire Sword of Valor, Rayon Sieghart, is the winner. The Master of Ceremonies shouted his head off, and the entire arena was filled with excitement. Whoa, Rayon, 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 he managed to destroy all of the 12 stars of the continent. You shouldn't forget about Mattis and Garona. I just remembered he was the youngest. He's just a 20-year-old boy, yet he managed to defeat all of the famous masters. This is really absurd. I'll never be able to forget about it for the rest of my life. The spectators shouted Rayon's name so loudly that they almost sounded like they were screeching. By the way, the Expert Division's winner was also from Sieghart. It's the Sword of Rakshasha, Martha Sieghart. All of the rising stars are from Sieghart. That's true. They have the Blade of Tempest and the Azure Lunar Blade. Does Sieghart have every single talented person in the world? I thought the destructive king of the north was the only notable person there, but it wasn't the case. The youngsters there are even more solid. The spectators weren't only cheering for Rayon, but also for Martha, Runnan, and Burin, who showed a great performance during the tournament. Rayon looked around the spectator seats while listening to the grand cheers. They've changed. None of them were cheering for Sieghart the first time he arrived. Princess Jaina and Prince Greer were the favorites in the Expert Division, and Borini Kitten, Garona, and Cadiz were expected to win the Master Division. The number of people who believed in Sieghart's victory could be counted on one hand. Sieghart, Sieghart. However, once everything was over, Sieghart's name was the only thing they were shouting in the arena. Interesting. He was overcome with emotion upon realizing that they managed to influence all of the people who used to look down on them or were simply disinterested. It was a different kind of feeling from the one he felt when people praised him for saving their lives. Rayon, are you okay? Runnan was next to him before he knew it, and she lowered her eyebrows. She was worrying about him before celebrating his victory, and that was just like her. I'm perfectly fine. He was almost dying a moment ago, but the pain had decreased drastically from seeing Darius's distorted face and hearing the spectators' cheers. It was similar to the effect of a stimulant, but that was enough for the time being. Are you sure you are fine? Martha furrowed her brow while looking at the injury on his shoulder. Yes, I can last until the awards ceremony. There's no way I can faint in this interesting situation. The heads of the Six Kings were supposed to personally give a gift to the winner in the awarding ceremony. It was the perfect opportunity to make fun of Darius once again, and there was no way he would miss it. Sir Rayon, we are going to proceed into the awards ceremony now. Can you last until then? The Master of Ceremonies walked up to him and quietly whispered. If it seems difficult, we can postpone the ceremony for later without the spectators around. No, Rayon subtly shook his head. We can do it right now. We can't postpone it when they are shouting my name so hard. He smiled faintly while pointing at the spectators, who were still calling Rayon's name. Ah, the Master of Ceremonies' eyes crumpled slightly. Rayon only said his honest opinion instead of pretending, but the Master of Ceremonies was deeply impressed, and his hands were even trembling. Rayon, you are seriously an admirable guy. Burin walked up to him while biting his lip tightly, then hugged him. He seemed to be moved to tears as he was sniffling slightly. By the way, where the hell is that guy again? Martha frowned and looked around. We have 2 winners in the squad, so what the hell is the squad leader doing? I know, right? Ha! The Light Wind squad frowned while looking around to find Rimmer. I'm rich now. I'm super duper rich. Rayon started to look around alongside them, and the hoarse voice of a man could be heard from the spectator seats on the right. He's over there. Rayon laughed bitterly while thinking that he was the same Rimmer he always knew. The impression he had about elves was getting worse and worse because of him. Vice squad leader. Dorian came next to him and waved his hand. You should get changed for now, as it wouldn't be a great idea to join the ceremony in that state. Rayon examined his current state. His uniform was completely tattered, with his blood and Cadiz's blood covering his body and making him look like a zombie. That's a good idea. Since it was going to take some time until the awards ceremony began, he figured he should get changed. Rayon went down with Dorian and entered the waiting room. Which one would you like? Dorian put his hand inside his belly pocket and took out various kinds of clothes one after the other. The table was soon filled with all kinds of formal suits and uniforms. Why do you even have those dresses? Rayon frowned upon finding dresses among them. It's because I haven't finished organizing them yet. Dorian laughed awkwardly and put the dress back into his belly pocket. Ask him if he's got any mint chocolate ice cream. Rayon decided not to ask him because he had the feeling that Dorian really would have some. I'll take this one. Rayon picked the black suit that looked the least flashy among the formal suits. It was nothing. Dorian quickly shook his head. Both the vice squad leader and the first team leader won the tournament and spread Sieghart's name, but I haven't done anything myself. I should be doing this much at least. He smiled awkwardly and started putting the clothes back into his belly pocket. That's not true. Rayon closed his eyes before opening them again while taking off the tattered uniform. We did it together. What? It wasn't just me or Martha, it was the combined effort of all of us. He raised his finger to point at the ceiling of the waiting room. Even the waiting room was trembling because of the spectators shouting Sieghart's name. They are calling this name because all of the Light Wind squad did their best in their matches. They would have simply called my name if I was the only one who did it. Rayon finished changing himself and patted Dorian's shoulder. You should be proud of yourself. Everyone in the Light Wind squad, including you, did their best. Yes, Dorian stopped putting the clothes back into his belly pocket and nodded while looking at the floor. Let's go. Rayon chuckled and left the waiting room. Whoa, Rayon, Frostfire Sword of Valor, White Sword Dragon, I'll be looking forward to hearing more from you. People were even calling him with a new alias White Sword Dragon instead of Frostfire Sword of Valor. It must have been because his last technique, the White Shadow Slash, deeply impressed them. Sword Dragon, they say. Having dragon in an alias was the highest honor for young warriors. Even among the 12 stars of the continent, only 2 out of the 4 strongest had dragon in their names. The name is getting too good for me. Going from Sword of Valor to Sword Dragon made him feel happy and uncomfortable at the same time. We are going to start the awards ceremony now. The Master of Ceremonies entered the arena and raised his hand. The Expert Division's winner, Martha Sieghart, please approach the platform. Martha nodded and walked up to the platform where the heads of the 6 kings were waiting. Glenn was sitting at the very front. Your fighting spirit was excellent, but you need to learn how to take care of yourself. Glenn patted her shoulder while putting a platinum medal around her neck. I'll keep it in mind. Good job. Yes. Martha gave him a big nod and went to the side. King Lekros shook hands with Martha and gave her a sword. It's probably not as good as your destroyed sword, but it should be helpful until you obtain a new sword since this is also one of the famous swords. Martha raised her hands while bending forward to receive the sword. It won't leave a scar on your face. I'm relieved. Chamber smiled cheerfully after examining Martha's face. It's fine if I replace the gift with healing your face, right? Yes, I don't mind. Martha nodded. She looked like she was truly fine with that. Wow, you are so cute. Chamber giggled and shook her staff on Martha's hand. A blue light appeared and a gray bracelet dropped into her hand. Its ability is a secret. She covered her mouth with her finger and briskly moved back. Martha stared blankly at the bracelet before she bowed at her. You are still young, but your warrior spirit doesn't lose to our children. Agram stood in front of Martha. Even though Martha was rather tall for a woman, she looked like a child compared to Agram. This is a high-grade elixir from the Union. It will help you improve your body to match up to your spirit. He gave her a wooden box containing an elixir and smiled kindly. Martha bowed to Agram and finally walked up to Darius. It was a nice match. He gave a book to Martha with a bright smile on his face. It's a footwork called the Footwork of Flowing Wave. It should be helpful in making your powerful swordsmanship even more effective. Martha bowed at the 5 once again before bowing to the spectators. Whoa, Martha, Sword of Rakshasa, Sword of Rakshasa. The spectators were applauding for Martha, but a vein suddenly appeared on her forehead. I told you to stop calling me the Sword of Rakshasa, you sons of bitches. Martha ground her teeth violently while hugging the awards that the heads gave to her, tightly. Ehahaha, she's the real Rakshasa. Let's go back to Miss Rakshasa. The sword isn't enough to describe her brutality. Miss Rakshasa, Sword of Rakshasa, Sword of Rakshasa. The spectators made fun of her while giggling. Whether it was Miss or Sword, Martha was represented as Rakshasa. You fucking bastards. Martha's eyes were beaming as she jumped into the spectator seats. Hey, stop her, Martha, team leader. The Light Wind members next to her quickly barged in and they managed to gag her mouth and bring her back out. We apologize for the sudden trouble. The Master of Ceremonies sighed deeply while wiping the sweat flowing down from his forehead. Next up is the Master Division's winner, Rayon Sieghart. Please approach the platform. Whoa, Rayon walked up to the platform while listening to the cheers that were loud enough to reach the sky. Glenn's expression had returned to normal. He cleared his throat and put a platinum medal around his neck. The skill was an excellent counterattack, capable of erasing the opponent's attack itself. However, it's still not complete because it wouldn't be able to erase a special technique from the highest level of master. Yes, he was telling him about the technique instead of praising him, probably because other people were watching. Rayon smiled because he felt more comfortable that way. It will become stronger as you witness various swordsmanships and accumulate experiences. You will keep polishing it. Rayon bowed to Glenn and went aside. I haven't been this enlightened for a long time. It was an excellent match. Rayon could feel King Lekros's satisfaction from his broad smile. Since you already have a sword, I should give you something else. He gave Rayon a pair of gloves with a rapier emblem engraved on it. Rayon accepted the gloves, and that was enough to notice how special it was. It seemed to be an extraordinary item. I'll be looking forward to hearing your name at an even greater height. King Lekros had always been favorable to him ever since their first encounter. Rayon thanked him from the bottom of his heart before standing in front of Chamber. Do you want to come with me? Chamber bobbed her finger with a smile on her face. Lady Chamber, have you gone mad? King Lekros and Agram sitting next to her frowned at the same time. I was just kidding. Actually, I wasn't because I'm really tempted. What, don't you want to learn magic? I'll teach you personally. You should become my disciple. The sword is already taking all my efforts. It didn't matter whether he was talented in magic or not. He wanted to see the end with the sword. Moreover, he didn't want more strange magicians around him since he already had Merlin. That's not true. I think you can. Chamber examined Rayon from top to bottom while murmuring that you can do it. The desire was glowing in her eyes. Chamber, I get it. Chamber nodded upon hearing Glenn's quiet voice and extended her staff. You must become more handsome by the time we see each other again, got it? A sparkling light fell from her staff and turned into a blue ring. Is this an artifact? The ring seemed to be another artifact from Balkar, just like the bracelet she gave to Martha. Since the kingdom was as famous as House Yanan for artifact crafting, it was definitely a special artifact. Its ability is also a secret. Rayon bowed to her before standing in front of Agram. I didn't like you at first because you were too thin, but your spirit is the real deal. This Agram has acknowledged you as a true warrior. He nonchalantly patted Rayon's back and gave him a wooden box. It's an elixir. It will be enough to recover your injured body and make your mana circuits and energy center even stronger. I have more things to give, so see you later. Yes, Agram chuckled while looking at Glenn. Since Rayon didn't know what he was talking about, he simply bowed and went to Darius. So, I'm sorry, it wasn't on purpose, but I ended up cutting off the swordsman Caddy's arm. I have no excuse for this. He cut off Darius's speech on purpose and bowed deeply. He really hates getting cut off while he's speaking. Darius hated it so much when people cut him off regardless of the situation. That was why Rayon did it on purpose to make him even angrier. It's fine, Darius's voice sounded gentle, but his lips were trembling slightly. It was proof that the anger he managed to suppress was rising once again. Swordsman Rayon, but cutting off a warrior's arm is still an unforgivable matter. I'll accept any punishment. Rayon cut Darius off once again and bowed at him. Wow, he said he would accept any punishment. He really is an amazing warrior. I know, right? Even though Caddy's was the first one to show his murderous intent. He's so cool. I can finally understand why people call Sieghart the conquerors of the North. The spectators were moved to tears and applauded for Rayon as he apologized during the awarding ceremony. Let's see. Rayon raised his head once again. Darius's smile had become so sullen that it almost looked artificial. The others would have seen it as a gentle smile, but Rayon could tell that it wasn't the case at all. Darius's entire body was filled with wrath up to his neck. It's a natural course of action. His plan had completely failed. His son's arm got cut off, and he couldn't even ask for compensation or complain about the situation. He must have been suppressing his unspeakable urge to squeeze Rayon's neck. I should stop for today. Rayon chewed his cheek to stop his laughter from bursting out. He wanted to make fun of him even more, but he would save it for later. It's really fine. He should also accept this result since it was a match. Darius shook his head and gave him a book. I noticed that the swordsman Rayon didn't have any systematic dagger technique. This dagger technique should be helpful to you. The title Piercing Dagger was written on the cover. Rayon bowed to Darius before stepping back. He bowed once again to the heads of the 6 kings and turned around to stand in front of the platform. Woa, Rayon, 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 Frostfire Sword of Valor, Frostfire Sword of Valor, White Sword Dragon, White Sword Dragon. They were yelling even louder than when Martha was being awarded. It almost felt like their voices were enough to shake the entire arena. Rayon thanked the spectators while feeling the violent pounding of his heart. He tried to stand up after thanking them for supporting him, but the strength left his body. He couldn't even move a single finger and his body leaned forward. It had to be now of all times. He figured he must have run out of the energy that he'd gotten from making fun of Darius. The ground was approaching him as he fell. As his eyes were getting closed, he felt someone catch his body. Ah, this feeling. Rayon closed his eyes to a warmth that felt familiar somehow, as if he had experienced it a very long time ago. Rayon frowned as he saw the white ceiling. Did I faint back then? He couldn't remember anything that happened after thanking the spectators. The last scene he remembered was the approaching ground. I fainted once again even though I got so much stronger. I'm so pathetic. He chuckled and raised his body up. No, it was probably a natural outcome. The white shadow slash had an extremely high consumption in terms of aura and brain power. Using it once already put a lot of strain on him, yet he'd used it consecutively in a severely injured state. Fainting wasn't a strange thing to happen at all. Wrath. As he was trying to ask Wrath about how much time had passed, the medical room's door opened. You look fine now. Rimmer was the first one to enter, and he waved his hand with a cheerful smile on his face. Are you really calling him fine now when he just woke up? Cheryl kicked Rimmer's ass. Vice Squad Leader, how is your stomach? Roan examined various parts of his body with a gentle smile. Ah, I'm okay. Rayon smiled gently, and Glenn entered behind the other 3. He walked up to the bed and glared at him sharply. Is he going to scold me? Rayon figured that he might get scolded for fainting at an important moment when he was about to leave the scene after thanking the spectators. A warrior's best quality, Glenn narrowed his eyes at the same time as he opened his mouth. Is to know themselves even better than they know their enemy. A true warrior should always examine themselves to know what they can do, how long they can last, and how far they can reach. His voice felt extremely cold. You've surpassed your limits today. You ended up fainting because the overload on your body and brain spread. You would have died right there if no one was there to help you. I'm sorry. As expected, he was getting scolded. Rayon bowed to him because Glenn wasn't saying anything wrong. The name and reputation of the house are important, but you should put yourself first. Glenn came one step closer to him and grabbed his shoulder. His hand was warm, but it was trembling slightly, which Rayon found strange. Even then, you did a go. He was hesitating to say it, but considering how it started, Rayon figured that he was going to say, good job, to compliment him. Since Glenn never gave lip service, being complimented by him always made him happy. Go good meat. You should eat lots of good meat. Because it was completely unexpected, the medical room fell silent. Rayon tilted his chin. What did I hear just now? His jaw dropped in bewilderment. I'm taking my leave now. Glenn turned around and immediately left the medical room. My lord, young Master Rayon, see you later. Cheryl and Roan took a glance at Rayon before following Glenn outside. What the heck? Rimmer pretended to spit on the ground and frowned intensely. That geezer. He screamed and followed the three others who left. What just happened? Is he telling me to eat meat and get stronger because I'm too weak? His head turned blank because he couldn't understand the situation. You idiot. Wrath snorted and floated into the air. He's telling you to eat meat and nurture your strength because you are so pathetically weak. He grasped Rayon's shoulder tightly. An irresistible smile was showing from his mouth. There's going to be a party today and you have to participate no matter what. You shall grow as healthy as a demon king if you eat everything that the King of Essence asks you. Really? Rimmer sighed deeply. Did you really tell him to eat lots of meat? That was way too pathetic, seriously. He ground his teeth at Glenn, who was walking in front of him. How hard is it to say, good job, I love you, to your grandson? Glenn ended up misspeaking because he was trying to add that he loved Rayon after the good job part. It was so ridiculous that it wasn't even laughable anymore. You just need to say it and everything will be smooth in the future. Glenn didn't turn around despite all the scolding, and he gradually bent his back. I'm so frustrated right now. Rimmer noticed that he had the upper hand and his voice intensified. Aren't you going to hug your grandson forever? Aren't you going to apologize to your daughter? Are you seriously planning to be buried in the ground without doing anything? You were so surprised when Rayon fell from the platform that you jumped out without even breathing. I don't even understand why you feel so embarrassed now. Even old man Balak, who lives next to my home, wouldn't be as bad as you. Glenn suddenly stopped walking. We have a problem. His voice turned low. What problem did you cause? Shall I solve it for you? What would you have done without me? Glenn's head slowly turned. His icy cold gaze engulfed Rimmer. Hey, I'm the head of house and you are my vassal, so why am I getting scolded by you? What? No, it's just... Rimmer's cheek was trembling violently. He finally realized that he'd said too much. I just said that for your sake, my lord. Seize him. Yes, Rimmer was trying to withdraw, but Cheryl and Roan grabbed him by his arms. Spark. A crimson spark emerged from Glenn's finger. Hoo-hoo. I understand what you mean, but you went too far. Wait a second. Rimmer even used his aura to struggle his way out. You can't do it now. I have the gambling tickets on me that I haven't converted ye. He couldn't even finish his sentence because the huge lightning strike fell from Glenn's fingers. Rumble. Rayon tilted his head while watching the sunlight entering through the window. Lightning. The clear sky didn't have a single speck of clouds, but he suddenly heard a thundering sound. It was truly a raw lightning strike in the dry sky. What a strange thing to happen. Rayon chuckled and tried clenching his fist. His stamina seemed to have returned to a certain extent, but his aura was still at rock bottom. I've spent too much aura. His recovery was slow despite Sloth's effect because he'd literally used up all of the aura in his energy center. He figured that it would take some time before he recovered to his best condition. I should be starting already. A patient had too much time to waste. He decided to utilize the Ring of Fire and the 10,000 Flames cultivation at the same time to recover his aura and internal injuries, and he noticed the stuff on the table. They were the awards he received from the heads of the 6 kings. The platinum medal was given to him by Glenn, the gloves were from King Lekros, the ring from Chamber, the elixir was from Agram, and the book of martial arts titled Piercing Dagger was from Darius. The King of Essence's subordinates placed them there. Your subordinates, indeed. Wrath's subordinates must have been the Light Wind members. They must have brought the items to the room. Let's see. He started by examining the medal. He couldn't really feel anything special about it. It looked like a memorial given by the head of the faction the winner belonged to. I guess the squad leader would like it. Platinum was 10 times more expensive than gold on the continent. Rimmer would have gone crazy for it if he saw it. Maybe not anymore. After all, he must have gained sudden wealth once again. Since Rimmer had to have won a large amount of money from gambling in the previous match, he probably won't even care about such a small amount of platinum. Rayon couldn't suppress his smile because he could already imagine him wearing golden rings on both hands. Next is, Rayon put the platinum medal down and looked at the gloves from King Lekros. Huh, wait, is this really made from tethril? Tethril was a special metal that could be made into a thread, and it was highly resistant to magic and evil aura on top of its high durability. The gloves were made from tethril, which was even more expensive than platinum. Rayon didn't expect to receive such a great award at all. He gave me such a treasure. He didn't expect it to be such an invaluable treasure. He figured he needed to visit him soon to express his gratitude. Rayon calmed his excitement and looked at the ring he got from Chamber. What is this? There was definitely a significant amount of mana dwelling inside, but he couldn't tell the function at all. I should leave it for now. Rayon shook his head and opened the wooden box that Agram gave him. The pure and bitter fragrance crawled outside. A black pill? This is the Four Clouds elixir. The Four Clouds elixir was made by carefully combining the best medical herbs and poisonous herbs, and it was the highest grade elixir from the Beast Union. It was a priceless treasure since it was capable of strengthening bones, muscles, and even skin on top of aura. I can easily recover from my internal injuries with this. Taking the Flower Clouds elixir would allow him to recover from his internal injuries and aura exhaustion, as well as strengthen his body even further. Rayon smiled faintly while thinking about Agram's refreshing smile. And lastly, let's check out that bastard's gift. He opened the book of martial arts called Piercing Dagger that Darius gave to him. It's not at the highest grade, but it's at least an advanced martial art. Piercing Dagger was an elaborate martial art, capable of dealing with all kinds of opponents through a combination of close-quarter dagger techniques and ranged dagger-throwing techniques. It's nice, but I can't use it as is. Since Darius was the one who gave him the book, it signified that he knew all of the contents of the book. Because Rayon might end up using it to kill Darius one day, it was unthinkable to use it as it was. I need to improve it before learning it. It would have been impossible for others, but Rayon was capable of reshaping Piercing Dagger since he had the Ring of Fire. He resolved to create an excellent martial art that was capable of piercing through Darius's heart and closed the book. Wrath was glaring at him while steaming from his mouth. How could they give you tethril gloves and a highest grade elixir? I also have a book on martial arts. Rayon waved the book in front of Wrath, trying to make fun of him. Those rewards are far too excessive for such a small tournament. They should have just given you some beet ice cream instead of an elixir. Wrath yelled, saying that the rewards were too good for such a small tournament. Beet ice cream, huh? Rayon chuckled. The only similarity it shared with the elixir was the fact that it was round, but it seemed to be a better reward for Wrath. The King of Essence would have simply waved his hand as a reward. They must be crazy to waste so much on you. As Wrath clicked his tongue and continued, messages appeared in front of his eyes. You've consecutively defeated opponents with a higher realm than you. All stats have increased by 15. The Ring of Fire's proficiency has drastically increased. The 10,000 Flames cultivation's proficiency has drastically increased. Glacier's proficiency has drastically increased. The messages announced that he had received 15 points in all stats and a proficiency increase in the Ring of Fire, and the 2 auras he had as a reward for defeating 2 opponents at a higher realm than himself. 15 stat points. This is my first time getting 15 points at once. 15 points were already big enough as rewards, but there were even more messages. The trait Iron Will's rank has increased. The trait Bleeding Curse's rank has increased. The trait Spiral Power's rank has increased by 2. The traits he used during the tournament also increased in rank. Iron Will's effect was to enhance willpower in a crisis, and it was the reason he managed to keep standing after he'd exhausted his stamina and aura. I wouldn't have been able to see that face from Darius without it. Those traits are so useful. Even the ones that looked like they weren't a big deal were useful in a way. Rayon couldn't be more thankful to Wrath, who gave him everything. You're the only one who cares about me. 515 in all stats. Is it really 15 instead of 1.5? Wrath's chin was trembling violently. The system seems to disagree with you. It seems to believe that those rewards aren't wasted on me. Rayon snickered while returning Wrath's earlier remark right back at him. Wrath clenched his fists with his head lowered slightly. It's coming soon. Upon noticing that the trembling from Wrath's shoulders intensified, Rayon put up a sign on the door to not disturb him and locked it. This is unbearable. What have you even done to deserve 15 whole points? It must have gotten a fork stuck in its brain. Wrath charged at him while screaming. He must have been extremely angry, as his eyes had rolled back completely. Rayon took out a 4 Clouds elixir and put it in his mouth as Wrath stuck on his arm. The bitter taste, similar to chewing on a dirty tree root, spread through his mouth as he swallowed the elixir. Heated energy was emerging in all directions. Terrifying coldness and the power of Wrath were storming at him from the outside. Heat from the inside and coldness from the outside. Perfect. Rayon smiled while feeling the powerful energies coming from inside and out, then started to circulate the 10,000 Flames cultivation. The The four clouds elixir melted down even faster in order to endure the powerful coldness from the outside and enhance the 10,000 flames cultivation. He was rapidly absorbing the elixir's energy, but that wasn't the only thing he was planning on gaining. The coldness from Wrath. Since Wrath's coldness was attacking his mana circuits, it was the perfect opportunity to convert it into Glacier and absorb it at the same time as the elixir. Wrath didn't seem to realize it because he was blinded by anger, but he was pretty much massaging Rayon to speed up his aura recovery more than twice as fast. Let's see. Rayon secretly opened his eyes. Wrath was biting his arm like a baby shark while continuously spreading coldness around him. Rayon slightly lowered his head while watching him. Rayon quietly expressed his gratitude and focused on his cultivation. Gulp. Mardio swallowed nervously while watching Darius and Caddies in his clinic. Even though it had already been 20 minutes since their arrival, they were sitting there quietly, not saying a single word. Caddies. 10 more minutes passed before Darius finally started to speak. I'm sorry. Even though Darius simply called his name, Caddies immediately knelt on the ground. What are you apologizing for? I lost against him. Wrong. Darius's voice was the same as always. However, there was no trace of emotion behind it. His voice was completely placid, without any happiness, sadness, anger, or irritation. Caddies and Mardio's faces gradually turned pale because of his inhuman voice. Darius wasn't getting angry despite the situation, and they were both aware that it was the worst-case scenario for them. I'm sure I warned you before that you shouldn't play with your food and quickly end the match. Aye. Losing with the Azure Cloud's flow of stars is understandable because he could use the Severing Sword, which is the hard counter for it. However, you could have definitely finished him off with the Starlight Sword art. Darius's eyes sank into darkness, and the atmosphere in the room started to dry up as if they were in a desert. Arg. Mardio suppressed his urge to squeeze his own neck and clenched his fist until he started to bleed. I feel like my throat is burning. Just as he was thinking that he was going to die from suffocation, Darius continued. Not only did you lose to a child much younger than yourself, but you even helped him increase his realm. This outcome is the worst of the worst. I am sorry. Caddies grasped his arm, which they had barely managed to reattach, and lowered his head. The confidence he showed upon their first arrival at Owen had melted under his feet. I'll definitely kill him next, Tim. Next time, Darius smiled for the first time. His extremely cold smile looked like it could freeze people at a single touch. There won't be a next time. Pardon, he's a monster who managed to defeat you at the age of 19. He will be already above your head in a year, and there's no way you will get another chance. I'll do my best and put my life on the line. Please give me a chance, and I'll defeat him no matter WH. You won't be able to seize that chance. Darius's gaze moved towards Caddies' bandaged right shoulder. Because there's a problem with your arm. WH, what do you mean? His coldness caused frostbite on your mana circuits and tendons. You won't be able to swing your sword as freely as before even if you manage to fully recover. Darius looked down on Caddies. His gaze looked like he was staring at a useless object rather than his son. Caddies' eyes wavered as violently as a sailboat on a turbulent ocean. You will return. Think over and over about the reason you were reduced to that state. Understood. Darius shook his hand and Caddies left Mardio's clinic with his head hanging down. Mardio, yes, what did you think about Rayon? Despite his injuries, Mardio went to the arena to examine Rayon's movements because of Darius's order, and he had reached a definitive conclusion. He organized his thoughts before he slowly opened his mouth. Judging from the fights of Rayon Sieghart that I've watched so far, he's different from the assassin Rayon that I raised. I couldn't find even a trace of a shadow's habits from him. Mardio spoke his thoughts from watching Rayon for 2 days straight honestly. I see. Darius nodded and took off his gloves. Red blood was flowing from his more than 20-year-old scar. Interesting. His mouth curved into an evil smile as he licked the scar on the back of his hand. Mardio wiped the cold sweat flowing down his forehead away as he watched that eerie behavior. The last banquet will be held tomorrow evening. You will return to the house as soon as it ends. Darius took the magic tome from his clothes and gave it to Mardio. Give him this tome and start conquering the dungeon right away. What about you, my lord? I need to move around a bit to restore Caddies' arm. I'll probably check out the training ground on the way. He furrowed his brow while pointing at the door where Caddies left a moment ago. I see. Mardio nodded with a trembling chin. He's such a frightening person. Darius wasn't trying to fix Caddies' arm for his sake. He was only doing it to look like a good father when people heard the rumors. Mardio had been with Darius for a long time, but he was getting more and more terrified to the point that he got goosebumps from just looking at him. Since it came to this, I'm planning on giving Caddies another chance. However, this will be the last one. Yes, Darius took out another glove and put it on before he stood up. Mardio, yes. You should remember that you don't have many chances left for you either. Darius was cold-hearted enough to abandon his own family, let alone his subordinates. Another failure was pretty much death for him. I'll keep it in mind. Mardio bowed. However, Darius didn't say anything or show any reaction. Mardio swallowed nervously and raised his head. He could see Darius's frightening gaze directed at him as he stood the exact same way as in the beginning. Martio's heart tightened at the sight. See you later. Light gradually returned to Darius's dark eyes. He changed his eyes into a gentle appearance before he patted Martio's shoulder and left the room. Martio closed his eyes and fell straight on the bed. He had the feeling that he wouldn't be able to sleep that night. Rayan slowly opened his eyes. The moonlight was wavering in the window where the sunlight used to enter. I've recovered quite a lot. Arg. Rayan raised his hands and stretched his body, and wrath fell from around his waist like an acorn. How did you even endure it in that state? His arm fluttered in the air, showing that he was completely exhausted. What do you mean? Rayan waved at him with a grin on his face. Wrath finally realized what happened and dropped his jaw. Rayan stirred up Wrath's hair as he stayed dumbfounded and sneered at him. Arg, you damn thief. Wrath gritted his teeth and charged at him, but he could only scratch at thin air before falling down because he was completely exhausted. Damn it. I should have realized when my strength was leaving too quickly. He murmured that he only ended up benefiting Rayan with teary eyes. Wow, this is nice. Rayan stretched himself and stood up. As he was feeling refreshed, he could sense someone's presence on the other side of the door. Run-on. He opened the door and left the room. Run-on was nodding off on a chair. What have you been doing? Guarding. Run-on responded while blinking her blank eyes. Guarding. She must have been guarding him because she realized that he was cultivating. Let's go now. Run-on simply nodded as if it wasn't a big deal and grabbed his sleeve. Where are we going? To the banquet hall. She licked her lips while pointing at the banquet hall located west of the medical room. I was told to bring you once you were out. Who told you to do that? The Heavenly Blade Division leader. Run-on picked up the suit hanging next to the chair. Gold and red created harmony in the splendid formal suit. Wear this one. I'm not sure about this one. You must wear it, they said. Run-on looked slightly entertained as she gave him the suit. In that case, I'll pass. You can't. Rayan tried to refuse and stay in the medical room, but Run-on and Wrath grabbed his arms at the same time. I want to eat beet ice cream. The King of Essence wants to eat beet ice cream. They frowned while saying the exact same thing. There's a lot of beet ice cream, just like the last time. Your old man also told you to eat a lot of meat. He was asking you to join the banquet. Rayan wanted to say something, but he shut his mouth. He couldn't voice his refusal while facing Run-on and Wrath's sparkling eyes because she'd been guarding him all along and Wrath massaged him, even though it was unintentional. Well, I guess I need to fill my stomach. Yes, let's go. Run-on waved her hand, urging him to get ready. Rayan is damn handsome. You finally have the right conscience in your mind. Run-on smiled very faintly, and Wrath snorted, saying that his education had finally paid off. I want to see what happens when those two mint chocolate lovers hang around together. I'm sure they will get along. Rayan smiled while imagining them fighting over mint chocolate. Rayan washed his face and changed before going to the banquet hall. It was already noisy inside, probably because the banquet had started a while ago. The azure lunar blade, the white sword dragon. The knights guarding the entrance to the hall widened their eyes to the max upon recognizing Rayan and Run-on, then bowed to them. Their bows were a lot politer than at the previous banquet. I was deeply impressed by swordsman Rayan's match. I'll be rooting for you in the future. They expressed their feelings with slightly trembling voices before slamming the floor with their spears. The banquet hall's door opened with a thud. The winner of the Six Kings tournament, the White Sword Dragon, Rayan Sieghart, and the Azure Lunar Blade, Run-on Sullian, are making their entrance. The door was wide open, and the knights inside shouted at the same time. The noisy banquet hall fell completely silent as soon as the name of White Sword Dragon echoed. From the heads of the Six Kings on the platform to the countless people below, everyone's gazes were focused on Rayan at the same time. Let's go. Even though so many gazes could have made him uncomfortable, Rayan easily ignored them and entered the banquet hall. This scent, it's definitely lamb chops. Let's start with the grilled lamb chops. Run-on and Wrath went after the food right after they entered. They looked like people's gazes didn't bother them to begin with. Let's first take a seat. Rayan chuckled. When he was about to move towards the Light Wind Squad, the warriors of the Six Kings that were scattered all around the hall gathered towards him like a swarm of bees. Woa, the Frostfire Sword of Valor is here. He's the White Sword Dragon now. I've watched all of your matches without missing a single one, Swordsman Rayan. My heart has been pounding from watching them. I was so excited that I couldn't even sleep yesterday. Please grant me a handshake. Countless people of various genders and ages gathered around him to fill his surroundings. It was impossible to back off or advance into the hall. Those bastards. The King of Essence needs to eat lamb chops. Wrath was crushed like cotton candy squeezed by hands and shouted in anger. Sir Rayan, what is your schedule? About the technique that erased the Starlight Sword art, did you really make that by yourself? I heard you also created other techniques. Can you show me when there's a chank? He couldn't even discern what they were saying because too many people were talking at the same time. It looks like I won't be able to get out of here quietly. I have no other choice. Rayan was about to spread his pressure to make them back off, but a thunderous noise burst from the central area of the banquet hall, and the entire building trembled as a result. Rumble, a tremendous pressure burst from the location of the impact, and the crowd blocking Rayan's way was split and pushed away. A large body could be seen over the path in the sea of people. Agram was there. The best union's leader, who used to be on the platform, had descended from it. Agram walked up to Rayan with heavy steps. You looked like a seasoned beast when you were in the arena, but you finally look like a boy your age. When are we eating the meat? He patted Rayan's back with a refreshing smile on his face. The patting was rather strong, but it felt nice because there was no trace of malice from him. The smell of lamb chops is so intense. Rayan took the opportunity and thanked him for giving him the 4 clouds elixir. That's not a big deal, since I have to give 30 more in the future. What is he talking about? Rayan unconsciously gasped because of the sudden mention of 34 clouds elixirs. I made a bet with your old man and lost. I wagered that I would have to give away as many 4 cloud elixirs as the number of you kids. Does that mean that are you giving the 4 cloud elixirs to everyone in the Light Wind squad? Indeed, let's talk about it later and eat for now. Agram didn't stop smiling despite talking about his loss, and he took off the coat he was wearing and handed it over. This black dragon coat is also yours now. It doesn't matter whether it's a black dragon or an earthworm cape, just start eating already. Instead of taking black dragon coat, Rayan stared at Agram. Can you tell me what kind of bet you made with my head of house? It's not a difficult request. Agram put the black dragon coat on his shoulders and nodded. Rayan noticed once more that his personality was so straightforward that it was almost disconcerting. I was the one who started it. I said that you were a kid with nothing but good looks going for you, then sneered that you would be eliminated from the tournament quickly. Since it wasn't a strange opinion coming from the Beast Union, which valued strength, Rayan simply nodded, and that's when your old man butted in. He said that the other kids from Sieghart, not just you, wouldn't lose to the Union kids. Ah. Rayan's lips parted as he looked at Glenn. He thought he wouldn't care at all about such a provocation, and that was why his reaction was unexpected. Ahem. Glenn cleared his throat, pretending he wasn't interested in their conversation, and averted his gaze to drink his wine. That's how we came up with this bet. I bet the 4 cloud elixirs that I gave you and your old man. Agram raised his finger and pointed at Heavenly Tremor, which was hanging around Glenn's waist. He bet that sword. He bet Heavenly Tremor. Rayan's jaw dropped upon noticing that Agram's finger was pointing at Heavenly Tremor. He even bet his sword. Heavenly Tremor was pretty much Glenn Sieghart's symbol. Rayan couldn't believe that he had actually wagered his sword over such a small tournament, and it was for the whole Light Wind squad, not just for Rayan. My lord. You even bet your Heavenly Tremor for our sake. Burren and Martha put their hands together while looking up at Glenn. The other Light Wind swordsmen also bowed to Glenn. Their teary eyes suggested that they would start crying at the smallest impact. Rayan also straightened his back and shoulder before he bowed politely to Glenn. It was a simple sideshow. Glenn shook his hand without showing any emotion and scoffed it off as nothing. He must have begun to trust us now. Even though he called it a sideshow, a swordsman would never bet their sword unless they were sure of their victory. Rayan's heart pounded violently upon realizing that the group called Light Wind Squad must have earned his trust. How about you stop betraying the King of Essence's trust? Wrath floated into the air and shoved his face into him. He frowned while pointing at his skinny cheek. He's starving right now. I'll let you eat to your heart's content later. Please stay out of this for now, Arg. Rayan pushed Wrath away with the back of his hand and looked at Agram. Please continue. Since he bet his favorite weapon, I also had to act accordingly. I swore to give the 4 cloud elixirs to every single one of you and bet this black dragon coat on top of that. Agram continued. His lighthearted speech sounded like it wasn't a big deal. And as a result, that slightly crazy girl won the expert division, and you won the master division. I was thoroughly defeated with no room for any excuses. His cheerful smile didn't disappear from his face even though he was talking about his defeat. I'll give the elixirs to all of you, and I'd like to give Black Dragon Coat to you since I took a liking to you, and there was no mention of who I should give it to. Agram picked up the Black Dragon Coat on his shoulder once again and offered it. The Black Dragon Coat is made from black dragon scales. Are you sure it's okay to give it away? Unlike armor made from a pseudo-dragon or a hatchling scales, Black Dragon Coat was made from real dragon scales. It looked like an ordinary black coat, but it was an extremely precious treasure made entirely from dragon scales. A promise must be kept. The beast tribe doesn't go back on their word. He nodded and said it was only natural to do so. He waved his hand to urge him to take it. Rayan looked at Glenn instead of taking the coat right away. Glenn nodded at him, implying that he should do as he wished. Well, I'm giving it to you, but you won't be able to use it right away. What does that mean? I made this with that crazy woman over there. That's why it chooses its master. Agram frowned and looked up at the platform. Chamber was eating chocolates, her fingers turned black, and she waved her hand with a smile. It's rather picky, and you will need to surpass the wall before being able to handle it. Agram walked up to him and personally put the coat over Rayon's formal suit. It's a bit too long. Rayon was relatively tall, but the coat was dragging on the ground because the previous owner, Agram, was almost 2 meters and 30 centimeters tall. When Rayon was contemplating whether he should cut it to make it shorter, the black dragon coat shivered and shrunk like fabric absorbing water to turn into the perfect length for his height. Its shape also changed from a rough shape that looked like a windbreaker into a noble and elegant appearance befitting his formal suit. I feel like it fits my body perfectly. He couldn't feel any inconvenience at all, as if he were wearing a custom-made coat. He couldn't even notice that he was wearing the black dragon coat over his formal suit. This is unexpected. Agram stroked his beard while watching him. It didn't accept you as master yet, but it acknowledged you. What do you mean by that? It's ready to serve you in the future. He patted Rayon's shoulder, saying that it was an incredible feat. Does the black dragon coat actually have its own will? It's not as grandiose as that. Agram shook his head. It can just decide whether it acknowledges its master and lends its power or not. He stared at the black dragon coat with an ambiguous look in his eyes before taking another step toward Rayon. It lends its power. Rayon had the feeling that the black dragon coat would have a special power, like the Blade of Requiem. Let's stop talking about the black dragon coat. I was curious, are you married already? Agram shoved his face forward while standing right in front of Rayon. His gaze felt like it was examining all over Rayon's body. Rayon's jaw dropped. Is that all? Agram just gave him the black dragon coat, which was famous all over the continent, yet he didn't even boast about it. He was almost dumbfounded by how cool his personality was. No, it was an unexpected question, but Rayon immediately shook his head. Are you going out with anyone? I'm not. Perfect. Agram laughed cheerfully and patted Rayon on the shoulder. In that case, how about dating my daughter? She's a cute and small girl. About that. He was troubled by the small part for some reason. Mona is small indeed. Rayon turned his head upon hearing the deep voice from behind him. Garona was near him with a broad smile on his face. This was roughly her height the last time I saw her. Garona raised his hand to point at his own chin. Are you calling that small? She must be over 190 centimeters tall. Garona's size was no less than Agram's. Since his chin was higher than the top of Rayon's head, she must have been at least 190 centimeters tall. He believed that height didn't really matter for a woman, but he couldn't accept that 190 centimeters was small. We will become real brothers once you get married to Mona. Our brotherhood is already real, though. Yes, he is already your brother. You will be a perfect couple as long as Mona consents to it. Garona and Agram blocked Rayon's way from front and back and laughed so loudly that his ears started to hurt. The pressure coming from those giants that far surpassed 2 meters in height was intense, but he had to say his piece. He had no intention of getting married yet because he had a goal that he intended to risk his life to achieve. I have no intention to get married ye. Whoa, how dare you take the initiative. When Rayon was about to refuse, Chamber appeared from the thin air. We also have nice girls. She waved her staff slightly, and Princess Jaina appeared right in front of Rayon even though she'd been far away from him. Kaya, Jaina dropped the fork she was holding and screamed. Our Jaina has a pretty face, a great background, and skills. Her personality is slightly touchy, but that's actually a part of her charm. Chamber complimented Jaina regardless of her panic, even though it didn't exactly sound like praise. Jaina blushed and hurriedly turned her head away upon meeting Rayon's eyes. Rayon chuckled upon noticing the mixture of anger and shame in Jaina's expression. Oh, Chamber's lips parted as she looked back and forth between Jaina and Rayon. What's going on? What is this? Did the two of you already do it? Not at all. Rayon immediately shook his hand since she was completely mistaken. Others might fall for her, but there was no way Rayon would be on good terms with Jaina because he knew her real personality. There's no way I would go out with that bitch, even if the whole world came to an end. You bitch, start eating already. He's turning out to be even more interesting. King Lekros smiled gently as he watched Rayon say his piece with Agram and Chamber on both sides of him. He's the type of person who isn't afraid of the strong but cares for the weak. It's a rare personality nowadays. I can understand why such a young boy earned such an honorable name. I guess he's always been different ever since his childhood. Glenn turned his eyes slightly to look at King Lekros and nodded. It must have been fun to watch him grow. Not really, I wasn't exactly interested in him. He shook his hand, pretending he didn't know much about him. Is that so? What a shame. King Lekros lowered the corners of his lips as he said that it was regrettable that he couldn't hear the stories of Rayon's childhood. Ahem. After a few seconds of silence, Glenn cleared his throat and opened his mouth. The first time he held distinction was when he was a temporary trainee. He used to suffer from a bad constitution, but he kept running until the end without collapsing during his first training. Cheryl's jaw dropped as Glenn started to talk about Rayon. Is he really starting with that? He was starting with the stories of the temporary trainee period instead of after he grew up a bit more. Glenn must have been planning to tell the story of Rayon's entire life. Shirley wanted to tell him to start with what Rayon did after he grew up a bit more, but she was unable to stop him. He looked so happy. Glenn looked like he was having so much fun talking about Rayon's childhood, and Cheryl couldn't stop him from doing it. Moreover, King Lekros also looked interested in that story, probably because he had a great impression of Rayon. That's how Rayon won the first duel he ever had. Ooh, so he's been distinguished ever since his childhood. I guess I should have expected it since my third son also praised Rayon after he visited Sieghart. I have more stories to tell. After he was finally approved as a trainee and started his real training, Martha. As Glenn was moving on to the stories of Rayon's trainee period, Darius slowly came up to the platform. Glenn stopped the tale and called out to Darius. How is the blade of shattering wave doing? The diagnosis remains the same. It looks like he will be suffering from some after effects. Darius lowered his brows slightly and shook his head. King Lekros frowned. We can't sit here doing nothing since it happened in our country. We will do anything we can to help. It's all right, Darius shook his head gently. We are all aware that Cadiz was the first one to harm his opponent. He's reaping what he sowed. Are you really fine with that? Glenn narrowed his eyes while looking at Darius. His serene eyes were telling him that he would help if necessary. You don't need to worry about it. I have a few ideas about how to heal him. I'm satisfied with this outcome, as Cadiz must have learned his lesson from this incident. Darius smiled faintly, saying that he was going to leave the next day in order to heal Cadiz's arm. You haven't changed. What a kind father. Glenn and King Lekros exclaimed in admiration for how much Darius cherished his son. Wow. That's the Sir Darius I know. His kindness is unmatched. He's the reason the South is so peaceful. The other people in the banquet hall watched him with sparkling eyes upon hearing their conversation. Let's stop talking about sad matters. Darius clapped his hands and picked up the wine glass. Since this is a rare occurrence where all of us have gathered, let's have a toast. He raised his glass and Glenn and King Lekros also raised theirs. Ah, let me join. Chamber was there before they knew it and made her juice cup float in the air. Are you trying to have fun without me? Agram also jumped onto the platform and raised his beer glass. The 5 glasses clinked and the eyes of the 6 kings' leaders were reflected on them. Everyone looked peaceful except for Darius, whose eyes were as dark as a bottomless abyss. Woa, long live the 6 kings. Let's be together forever. No one inside the banquet hall noticed that fact and cheered for them with a round of applause, but there was one person who noticed Darius's mental state. Rayon smiled while watching Darius wave his hand in response to people's cheers. He's so angry. He's extremely angry. Not only did his plan with Cadiz end up in a failure, but Sieghart's reputation was increased to reach the sky, and Cadiz was even handicapped. It was truly the worst outcome for him. Despite his peaceful appearance, he was probably so angry that he wanted to rampage around. Darius Robert, you are really an amazing man. He was still giving such a gentle smile despite his wrath. Rayon had to admit that monstrous ability despite being an enemy. His patience was incomparable to Cadiz. However, you won't be able to stay patient with what comes next. Crimson sparks appeared in Rayon's eyes as he watched Darius. Because the submarine dungeon treasures that you care so much about are going to disappear. Rayon smiled faintly while wetting his whistle. He said that he was going to heal Cadiz's arm personally. It's all going according to plan. Darius mentioned that he had a few ideas to fix Cadiz's shoulder. Since the best method would be to look for an excellent doctor like the Ragged Saint or an elixir, he wouldn't be able to return to House Robert for a while. I made sure to cut off Cadiz's arm completely in order to elicit that action. His revenge was one of the reasons that he twisted Cadiz's muscles and mana circuits when Rayon cut off his arm, but the other reason was to force Darius to heal his arm so that he could enter the submarine dungeon in the meantime. Rayon quietly looked behind him. Darius was talking to people who approached him with a gentle smile on his face. It's a relief that you are still a snake that I knew. Since Rayon was perfectly aware of Darius's nature, whether he was wearing a mask or not, it was easy to predict his course of action. The fact that he knew Darius's true face was bound to become his best weapon to fight him in the future as well. The pizza is getting cold. Rayon smiled in satisfaction, and Wrath pointed at the dish while flapping his hands like a crow tit. Ah, my bad. Rayon nodded and started eating the pizza. The salty taste of cheese, the crunchiness of the crust, and the spicy sauce on the beef formed a perfect harmony while maintaining their characteristics. They can make some fine pizza. It's not as good as Pineapple Girls, but it's enough to satisfy the king of essence. Wrath caressed his cheeks with a grin. I see. Rayon chuckled and finished off the remaining pizza in one bite. Since I managed to take care of Darius, I just need to figure out how to reach the submarine dungeon. He'd heard that they were supposed to return to Sieghart in 2 days because the 6 Kings conference and tournament had both ended. Since he would need to leave on his own instead of returning to the house, he had various ideas to achieve it. However, none of them were satisfactory. Is there anything better I can do? Wow. While Rayon was contemplating the matter, Wrath suddenly exclaimed, "It's not just the cheese. The entire pizza is melting in the mouth. It was an excellent bite." He wavered left and right like a tumbling doll while pointing at the empty dish. "Next, the meat and shrimp shall come next. Offer up the lamb chop and the grilled shrimp that the King of Essence wanted to eat all along. Please calm down." Wrath's face turned completely red from excitement, and Rayon pushed it down before he stood up. He went to the buffet and brought the lamb chops and the garlic butter shrimp that Wrath wanted to eat. "Shrimp. Start with the shrimp." Wrath pointed at the shrimp while tapping the table with his round hand. Is it really okay for a demon king to be so petty? He looked like a 10-year-old child at most whenever he was faced with food. Rayon couldn't believe that he was a demon king and the King of Wrath on top. He's just a good-for-nothing glutton. Rayon licked his lips and peeled the shrimp, then ate it. The softness of the butter seeping into the plump meat created a nutty and sweet flavor. Moreover, the fragrance of garlic removed the greasiness. Rayon felt like he couldn't get tired of it. It's filling the mouth. This is real food. Wrath sniffled, saying that he finally felt alive. "Lamb chops next, sure. Rayon chuckled and dug into the lamb chops. The juiciness of the meat exploded and spread the nutty fragrance throughout his mouth. He didn't even need to chew much before swallowing it because of the tenderness of the meat. It's melting in the mouth. It's pretty much like warm ice cream, I see. Rayon looked around while Wrath was enjoying his bliss. She's still there. Run-On still hadn't left the ice cream sector. She only moved around in the area and ate all kinds of ice cream. She must have had at least an entire box. A rough estimation was telling him that Run-On already had an entire box at least. It looked like her passion for ice cream didn't lose to Wrath's. Burin is being his usual self. He's making connections just like in the house. Burin was in a group of 6 King's warriors who were talking to each other. It looked like they had become friends since they were patting each other's shoulders. What about Martha? Martha was eating the meat that was filling her table to the brim. It was no different from her usual behavior, but there was one peculiar aspect to note. Why is the third prince there? Owen's third prince, Greer, was staring blankly at Martha as she gulped down her meat while sitting in front of her. He wasn't even eating or drinking anything, was just staring at her. "Aren't you going to eat? Why are you just staring at me? It's so annoying." Martha frowned and expressed her displeasure at his behavior. "Watching you eat fills my stomach. Ah, you have food in the corner of your mouth." The third prince took out his handkerchief with a refreshing smile on his face. He extended his hand to wipe the sauce from around Martha's lips, and Martha punched him. "You must be insane. Ack." Martha's fist smacked the third prince's forehead, and he slammed into the ground. "Oh my God, that was so creepy. I'm getting goosebumps." Martha's shoulders trembled and went to the next table to keep eating her meat. Rayon snorted while watching the faltering third prince. That's definitely not working on her. What he did might work on others because of his excellent background, appearance, and skills, but it was a no-go for Martha. Rayon could guess that what he did would have earned Martha's hatred instead. Last time it was my temple, and she hit my forehead this time." The third prince stood up with a trembling chin. His eyes were bright even though he had just been beaten up. Actually, he looked rather happy. "You are the first person to punch my forehead. I fell in love with why." Fuck off. His futile efforts came to an end as Martha smacked his neck to make him faint. "That's not going to work." Rayon shook his head and stood up. "Are you really going over there on your own accord? You want desserts now, right? The King of Essence's education is finally bearing fruit." Wrath smiled brightly and nodded. "If you serve the King of Essence more earnestly, he might accept you as his subordinate." Rayon went to the ice cream stands, and Run-On suddenly turned her head. Her blank eyes were brimming with happiness. "How many is that?" The beet ice cream was piled up like bubbles on Run-On's dish. She must have had enough mint chocolate, as all kinds of ice cream filled it. "Rayon, are you also having ice cream?" "Yes, I recommend the mint chocolate." Run-On blinked her blank eyes and pointed in the direction of the mint chocolate. "It is even more delicious today. Mint chocolate, that's the King of Essence's subordinate for you." Wrath nodded in satisfaction and shoved his face against Rayon's. "Follow Ice Cream Girl's recommendation and scoop the mint chocolate. No, you should take the whole box. You are gonna make Run-On cry." "Ahem. In that case, just take 5 chunks. More than anything, I don't like mint chocolate. You have such bad taste. Look at how pitiful you are. You don't even know the greatness of mint chocolate's refreshing taste." "I see. Since I'm so pitiful, I'm going to eat the cookies and cream that I deserve." Rayon nodded and scooped 2 chunks of cookies and cream ice cream into his dish. Rayon." Wrath called his name in an unusual manner and secretly approached him to stick to his shoulder. "My boy Rayon, you ate too much greasy food today. Imagine the fragrance of the pine tree. Both your mouth and your stomach will feel refreshed like that if you finish today's meal with mint chocolates." His voice became as soft as a jade marble rolling on silk. "Maybe I should do that. You definitely should. Your stomach will feel great and you will be able to sleep soundly." "Nope, I'm going to train tonight." "Arg, you demon." It didn't take long before Wrath got angry, even though he was fluttering like a piece of paper because he didn't have any power left. Rayon felt slightly bad about that and walked up to the mint chocolate stand. Wrath turned his head with a happy smile on his face. What's wrong with you today? The King of Essence is so happy about this, but he's also feeling anxious. Since Rayon was usually unkind to him, Wrath managed to make an amazing expression. The left side of his face was smiling while the right side was frowning, just because. He just wanted to make Wrath feel better while he was at it, as he suffered a lot from getting his stats taken away. Rayon was about to scoop up some of the mint chocolate, but his hand stopped. Unlike the other ice cream, there was no mint chocolate. There wasn't even a half spoon left even if he gathered the leftovers. It's empty. It was probably because Run-On ate over half of it, and other people got curious because of her. Arg, Wrath raised both his hands and started to scream. Ice cream girl, this is how Wrath should be. Rayon chuckled. Wrath wouldn't be himself anymore if he could eat to his heart's content. Despairing from the lack of food was more befitting to his image. He ended up getting only cookies and cream, and a red-haired elf passed by like a shadow when he was about to return to his seat. What the hell has he done this time? Rimmer was roaming like a zombie. The scent of alcohol wafted from him, but he looked more like his spirit had left him rather than being drunk. Squad leader, Rayon called his name and he turned his head around in a daze. His eyes had no focus. Oh, hello Rayon, my lucky charm. What happened to you? Sniff. Rimmer walked up to him with teary eyes and hung his head. Hey, ice cream comes first. Please come this way. Rayon brought Rimmer to a corner and created an aura barrier to block the sound. What happened to you? My money, my savings for retirement, my 5,000 gold is all gone. He slammed the ground like a deranged man. Let's talk while eating. He's fine with cookies and cream. 5,000 gold. Rayon figured he must have won that amount from gambling, but he couldn't understand how he lost it. Look at this. Rimmer took out a blackened paper from his pocket. Looked like a gambling ticket, and more than half of it must have been burnt, considering its size. They said they won't exchange it for money because this stamped part over here got burnt. He fell on his ass and started to cry, saying that his life was ruined. Rayon tried stretching the ticket and nodded. It's broken. It was normal that they wouldn't give him the money because the stamped part that was burned was what allowed them to discern real tickets from fakes, but I might be able to get it. There was nothing to lose even if he failed. Rayon decided to try and nodded. I'll try getting it. See, can you do it? I'm not sure, and I don't think I'll manage to get all of it even if I succeed. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with a portion of it, so please. Rimmer bogged him down and asked him to get something out of him, even if it was just 100 gold. Let's go right now. Let me find my wallet before then. Wallet, Dorian. After Rayon finished eating the ice cream, he went to the Ministry of Finance, which organized the gambling during the tournament, alongside Dorian. Wait, gambling is organized officially by the kingdom. Wrath sat on Rayon's shoulder with mixed feelings showing on his face because he didn't manage to eat mint chocolate after the splendid meal. It's only natural because a huge amount of money was at stake. Gambling was a popular entertainment on the continent. Countless legal gambling houses existed in the world on top of those in the underworld. Naturally, people also gambled during the tournament, and Owen Kingdom's Ministry of Finance was in charge of it because they had the absolute trust of the people that they wouldn't rob them. Excuse me. Rayon entered the office of the person in charge of gambling during the tournament. The officer looked like he was in his 30s, and he started to raise his head before he briskly stood up. Huff, the white sword dragon. Please excuse me, swordsman Rayon. His eyes were full of panic as he bowed. It's fine. Rayon smiled faintly and stood in front of the officer's desk. I came for the exchange, Rayon said and showed Rimmer's gambling ticket. It's about this. The officer frowned while looking at the gambling ticket. I'm sorry. I've already explained this to Sir Rimmer, but it can't be exchanged for money because the stamped part was burned. But I'm sure no one other than our squad leader requested the 5,000 gold from the bet. That's true. But the regulation says that a gambling ticket without the stamped part cannot be exchanged for money. The officer took a gambling ticket from his desk. He pulled the fluttering upper part of the gambling part from both sides to split it into two. The gambling tickets we make can be split into two like this, and we keep one of them while the customer keeps the other one. And he combined the two tickets, and a faint light in the shape of a sword appeared. We can confirm that it's a real ticket by combining them like this, but it's impossible in this case. That's why it can't be exchanged for money. The officer lowered his head, saying that he was truly sorry. Rayon nodded. That was exactly what he expected him to say, but the real deal was only getting started. What is your name, officer? I'm called Cyrus. The officer lowered his eyes slightly while pointing at his nameplate. Officer, I believe you are aware that our squad leader purchased this gambling ticket. Since it was an expensive one, you must have checked his face, and I also heard that many people have witnessed him with the gambling ticket in his possession. That's true, which means that you recognize his identity. Indeed, just like I said before, we are ready to give the gold as soon as the stamp has been confirmed. Cyrus nodded. That's half of the work done. He recognized Rimmer's identity, and that implied that the chance of success was relatively high. I was in the banquet hall and came out just now. Ah, I see. I thought it would be the case. Cyrus nodded while looking at Rayon's flashy formal suit and the black dragon coat covering it. It's understandable, as it also left a deep impression on me multiple times. The way the esteemed white sword dragon jumped into the sky in the middle of a match in order to save people was the most impressive part, and I won't be able to forget that scene for the rest of my life. He bowed once again and thanked him for saving his life. Rayon could feel his favor from his gaze. It looked like our head of house and his majesty were the most intimate among them. I also noticed that they spoke to each other quite a bit. Cyrus agreed with a smile. That's why, once people at the top become aware of this incident, they will order it to be taken care of quietly. In the end, our squad leader will be getting the money. However, no matter how quietly you tried to deal with it, bad rumors might spread if people tried to argue about it. That's true. And that's why the top brass sent me, so that we can prevent that from happening. Rayon raised his finger and pointed at the sky. I see. Cyrus got nervous upon hearing that the top brass sent him and swallowed. Top brass, Shitty Ears was the one who asked you, though. Wrath tilted his head in bewilderment. You are right, but he's probably thinking that it must have been the Heavenly Blade Division leader or the head of house. Since Rayon spoke about Glenn and King Lekros before getting to the point, Cheryl or Glenn's face must have come to the officer's mind. That was what Rayon was aiming for. Was that your goal all along when you talked about your old man? How nasty. Wrath's lips were trembling in bewilderment. I'd like to quietly deal with it to avoid troubling the top brass. The money belongs to our squad leader after all, but we need the gambling ticket. Cyrus pointed at the gambling ticket while sweating. Rayon had a solution for that. Can you give me a new gambling ticket and a pen? Sure, here you go. Cyrus took out an empty gambling ticket and a pen from the drawer. Rayon took the pen and copied Rimmer's handwriting on the new gambling ticket. He even slightly crumpled the paper to make it look exactly the same as the original. It was the documentary fabrication skill that he had acquired on his own when he was an assassin. It's really helpful. The experience from his previous life was very helpful in his new life. Cyrus's jaw dropped as he witnessed the scene. His face was telling him that he didn't even know that was possible. You just need to stamp here now. Dorian. Rayon extended his hand to Dorian, who was standing next to him. Yes. Dorian responded like always and took out a white pouch from his belly pocket. It contained the gold coins that he'd prepared in advance. I'd like you to use this to wet your whistle since it must be a tiring job. He received the gold pouch and placed it on Cyrus's desk. His shoulders flinched upon hearing the rattling sound. What is this? It's my token of sincerity to quietly resolve this issue. Rayon shook his hand with a smile. Cyrus couldn't take his trembling eyes off the gold pouch. He must have realized how much money it contained just from hearing the sound, as his job dealt with lots of money. Rayon narrowed his eyes while watching Cyrus's trembling chin. It worked perfectly. Despite his gentle tone, he was pretty much threatening him. He was crushing him with his position, reputation, and money. Cyrus bit his lip tightly and put down the gold pouch. He took a round seal from the drawer and stamped it on the gambling ticket. He pulled it from both sides to divide it into the customer's ticket and the confirmation ticket. I have confirmed the gambling ticket. He lowered his eyes slightly after pushing the gambling ticket and the confirmation receipt aside. Do you want to accept the gold right away? That would be easier for me. Rayon gently nodded. All right. Cyrus went to the vault on the right side and opened the door. Took out 10 gold pouches from inside and placed them on the desk. The desk was shaking slightly because of how heavy they were. There are 500 coins in each of them. Confirmed. Rayon skimmed through each of the pouches and nodded. The exchange has been completed. Have a nice evening. Cyrus's face returned to his original appearance. He must have accepted the reality of the situation completely. Yes, Rayon called Dorian, and he absent-mindedly started putting the gold in his belly pocket. What the hell? How is this even possible? Wrath also shook his head in disbelief. As I already mentioned, it would be best to keep it quiet about this matter as if nothing special happened. Did anything happen just now? You just came to exchange the money, didn't you? Cyrus tilted his head, pretending nothing happened. Rayon was satisfied with his attitude. Indeed, Rayon nodded and turned around. The way he simply opened the door and left looked like he really came for a normal exchange. Hua. Dorian finally breathed a sigh of relief. It really worked. That's because human beings tend to filter what they see and hear. Rayon chuckled and looked at Dorian. Once I give you the signal, take out only 5 out of the 10 pouches we got. F5 pouches, that's only half though. It's fine. Rayon left the Ministry of Finance alongside the confused Dorian. Rayon. Rimmer was gobbling down alcohol while waiting around the garden. He ran up to Rayon on all fours as soon as he noticed him. They said no, didn't they? Those damn bastards. My money is gone, sniff. He threw away the empty bottle and grasped his head. It was indeed unfortunate. Damn it, that I only managed to get half of the sum. Really? Rimmer's eyes widened upon hearing the answer. It looked like his eyes were about to pop out. Dorian, yes. Dorian took 5 gold pouches from his belly pocket and placed them down with a trembling chin. How did you do this? I negotiated with them. It was difficult because they also wanted to keep the money, as it could be used as the kingdom's budget, but I barely managed to get half of it. That's good enough. I thought I wasn't going to get any of it. Rimmer sniffled while looking at the gold pouch, saying that he was fine with that. In return, you shouldn't talk about this to anyone. Of course I won't. You really are the only one who cares about me. He suddenly stood up and hugged Rayon. You are the light and salt of my life. You are also my hope in the god of fortune. I really appreciate what you did. You are welcome. Rayon patted Rimmer's shoulder and his mouth curved into a smile. I'm the one who should be thanking you. I'm so thankful for your continued donations. Rayon snickered. When he looked aside, he met Dorian and Wrath's terrified, trembling eyes. The King of Essence is afraid of you now. Rayon left Rimmer alone in his uncontrollable happiness and returned to the lodging area alongside Dorian. He opened the door at the entrance, and he was about to enter when a middle-aged man walked up to him from the right side. Dorian seemed to have recognized him since his eyes turned round. Nice to meet you, White Sword Dragon. The middle-aged man bowed politely. My name is Tekkel. I am from the Yonam Company. I'm Rayon Sieghart. Rayon greeted him back, but he didn't recognize him at all. I apologize for the sudden intrusion, but may I borrow this man for a moment? Tekkel pointed at Dorian. Rayon judged from their reactions that they were acquaintances. He's my father's friend. I'll be back soon after talking with him. All right. Rayon nodded, and Dorian went to the garden next to the lodgings alongside Tekkel. Moments later, Tekkel was the first one to leave. Dorian walked out of the garden a long time after that. His steps were completely depressed. Rayon licked his lips. Not only the steps, but even his face looked gloomy. What happened? It was nothing special. He shook his hand, saying that it wasn't a big deal. Your face is telling me that it was special, though. Dorian rubbed his belly pocket. Rayon recognized that it was Dorian's habit whenever he was nervous. Well, I won't pry any further if it's a secret. Dorian hesitated for a moment before he raised his head. He told me that my father asked me to visit the company. You did tell me that you were from a merchant house. Dorian had mentioned that he was from a company in the southwest. He's going to the company. This sounds pretty good. Rayon licked his lips. He was looking for an excuse to visit the submarine dungeon at House Robert, and bringing Dorian to his home seemed to be the perfect excuse. This should work. Since he would be escorting a cherished squad member as the vice squad leader, Rayon figured that Rimmer would obviously allow it, and even the head of House would. In that case, you should go. Rayon nodded with a faint smile on his face. You didn't even visit them after you got kidnapped, so let's go there while we are nearby. I'll notify our superiors about it. Yes, Dorian nodded reluctantly, even though he seemed to hate the idea. He seems to have his own reasons. Rayon previously thought that Dorian wasn't returning to his house because he couldn't be bothered, but his expression told him that there must have been circumstances around it. Your family name is Apes, right? Rayon tried to remember if he knew any company or merchant house called Apes, but nothing came to his mind. It must have been a small house, just like he'd thought in the past. I am sorry I didn't tell you about this earlier. That's a fake name. Dorian slowly shook his head. My family name isn't Apes. I had it reversed. My real name is Cephia. Cephia. Rayon murmured Cephia for a moment before his eyes widened. Are you really from that Cephia company? You know about them. Of course I do. Cephia was one of the 5 biggest companies of the continent, and it was a huge organization that branched out from the southwest to the entire continent. Wait, you. Rayon's voice turned gentle for the first time. Have you been a young master all along? Rayon licked his lips while observing Dorian's embarrassment. This finally solves the mystery of his belly pocket. The Cephia company dealt with all sorts of items, rather than focusing on just one. The reason Dorian's belly pocket contained all kinds of surprises was that he was the young master of the Cephia company. The King of Essence knew it. Wrath was standing in a daze but suddenly nodded. He wouldn't have accepted just anyone as his subordinate. He took him in as a subordinate because he noticed the noble air around him. He conceitedly praised his own insight. He really loves to brag. Apparently, the way he was bragging didn't count as a lie because he had no problem saying it. Rayon shook his head and looked at Dorian. You've been calling me young master, but I was the one who should have been doing it. Dorian has been calling him young master from the first time they met, but it was actually Rayon who should have been calling him young master instead. No, definitely not. Dorian shook his head violently. Of course I should have. Your background is far better than mine. Since he was considered at the lowest rank of the collaterals, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that Dorian's rank was higher because he was a son of the Cephia company. Why did you hide your identity despite being a young master from the company? Rayon's eyes turned serious. He didn't think Dorian was trying to deceive him, considering his personality, but he wanted to know the reason behind it. Dorian sighed and raised his head. I'm really not a young master. I'm a child of a concubine. He hung his head while rubbing his belly pocket. Moreover, I'm the youngest son. That's why I was abused until I left the house. Abused? Yes. The president mostly pretended I didn't exist, and my brothers and sisters bullied me every day. Dorian's voice was apathetic, and that made it even sadder. He sounded like he didn't have any attachment to the Cephia company at all. Has he been kind to me because his life was similar to mine? The reason Dorian acted favorably towards him and spoke to him from the first encounter must have been because Rayon reminded him of the days he spent at the company. I was pretty much an invisible person in the Cephia company. There's nothing to gain from knowing my identity, and that's why I didn't tell you about it. I'm sorry. Dorian closed his mouth tightly and lowered his head. It's fine. You don't have an obligation to tell me all of your personal matters. Rayon shook his head. Everyone had things they wanted to hide. Even though Dorian was his subordinate and a close friend, he didn't have to tell Rayon everything about himself. But Cephia is located in the southwest. How did you even come to Zeeghart? The president gave us a trial. The president is your father, right? Ah, yes. The way he called him the president instead of father proved that he really was mistreated in his home. That aspect was also similar to Rayon. What kind of trial was it? He said that the person who brought something from the company and managed to turn it into the biggest treasure would become the successor. Naturally, all of his descendants participated in it. Dorian sighed deeply while thinking about that moment. The choice was given by the order of birth, and my brothers and sisters took all of the president's connections, trading rights, gold, and human resources from the company. That's why I had no choice but to take this. He laughed bitterly while stroking his belly pocket. That pocket looks pretty good, though. Dorian's belly pocket was different from an ordinary subspace pocket. The way it stored objects was rather special, and it didn't even have any limits on how many it could hold. It must have been a priceless treasure. No one knew what it was because the president didn't explain anything. Ah, that was understandable. Choosing connections, trading rights, or merchandise with clear benefits were obviously better options than an unknown pocket. Once I realized that this was a subspace pocket, I put everything in the company's warehouse into the pocket and ran away. I was planning on never returning after that since I have no intention of inheriting the company. Dorian's eyes turned brighter. Rayon could tell from his expression how much he'd suffered from the company. I was heading north and I happened to meet a Zeeghart swordsman who noticed my talent and recommended me to the training ground. That's how I got to join everyone. What about your mother? I heard she died while giving birth to me. I'm not even sad about it because I don't know her face. Dorian raised his hand with an apathetic expression. That's all. It wasn't a fun story, was it? Indeed. Rayon nodded. He thought Dorian was a young master, but that wasn't the case at all. He was born into a rough environment similar to his own, or even worse than his. However, there were a few questionable parts. The fact that Dorian ended up getting the belly pocket because its ability wasn't explained, and the fact that a small child managed to steal the company's items while no one stopped him, suggested that there could be hidden circumstances around it. Ahem. Wrath wiped his tears away with the back of his hand and sniffled. Poor little thing. Seriously, this demon. Regardless of his wrath, the title of Demon King didn't match him at all. Rayon was curious about how he even ended up as a Demon King. Why are they asking you to return now? It's probably an interim check. Interim check. Yes, because the trial originally had a time limit of 10 years, and it's been almost 8 years now. They must be trying to check on what we've achieved. Dorian sighed, saying that his siblings must have already visited the house. In that case, we should go. What? We can't miss this opportunity, since you could become the Cephia company's president. But I'm just a son of a concubine. He shook his head violently, saying that it was impossible. A light-wind swordsman shouldn't give up before even trying. Ah, Rayon's gentle yet powerful words broadened Dorian's eyes like a full moon. You can become the president if you succeed, and you can keep on living as a light-wind member if you fail. There's nothing to lose for you. Moreover, Rayon raised his hand and clenched his fist. It's the perfect opportunity to get revenge on your siblings who bullied you. That's true. There's no reason to be scared, even though I am. Even though Dorian nodded, his chin was still trembling as he was a coward. You should get ready to depart since we can leave at any moment. I'll be going with you. Why you too? I should greet them since it was my fault that you got kidnapped. Moreover, I'd feel uneasy leaving you on your own because you wouldn't be able to say anything like a wimp. Ah, okay. The way his face turned brighter looked like the sun was shining upon him. He nodded brightly and ran into his room. Wrath narrowed his eyes and glared at him. You aren't trying to help him, but take advantage of him by turning him into the president, aren't you? You are finally gaining some insight. Why, you are even worse than a devil. Your heart must be scorched black. I was kidding. Rayon smiled while watching Dorian's back. Since he's been so considerate to me, I shall return the favor. It would be nice if he took over the company, but it was fine even if he didn't. Rayon just wanted to help Dorian once he returned to his home, where he'd been abused so hard that he didn't even want to return. I should also get going now. He could feel someone's gaze from the garden behind the lodgings. He placed his hand on Heavenly Drive and turned around. Is that an owl? A young owl was looking at him from above a tree. I must have been imagining things. He felt like a person was watching him instead of an animal, but it must have been a mistake. Ha, he sighed, and when he was about to visit Glenn's room, the owl stretched its wings and flew down towards him from the tree. Peep. The owl gave a cute smile with its eyes and smoothly landed on Rayon's shoulder. Don't tell me. You guessed it right. Merlin's voice was coming from the owl's beak. Ugh, Rayon created an aura barrier to block the sound and smacked his forehead. You crazy stalker. He frowned and moved to a corner that wasn't frequented. Rath's chin was trembling when he saw the owl. This is getting so scary. Why the hell is she even following you? Don't know either. It was a squirrel, then a crow tit, and she even managed to coax an owl to talk to him. The funny part was the fact that all three of them had cute appearances. You managed to win in the end. You were really cool. Did you actually watch? I would never miss your great moments. I properly watched the way you made Garona kneel in front of you and the way you cut off Caddy's arm. Our head of house and the other heads of the 6 kings were in the arena though. They aren't enough to stop me. Merlin raised her wing and smiled. The owl's eyes curved into a crescent shape as if it were a human. What is wrong with her obsession? Watching the preliminaries was understandable, but the heads of the 6 kings were present in the arena starting from the semifinals. Rayon couldn't believe the fact that Merlin from Eden managed to spectate without being noticed. I'm looking forward to your future even more now. I'm so impatient to find out what kind of man you will become. Merlin rubbed his chin with her wing. She must have been trying to be seductive, but she simply looked cute because she had a young owl's appearance. Eden and the white blood religion are both going to be unable to act for a while, so you can rampage to your heart's content. Even the white blood religion. Rayon had already heard that Eden wouldn't take any action for a while, but he didn't expect the white blood religion to remain silent as well. Merlin smiled cheerfully and flapped her wings. Are you heading to that meek boy's house next? Rayon stared at the owl instead of responding. I told you already, but our paths are different. I can't do anything for you even if you give me all that information. Even if Merlin saw him as Rayon instead of Lochter, it didn't change the fact that their paths differed. He was thankful for the information, but he didn't want to deceive her while earning her favor. I also already answered your concern. It doesn't matter. Merlin giggled and spread her wings. And our paths are bound to come together eventually. I might be joining you or you might be joining me. That's never going to happen. Rayon shook his head firmly. You won't know what awaits you at the end of the path until you reach it. We will be together eventually. Merlin's eyes curved gently. I'll keep watching you in the future. She groomed the feathers around the stomach with her beak and shook her wings. Give some worms to this one, again. I keep telling you to stop asking me to keep your promi. GRR, Rayon wanted to tell her to keep her promise herself, but the owl growled. GRRR. It tapped Rayon's shoulder with its feet to urge him to give it food. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Rath raised his chin while watching him. That stalker is so creepy, but it's so fun to watch you get flustered. He giggled while Rayon frowned with the owl urging him to give the food already. How am I even supposed to get worms here? Vice squad leader. Rayon was frowning at the owl, and Dorian came back out from the lodgings. We aren't leaving tomorrow, are we? No, we aren't. But Rayon pointed at the young owl on his shoulder and sighed briefly. Do you have some worms by any chance? Dorian stared blankly at the owl for a while before he opened his mouth. Are you trying to open a zoo? After the banquet ended, Glenn returned to his room alongside Roan and Shirl to have a simple after-party. Our Sieghart faction benefited the most from this conference of the 6 kings. Shirl smiled while having a drink. Roan nodded in agreement. The Light Wind squad is rather amazing, but Rayon's growth is phenomenal. He was at the highest rank of expert when we were on a mission together, but he's already an intermediate master. I've been watching his growth, but it's still difficult to believe. Shirl shook her head and murmured that it was ridiculous. The more surprising part about him is the burst he shows. Every single one of Rayon's opponents during this tournament was stronger than him. Mattis, Borini, Kitten, Garona, and even Caddies. I don't even understand how he always manages to defeat opponents stronger than himself. He also surprises me every single time. There's normally a huge difference in power between the different stages of master, yet he somehow manages to overcome it. Roan also exclaimed, saying that he'd never seen a warrior like Rayon before. They complimented Rayon for a while before looking at Glenn at the same time. Ahem, Glenn's face had turned red. He was supporting his chin with his left hand while doing his best to stop the corners of his lips from soaring into the sky. Well, he is indeed peculiar in a way. He didn't get stronger through sheer luck. It was his efforts that allowed him to reach his current position. That's why his martial art is so solid. A warrior weaker than him can never dream of defeating him, and his continuous training gave him such a high proficiency that it allows him to attack the opening of a warrior even stronger than him. Moreover, he couldn't suppress his lips anymore, and his mouth was curving into a smile. He also has the best fighting spirit and righteousness among the children I've seen so far. No one else in the world would be stupid enough to jump into the sky in the middle of a match in order to save people. He was calling him an idiot, but his eyes were filled with pride for Rayon. I totally agree with you, definitely. Roan and Shirl grinned while listening to Glenn's excited speech. Shirl tapped the table and smiled. People even started calling him the White Sword Dragon. He can't be considered a mere future prospect anymore. Having the word dragon in an alias signified that he was the best among the future prospects. It was proof that people had acknowledged Rayon as an equal to the high ranks of the 12 stars of the continent. Since he's over halfway to the next realm, he should be able to attain Advanced Master next year. A 20-year-old Advanced Master. He really is history in the making. Cheryl and Roan kept praising Rayon while enjoying Glenn's reaction as he tried his best to suppress his emotions. I guess he would, because he never stops his efforts on top of being talented. He changes so much every day that I keep looking forward to what he'll become the next day. Glenn nodded and covered his mouth completely. However, he couldn't completely hide his smile because of his smiling eyes. Knock, knock. While the three of them were having a fun time, someone knocked on the door. Since they were all aware of who would be visiting them, they weren't really surprised. I'm going to greet him. Roan stood up and opened the door. Rayon placed his hand on his chest and lowered his head. I'm sorry for visiting so late. What brought you here? Glenn changed his face in an instant and raised his chin while looking at him with a cold gaze. I'd like to have a word with you. I'm listening. Rayon closed the door and came into the room to stand in front of Glenn. Someone came to find Dorian earlier, the quartermaster of the Light Wind Squad. Rayon told Glenn about Dorian's circumstances. The three of them listened to him without showing any reaction. Were they aware of this all along? Even though Rayon mentioned that Dorian's family name was Sephia, they didn't really show any reaction. Rayon could assume that they were already aware of that fact. So are you planning to go with him? Dorian was kidnapped because of me. I'd like to visit them to explain the situation and apologize in order to return a portion of the favor that I've received from him. Rayon told him his feelings honestly, without any lies involved. The favor. Dorian treated me as a friend when the people in the house were all avoiding me. It might be inadequate, but I'd like to help him as much as possible. I see. Glenn used the hand that was supporting his chin to cover his mouth and nodded slightly. Did you consider the possibility that you might get kidnapped again? You've personally shown what happens to those who dared to kidnap a Zeekhart, my lord. No one would be crazy enough to do that again. Eden's branch had been destroyed, and countless apostles and fanatics from the white blood religion had perished. People were bound to avoid targeting a Zeekhart swordsman for a while. However, Rayon touched his uniform and lowered his head slightly. I'm planning to leave in the middle of our return, just in case. Of course, I'm also going to travel in disguise. Please allow me to go. Rayon lowered his head. Glenn stroked his beard and looked at Rayon's hand. Do you have the ring that Chamber gave to you? I left it in my room. You should have it equipped at all times. Is it capable of locating me? It has a similar function. Glenn repeated that Rayon should never take it off and narrowed his eyes. You can leave at Sylphin Village in 3 days. Since you are going under Zeekhart's name, you should make sure to resolve the issue. Understood. Rayon bowed politely and left the room. I would have liked to return with him. Roan and Cheryl were worried that Glenn might be sad to part with Rayon as they looked at him. However, Glenn was covering his eyes, contrary to their expectations. He's such a... He covered his mouth and looked at the door where Rayon left. Laudable boy. Look at how much he cares about his companions. How is he so kind? Instead of being saddened, Glenn's hands were trembling in happiness from his grandson's kindness. Cheryl and Roan shook their heads while watching him. His condition was so serious that they couldn't even make fun of him. His love for his grandson is a serious disease at this point. 2 days later. House Zeekhart was the second group to leave the Owen Kingdom, after House Robert. Woa, White Sword Dragon, Zeekhart, I won't forget that match for the rest of my life. I'll be looking forward to hearing news about you. The Owen Kingdom's citizens cheered while calling Rayon and Zeekhart's names as well as Glenn's name. It was the complete opposite from when they first arrived in the kingdom. Wow, we are so popular. I feel like we already returned to Zeekhart even though we are still in Owen. That's wrong. People don't cheer for us so hard even at the house. The Light Wind Squad waved their hands to respond to the people's cheers. They said the Blade of Tempest. They are calling my name. Stop calling me Miss Rakshasa. Burren grinned upon hearing his nickname, and Martha gave a deadly glare to the person who called her Miss Rakshasa. Dorian let out a depressed sigh. He seemed to be worried because he had to return to his house. Run-On was staring blankly at the sky, and she was the only one with her usual behavior. Rayon furrowed his brow while listening to the Light Wind Squad's laughter. They've already gotten dull. Rayon could tell from their reaction that they wouldn't be able to focus on training after they returned to the house. They'd start being lazy. I need to put some pressure on them. It would have been fine if he returned with them, but he was going to be away for a while. That was why he decided to pull them together before he left. Rayon created an aura barrier around just the Light Wind Squad and turned around. You know I'm going to leave tomorrow with Dorian, don't you? Of course we do. But why are you talking about that now? Their lips trembled upon hearing Rayon's low voice. Anyone whose growth I deem unsatisfactory once I come back. Rayon examined the Light Wind members with a cold gaze, and they swallowed nervously in terror. Shall do focus enhancement training for a month. A month? What the hell? That's going to kill us. A human being can't possibly survive that training. The Light Wind members violently shook their hands and called him insane. You won't have to do it if you do your best while I'm gone. What's the standard that makes you satisfied? You have to tell us how much we have to grow at least. Burren raised his hand and pointed out the problem. I'll see when I'm back. Rayon smiled and swirled his finger. He was telling them to keep training since he would be judging them on his own accord. Damn it, we are screwed. We won't be able to rest even after we return. Mom, the Light Wind Squad hugged their horses with teary eyes. He's a real demon. He's not a demon. He's a fucking demon king. He's the demon king of mockery. Burren and Martha were also grinding their teeth while looking at Rayon. Ooh, shitty eyes and beef girl understand. This monster's malice is as bad as a demon king. Even the king of essence is falling victim to it every day. Wrath flew in front of Burren and Martha and nodded violently. Rayon snickered and turned around. This solves the issue with their training. The Light Wind Squad was strong. It was obvious that drawing a line would be pointless since they would easily break through and start resting. That was why he created a reason for them to keep training until he returned. Vice Squad Leader, are we heading to my house right away? I want to do that, but let's do a good deed before we go. A good deed? Yes. Rayon nodded and looked up to the sky. I can't be defeated again. He couldn't afford to lose again, whether it was against Eden or Darius. He wanted to make sure that Darius would stay away from his house in order to prevent his interference. I'll start by taking away your time. Spire-like buildings stood behind a thick gray rampart. The solid walls and sophisticated buildings belonged to Cameloon, one of the greatest merchant cities on the continent. It received over 10,000 visitors a day. Rayon and Dorian were looking at Cameloon's walls from their horses just like when they visited it 5 years ago. This is already the 4th time we've come here. That's so many. Dorian licked his lips. His hair was dyed brown. Indeed, Rayon nodded. His hair and eye color had both been changed to black. Since the public was told that they were going back to Sieghart, they changed their hair and eye colors to deceive the others, and they were also wearing windbreakers as clothes. Let's go. Rayon bobbed his chin at Dorian and started riding his horse towards Cameloon. It's good for me because I can replenish my supplies, but why are we going to Cameloon? We are sightseeing. Sightseeing, you say? Yes, that's why you should stop being so nervous. Dorian was confused, but Rayon simply tapped his shoulder before showing his fake identity card to the guard at the gate. You aren't sightseeing at all. Wrath sat on Rayon's shoulder and wrinkled his nose. There's no way someone as evil as you would come here for no reason. You must be plotting something. You have so many damn secrets despite being a mere weakling. I was planning to eat lots of delicious food today, but are really? Yes. Wrath briskly stood up and Rayon chuckled. I'm planning to have some fun. Rayon nodded and entered Cameloon. Welcome. The fruit is in a great state today. You idiot. You are supposed to bring that over here. Can't you make it cheaper for me? We are both professionals here. That price already leaves me with no profit. Cameloon was as lively as always. Their enthusiasm reached Rayon's skin and he wanted to start swinging his sword to train right away. What are you waiting for? Dorian tilted his head once he passed inspection to enter the city. Wait a moment. Rayon didn't immediately start moving, unlike the last time. He looked around with a puzzled expression on his face, pretending it was his first time in Cameloon. He rolled his eyes for about 30 seconds and the sound of small approaching footsteps could be heard from the side. Hello. He looked to the side upon hearing the cheerful voice, and a girl with her blue hair tied into a ponytail was nodding at him. Is this your first time in Cameloon? Yes. Rayon spoke bluntly and nodded at the child. In that case, shall I guide you into the city? We are professional guides for the tourists called Blue Cloud. The girl pointed at her vest, which had a picture of a cloud on it. I can guide you to anywhere you want, including must-eat places, attractions, and even symbolic locations at a small cost of a silver coin. What's your name? Rayon opened his mouth while meeting the girl's clear eyes. My name is Pine. The girl smiled cheerfully and tilted her head slightly. I'll try it out. Pine raised her hand with a smile on her face. Where do you want to visit first? We have an ongoing festival right now, and I recommend going there first. A festival. Festival means food, and food means festival. Wrath pulled Rayon's sleeve while telling him to go to the festival already. All right, let's start with the festival. Yes, please come this way. Rayon nodded, and Pine pleasantly responded, then started to move right away. She looks just like Yua. Her clear voice and cheerful steps reminded him of Yua when she used to work in the pub. Dorian came up next to him while Rayon was following Pine. It's not our first time coming here, though. Why are we doing this even though it's our 4th time? He quietly whispered to ask for his reason. She needs to make a living. Rayon pointed at the blue cloud symbol on Pine's back. That emblem is a sign that she's an orphan who makes her own money. Ah, I didn't know about that. Dorian scratched his cheek in embarrassment. Since we're going to be sightseeing anyway, it's better to have a guide, don't you think? That's true. Dorian smiled pleasantly and nodded. He must have liked the idea because it was a good deed. That's what happened. Wrath wrinkled his mouth while looking at Pine. Give her twice as much money as you're supposed to. She's already working at her age. What a laudable girl. Rayon sighed. He couldn't understand how a demon king could be so soft-hearted. Rayon kept walking while talking with Dorian and Wrath, and he arrived at the festival in no time. This is the festival. Pine raised her hand and pointed at the festival. Almost 4 whole blocks were being used for it. This is a lot bigger than I thought. Dorian dropped his jaw. It's because we are celebrating the founding of the city. That's why we have so many people, events, and types of food here. I see. Dorian patted Pine's head and smiled. The King of Essence can smell chicken skewers from the left. They are using salt and soy sauce as spices. The fragrance of grilled pork is spreading from the right, center. There is ice cream at the center. Wrath figured out which food was in which direction as if he were analyzing an enemy's location, and darted his tongue in and out. His ability to identify food was even better than a dog's sense of smell. Rayon couldn't see any wrath from him. He was just a demon king of gluttony by any measure. Where do you want to start? Rayon briefly sighed at Wrath before he raised his head. Let's start with the food. Yes, Pine smiled cheerfully and waved her hand. This way. Night fell over Cameloon. The sky was getting darker and darker, but the darkness couldn't reach the city because of the heated festival. I'm sorry. Pine lowered her head at the two travelers she guided. I can only work until 6 at night according to our facility's rules. I have to go now. 6 at night. The brown-haired man with a round overall shape tilted his head. He was the one who'd been talking to her kindly. Yes, the director believes that kids should have enough sleep and rest. That's why we aren't allowed to work after the evening. Your director must be a nice person. Yes, she's really kind to us. Pine smiled brightly while she nodded. The tall man with black hair and black eyes gave her the guiding fee, but the number of silver coins in her hand was 2 instead of 1. This is too much. You even treated me today. It's fine, you can have it. He said that he was giving her a tip because he was satisfied with her work. Goodbye. The brown-haired man waved his hand with a smile. Pine smiled cheerfully and bowed. She wildly waved her hand at them before heading to the exit. They are both nice people. Her 2 clients, who seemed to be travelers, were both polite and kind towards her even though she was just a child. They bought extra food for her each time they bought something from the stalls, and she managed to fill her stomach, which hadn't happened in a long time. They even packaged some snacks for her friends, which was really encouraging. I wish all the clients were like them. Pine left Cameloon and walked for a while, thinking about the happy day she had. She walked for about an hour, and she finally stopped in front of an orphanage called the Cloud's House. You are finally back. An old woman was sitting on a chair in front of the orphanage's entrance with a lamp in her hand. Her gentle smile gave her a kind-hearted appearance. She was the director of Cloud's House. How was your day today? It was fun. Pine cheerfully responded. However, her eyes suddenly lost focus the moment she entered the Cloud's house. Her eyes completely stopped, as if she had ceased being a human and became a doll instead. I see. Good job. The director patted her back, and she started walking towards the orphanage with slightly trembling feet. Her cheerful steps at Cameloon were nowhere to be found, and she was as stiff as a marionette. Pine's lips trembled. It's here again. She could never get used to that sensation even though she experienced it every day. She was getting goosebumps because it felt like someone else was controlling her body. In fact, it wasn't just her body, since even her mind was being manipulated by someone else. Pine entered the director's room regardless of her own volition. She pressed a button on the wall to her right, and a hole appeared under the desk. Pine entered the hole and walked downstairs without any hesitation. A huge cavern could be found at the end of the long stairway, and children around Pine's age who were wearing cloud vests were lined up inside. Their faces looked so sad as if they could start crying at any moment. Men wearing black clothes and masks were standing at the front and back of the children, and the one standing at the rear bobbed his finger at Pine. Number 45, come over here. Yes, Pine quietly responded and walked up to him. Number 45, that was her real name, not Pine. Clank. Number 45 put down the money she earned from the guide work. Do you have anything else? She took out the snacks that the travelers gave her from her pocket. Crack. The man in black shattered the snack with his heel and looked at number 45. Tell me about them. Black hair, black eyes. 187 centimeters tall, 88 kilograms, right-handed swordsman, lots of openings. Brown hair, blue eyes, 178 centimeters tall, 79 kilograms, right-handed swordsman, no openings. Number 45 recited the information about the 2 travelers she met during the day. She didn't investigate them nor tell him about them because she wanted to. She was simply doing so because she was educated to do so. Can you kill them? Number 45's head automatically started the simulation upon hearing the man's question. I should be able to eliminate them by guiding them to Gavil's pub with the steep stairs and attacking the brown-haired man from behind, then cutting the black-haired man's Achilles tendon before he reacts. Number 45 responded with the result of her simulation. Good job. The masked man nodded, and number 45 went to the center of the cavern and joined the other children. Even though she was so happy when she returned from work, her frowning face looked like she was about to cry. Anyone could tell that sad things happened to her because of how natural her expression was. Number 2. The masked man at the front called number 2, and the children suddenly curved their mouths into bright smiles even though they'd been crying until a moment ago. It was the happy smile that number 45 had shown during the guiding duty. Number 45 swallowed nervously while maintaining her perfect smile. How long do I have to live this way? Daytime was the only time she could be free, but it was impossible to run away. Rather than that, she couldn't even think about running away. Such an option didn't exist to begin with. I want to die. Number 45 wished for her death while smiling as brightly as the sun. After expression training and assassination training, number 45 finally returned to her room at daybreak. Even though it was called her room, it was an extremely small space with nothing but 2 old beds. While she was sitting at the creaking bed, the door opened and a red-haired girl entered the room. Number 86. Number 45 quietly called out to the red-haired girl and bobbed her hand. "What's up?" Number 86 staggered as she moved next to her. Number 45 put her hand in her pocket without showing any emotion and took out a snack. She was keeping it separate to prevent the masked man from smashing it. "You can have it." She divided the snack into half and gave it to number 86. "See, can I really have it?" "Of course." Number 45 nodded. Number 86 took the snack with trembling hands and put it in her mouth. Her expression didn't change even though the sweetness was filling her mouth. It was because their emotions were being controlled and they weren't even allowed to smile freely. "You can also have this, but I don't need it because I already ate a lot today." Number 45 also gave the other half to number 86. "It's true, take it." Number 86 had been using the same room as her from the first time she arrived at the orphanage, and they'd been comforting each other ever since. Number 45 wanted to give it to her because she wouldn't have been able to put up with their life if it wasn't for number 86. A tear rolled down her face from her fixated pupils. The 2 girls hugged each other and fell asleep. Rayon licked his lips while looking at the orphanage below from a high hill. They haven't changed. He had already finished checking the underground facilities with his aura perception, and the evil eye of wrath, the Robert bastards were training the children even more cruelly than 20 years ago. "Ha damn you, Darius Robert." Watching them reminded him of his previous life, and his heart tightened. "They are sons of bitches." Wrath shouted at the orphanage. A powerful wave of wrath was bursting from him. "Young devils are excused even in devildom. How can they treat such young and weak things like that? That's why I told you that the real villains are something else." Rayon tapped on Wrath and clenched his back teeth. "So that's not actually an orphanage, and..." Dorian bit his lip tightly while looking at the orphanage. "Yes, it's a farm to create young assassins." Since he couldn't tell him that the facility belonged to Darius, he simply said that it was a facility to raise assassins. Huff, he exhaled violently. His face was filled with disbelief at the fact that the cute girl who guided them to the festival with a bright smile was actually being trained as an assassin. It wasn't her own volition. What else? They are controlling her through brainwashing. She's made to observe people to practice her perception in the daytime, and they teach her assassination techniques at night. It's such a nasty and dirty method. Rayon's smile was so cold that it almost felt frightening. By the way, how do you know all of that, Vice Squad Leader? This guy is definitely not telling you. He has so many secrets. Wrath twisted his mouth and frowned. "You know I escorted Lady Encia to look for the Saint along with the Heavenly Blade Division, don't you?" Rayon sat on the ground and looked at the orphanage. "Of course, I remember. That's when people started calling you the Frostfire Sword of Valor." Dorian quickly nodded, "And I killed Temaz back then." Temaz was the doctor and Darius Robert's secret vassal. He followed Rayon and attacked his party after he attempted to take over House Yanan while pretending to cure Encia had failed. "Ah, so that was when you heard about it. I got this information from him." He wasn't lying. He did get the information about the new nest for assassins in Cameloon from torturing him back then, and I finally got the chance. He wanted to save the children as soon as he heard about it, but he had to suppress his urge because he didn't know Darius's location. However, I can do it now. Darius was heading towards Balkar with people from House Robert. It was the perfect opportunity to destroy the facility since he was far away, and he wouldn't be able to easily make his move. If you go to the left room after entering the orphanage, there's a spot that connects to the underground under the floor. Rayon pointed at the director's room where the stairs leading to the underground were located. "You should go there and protect the children." "What about you, Vice Squad Leader?" "I'll take out the trash from outside." The ones in charge of education were inside the building, and the ones in charge of protection were outside. Since there was a master among the protectors, Rayon had to take care of them. "Only use the swordsmanship that anyone can learn so that they learn your identity." "Why, we are doing a good deed." Dorian tilted his head. "Because we are currently hiding our identities. We might get attacked by one of the 5 demons once again if we get exposed." "Ah, that's true." Dorian nodded while fiddling with his brown hair. Rayon examined the orphanage once again with the evil eye of wrath. "There are even more children than I thought." Their number was too high despite their excellent ability to control their emotions and assassination skills. Rayon could assume that they would be planning that training soon enough. It wouldn't be surprising if they did it tomorrow. Once that training was over, the children's brains would be completely devoured by Darius Roberts' brainwashing. It was necessary to destroy the facility before that happened. When are we attacking? In 2 days. Rayon's eyes turned darker. I need more information. It was necessary to perfectly analyze how many people there were, how powerful they were, and what the best method to protect the children was before he made his move. I also need to confirm Darius's location. Darius was heading towards Balkar. He was supposed to reach Balkar in 2 days, and confirming his location would make the assault safer. Dorian sighed deeply. He seemed nervous about it. Thinking about saving the children from the assassins makes me so nervous. You should return to the inn and rest in that case. What about you, Vice Squad Leader? I'll watch them a bit longer before I return. I am also going to stay here. No, Rayon smiled faintly and shook his head. One person is enough for the job. You should return and rest. That would be more helpful. Rayon shook his hand, telling him to go back and sleep. Please return before you overexert yourself. Okay. Dorian nodded since he had no other choice than return to the inn. Rayon kept using the evil eye of wrath and his aura perception to observe the orphanage after Dorian left. The shift must be every 12 hours. It's the same as before. It was a new facility, but it still operated the same way. The lookouts and the shifts were all happening according to Rayon's expectations. Everything else is fine because there's nothing unexpected about them. However, what should I do with the children? It was a relief that many of the children were alive because they hadn't gone through that training yet, but Rayon had no idea who he should entrust them to after he got rid of the facility. What should I do? I can't bring them with me. The children weren't perfectly brainwashed yet. Since a bright future was lying ahead of them, he wanted to entrust them to a trustworthy person. A trustworthy person, those two are the only options right now. Rayon made his decision and turned around. You are there, aren't you? He narrowed his eyes and looked at the bush behind the hill. Merlin, yes, with a cheerful voice, a yellow rabbit that had a similar coloration as the ground jumped out of the bush. Rayon covered his eyes and sighed. He was just wondering, but she was really there. He was the one who called her, but it still gave him the chills. Yua. Wrath's lips were shivering. Don't tell me, are you planning to entrust the children to that mad woman? No, I'm not. Rayon shook his head and walked up to Merlin, who was twitching her nose. I have a request. Request, Merlin stretched her words like cheese. It won't be a difficult task for you. Rayon nodded while meeting Merlin's eyes. In that case. Merlin gently stroked her long ear. I'm obviously going to grant your request. The rabbit's red eyes were cute, but also frightening at the same time. What do you want me to do? Ask me anything. Merlin's paw wobbled as she announced that she would grant any request. Wrath licked his lips while leering at Merlin. She's become an errand girl who will do anything for you. She's a bit scary, though. I'm not planning to use her like that. The only reason he was asking Merlin about it was because the number of children was unexpectedly high. He definitely wouldn't have called her if it wasn't for the children's sake. You are being strangely gentle now, even though you are usually an emotionless demon. Wrath shook his head because of Rayon's incomprehensible behavior. Rayon chuckled while watching Wrath click his tongue. It's definitely more beneficial for me to take advantage of Merlin, but I'm never going to control people's emotions. Never. He would have been no different from Darius Robert, who bound him with his brainwashing in his previous life if he decided to control Merlin by taking advantage of her favor. Becoming like him was one thing he wanted to avoid at all costs. I'll write a letter, and I'd like you to deliver it to someone. A letter, is that it? Merlin tilted her head because of his unexpected request. Yes, that's enough for me, but you are planning to rescue the children in that facility. I can lend you my help. It's fine. I have no intention of asking you to kill people. Huff. Merlin stood on all fours while groaning in excitement. Her shoulders were trembling slightly. That gave me the chills. You are imagining things. It's been a long time since the last time I felt this way. Rayon sighed deeply. There seemed to be a serious misunderstanding, but Rayon decided to not talk about it because he figured that it would be meaningless to explain. I'm happy that you are worried about me, but I can grant any of your requests. Just tell me and I'll do it. I just want you to deliver the letter. Rayon shook his hand. He took out the papers that he'd prepared in advance and wrote different things in each of them before giving them to Merlin. Please deliver the rectangular letter to the Ragged Saint at House Yanan. Since the Ragged Saint Frederick was researching brainwashing, Rayon figured he would be able to undo the children's incomplete brainwashing. Ah, the Ragged Saint. Yes, that's how I met you the second time. Merlin blushed and looked up to the sky while reminiscing about their encounter. Rayon would have gotten goosebumps from that, but it was bearable because she looked like a rabbit. And please deliver the triangular letter to Sir Borini Kitten in the Owen Kingdom. Borini Kitten, that's the guy who lost to you. Yes, Rayon nodded calmly. I can trust him. He wanted to bring the children to Sieghart, but he couldn't do that because he needed to hide his identity. Entrusting them to Borini Kitten was the best course of action since he was trustworthy and the Owen Kingdom was located nearby. Since he was an exemplary knight, Rayon expected him to grant his request and personally take care of everything. That stick guy was indeed a nice guy. Wrath nodded while thinking about Borini Kitten. He was the complete opposite of you. You are just a fiend, that's why I'm leaving them to him. Rayon chuckled. It really is an easy request. Merlin snorted. She seemed disappointed that it was too easy. I really can kill them all for you. I don't need it. When can you deliver the letters? Rayon declined by shaking his hand. I can do it right now. Then please do so. All right. Merlin extended her front paw with a smile, and the letters disappeared like spring snow. Rayon could guess that she had transferred it to her main body. Since I granted your request, you also need to grant mine. Merlin lowered her paw and rolled her lips into a smile. I'll do it if it doesn't inconvenience me or other people, while it's also within my ability and I like the idea. Rayon gave a bunch of conditions just in case. There are so many conditions. Merlin chuckled. She seemed to love the fact that she was talking to Rayon, but I think you will accept it. She waved her front paw while maintaining her smile until the end. See you next time. You know what comes next, don't you? This one said it likes parsley. I'm telling you, stop asking me and prepare it in advance by your. Rayon walked up to Merlin and shouted, but the rabbit's eyes had already returned to that of a feral animal. Kayang. The rabbit wrinkled its nose and came up next to Rayon to ask for food. Rayon swallowed nervously and leaned forward. I don't have any parsley. He'd gotten a bunch of animal feed from Dorian just in case. He had some grains, nuts, strawberries, and even some dried bugs, but he obviously didn't have any parsley. You should pick among those. He awkwardly placed the feed on the ground. Kayang, the rabbit, stared at the feed for a while before it kicked the grains and nuts away. It then trampled on the bug and ate one strawberry and took two with its mouth. Tap. Then it kicked Rayon's ankle bone with its back leg before running away into the bush. Wahahaha, Wrath started giggling while watching Rayon's bewilderment. The rabbit just beat you. Look at how unsightly you are. He was so overjoyed that his laughter didn't show any sign of stopping. Heir. Rayon sighed deeply and sank on the ground. I'm so tired. He couldn't even think it was as if he had just finished a fierce battle. Talking with Merlin was so exhausting that he wanted to avoid encountering her if possible. So she's your natural enemy. Wrath took that rare opportunity to continuously make fun of him with a grin on his face. Please stop. Rayon shook his head and looked at the orphanage once again, and a blue-haired middle-aged man was walking away from the building. He had a gentle appearance, but his eyes were cold, and a faint scar was carved into his left cheek. He was the one. The master presence he'd noticed from the orphanage belonged to Lisbon. He was Mardio's henchman and one of the people Rayon knew from his previous life. He's in charge of a whole facility now. What a successful life. Is this what they call fate? Rayon's expression turned into a frightening, cold smile as he looked down on Lisbon. I guess I'll be having a nightmare tonight. My life was hell. I was kidnapped even before I lost my milk tooth, and I was confined underground. I couldn't even tell where I was. The trainers were around me. There were other kids like me, and they taught us how to survive and how to kill while calling us dogs. The torture tore apart our skin and scratched at our bones to teach us how to withstand the pain. The blades stabbing our bodies taught us about the lethal parts in the human body, and our battle practice consisted of monsters and beasts chasing after us. I wanted to cry, but I had to smile. I wanted to die, but I was forced to live. I couldn't even think about running away or improving my situation. I believe the treatment I was receiving was as natural as the sun rising in the morning and setting in the evening. I later learned that it was the brainwashing's effect. The suggestion was crushing my brain, and the option called escape was completely removed. It was a hellish day. Disobedience, failure, and a disappointing performance all resulted in death, and I somehow managed to survive by walking on the tightrope dividing life and death. They didn't even provide the necessities of life, and all human desires were trampled upon. However, there was still one hope. My friend. It was the existence of a friend who was using the same room as me after being kidnapped just like me. He was called Number 9. He had a cute and round face. I didn't know how old he was, but he was at least older than me. The only time I could be with him was the 4 hours of bedtime, but my desire for death that kept increasing during the day faded away whenever I spoke to him. He listened to me and told me that a better day would await us if we kept enduring it. I didn't know what a better day meant because I couldn't remember my life outside the facility. I just thought it must be a good thing since he said so. We smiled at each other, even though we were starving and there was nothing funny about it. That was the only hope I had back then. Years passed, and by the time our education was complete, they had gathered all of the kids in the underground cavern. The trainers made the kids who used the same room step forward together. Those two children were made to fight. More precisely, they were forced to kill each other. Obviously, none of them obeyed. The roommate was the only friend they had in that hellish place. That was the case for me, and the same went for Number 9. We dropped the daggers from our hands and raised our arms. We were determined to die at our trainer's hands rather than attacking our friends. However, that line of thought completely disappeared the moment the blue-haired trainer with a small scar on his left cheek opened his mouth. Kill him. As soon as he said that, I was unable to control my brain or my body. I picked up the dagger from the ground and charged at number 9. Number 9 was also attacking me with his dagger. His eyes turned red with animosity. We unleashed all of the assassination techniques we'd learned with the intention of killing each other. Even though our hands were used to tending each other's wounds at daybreak, they were thrusting the blade instead into the opponent's vitals. Number 9 and I were evenly matched. My flesh was torn apart and white bone protruded from it. It hurt. It hurt so much, but the pain didn't even matter. I just didn't want to fight against my friend. I was hoping that he would kill me instead, but my dagger was stabbing his heart before I realized it. Number 9 didn't say anything. He gently tapped my shoulder before he died with a smile on his face. That was how my only friend's life faded away, and I didn't even know his real name. Tears were flowing from my eyes, and that was the last time I shed tears in my previous life. That was when my emotions sank into darkness. Later. Squad leader, vice squad leader. Rayon opened his eyes upon hearing that cheerful voice. Dorian's round face was floating in front of him. Is that you, Dorian? Dorian was tilting his head. He looked somewhat similar to number 9, whom I hadn't seen in a long time. I'm surprised that you were actually sleeping just now. It's time to start the operation. Dorian pointed at the dark sky. Unexpectedly, Wrath was watching them without saying anything. I see. Rayon nodded and stood up. I didn't expect to have that dream. It was probably because he saw Lisbon that he fell asleep right before the operation and even had a dream from his previous life. Rayon agreed with Dorian that it was a strange thing to happen. Are you ready? Yes, I'll protect the children even if I have to die for them. Dorian resolutely nodded. It's all meaningless if you end up dying, but still. I understand your feelings. You have to survive at all costs. Darkness welled up in Rayon's eyes as he looked down at the orphanage. Let's go. Number 45, the girl who worked as a guide under the name Pine, narrowed her eyes while holding number 86's hand. This is rather unusual, isn't it? I agree. They aren't making us work or train. The training never stopped, even during an earthquake or a thunderstorm, but they even got some palatable food on top of skipping training and work. It was an unprecedented occurrence since the trainers never allowed that to happen. It would be nice if it continued this way. Number 86 hoped and smiled faintly. I'm a bit worried about this. Number 45 sighed briefly. Since the trainers had kidnapped them to raise them as assassins, there was no way they were letting them free for no reason. Her hands were trembling with the worry that a terrible thing might occur. Let's think positively. Number 86 shook her head and firmly held her hand. They put a lot of effort into teaching us for the past years, so they wouldn't kill us for no reason. That's true. Number 45 nodded. She also believed that they wouldn't simply discard them after all the time they spent educating them. She decided to consider it a break, just like number 86 had said. Let's sleep now. They were about to lie down on the bed since it was time to sleep, but the door was opened, and a masked man bobbed his hand at them. Come out, both of you. Yes, yes. Refusal wasn't an option. They were forced to obey the moment they heard his voice. Number 45 went out to the cavern along with number 86. The other kids were already lined up. They stood at the back of the line, and the fourth trainer went onto the platform. Let's start the battle. Number 45 and 86, come forward since you were the last ones to come out. Yes. Number 45 and 86 swallowed nervously and went ahead. The other kids were also trembling, and they seemed to have noticed something bad was about to happen. Hold your daggers, the trainer ordered, and number 45 and 86 held their deadly sharp daggers in their hands. Number 45 narrowed her eyes upon noticing the extreme sharpness of the dagger. This isn't normal. They had sparred countless times in the past with real blades, but it never felt so frightening before. Now fight. While number 45 was staring at number 86's trembling eyes with a dagger in her hand, the trainer continued, until you kill your opponent. What? Number 45 widened her eyes and looked around. However, the fourth trainer didn't explain any further. He simply bobbed his chin, telling them to start the fight. What do you mean by kill? It is what it is. I'm telling you to fight until the opponent in front of you is dead. Her heart skipped a beat upon hearing his cold voice. Ooh. Number 45 looked ahead of her with clattering teeth. Number 86 must have felt the same way because her face was completely pale, and her appearance reminded her of the time they spent together. They'd been comforting and caring for each other. That memory was the only hope they felt in that underground of despair, and she couldn't even move her hand anymore. It's okay. Number 45 firmly closed her eyes and dropped her dagger. It was the expression of her resolve, that she was okay with it even if number 86 killed her. Clank. However, the falling sound of the dagger resounded twice. She opened her eyes and noticed that another dagger had been dropped at number 86's feet. She understood that number 86 also didn't want to attack her. The fact that they were on the same wavelength, and the fact that the affection was mutual, made her happy, but she was also sad at the same time because they had to meet in such a cruel place. She felt like she was going to cry despite the emotional control. I can't fight against her. Number 45 raised her hand. She expressed her unwillingness to fight and looked at the trainer. She felt like number 86 and the other kids' gazes were supporting her from behind. I see. I knew this was going to happen. The fourth trainer lowered his voice. That nonchalant voice made a chill run down her spine. Kill her, kill her. As soon as the order to kill reached her brain, number 45's hand picked up the dagger from the ground regardless of her will. Number 86 also straightened her back with a dagger in her hand. Tap. Number 45 charged forward while holding the dagger in a reverse grip. What's happening? She couldn't control her body anymore. She was moving faster than ever to slam the dagger toward number 86's neck. Clank. And she wasn't the only one who was suddenly changed. Number 86 was also trying to kill her with an unprecedented amount of murderous aura around her. The two girls, who became the only reason to live for each other after sharing the room for a long time, were thrusting their daggers against each other like marionettes. PSSH. Blood spurted from number 45's chest, and a lump of flesh got cut from number 86's shoulder. However, the two girls didn't even seem to feel the pain as they charged once again to stab each other. Wham! Number 45 gritted her teeth as the terrifying sound of impact engulfed her. Because number 86 had always been less skilled than herself, her movements were getting slower, and her dagger technique was becoming dull. She could expect that her dagger was going to take number 86's life if it continued. Arg, number 45 turned her head to look at the fourth trainer. It was causing her bone-shattering pain, but she endured it. Please stop it. Her eyes were pleading for him to stop the cruel fight. This fight will continue until one of you dies. The trainer's mouth rolled into a thin smile. You should rejoice. The death of your most precious person is going to turn you into a real shadow. Even though he'd always been a cold-hearted trainer, he sounded like he was having fun. Kill. Her body was moving slower, but it accelerated again upon hearing his order. Please, it doesn't matter who, please stop me. Regardless of her silent scream of despair, her hand accelerated even further to end her friend's life. Clang. Number 86's dagger couldn't withstand her strength and was knocked into the air. Contrary to her feelings, number 45's hand was about to stab the dagger into number 86's neck. Yes, that's how it should be. A cold light sparkled in the trainer's eyes. This makes you one of the shadows, no Kua. She came back to her senses upon hearing his scream. The dagger had stopped its advance and had only scratched number 86's skin. What? Shut up and die. A quiet voice could be heard, and blood gushed from the fourth trainer's heart. A tall man appeared from behind the fourth trainer's collapsing body. He felt similar to themselves for some reason, but he also felt completely different at the same time. It's okay now. He smiled while taking the bloody dagger from her hand with sorrowful eyes. I'll take your names back for you. Intruder Qua, the trainer standing behind Rayon, lost his head just as he was about to scream. Dorian appeared after that and gave him a thumbs up. He must have been nervous because his finger was trembling slightly. What a show-off. Rayon chuckled and examined the two children in front of him. Their injuries were severe, but fortunately they weren't life-threatening. Good job on surviving until now. It must have been difficult. He patted their heads and stopped the bleeding. Who are you? The blue-haired girl, who previously introduced herself as Pine, asked with trembling lips. A passing villain. He couldn't reveal his identity since Darius might try to reach the children. Oh, a villain, but you said you'd take our names back. Yes, I'm planning to get your names back and let you escape this place. I'm a villain who slays villains. Pine's expression twisted into an indescribably strange shape. That was because the emotional control made her unable to cry even though she wanted to. Tusk. Rayon frowned. Feeling the bitterness rising from his tongue, he examined Pine and the children behind her. Damn it. The kids were at a loss with distorted expressions on their faces, and Rayon felt nauseous from seeing them. He felt like he was watching himself from his previous life when he killed number 9. I must have looked like them back then. No, I must have been even worse. After all, he had completely abandoned his emotions in his previous life because no one came to save him. Even a twisted expression had been impossible for him, and he'd had to smile with a dark mask covering his face. Rayon raised his head to look at the cavern's ceiling. They seemed to have noticed the trouble since people were busily moving around from above and below. Are they coming now? They were acting faster than he expected. He couldn't afford to leisurely speak with the children anymore. Wait here for a moment. Rayon lowered his eyes and stimulated the mana circuits at the two girls' necks to make them faint. Wait a second. Everything will be over by the time you wake up. The other children were frozen behind Pine. Rayon made all of them faint and gathered them in one spot before he walked up to Dorian. Why are you making them sleep? Dorian tilted his head while looking at the pile of unconscious children. It's because the brainwashing might make them attack you while you are protecting them. And Rayon's cold eyes were directed at the passage where the assassins were approaching. It's gonna get nasty. He wasn't planning to hide his animosity at all. It was better for the kids to sleep since it wasn't going to be a pretty sight. Dorian swallowed nervously while poking the collapsed children. They are properly unconscious, right? Don't tell me they're going to wake up in the middle. They aren't going to wake up. Don't worry about it. Rayan smiled faintly and turned his head. I can leave them to you, right? Oh, of course. His voice didn't sound too confident, but Rayan figured it was normal since Dorian was always like that. Rayan went to the entrance that he'd used to enter the cavern. Ching. Two masked men were hiding in the shadows from the two passages on the sides and charged at him. PSSH. Rayan slashed at them with the longsword that Dorian had given him in advance. Spurt. The masked man charging from the right was cut apart diagonally by the longsword with the sharp sword's principles. A dangerous amount of blood gushed from the lacerated wound. The masked man on the left noticed an opportunity and tried to stab him. Rayan used his left foot as the axis to turn around and swing the longsword upwards. Clang, the extreme sharpness of the strike tore the masked man's body and the sword in half at the same time. He died before he could even scream. Whoosh, a dark blade emerged from the shadow beneath him as he walked towards the passage. It was the assassination technique used by Robert's assassins, the dark shadow blade. Clang, Rayan didn't even turn around and simply thrust his sword backward to fend off the dark shadow blade. He used the rebound from the impact to smoothly connect into a slash. Qua. The assassin lost his head before he managed to emerge from the shadows. Whoosh, trainers and assassins were coming down from the upper passage that was connected to the orphanage. They immediately charged at Rayan without shouting and swung their swords and daggers. It was a typical pattern of assassins. They haven't changed. They are exactly like before. Rayan stomped the ground with his right foot. He slashed horizontally with his longsword, which he had pulled back in advance. The principles of power and swiftness were dwelling in the blade as it created a crimson wave in the air. Spurt. Even though the masked men were charging like lightning, their bodies split in half alongside their weapons. Arg, what's happening? They normally wouldn't have screamed because of their hellish training, but they couldn't believe what happened to them as they collapsed in a sea of blood. Splash. Rayan stepped on the warm blood covering the ground and stood in front of the passage. Since he had finished off all the assassins that were headed downstairs, it was time to head upstairs and slay Director Lisbon. Dorian. Rayan turned around to look at Dorian. He also seemed to be angry at the cruelty of the facility, as his expression hadn't changed despite having witnessed the gruesome murder. Yes. I leave them to you. Rayan climbed the stairs after issuing that statement. Swords were rushing at him from 4 different directions as soon as he stepped away from the stairs. The dreary auras dwelling in the blades targeted his heart and his neck. Thud. Rayan kicked the ground and jumped upwards. Kring. The assassins immediately attacked upwards as if they were waiting for that to happen. Their murderous aura was piercing Rayan's skin like sharp needles. It's pointless. Rayan struck the assassin's blades with his longsword and unleashed the principles of absorption. Ching. The assassins' swords clashed against the longsword, but they quickly bounced back at the same time. The assassins couldn't bear the rebound and dropped their swords from their ruptured hands. Swoosh. Rayan turned around midair and slashed down in a curved trajectory. The strike dropped like lightning, and the 4 assassins lost their heads in an instant. Splash. Rayan wasn't showing any emotion as he left the director's room. Steps left a carpet of blood covering the ground. Why, you bastard. The old woman at the exit shook the staff she was holding. She was the director who was waiting for the children's return at the entrance, and she was the superior of the shadows who were brainwashing the kids. Whap! Flame burst from the old woman's staff, and the passage melted like cheese from the extreme heat. Whoosh! However, Rayan didn't take a single step back. He swung his sword to create wind, aimed towards the powerful flame. Crack. The extreme sharpness of the wind blade severed the firestorm in a diagonal angle. Who the hell are you? The old woman glared at him and ground her teeth. A dead woman is talking. What the hell? The old woman stepped back and tried to cast another spell, but her body was tilting sideways. She was falling in the same direction that the sword wind blew. You. Her wide eyes noticed that her body was cut in half before she collapsed forward. You are here. Rayan quietly turned around. A middle-aged man with dark blue hair and a blade scar on his left cheek stood there like a shadow. He was Lisbon, the trainer who forced Rayan to kill number 9 in his previous life and Mardio's henchman. Impressive. Lisbon raised his chin while coldly looking at Rayan. How did you find this place? With great skill. It looks like you are trying to be some hero of justice, but you came to the wrong place. He slowly drew his sword hanging around his waist. The speed made it feel boring. Your family, your friends, your acquaintances. Everyone you know will be brought here before being killed, and that's all your fault. Lisbon pointed his sword at Rayan with his frightening speech. I guess you would. Darius, Martio, and Lisbon were narrow-minded bastards who secretly took their revenge from the shadows while pretending to be generous in the light. The malice in his words wasn't a lie by any means. I'm looking forward to seeing if you can still talk back when that time comes. Lisbon smiled coldly. He seemed to believe that Rayon was a knight who loved justice. Do you think I'm kidding? But I'll make it happen. I'm not going to kill you. I'll make you witness the death of your family and your friends before I pierce your heart. Oh, really? Rayon snickered. No one among his new family and friends that he had in his new life was easy enough to fall prey to someone like that. A weakling like Lisbon wouldn't even be able to pass the main gate, die a gruesome death if he tried to kidnap someone from Zeekhart. Do it if you can. What an idiot. Rayon bobbed his finger, and Lisbon crushed the ground to charge at him. Intense astral energy emerged from his sword to press down on Rayon. I told you that you made a grave mistake. It's too late to regret. Lisbon sneered and slashed downwards. He seemed to believe that Rayon was afraid of him. The astral energy burst from his sword and curved diagonally onto Rayon. Thud. Rayon lowered his center of gravity and stepped on his left foot. He thrust his blade at the same time to smack the center of Lisbon's astral energy. Whack. Even though his longsword was an ordinary one, the astral energy of raging fire emerged from the sword, completely destroying Lisbon's astral energy and tearing his arm apart. Because the heat had cauterized the arm, blood didn't even gush from the cut. Lisbon noticed that his right arm was gone before he could do anything about it and screamed his throat raw. His eyes were wavering so violently that they looked like they would pop out. Overwhelming was the perfect word to describe the situation. Rayon was already strong enough to crush a novice-level master without even using any technique. Thud. While Lisbon screamed in pain, Rayon charged at him and smacked the left side of his chest. He was trying to knock the rage worm in Lisbon's chest out. Gah! Lisbon fell on his back violently and rolled on the ground. He used that impact to move to the other side with footwork. I can't win this fight. I was the one who made a mistake. That single clash was enough to make him realize that there was no way he could win. Rayon was a monster that he couldn't win against no matter what. Damn it. He was planning on acting first and reporting later because the intruders didn't seem too strong, but that was a mistake. Reporting first was definitely the correct move, but I can still survive. He specialized in shadow footwork instead of swordsmanship. He was confident he could escape through the dark shadow steps no matter how monstrous his opponent was. Lisbon went right next to the wall in order to hide in the shadows. When he was about to sink into the darkness, his body tilted and collapsed on the ground. What's happening? He couldn't control his legs and felt extreme pain. It was as if his body was on fire. He turned his stiffened neck to look behind him. His legs were cut off before he even noticed and were littered on the ground. My legs. What happened to my legs? You are so unsightly. Rayon walked up to Lisbon with heavy steps. Lisbon's body trembled each time his footsteps could be heard. Your underlings didn't scream even in the moment they died, yet you've already screamed twice. That's. Don't you usually say that an assassin should be ashamed of screaming? The trembling of Lisbon's body intensified upon hearing that. He raised his head while clattering his teeth. How do you know? Because you told me. Who the hell are you? A revenant. Rayon raised his longsword with a frightening smile on his face. I'm a revenant who returned from hell to destroy all of you. He slammed his sword into the left side of Lisbon's chest. Rayon made sure to only touch his heart slightly so that his pain would last for a long time. A thin stream of blood was flowing from his chest. Ag! Lisbon screamed and struggled, but he couldn't remove the sword from his chest no matter what he tried. Wail. Rayon gripped the longsword and glared at him with a frightening gaze. So that the children who lost their lives because of you can hear you. So that the children who had to part from the world full of resentment can hear you. And go. Lisbon's eyes became distorted upon hearing Rayon's emotionless voice, lacking to a frightening degree. Wail for my nameless friend who should be watching us from heaven. Rayon clenched his sword while thinking about number 9, whose name was still unknown to him. Or are you a shadow? Your scream shall become the requiem for their souls. Rayon twisted the longsword to widen Lisbon's wound. The intense cry of despair he sang was good enough to appease the deceased. Rayon removed all traces that he left behind before returning to the underground. Is it over? I heard a nasty scream. Dorian lowered his sword and swallowed nervously. His shoulder and waist were wounded by a sword, and the corpses of assassins were piled up next to him. Rayon could guess that his fight must have been intense. Yes, he will never be able to do this again. Rayon nodded and pushed all of the corpses towards the passage. He also removed all traces that could reveal their identity. Shall I wake up the children now? Rayon looked at the children, who were still unconscious. Tears from all the hardships they had to go through were finally welling up in their eyes after they had fainted. No, it's better to leave them to the people who are about to come, since we can't take them with us anyway. I wonder if they will be nice to them. Dorian sighed and caressed the hair of the child in front of him. I didn't know that there were children in this world who led such a difficult life. I thought my life was rather difficult, but I was complaining for nothing. He hung his head in embarrassment. Your cases are completely different. Rayon shook his head. You are the only one who knows how much you've suffered. You shouldn't blame yourself for it. He's right. Wrath emerged from the ice flower bracelet and nodded. He was being strangely quiet all along. The past isn't the important part. The future is all that matters. Tell him that he should think about the future and walk forward. Rayon chuckled and looked at Dorian. He's telling you to think about the future instead of the past. He also said that walking forward is the important part. Who said that? A strange person who loves to eat. The King of Essence isn't a strange person. He's a proud demon. I see. Rayon simply nodded. That makes me feel a bit better. Please tell that strange person that I appreciate it. Dorian smiled while wiping the tears from the children's eyes. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking above him. He could hear the clattering sound of the knight's armor from afar. The familiar aura he noticed belonged to Borini Kitten, who he'd fought against recently. It's time to leave. Is Sir Borini Kitten coming here right now? Yes. Rayon nodded and scribbled something on 2 small pieces of paper. He placed one on the platform and the other in Pine's pocket. He also placed a gold pouch next to them to be used for their sake. It's a bit unfortunate. I wanted to see their smiles. Dorian also took out all of the snacks and candies he had in his belly pocket and placed them on the floor. Tears were welling up in his eyes. You will be able to see them again soon enough, as they will be joining Sieghart. Really? Yes. Rayon nodded and waved his hand. We should leave now. Yes. He ran into the passage connected to the cavern to avoid running into Borini Kitten. He was about to exit when the evil eye of Wrath noticed the presence of a small room behind the wall. Rayon stopped running upon noticing the bookshelf. A smile appeared on his face. It looks like they are giving us some loot. Borini Kitten swallowed nervously while looking at the orphanage called the Cloud's House. Are they really raising assassins here? Because someone had managed to sneak into his room without anyone's notice to leave a letter, he was planning on ignoring it regardless of the contents. However, his body automatically took action the moment he read the contents. They said that the kids were kidnapped and brought Heir to be raised as assassins. There was absolutely no way a knight could overlook such a thing, and his plan to ignore it disappeared at once. Since the letter also mentioned that there might be spies, he only brought the most trustworthy silver knights with him and ran there as fast as he could. I wonder if it's true. We will find out once we get there, but I can only feel a faint presence from inside. Borini Kitten tapped on his subordinate knight's back and entered the orphanage. Blood. Blood was forming a puddle on the floor of the orphanage, and corpses who died from a sword were piled up in a corner. It was the proof of the bloodshed of the masked men who shouldn't exist in an orphanage. Borini Kitten bit his lip. It really was true. A corpse retained a person's temperament for a short time after their death, and the dreariness of an assassin was the only thing he could feel from the corpses. Start the search. Yes, the knights scattered in all directions upon hearing Borini Kitten's order. There's a staircase leading underneath over here. Borini Kitten entered the director's room upon hearing his subordinate's report. The floor was covered with blood, and a passage to the underground was wide open. Let's go. Borini Kitten nervously went downstairs. He managed to reach the bottom after a long walk. Huff. Their chins started to tremble upon noticing that the children were lying on the bloody floor. Oh no, Borini Kitten hurriedly ran towards them to examine the children. They are alive. Fortunately, none of them were dead. Someone had influenced their mana circuits to make them sleep, and he could guess that the person who wrote the letter in his room was the one to have done it. Borini Kitten finally managed to regain his composure and examine the children. They aren't in a good state. They were all wearing ragged clothes, and there were countless blade scars on their bodies in contrast to their clean faces. Considering that the scars were at the same location for all the kids, he could ascertain that they'd gone through assassin training. There are some torture devices over here. I found a room with a pile of children's skulls. I found the children's room, but it's not a place where humans should live. He got more and more angry as he heard the knight's reports, and he had to clench his fist. Damn it. He was honestly hoping that the letter was lying to him because it was too sad and cruel to be true. However, his hope didn't come true. That building was a living hell, created for the purpose of raising children to become assassins. Borini Kitten stood up and sighed deeply. He looked around with a frown on his face, and he noticed a piece of paper on the platform. It was folded into the shape of a triangular, just like the one he'd found in his room. Is this letter from that same person? He spread the paper and noticed the same handwriting as the letter that made him come to the orphanage. The person who can treat the children will be there soon enough. I leave them to you until he arrives. They seem to be asking him to protect the children. Borini Kitten's hands started to tremble, so they just want me to deal with the aftermath. He was honestly relieved by that, as he wouldn't have been able to take appropriate action if the children were taken hostage, and they even left some money. The gold pouch next to the piece of paper must have been given to him to be used for the sake of the children. What should we do now? Wake them up carefully. Let's bring them back with us. You should also investigate the traces, since we need to find out who the perpetrator behind this is. Yes, the knights separated into 2 groups to wake up the children and gather the evidence. Number 45 noticed someone's touch and opened her eyes. Is it him? She raised her head, thinking that the tall man who had slain the fourth trainer before she fainted was next to her. However, the person who was holding her shoulder was a knight in silver armor that she'd never seen before. Are you okay? Ah, yes. She turned her head while answering. However, she couldn't find the man who'd saved her, and all she could see were the knights moving around. Was it a dream? No, it wasn't. She could still feel the warmth from when he patted her head. There was no way she was imagining that warmth. Number 45. She clenched her fist and heard a slightly trembling voice. She turned her head and noticed that number 86 was looking at her. Tears were falling from her eyes. Number 86. Number 45 bit her lip and ran up to her to hug her. The knight's face hardened. He seemed to be shocked by the fact that they were calling each other by numbers. He sighed deeply and walked up to them. My name is Borini Kitten. I'm a knight from Owen. He slowly extended his hands. Come with me. You won't have to live in these terrible conditions if you do so. Number 45 couldn't take his hands. She was aware that Borini Kitten wasn't that kind of person, but she was afraid that the same thing might happen if she blindly followed him. Her shoulders were trembling because she couldn't decide, and a neatly folded paper fell from her pocket. She picked it up to see what it was, and something was written on it. We will meet again. Follow the knights. She immediately realized who had written that message. It was from that man who came to their rescue and told them that he'd take their names back. Number 45 carefully folded the paper and put it inside her pocket. She managed to muster her courage while thinking about him and took the knight's hand. Yes, I'll go with you. Rayan and Dorian left the secret passage and returned to the hill, where they could see the orphanage from above. I really thought I was going to die. Dorian shook his head while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. I feel dizzy. I think I was too nervous. His unfocused eyes revealed that he'd overexerted himself to protect the children. You should be applying medicine to your injuries instead. They will scar if you don't treat them right away. Rayan took off the windbreaker he was wearing and shook his hand. Ah, indeed. Dorian nodded and took a white box containing medicine from his belly pocket. He took out a disinfectant, an ointment, and medicine for internal injury one after the other and placed them on the ground. You should use them first, Vice Squad Leader. I'm not injured, though. What? Dorian's jaw dropped. But you said there was a master among them. I finished him off in no time. Rayan tapped the longsword hanging around his waist. It wasn't a difficult fight. He was just a beginner-level master. He was still a master, though, even though he was a beginner level. Is it even possible to slay a master so easily? Yes, without leaving any trace. Yes, it's possible. Dorian's confusion was normal. Since Rayan was an intermediate master, a beginner-level master should have still given him some trouble even if he was about to reach the advanced realm. However, it's possible for me. Rayan was practically stronger than an advanced master. He even knew Lisbon's techniques in advance. That was why killing him was an easy task. Dorian gasped in bewilderment. I feel like you destroy my common sense every single time you do something like this. He shook his head and started to apply the ointment to his injuries. HMPH. Wrath snorted in displeasure. The King of Essence could have killed him with a single finger. No, he doesn't even need a finger. He could have killed with his tongue. You shouldn't be proud of yourself for killing him with a sword. He suddenly started to spout bullshit. He seemed dissatisfied by the fact that the person he considered to be his underling was admiring Rayan. It was an average performance. It was not a big deal. Rayan nodded his head because Wrath wasn't exactly wrong. I should end myself if that was an average performance. Dorian closed the lid of the medical box with a long face. I already told you. Different people, different talents. Rayan chuckled and buried the bloody windbreaker in the ground before burning it up in an instant to prevent the smoke from rising. It was better to completely destroy it instead of wiping off the blood because it was far too bloody. He removed all traces of the burnt windbreaker before taking 2 books from his clothes. I didn't expect this loot. The names of Balkar, Owen, and Cameloon's executives who were associated with the orphanage were written in the book. He was still lacking evidence to reach all the way to Darius, but it was bound to be useful later on for revealing his true nature. And this is the best one. Rayan took a blue bead from his pocket. A single line was carved inside the bead. Who would have thought they were hiding this relic in that facility? The bead was one of the ancient relics with the ability to increase the power of the water attribute mana of the one who possessed it. Its grade was low, but Rayan could clearly feel that Glacier had gotten stronger. He's the same as before. Darius had always worked hard on looking for relics, to the point that he had even formed investigation teams dedicated to it. The relic was in the facility because it was a low-grade one, and Darius personally managed all the high-grade relics and above. Rayan put it in his pocket and sneered at the dead Lisbon. When he finished clearing up the traces on the hill, the knights and children started to exit the orphanage's entrance. Vice Squad Leader. Dorian had finished tending his wound and he bit his lip while watching them. I saw. Rayan nodded and examined the children's faces. Pine was standing at the front of the line, and even though she seemed nervous, a faint light of anticipation could be seen in her eyes. Look at them, they are holding my snacks. Dorian smiled while pointing at the crackers and candies the children were holding. He seemed extremely happy even though he had just given away all of his favorite snacks. Good job. Rayon patted Dorian's shoulder. The incident was actually completely unrelated to Dorian, yet he still helped to the best of his ability. Rayon was thankful for that fact. He's coming out. The last person who exited the orphanage was Borini Kitten, and he was making complicated expressions with various emotions. I'm sorry and I leave them to you. He honestly didn't want to get Borini Kitten involved, but he was the only person he could entrust the children to. They can be treated, can't they? Dorian let out a small sigh while watching the quietly walking children. He must have been crying as his voice sounded teary. They will be. Wrath sniffled and nodded. The King of Essence will make it happen if everything else fails. Don't worry about it. They were on the same page because they were the two most tender-hearted people around Rayon. He almost wanted to let them meet each other. Yes, I'll have them treated by all means. Rayon looked at Dorian and Wrath one after the other and nodded, because I promised them that I would get their names back for them. He nodded while watching the children's faces, which had become slightly brighter than before. The brainwashing wasn't complete because they didn't go through with the fighting ceremony, where they had to kill their only friend. Rayon was certain that Frederick should be able to heal them since he'd been researching brainwashing. Darius must have gotten the signal by now. Darius didn't even trust his confidants. Lisbon should have been no exception and must have had the rage worm inside him, and Darius must have noticed his death. He will personally come here because that's the kind of person he is. Since Darius didn't trust anyone else, he was definitely going to personally visit the orphanage to investigate the traces. That time frame was Rayon's goal all along. Have fun wasting your time here. An extreme coldness sparked in Rayon's eyes, because I'll be taking your treasure in the meantime. Duke Babaroon was considered one of the pillars of the Balkar kingdom. The banquet hall was located at the center of his huge domain, and the music flowing from it was soft and elegant at the same time. Darius was drinking with Duke Babaroon inside the banquet hall. You even overlooked the man who cut off your son's arm. You are as broad-minded as always. Duke Babaroon smiled while pouring the wrinkled lunatic, which was supposed to be as precious as platinum. He didn't do it on purpose, after all. Darius shook his head with a gentle smile on his face. His murderous intent crossed the line, but it's understandable because he's still young. My son was the problem because he couldn't withstand it. He cleverly slandered Rayon's behavior and showed his own generosity at the same time. That's why I admire you. If it were me, I would have cut off that Rayon's arm on the spot to make it equal. Duke Babaroon frowned while saying that he wished he had been there when it happened. He's still young, but he's already infatuated with fame and recklessly uses his blade. I'm sure he isn't going to last for a long time. You should avoid saying something like that. It just makes me angry. We expected so much from the blade of shattering wave, so how could he cut his arm off in such a horrible manner? He shows no promise at all. Darius smiled gently and patted Duke Babaroon's shoulder. Hoo-hoo, I'm the one who is honored to see you. Duke Babaroon lowered his head and twisted his lips slightly. We will make sure to restore the blade of shattering wind's shoulder. We've been researching restoration magic for a long time, and I'm sure we can improve his condition. Since Babaroon's magicians specialized in healing, Duke Babaroon's words signified that it was possible to heal him even though it might take some time. I just want House Robert and House Babaroon to remain on good terms in the future. Of course we will. Darius nodded at Duke Babaroon and suddenly stopped. The rage worm inside his own head was trembling. He could judge from the sensation that Lisbon's rage worm had died. Since the method to remove the rage worm without harming the host hadn't been discovered, the rage worm's death signified that a problem had occurred with Lisbon, who was in charge of the 9th farm. What just happened? The 9th farm was where they were raising children who weren't recognized as shadows yet. Since he'd been extra cautious and was paying attention to that place, he couldn't believe that a problem had occurred. Tusk. Darius briefly clicked his tongue, quietly enough for the Duke to not hear him, and sent a message to his butler, Regil, through his will. Regil, yes, my lord. Regil responded with an aura message without moving at all. Confirm the 9th farm's state immediately. Yes, even though it was a sudden order, he didn't ask any questions. He silently moved away and left the banquet hall. Babaroon and Robert will remain friends in the future. Darius smiled to pretend nothing had happened and clinked glasses with Duke Babaroon. Clank. Unlike the clear sound of clinking glasses, a strange resonance of darkness was echoing in his heart. After the banquet came to an end, Darius went to an annex building that the Duke had lent him during the stay. Regil was waiting in front of the entrance, implying that he had already finished gathering information. What happened? There was a problem. Regil's voice was trembling violently, which was rare coming from him. I couldn't contact the 9th farm. You'd better have more things to report. Darius coldly looked down on Regil. Yes, I ordered a shadow who happened to be nearby to check the farm. Regil hesitated to continue, a cold sweat flowing down from his forehead. He said the Owen Kingdom's knights were seen leaving the farm. Owen, why would they do that? That is still unknown. He said that Barini Kitten and the Silver Knights brought the young dogs to Owen. How is that even? Darius Roberts' lips were trembling violently. What about Cable and Lisbon? None of the shadows in the orphanage managed to survive. On the other hand, all of the young dogs lived. Regil apologetically lowered his head. How is this even possible? The fact that someone managed to discover the ninth farm's location was already strange enough, but all of the young dogs managed to survive while Lisbon and Cable perished. He couldn't figure out how that was even possible. Something went wrong. It was possible for Lisbon and Cable to die. However, they should have done something before they died. They were educated to blow up the entire orphanage to erase all evidence and the dogs, yet they couldn't even carry that out and died in vain. But we also have the shadows in Owen Castle. Did they report anything about this? Barini Kitten apparently only brought the most trustworthy of the Silver Knights with him. He didn't even tell anyone where he was going and they couldn't obtain any information. Darius wasn't saying anything. When did this assault happen? It happened last night. Does that mean that they didn't go through the fighting ceremony? That's correct. That's why all of the dogs in the facility have survived. Regil bit his lip and closed his eyes. Ha, Darius exclaimed. Kuhahaha. He swept his hair up with a vulgar laugh that he usually didn't make. He laughed loudly for a while before he grabbed the table. Ching, the metallic table, which glittered in gold and the miscellaneous objects around him were smashed into powder and shattered in the air in an instant. Investigate. Find out what happened and who the perpetrator was. Find out everything. Darius's expression was similar to when he was in the banquet hall, but his eyes were completely dry, as if all the moisture had evaporated. Tell them that all of the pigs who were shoved into Owen and Cameloon will lose their heads if they fail to figure this out. Rayan and Dorian went to the south and arrived at a city called Matran. The city was like a crossroad, as the southwestern route led to the Cephia Company's headquarters while the southern path led to House Robert. I'm starting to feel a bit nervous since we are so close. Dorian sighed while unpacking the baggage in the inn. Maybe we should return to Sieghart now. I'm curious how the others are doing. No. Rayan caught Dorian's shoulder as he tried to run away and threw him on the ground. Dorian fell to the ground and sniffled. I'm telling you, no one is going to welcome me over there. His reaction told Rayan that he really had been abused every day at home. I don't want you to see me getting insulted by everyone even in my home. I'm coming with you to stop them from doing that. Dorian was shaking his head, but suddenly stopped upon hearing Rayan's response. What? I'm not about to let a light-wind swordsman be abused at home. His main objective was to destroy the submarine dungeon that Darius was trying so hard to conquer, but he had no intention of doing a half-assed job at Dorian's house. He was going to make sure to teach everyone who looked down on Dorian in the Cephia Company a lesson. Dorian's jaw dropped. Rayan's statement must have been completely unexpected to him. But our company is in the top 5. Don't worry about it. I'm a vice squad leader from Sieghart of the Six Kings. Rayan smiled faintly and tapped on Dorian's shoulder. That's true. People even started calling you the White Sword Dragon. Dorian swallowed nervously. He was the vice squad leader of the Light Wind Squad who was rumored to be the biggest rising star, and he was even given a title with the word dragon in it, which signified that he was the strongest among the young warriors. It was obvious that no one was going to underestimate him. You should stay around here and resupply. I'll be away for a few days. What? Where are you going? I'm taking measures to prevent them from attacking the children. Rayan stood up with a cold glimmer in his eyes. I also want to help if I can. Dorian said he also wanted to help the children and followed him. No, I need to do this alone. Since Mardio himself or someone as strong as him would be inside the submarine dungeon, Dorian would be immediately found out if he entered. Rayan couldn't predict at all what was going to happen, and that was why bringing Dorian with him was a terrible idea for both of them. All right. Dorian hung his head in disappointment. But you can still help me. What can I do? Do you have a subspace pocket? Of course I do. He immediately nodded and took a subspace pocket from his belly pocket, but it can't hold that many items. Its compression ratio is only 10 times. Rayan licked his lips while looking back and forth between the subspace pocket and Dorian's belly pocket. Well, this is more normal. A subspace pocket's value depended on the compression ratio. Even famous warriors and rich people's subspace pockets had a limit, but Dorian's belly pocket didn't have any limits at all. Since such a priceless treasure was given to Dorian just because its function wasn't explained, Rayan could guess that the company's president might not hate him after all. You should stay here and pick a gift for the president in the meantime, but my house deals with all kinds of items and there's nothing new I can bring. It doesn't matter, you should pick something anyway. Rayan pressed on Dorian's shoulder as if he were threatening him. Yes, Dorian was trembling as he nodded. I'll be back. Rayan chuckled. He was going to leave the room, only to turn around instead. Do you have some parsley by any chance? Rayan left Matran right away and ran towards House Robert at full speed. Where are you going? Wrath tilted his head in bewilderment. You will find out once we are there. You just have so many secrets. He wrinkled his nose in displeasure. The King of Essence is aware that you aren't normal. Would you like some salt-grilled shrimp for lunch? Salted shrimp, with some lobsters on top. Ooh, Wrath immediately forgot what he was asking and licked his lips. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at Wrath. This isn't going to work forever. He might have already realized it in the worst-case scenario. However, it was something he had to do. Even if he couldn't obtain anything from the dungeon, he had to prevent Darius from gaining even more power. I don't have that much time. He had to spend 4 days in Cameloon. He managed to buy some time by destroying the orphanage, but he still needed to destroy the submarine dungeon as fast as possible before reaching the Cephia company to avoid any suspicion when his trip was disclosed. I'm feeling great, though. After all, I did everything I wanted to do in Cameloon. He managed to get his revenge against Lisbon and saved all of the children. He was satisfied by that, and he couldn't stop his laughter whenever he thought about how angry Darius would be as he scolded his subordinates. The only bad part is that I couldn't witness that scene. He wanted to see that distorted face from Darius, and it was regrettable that he couldn't. He was getting jealous of Regil, who should have witnessed that scene from up close. Rayon ran all day long while looking forward to Darius's distorted face, then set about finding a spot to sleep next to a small lake. He briefly exhaled while looking at the bush, the area vacant. Merlin, you must be there, aren't you? His aura perception was telling him that there was nothing but a few wild animals, but Merlin should have been among them. I'll grant your wish. Come out. Since he had to repay the favor, he preferred to do it sooner rather than later. He wanted to do it right away if possible. I'm fully prepared this time. He figured that Merlin liked small animals as her vessel and brought some grains, nuts, fruits, vegetables, bugs, candy, and even crackers. He even brought some parsley and celery. He was confident he could deal with any animal she used. Thud. However, Merlin didn't appear immediately. It took about 30 seconds before a lion pushed its way through the bush with heavy footsteps. Were you looking for me? The lion's voice was heavy, but it had a refreshing tone somehow. I don't have any food for lions. Rayon bit his lip as the lion slowly walked towards him. Why is it a lion this time? He'd prepared vegetables, fruits, nuts, grains, crackers, chocolates, and even some candy in the subspace pocket he got from Dorian. He thought he was prepared for all scenarios, but it was all for naught. I'm screwed. The rabbit could have some fruit at least, but there was nothing in the pocket that could satisfy a lion. After all, he couldn't possibly feed that huge carnivorous mouth with chocolate. Should I give him my arm or something? He started wondering whether he should give his own flesh. It was ridiculous, but that was how surprised he was. No, but why is it a lion this time? Even though it was a rarely visited place, there was nothing but a small lake and a small forest nearby. He couldn't understand why a lion was there. He couldn't understand what Merlin was thinking at all. She's really insane. Wrath shook his head while glaring at the lion with Merlin's mind. The girl who used to follow the King of Essence was also eccentric, but she's even worse. She might appear as an elephant next time. You have to kill her now. His shoulders were trembling as he pointed at the lion to ask Rayon to stab it. You are right. Rayon nodded while listening to Wrath. It's Merlin's fault for being crazy, not mine. It was Merlin's fault that a lion suddenly came out, and it was originally Merlin's job to feed it. He somehow ended up thinking that it was his job to feed it because he kept doing that in the past, but it wasn't actually his problem. I was almost tricked. Rayon confidently straightened his back while looking down on Merlin. Hoo-hoo. Merlin elegantly sat down in front of Rayon. He realized that it was a male lion due to its mane, and that was even more absurd. Why did you appear as a lion this time? He asked the biggest question he had. I told you before, but I don't one-sidedly control the animals. It's a trade where we help each other for our needs, which means this one. Yes, this one also has something it wants. Merlin winked using the lion's appearance, and goosebumps appeared on his forearm. You should grant its wish by yourself before you disappear. Rayon frowned deeply. He would have fed it himself if he had anything suitable, but he couldn't deal with the lion at all. I've been watching you. Merlin didn't respond and said her piece instead. You were acting differently this time. She raised her chin slightly with a delicate smile on her face. You've always avoided shedding blood so far. Even when you had to kill people, you showed them the overwhelming difference in your power to stop your enemies from attacking you. She was right. He wasn't exactly afraid of killing people, but he preferred to avoid killing if he could. However, you didn't hesitate to kill your enemies this time. Your murderous aura was terrifying. Merlin said it while licking her paw with her tongue. She was grooming herself just like other felines. Ha! Rayon sighed and closed his eyes. This is driving me nuts. He couldn't focus on the conversation at all because the lion was licking itself while talking about a serious matter. And the way you killed the man who seemed to be in charge was especially strange because you were unnecessarily cruel. I never thought you could be so brutal. So what? Are you disappointed in me? No, Merlin slowly stood up. I was excited. I was so thrilled that my hands were completely wet with sweat. The The clean side, the serious side, and the cruel side of you are all perfect. You are always the best. The lion's cheeks were turning red and its feet started to tremble. It seemed to be expressing Merlin's emotions. Tusk. Rayon briefly clicked his tongue. I was hoping that she would stop chasing me because of that. He thought Merlin might hate shedding blood because he'd never seen her kill anyone before, but that wasn't the case. She seemed determined to stalk him no matter what he did. This is the real madness. She's completely crazy. Wrath groaned and escaped into the ice flower bracelet. So what do you want to request this time? Merlin nodded her head and told him to ask anything he wanted. I don't have anything like a request. Rayon shook his head and stretched his hand. Tell me your wish. I don't want to drag this out any longer, so I'll have you tell me right now and decide. My wish, I see. Merlin smiled faintly and took a step towards him. It was a mystery that she could make all those expressions with an animal's face. My wishes. She stopped talking and stared at him. I can't even begin to guess what she's going to ask. She was a crazy woman, just like Wrath said, and Rayon couldn't predict what she was about to ask at all. He stared nervously at Merlin's mouth. Hug me, please. Ha, have you never heard of hugging? Hug me. Merlin raised her thick front paws and waved them left and right. She was trying to show him what a hug was about, but Rayon was baffled because those paws were strong enough to tear off his flesh. In your current state, yes, I can still feel you in this state. I'll be satisfied with this for now since it can't be helped. You can grant this wish, right? She smiled, convinced that he wouldn't refuse it. She's right about that. He was going to immediately refuse if she asked him to kill someone or leak some information, but he didn't mind hugging her. Moreover, he wasn't even hugging Merlin herself, so he was perfectly fine with that. However, she might try to kidnap me like last time. He couldn't accept it unconditionally because she might use an artifact to bring him to her like the last time. I promise with my body and soul on the line, I'll never do anything harmful to you. Merlin raised her hand and the mana wavered around her. She was performing a pact of soul and body to restrict herself. Isn't this going to harm the lion's soul and body instead of yours? Absolutely not. Merlin shook her head in denial. She's right, Wrath poked his head above the bracelet. She's pledging on her main body and soul. That madwoman's soul and body will receive a huge amount of damage if she doesn't keep her promise. That's why. His lips trembled violently. She's even more scary. She's seriously insane. Rayon nodded. He had to grant her wish anyway because he'd promised her that he would. Yoo-hoo-hoo. Merlin bobbed her paw to ask him to hug her already. I'm looking forward to it. Ha. Rayon sighed deeply and stood in front of Merlin. He only needed to bend his knees slightly because the lion was pretty big. I only need to bear with it once. He closed his eyes and hugged Merlin, or rather the lion. The mane was fluffy, but the skin was as rough as sandpaper. I'll stop after 3 seconds. He was planning to count to 3 before getting away from the lion, but its body suddenly turned as soft as pudding and also became thinner. Hey, look in front of you. What's going on? Rayon opened his eyes while Wrath hurriedly called out to him. The lion wasn't there anymore, and Merlin was standing in front of him with the old woman's mask on her face. Her elegant fragrance tickled his nose. This is great. I'm going to have a nice dream tonight. Hey. Rayon gritted his teeth and pushed Merlin back. Yoo-hoo-hoo. Merlin leaped backward and shook her hand. It's best to feel human warmth directly. How could you do this even after you pledged? But I didn't harm you in any way. She shook her hand, saying that it wasn't a big deal. Huh, Rayon gasped. Just like she said, she wasn't trying to harm him and she wasn't going against her pledge at all. I've enjoyed every moment we spent together. She floated into the air and disappeared by turning into bubbles. I won't be able to see you for a while because I have business to attend to, but I'll be looking forward to hearing the news of your achievements. That was the last thing she said before her presence completely disappeared. Rayon laughed bitterly with drooping shoulders. I'm so exhausted. Even though he'd been running all day long, it wasn't as tiring as what happened a moment ago. Still, I don't need to feed the lion anymore. I'm so relieved. That was the madwoman's plan all along. Wrath secretly raised his head and rolled his eyes. In the King of Essence's opinion, that madwoman has your portrait in her head instead of a brain. Wrath's eyes were trembling because of how frightened he was. He doesn't even need your body anymore. Is it that bad? The orphanage, Cloud's house, used to be filled with the smiles of children on the outside, even though they were all screaming inside. It had turned into a deserted house, and Owen's knights were guarding it. I still can't believe that assassins were being raised in this orphanage. The blonde knight sighed while looking at the Cloud's house. It's so cruel. I thought kidnapping children to raise them as assassins only happened in novels. The black-haired knight lowered his eyes and shook his head. Cruel isn't enough to describe it. Whoever was behind this must be a demon wearing a human's mask. Yes, it's not an idea that a human being can possibly come up with. While the two knights ground their teeth while thinking about the perpetrator behind the incident, 2 knights were walking towards them from Cameloon's direction. They were coming for the shift. Freeze, freeze, freeze. The blonde knight unsheathed his sword and pointed it at the approaching knights. Raise your hands, I'll attack if you move. The knights stopped walking upon hearing that and raised their hands. Who are you? Ah, it's me. I'm your colleague. The tall knight raised his helmet and smiled. Beer, chicken. The blonde knight finally lowered his sword after he got the password right. Good job. The newly arrived knights patted the shoulders of the ones who had been guarding the orphanage. How are the children doing? The blonde knight gathered his equipment and asked the newly arrived knights about the children. They haven't changed. They don't say anything or smile. They only follow orders like machines. I feel so sad for them whenever I watch them. The knights who came for their shift clicked their tongues. Is it impossible to recover naturally over time? They have been brainwashed for far too long for that. They said that someone was going to come to treat their condition. We should wait and see. Seriously, I wish the fiend who did this was in front of me so that I could kill him. Calm down, Yauha. The blonde knight started to shake his hand before he suddenly turned around. Step. A tall man wearing a black cloak was walking towards them. He was wearing a gray mask that covered his whole face including his eyes, and the white pupils of the mask created a creepy atmosphere around him. Freeze, freeze, freeze. The knights who just arrived drew their swords, but the man kept walking towards them instead of stopping. Stop, we will attack if you approach any further. All four of the knights drew their swords and spread their murderous intent, but the man continued to walk. It's me. He raised his hand above the cloak. What? I said that I'm the one who operated this facility. The man's mouth curved into a frightening smile. What the hell? Attack him. The four knights moved at once. They got into the combined assault formation that they usually trained and dashed at him from 4 different directions to thrust their aura blades. PSSH. The man slowly lowered the hand he had raised, and the knights' bodies were divided into dozens of pieces and scattered on the ground. Didn't even look like swordsmanship or aura, it simply seemed to be a natural course of action. Vermin, he swirled his finger. The knights' corpses and blood turned into dust and scattered into the air. All traces disappeared in an instant as if no one was there to begin with. Once the man reached the front of the orphanage, people wearing masks and black clothes surged from the ground behind him like shadows. He took off his mask, and Darius Roberts' face was revealed. His extremely cold expression was frightening enough to make chills run down the spine of those who saw him. Start it now. Upon hearing his order, the shadows scattered around the orphanage and started to look for traces. Darius personally entered the orphanage after giving the order. His gaze turned as sharp as a blade as he examined the floor, walls, and even the remnant of the aura inside the building. After he checked the orphanage, he also examined the underground cavern and the secret passages before returning to the orphanage. There's no trace at all. Borini Kitten was an exemplary knight, but it was impossible for him to take care of the facility perfectly because of his excellent personality. Someone from the underworld who had done dirty work before must have helped him, but there was no trace of them to be found at all. This is impossible. Even though the knights had rummaged through the place, he should have been able to find a trace. Instead, all of the traces belonged to the shadows and the knights. Even though someone had to have interfered, their presence was completely gone. There's no trace outside the farm. There's no trace inside the farm. There's no trace in the internal and external passages. Darius' vein bulged on his forehead each time he heard the shadows' reports. Darius Roberts' mouth curved into a frightening smile. He had been patient over and over, starting from Owen, yet his patience had reached its limit and his wrath started to overflow. Wham! Hollow gray light spread from his eyes, and the underground below the orphanage completely collapsed and crumbled to dust. Whoosh! Darius took off his glove in the midst of the raging sandstorm. He smeared his lips with the blood flowing from the back of his hand and raised his chin. I'll kill you. A frightening smile appeared on Darius's face as he looked down on the world with his dry eyes, which almost looked like even his blood was dried up. It doesn't matter where you are nor who you are. I'm definitely going to kill all of you. Rayon used a dimensional door with another identity and went to the south. He teleported to a location that was quite far away from House Robert on purpose and alternated between riding a horse and using his footwork to reach Robert's domain. He managed to arrive a lot faster than he had planned, but he wasn't thinking about that at all. All his senses were solely focused on House Robert, which he could see from afar. It's been 20 years. The mansions retained their elegance while shining as beautifully as an emerald sea. The swordsmen were brimming with noble spirit, and the vassals supported the house from below. It looked as warm as dappling sunlight, yet none of that was allowed to him. There was no warmth that his hand was allowed to reach, because I belonged to the gutter. That place belonged to those honorable people, and Rayon was nothing but a hunting dog who had to keep sharpening his fangs from underground. Wrath was boiling from the deepest part of his soul. The anger spread through his veins and was trying to control his body, but he scattered it through the ring of fire. It's too early for that. He didn't want to unleash his wrath for no reason. It was a precious emotion that needed to serve its purpose during his revenge against every single executive working under Darius. That small house isn't even worth watching, so why are you standing here for a whole hour? This is getting so boring. Wrath frowned and grabbed his sleeve. You are seriously a country bumpkin. Just wait and see until you see the King of Essence's castle. Your jaw will drop. You might be right. Since you made him bored, you shall offer some specialty food from this region. The King of Essence cannot bear this delicious smell that has been around since earlier. Wrath pointed at the various restaurants while saying that he wanted some seafood. All right, it's time for lunch anyway. Rayon chuckled and turned his head. He was going to leave after engraving the site of the Robert mansion in his memory, but a red-haired boy walked up to him. It's cool, isn't it? I'm talking about that mansion. You've been watching it for an hour. Rayon figured that the boy approached him because he'd been watching the mansion. Yes, it's cool, he nodded. It was true that Robert's buildings looked more elegant than Sieghart's. I'm also going to become a swordsman from that place one day, he proudly declared. He must have believed that Rayon actually liked House Robert. I'll become the strongest swordsman in the continent and protect the South, just like the Sky Sword Saint. Rayon lowered his gaze and looked at the boy. He seemed to be in his early teens, and a wooden sword was hanging around his waist. He's around the same age as Pine. He looked like his age was similar to the kids that Rayon had saved in the orphanage. However, his expression was completely different. The boy's playful expression was characteristic of children in their early teens, but the kids including Pine couldn't even make an expression of admiration. Even though they were also humans that were the same age as him, a fiend had completely destroyed their personalities. Rayon was saddened by the fact that he couldn't say anything to the boy who wanted to take after that fiend, and that made him realize, once again, what he needed to achieve. I see. Rayon smiled and caressed the boy's hair. Good luck. Just like Wrath had requested, Rayon ate some lobster pizza, octopus steak, grilled squid, chili shrimp, gambas, and even some beet ice cream before he finally headed toward the submarine dungeon. What's up with you? Wrath massaged his shoulder with a happy smile on his face. It was the expression of the highest degree of his delight. You must have finally decided to become the King of Essence's subordinate. His voice sounded as happy as a clam since he managed to enjoy the delicious food to his heart's content. It had been a long time since the last time Rayon heard such a voice from him. I already said no. Rayon shook his head. He only listened to Wrath's request because of a different reason. He had no intention of becoming his subordinate. We should quickly move out since it's about to get messy. Wrath kept talking to him endlessly, but Rayon simply ignored him and followed the east coast. Even though there were a lot of tourists around House Robert, their numbers decreased as Rayon kept following the coastline. I should get ready now. He changed into clothes from the south to disguise himself as a resident and conceal his presence. Once his presence was low enough that people wouldn't notice him from right next to him, he continued along the coastline. After a day of travel, he managed to find a line to forbid people's entrance and a signpost warning about the sea monster's appearance. It's here. He managed to remember the dungeon's location, because the coastline hadn't changed that much even though it had been 20 years since the last time he saw it. And what makes it certain is, he smiled coldly while looking at the sandy beach and the trees. Shadows were hiding on the sandy beach and between the trees to protect the location, and their existence confirmed that he had come to the right place. He could ascertain that the submarine dungeon was located under the ocean right in front of him. Rayon lowered his presence even further. He even inhibited the pulsation of his organs, so that he would be sensed as a grain of sand instead of a living organism, and quietly stared at the ocean. One day had passed and night had fallen, yet Rayon still remained immobile. He kept staring at the ocean with the exact same posture as before. Even the shadows hidden in front of him had to move their bodies, but Rayon wasn't even moving a single finger. This is so boring. And the King of Essence is hungry. Wrath couldn't bear it anymore and shouted at Rayon. This is torture at this point. Why are you staying immobile all day long without even feeding him? That's why I gave you a lot to eat 2 days ago. Ooh, his jaw dropped. The King of Essence was wondering why you suddenly bought him all the food he wanted. I was feeding you in advance because I knew this was going to happen. He doesn't need such luxury. It's better to eat 3 meals a day without missing any. Does that mean you are fine with Nadine bread? You must be crazy. That's not even food. It is rubber that somehow fills the stomach. But if you are hungry, the King of Essence would rather drink the water instead of filling his stomach with that shit. Oh, great idea. And no, he misspoke. Wrath violently shook his head. He seemed to believe that Rayon was really going to do it. Rayon chuckled and continued to stare at the ocean. You are like an evil CEO. You are breaching the law for maximum weekly working hours. You even breached the Food Sanitation Act since you didn't feed him. That's not what the Food Sanitation Act is about. Be quiet. Rayon covered Wrath's mouth and swallowed nervously. Someone was coming out of the ocean after 2 days. Splash. 30 masked men, one woman who seemed to be a magician, and a tall man in black were carefully walking out from the ocean. So he was here after all. Martio. Just like he'd expected, the butler of the underworld, Martio, was in charge of exploring the dungeon while Darius was away. On top of destroying the dungeon, a crimson light sparked in Rayon's eyes. I should be able to get my revenge at the same time. Rayon reduced his presence even further and turned his breath as thin as a thread. Once his presence became as small as a pebble, he examined the shadows one after the other. Can you tell them apart even though they are hiding their faces? Wrath clicked his tongue, asking how he was even examining them. I can tell through their shapes and auras. Even though they were clad completely in black, there was still a difference in shape, such as height and the width of the shoulders. The auras were also unique to each individual, which made it relatively easy to tell them apart. HMPH, the King of Essence, doesn't even need to tell them apart because they wouldn't even last a second against him. I guess so. When Rayon met Wrath's main body in his mental world, he was both beautiful and powerful at the same time. The Demon King was entitled to say such a thing, but the way he kept losing his mind for food was a shame. It's because I'm weak that I need to gather information first and think about how to proceed. Why are you recognizing your own weakness now? What's wrong with you? Because I don't want to lose anymore. After he was kidnapped by Merlin, he kept thinking about that incident. It was true that it was a difficult predicament, but he could have been wiser and prevented the kidnapping altogether. Wrath licked his lips while looking at Rayon. Did he grow up? There were two kinds of people. Ones who learned from failure, and ones who comforted themselves by claiming that they were just unlucky. It was obvious which one could reach higher and further. Rayon was bound to reach higher than anyone, both because of his martial arts and his mentality. However, there was one aspect that made Wrath angry. You gained so much from that incident, you bastard. Wrath scowled while looking at Rayon. Are you really saying that now after you took away all of the King of Essence's stat points? Do you have a conscience at all? No. Rayon shook his hand. I was just lucky. The kidnapping made him stronger, and he managed to learn the true meaning of a house, but he didn't want his life to depend on the enemy's decision ever again. That was why it was necessary to achieve perfect control of the situation by gathering information and predicting everything. And information is even more important this time. Since he didn't know anything about the dungeon at all, it was necessary to learn about the situation through their movements and conversation. How long is it going to take to reach the end? Mardio turned his head towards the magician as he asked his question. About 1 week at this rate, I think. The magician took off her mask and answered. A young girl's face was revealed, her pink hair wet from the seawater. Cassini Sion. The magician was the Shadow Magician Squad's vice squad leader, Cassini Sion. He could easily recognize her because her face was the exact same as 20 years ago. She's speaking informally to him. Mardio's rank should have been higher, even if Cassini was promoted to squad leader. That was why Rayon found it strange that she wasn't addressing him more formally. Can't you make it faster? Mardio looked at the ocean and shook his hand. I can, but it's most likely going to collapse. The foundation is too weak because that place wasn't originally made as a dungeon. If we mess with the wrong spot, Cassini raised her finger and the sand collapsed beneath them. That is going to happen. You can do it if you want to be buried alive. Rayon licked his lips while listening to Cassini. It wasn't originally made as a dungeon, she said. She must have been implying that it was modified as a dungeon after a certain incident. Mardio took off his mask and sighed. He seemed very frustrated. If it takes 1 week, we will have to come back 2 more times in the future. Well, yes, Cassini nodded and looked upwards. Why are you in such a hurry when you haven't even fully recovered from your injuries? I already told you that you will definitely find a high-grade monster at the very least once you reach the area below. Rayon clenched his fist slightly upon hearing her words. This is an extremely important piece of information. I just want to bring the good news to him as fast as possible. Mardio sighed while looking in the direction of the Robert mansion. Is it because of the incident that happened on the farm? I'm also his follower, but I could never catch up to you. I guess that is why he trusts you so much even though you aren't as good as others in terms of skill. Shut up. How long is the rest? 1 day, obviously. That's too short. Cassini sighed and started walking towards House Robert. Come out. Instead of following her, Mardio waved his hand towards the sandy beach. Whap. The 4 shadows who'd been hiding on the beach and between the trees dashed in front of him and prostrated themselves. 2 residents visited 4 days ago, and they reported who approached the place or passed by. Obviously, Rayon's name wasn't mentioned. Keep guarding this place. Yes, the shadows responded and returned to their original locations to hide themselves. Let's go. Mardio gave the order, and the shadows that came out from the ocean followed him. Are you going to enter right away? No. Rayon shook his head. It's not my only objective. He could destroy the dungeon right away, but his real goal was to kill Mardio and obtain the dungeon's treasure. For that, he needed to wait until Mardio returned to the dungeon. There must be shadows inside the dungeon as well. That was another reason that he couldn't enter immediately. It was obvious that Mardio would have deployed some shadows inside the dungeon, considering his personality, but I managed to obtain some nice information. Rayon smiled faintly. He had managed to find out how long they were going to rest, when they were going to start exploring the dungeon, and even the number of enemies and their strength, which was enough to devise a plan. Let's go eat something then. You didn't eat anything for 2 days straight. You are right. Rayon nodded and carefully stood up and withdrew. Once he reached far enough to barely feel the shadow's presence anymore, he took a Nadine bread from his subspace pocket. Please bear with it. But you don't have anything to do for the day. Why won't you go somewhere and eat something better? Because considering Mardio's personality, he's definitely going to come back before then. Martio was as distrustful as Darius, and he didn't entrust everything to his subordinates. He could return at any moment to give him more information, and that was why he was planning on waiting there. Rayon smiled and ate the Nadine bread. It felt like he was chewing rubber, and the unpleasant taste of bitterness filled his mouth. It really was a suffocating taste. Bleeg, Wrath widened his mouth, pretending to throw up. It's so disgusting. The King of Essence will tear off the limbs of whoever created this if he finds them. He clenched his cheeks, saying that it was killing him. Is it that bad? Rayon tilted his head while watching him. It's bearable for me, though. It was true that the taste wasn't too great, but the fact that a single loaf could fill his stomach for an entire day was extremely convenient. Why, you've always been insane, but your tongue is the most insane part about you. You must have a tongue of steel, perhaps. Rayon filled his stomach before diving into the ocean and used the Dahlin breathing technique that he'd learned in his previous life. It's been a while. The Dahlin breathing technique allowed one to breathe underwater like a fish, and it was perfect for assassination because it didn't create any bubbles on the surface or show any presence. He lowered his presence as he slowly exhaled with the breathing technique before diving toward the dungeon's location. He advanced for a while alongside the horizon, and he managed to find a crack similar to one made from an earthquake. I found it. A trapezoidal crack was located under a magnificent valley surrounded by two cliffs that crossed each other. There was a powerful flow of mana emerging from inside. It must have been a lot of work to open this. Let alone the entrance, the entire valley was originally inaccessible. Darius managed to pave the way while avoiding a collapse, and that showed just how obsessed he was with the dungeon. Rayon narrowed his eyes while descending along the other side of the cliff. They are here, as expected. He hasn't changed at all. Shadows were waiting inside the crack, just like he had anticipated. Rayon managed to figure out that there was a place where they could breathe inside the crack by examining them. Let's get started. He unleashed Glacier's energy and made it flow inside the dungeon. It went past the two shadows guarding right behind the entrance and examined underneath. They dug so deep. Just like Cassini had said, the passage seemed to lead deep down. He noticed the presence of dead monsters and the corpses of shadows from time to time. Rayon slowly analyzed the dungeon while remembering the paths and the traps along the way. Wait, you aren't planning to stay here the whole time, are you? Wrath's chin was trembling violently with an expression of disbelief. Correct, I'm not going to move for 4 days at least. What the hell? Are you planning to starve again? There's this diet technique that became popular recently. Do you know about it? A diet technique. Yes, it's called intermittent fasting, and it involves skipping meals for a while. Rayon smiled and kept analyzing the dungeon. You are insane. Wrath ground his teeth while unleashing his wrath. No one is crazy enough to do intermittent fasting for 4 days straight. I wonder if Rayon is all right. He didn't seem to be planning to go to the Cephia company right away. Cheryl licked her lips while putting down her teacup. Now that I think about it, I should have accompanied him. She sighed in regret. I agree. He has the ring, but you never know what might happen. Roan nodded while pouring tea into Cheryl's teacup. It would be a waste. Glenn shook his head, sitting on the opposite side of Cheryl. He's the vice squad leader of the Light Wind Squad. He's a warrior with the duty to protect others, not a child who requires protection. Glenn smiled coldly while raising his teacup. Well, that's true, but Roan and Cheryl narrowed their eyes and stared at him because of his unexpected statement. HMPH. Glenn smiled faintly while sipping his tea. His lips were slightly trembling, but they were hidden behind the teacup. He will be fine, right? He was worried about Rayon more than anyone else, but he was aware that a child couldn't grow if they were protected too much. It was necessary to believe in him in some cases, so he decided to believe in the distinction he'd shown during the Six Kings tournament and wait for his return. He sighed faintly to try to calm himself down, but the door suddenly burst open. Are you kidding me? Rimmer stamped his feet as he entered his room with a scowl on his face. He's the biggest genius and treasure of our house, but you sent him off without any guards. Are you out of your mind or what? He pointed at Cheryl and continued. You obviously should have sent that idiot with nothing but strength going for her to follow him. Treasure, I idiot. Roan and Cheryl's jaws dropped while they looked at Rimmer. He's proven his might by defeating Borini Kitten, Garona and Caddies during the Six Kings tournament, and even saved the spectators from the Fallen's attack, earning so much popularity and honor. You should be treating our venerable Rayon, the White Sword Dragon, more preciously than that. Rimmer violently shook his head, saying that he couldn't believe what happened. A dozen glittering necklaces were also shaking at the same time. You could have sent the entire Heavenly Blade division on top of Cheryl, and that wouldn't even have been excessive. But you sent him off on his own, and I really don't understand what you were thinking. He frowned while opening his hands equipped with all kinds of jeweled rings. Venerable Rayon, what's wrong with him? Glenn frowned while looking at Rimmer, who seemed to be out of his mind. I think he managed to use that gambling ticket that got burnt. Cheryl clicked her tongue while looking at the jewels surrounding Rimmer's hands and neck. Judging from the situation, the young Master Rayon must have helped him recover his money. Roan laughed generously. He seemed to find it interesting. You are so sharp. Rimmer walked up to them with a frown. They realized that he was even wearing a platinum pin in his hair. Anyway, I'm not saying that you should take better care of Rayon because of the money. Definitely not. What else is it? It's true that Rayon is my god of wealth, hope, light, and salt, but his genius is his real quality. He could be falling prey to any faction right now because he displayed a might and growth outstanding enough to defeat all of the mid-ranked 12 stars of the continent. We need to immediately send guards for him. We need to protect our treasure. He raised his hands and shouted that they should have been investing more in Rayon. Why would you even guard a vice squad leader? I'm not interested. What are you even saying now? I know that you immediately used the dimensional door to return to the house after Rayon left because you couldn't travel with him anymore. Glenn's hands trembled violently because Rimmer had nailed it. You should express your love for Rayon, just like me. Smiling while no one is around makes you a useless old man. Seize him, Glenn ordered, and Cheryl and Roan proceeded to grab his arms in an instant. Rimmer finally returned to his senses and his lips started to tremble. Ahaha, I was just worried about my lord's beloved and cherished Rayon. You'd better worry about yourself now. Glenn pointed at him, a huge bolt of lightning squirming on top of Rimmer's head. Die, you can't kill me for THQ. This should be the last time. Cassini was standing at the beach with her hands on her waist and a faint smile on her face. Did you make sure to thoroughly prepare to prevent any issues? Mardio frowned as she asked as much. There won't be any issues as long as you do your job. You were injured even though you only had the simple job of being a referee. I guess you can still talk after that. And you won't stop running your mouth. That's what a mouth is for. Cassini shook her hand to make fun of Mardio and went into the ocean. Mardio sighed deeply and nodded his chin. The shadows behind him quietly dove into the ocean and followed Cassini. Mardio examined the surrounding area before walking into the water after everyone left. About an hour passed after all of them disappeared, and Rayon finally appeared from below a tree behind the beach. It's finally getting started. Sniff. Wrath turned to look back at Rayon with teary eyes. You are a psychopath. What? How can you even stay underwater for 3 whole days before staying underground for 2 days after that? Are you even human at this point? You must believe that you are a mole or a tuna. Rayon had indeed stayed underwater for 3 days straight to examine the dungeon with his aura perception and determine the enemy's movement. After that, he returned to the shore and obtained another piece of information from the conversation between his enemies. Wrath was going nuts because Rayon had been eating nothing but Nadine bread for 5 days straight and stayed either underwater or underground. Rayon shrugged his shoulders while looking at Wrath. Isn't this normal? It's way better than before. He had even stayed over a week inside a pond or underground in the past in order to assassinate his target. 5 days wasn't even a big deal for him, and he even had some food to eat. The King of Essence was mistaken. You are the perfect madman for that madwoman. You shouldn't say something like that even as a joke. Rayon quickly shook his head. What Wrath just said was even scarier than his insults. Joke, do you think this is a joke? The King of Essence is serious. A monster should hang out with another monster. Anyway, Rayon pushed Wrath away and slowly stood up. He quietly moved without making any footsteps and went under the tree. He jumped upwards from there and pierced the heart of the shadow heart who'd been hiding above the tree. Rayon neutralized him while covering his mouth to avoid making any sound at all before moving sideways to pierce the neck of the shadow hiding under the sand. PSH. The shadow's life faded away, along with the fluttering sound of the sand. Rayon took care of all 4 shadows who'd been hiding by moving around the beach without leaving any trace. First step complete. Since he'd been analyzing what they'd been doing for the past 5 days, it wasn't really difficult to assassinate them. He erased all traces of himself and the shadows before walking up to the ocean. You didn't need to kill them, did you? It would have been better to leave them there if you were planning to destroy the dungeon. That would seem more natural, but Rayon's lips rolled into a smile as he looked up at the Robert mansion. I can make him even angrier this time. Darius was bound to get angrier if an unknown person stole his treasure from him instead of the dungeon's natural collapse. I see. Wrath closed his eyes in contemplation. Rayon stared at Wrath for a moment before he entered the ocean. He slowly swam while riding the current and went towards the dungeon. Once he arrived at the dungeon's entrance, which he had only watched from outside 3 days prior, he jumped inside. Whoosh. The water disappeared once he entered the dungeon, and Rayon immediately thrust Heavenly Drive into the air twice. PSSH. The 2 shadows who'd been using the concealment technique collapsed, blood gushing from their hearts. Rayon managed to pierce their vitals without the smallest mistake because his aura perception had perfectly located them. Rayon climbed inside the dungeon and sighed. Just like he'd previously noticed, it was possible to breathe inside the dungeon. How peculiar. There were many strange cracks inside the dungeon that looked like a child's doodles. It didn't look like it was Mardio or Cassini's doing because they seemed to be rather old. I should try going down for now. Rayon was about to follow the road that Mardio had paved while remembering the traces, but he suddenly stopped. What's happening? The moment he saw the crack next to the stairs that Mardio had created, the Ring of Fire and the 10,000 Flames cultivation activated at the same time. The two cultivation techniques pulsed at the same time to draw an image in his head. The scene had a blonde swordsman wielding a flame sword to fight someone inside the dungeon. Does this mean that he'd been all the way here? Rayan swallowed nervously. It wasn't a simple crack, it was a sword trace. He placed his hand on the sword trace that showed him the image a moment ago and unleashed the 10,000 flames cultivation. Whap. The crimson flame that was purified by the ring of fire seeped into the countless traces inside the dungeon, and the walls smoothly subsided to reveal a new path. Rayan smiled while looking at the gray passage that no one had gone through before. Is he even showing me the way now? Rayan entered the newly created passage and examined the cracks all over the walls, ceiling, and floor. They aren't simple traces, they are traces of a battle. They implied that the Zeeghart ancestor who could use the Ring of Fire and the 10,000 Flames cultivation had fought someone in that place. Is this a trace from Revolving Sky? There was a sword trace on the right wall that looked like it had been grated in by a saw blade. Considering how much was cut off from the wall, his Revolving Sky must have been a lot more powerful than Rayan's, even though he had managed to make it stronger than before. And those countless holes must have been made by the flame spirit. 107,000 soft holes covered the left wall, which had to have been left by the flower petals of astral energy scattered by the flame spirit. One difference between it and Rayan's flame spirit was the fact that there was an embarrassing amount of difference in the number of flower petals. Rayan swallowed nervously upon finding a huge hole. The Flame Dragon Art. The Flame Dragon Art was a simple technique that focused the most on power among the skills in the 10,000 Flames cultivation swordsmanship, and that made the difference even more noticeable. If Rayan's Flame Dragon Art could be compared to a hatchling's breath, the trace on the wall was left by an ancient dragon's breath. Rayan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and kept going down. He also used Crimson Slash and Firewall. The traces that looked like it was hit by lightning and a shield were Crimson Slash and Firewall's traces respectively. More than half of the traces inside the dungeons were the 10,000 Flames cultivation sword techniques. I don't know this one. He found a trace that was definitely left by his ancestor, but he couldn't tell what technique it was. It looked like it was devastated by a wave, and it must have been a higher-level technique than those he saw before. Who could have been his opponent if he had to fight so hard? Rayan had only seen him through dreamlike visions, but he was aware that his ancestors might have reached the heavens. The fact that a warrior like him had to unleash so many of his abilities signified that his opponent was also powerful. Rayan's eyes widened as he examined the traces on the other side. Was this made by a sword? The traces seemed to be made by a sword and not at the same time. He tried using the Ring of Fire, but it was still difficult to figure out. But one thing was certain, and it was the fact that they were extremely powerful. He could tell from the sword traces left by his ancestor's enemy that their might had also reached the heavens. They were an incredibly powerful person. Neither of them managed to overwhelm their opponent. The sword traces left by the two suggested that neither of them had managed to emerge victorious. All of the traces told him that they kept fighting each other to the best of their abilities. HMPH, it looks like you finally opened your eyes. Wrath snorted at him. That's right. He nodded while examining the sword traces. They were left by a fight between powerful beings who managed to polish their sloppy skills. Powerful beings. Rayan narrowed his eyes. Which means they were incredibly powerful people. Wrath judged people by their might. The fact that he called them powerful meant that they were complete monsters that had transcended the human realm after all. He even looked down on grandmasters. To be precise, this entire dungeon was created from the battle between those two. They created a dungeon from the fight. Yes, they still had enough power to fight after creating this passage, and that's what left those traces on the walls. Rayan's jaw dropped as he looked back at Wrath. Now that I think about it, this place is under the ocean. The energy was bound to scatter under the ocean, and it was difficult to connect the swordsmanship's flow. Since the tunnel shouldn't have existed in the past, they had to have fought while holding their breath, and that fact blew his mind. There's no end to the path of power, but of course, there's a long way in front of a greenhorn like you, since even the King of Essence has a ways to go. Wrath sneered and shook his hand. I see, I have a long way to go. Rayan smiled and examined the sword traces once again. Revolving Sky, Flame Spirit, Flame Dragon Art, Crimson Slash, and Firewall. He recalled all of them before placing his hand on the last trace that he'd failed to understand. He followed the trace with his hand to better examine it. The trace went from the wall to the floor, but he couldn't really see the trace on the floor because of the soil. Rustle. Rayan carefully dug the soil out and examined the sword traces on the floor. He used the Ring of Fire and the 10,000 Flames cultivation because the soil was harder than he thought, and red light spread out from the traces. The magnificent lines coming from the ancestors' unknown traces seemed to be telling him to try repeating them. Rayan couldn't think about anything else. The new swordsmanship filled his mind. The Ring of Fire has observed the flawless sea of fire. You've entered an extremely focused state. Rayon didn't even read the messages that appeared in front of his eyes, just focused on the sword traces as he dove into the lake of immersion. Again, are you really entering a trance again? Why would you even get a trance while digging underground? Wrath's eyes widened and he grabbed Rayon's shoulders. This should count as cheating. Where's the god to bring justice? Stop! Mardio stopped walking and looked upwards. His eyes narrowed. It felt like the mana above fluctuated just now. He turned his head towards Cassini to ask for her opinion. Yes, it did fluctuate. Cassini slowly nodded. It wasn't just above because it's also fluctuating from below. She pointed at the floor with her index finger. Why is that happening? I already told you. There should be a monster protecting the relics down there. Cassini raised her chin slightly and smiled. It should have already noticed our approach, since it's powerful enough to easily devour the sea monsters we've encountered so far. I haven't felt anything though. Mardio spread his aura perception as much as possible before shaking his head. He tried focusing on probing the lower area, but he didn't manage to find anything. A small amount of heat was all he could feel, which means this turbulence can only mean that, yes, it's getting ready to fight us. Cassini nodded and extended her hand forward. Mana spread from her hand to carefully dig out the soil from the ground, tamping down the soil to create a foundation that wouldn't collapse. I see, it's understandable, however. As the ground quickly changed in shape, Mardio watched it for a bit before he raised his head. I feel anxious somehow. I have a bad feeling about this. Are you talking about what's happening above? Yes. Ha. Cassini sighed and shook her head. Why are you so anxious about this when we have my alarm magic and the sentries you placed at various locations? She furrowed her brow at his pathetic behavior and continued. It's because you are such a coward that you lost that position. You are still running your mouth thoughtlessly. The same goes for you. Your mouth is the reason why you are still a vice squad leader. HMPH. Cassini lowered her eyes and turned her head away upon meeting Mardio's cold gaze. Anyway, it's impossible that anyone would come here. Even if someone managed to find this place, they would have entered while we were away. No one would be crazy enough to enter while we are all inside. Mardio stopped talking since he agreed with her. I've far surpassed my weekly working hours. You shouldn't try to provoke me, because magicians are very sensitive, unlike stupid assassins. Cassini wrinkled her nose and increased the amount of mana she was controlling. The digging and the tamping speed became twice as fast as before. Whoosh. She watched the creation of the tunnel for a while before she turned around. I'm also curious about something. What is it? Why are you so devoted to him? You're still blindly following him even though you had to resign from your leadership position, and he's still bringing you around for some reason. I don't really understand either of you. It almost feels like you love each other at this point. Love, it's not that different actually. Mardio's gaze turned dark. He's pretty much God to me. Do I need a reason to devote myself to God with affection? God, you say? Yes, I'm just worshipping him, just like the Holy Kingdom worships the goddess. I'll dedicate my life to him until the last drop of blood leaves my body. Cassini swallowed nervously upon seeing Mardio's frightening gaze. He's crazy. She was also Darius's follower, but Mardio, Regil, and that man were the only people who loved him so much without being brainwashed. She could understand why Darius kept Mardio with him even though his skills had declined. He was pretty much a fanatic at that point. Cassini covered her goosebump-covered arm and twisted her lips. It might be very interesting if one of the two ends up dying. Huff. Rimmer was staggering along the road and sighed deeply while supporting himself on a wall. It hurt so damn much. His shoulder that Glenn hit him with lightning was sore. He realized once again how hateful the lightning attribute was because he could never get used to it. No. Rimmer narrowed his eyes while looking at his hand, where he was wearing a bunch of black and jeweled rings. Maybe I can still stand because I've gotten used to it already. He realized that he used to faint from Glenn's lightning and he wouldn't even wake up for a while before. He had to stay bedridden and limp for a day at least, but he didn't even faint after the lightning hit him directly last time. It was difficult to walk, but he was still capable of moving. Rimmer raised his hand and unleashed the lightning that was still filling his body. Green lightning burst from his fingers with a zapping sound. He'd previously used that lightning energy as a temporary measure, but it looked like the lightning ended up dwelling in his wind attribute mana because of the continued exposure. This might be a natural outcome. He was actually getting hit by that lightning once every 3 days on average when he tried counting, and he realized it would have been stranger if he wasn't getting any lightning energy in his body after that. Humans are indeed adaptive. It still hurt, but he managed to realize how mysterious a human body was because it even managed to adapt to the head of house's lightning energy. Wait a second, maybe I can use this for Ha. As Rimmer was plotting something shady with a grin on his face, a loud shout of concentration could be heard from the direction of the 5th training ground. It's nighttime though. Even though it was bedtime already, the 5th training ground was as bright as day and many people seemed to be inside. Rimmer smiled faintly and climbed on the oak tree next to the training ground. They are all here. Every Light Wind member except for Rayon and Dorian was inside the training grounds, and they were practicing their swordsmanship. Moreover, they were properly training to the best of their abilities, instead of simply warming themselves up. What's up with them? He was curious about why they were still training wholeheartedly, even though they had managed to achieve great results from the Six Kings tournament. After all, it hadn't been a long time since they returned to the house, and Rayon wasn't even around to supervise them. He convinced himself that they must have been eager to get stronger because Rayon's fighting spirit during the Six Kings tournament had impressed them. This is nice. He smiled unconsciously and felt proud of Rayon, who kept advancing endlessly, and the Light Wind squad, who wanted to follow his example. It's about time. He figured that it was time for the squad to advance to the next level. Whoosh! He could hear a small sound of wind from the tree next to him. Rimmer turned his head and smiled. What do you think, my lord? His eyes reflected the image of Glenn, who had already climbed the tree. About what? Ahem. Glenn cleared his throat and averted his gaze. His earlobes had turned red. There's nothing to be proud of. It's only natural for warriors to train. But they don't usually train so hard right after their return. That's why. Rimmer raised his hand while noticing that Glenn's mouth had slightly curved into a smile. I'd like to change the Mad Dog Squad, Light Wind Squad, into the Light Wind Division once Rayon returns. Is that fine with you, Light Wind Division? Glenn didn't respond immediately, stroking his chin while watching the Light Wind Squad swing their swords. You should be aware that you have to pass a test, of course. You will make the request through formal procedures. Yes, Rimmer immediately nodded, and the jewels hanging from his neck were fluttering together. And get rid of that mess. That won't do. This is my expression of reverence towards my god of wealth, Rayon. I definitely won't take them off. He extended his hands while resolutely refusing to obey. You are becoming more and more crazy. Glenn sighed and flicked his fingers to throw something at Rimmer. Rimmer stretched his hand to catch it, and he realized it was a high-quality ointment for burns. Is this? I'm not giving it to you because you deserve it. That was the last thing he said before he disappeared. Is he even giving me medicine just because I complimented his grandson? Rimmer's jaw dropped as he looked at the ointment. It was the first time he'd ever received ointment from him after the countless times he was beaten up. Rayon is so effective that it's almost frightening. He shook his head and returned to his room. However, there was one thing that Glenn and Rimmer were both unaware of. The Light Wind Squad's reason for training so hard wasn't because Rayon's battle had impressed them. You absolutely can't stop swinging your swords. That wacky bastard is definitely going to nitpick on our progress once he returns. We need to make sure to get stronger at all costs. Burns slammed down his sword with bloodshot eyes. The wind created by the sword sounded like a cry of despair. I even won the tournament, though. Shit, she it. Martha kept swearing at every occasion as she violently unleashed her swordsmanship. The training grounds floor was getting cracked because of her wrath. Run-On seemed to be sleepy because she was nodding off while swinging her sword. Her blank eyes had completely lost focus, and they looked like they were covered with a hazy mist. Sniff. I wouldn't have joined the Light Wind Squad if I knew this was going to happen. He's a devil. He's the devil of mockery who sees people as a plaything. Save me. I want to die. Please kill me. A human being can't live like this. Because Rayon had told them that he would make them go through focus enhancement training if they hadn't gotten better by the time he returned. All of the Light Wind swordsmen were desperately practicing their swordsmanship. You are even worse than a devil. You are even worse than a demon king. Wrath ground his teeth at Rayon. Why do you always get these great opportunities? A trance was a stairway towards enlightenment. It was an even better opportunity than a highest-grade elixir, an ancient artifact, or even equipment forged by a master craftsman. An average person might not even reach a trance once in their entire lifetime, but the madman in front of him was digging in the ground to steal something and suddenly went into a trance. It was so ridiculous that Wrath was left speechless. This is mind-blowing. He'd witnessed countless existences in his long life from human, demonic, and heavenly realms, but Rayon was definitely the only one who received so many opportunities. He felt like the entire world was helping him. This is so irritating. Wrath grabbed Rayon's shoulders with trembling hands and violently shook him. Wake up. The King of Essence won't let you have your way after you only gave him Nadine bread for 5 days straight. Regardless of Wrath, Rayon kept staring at the wall in an extremely focused state. The swordsmanship isn't the only thing I should be looking at. The traces on the walls were carved during a battle against an enemy. His ancestor wasn't simply practicing on his own, and he needed to take that into account to properly figure out the technique. The traces are so long. Didn't seem to be a single attack, unlike the revolving sky or the flame dragon art, because the sword traces on the wall reached the area below. Rayon descended to keep examining the technique. He felt like he was walking on clouds. Slash, strike, and block. A single swing managed all three of those. A master's writing was often admired as being written with a single stroke, and that was how the traces on the wall were connecting everything with a single swing. Rayon kept descending while keeping his excitement in his mind. The long traces that continued like a snake finally came to an end with a dot. The moment Rayon's heat entered that final dot, a new image was created in his head. Kring, a wave of fire emerged alongside the silver trajectory and engulfed the southern sea. The scenery that his ancestor had created with that technique was filling his view like a panoramic landscape. What an unbelievable technique. It was a special martial art where the technique itself was a principle. A scorching pain could be felt in his heart and brain, where the ring of fire was rotating. It must have been because he was trying to witness a swordsmanship that far surpassed his realm. I know I can't learn everything from it, and I'm also aware that I'm inadequate. However, I can't stop. He longed for his ancestors' swordsmanship, just like a child who had eaten a cookie for the first time in his life and focused his entire mind on it. He couldn't take his eyes off his ancestors' swordsmanship. It was as if it were a delicacy that he'd never tasted before. He had to narrow his eyes, but he managed to witness his ancestors' flow until the very end, and a small explosion occurred in his mind. "You bastard, you should share some of your luck." He could finally hear Wrath's voice. ZZT. Rayon opened his eyes. For a moment, his eyes sparked gold. Wrath's round eyes widened while looking at Rayon. Rayon's eyes were supposed to be red like rubies, but they had turned gold. Wrath rubbed his eyes and looked at him again. The bright gold was already gone in the blink of an eye, and Rayon's eyes had returned to their original red color. "Gold, what are you talking about?" Rayon tilted his head while looking at his hands. "Your damn eyes sparked gold just now." "Gold, you say?" His ancestor's flame had a brilliant gold color, unlike his own red flames. He had only seen him through his mental image, but he guessed that it might be caused by the blood flowing through his veins. "Well, I guess that can happen. By the way," Rayon clicked his tongue while leering at Wrath, "are you sure you should be saying vulgar words like damn eyes even though you are a king?" Your eyeballs were sparking gold. Eyeballs aren't that much better, though. Rayon couldn't see him as a demon king whenever he voiced such vulgar words, though his gluttony was also an issue. Despite his noble manner of speech, his choice of words was too boorish. Let's not talk about the King of Essence's way of speaking. Wrath shook his hand to dismiss it as a pointless topic. "You are such a selfish bastard for keeping all the good stuff for yourself. Did you manage to get it?" "No, I didn't get most of it." Rayon sighed briefly and shook his head. Wrath's wrinkled face smoothened like a stiff piece of paper. He seemed to be glad that Rayon didn't manage to obtain the technique. "This is a lesson. You aren't getting any good results because you keep torturing the King of Essence by feeding him Nadine bread every day. It's not too late to show your regret. The King of Essence will bestow you a spell to make your life easier if you pay tribute." I didn't finish what I was saying, though. I wasn't lying when I said I didn't get most of it. However, I managed to learn where I can get the rest of it. Rayon smiled faintly while caressing the traces of the flawless sea of fire left behind by his ancestor. "What do you mean by that?" "This one wasn't finished. The flawless sea of fire from his ancestor hadn't been completed there. The opponent's attack had interrupted him, and that was why it left such a wide trade, and that's why I managed to learn from it. Because the ancestor's swordsmanship had already reached heaven, he probably wouldn't have been able to learn anything if it was perfectly completed." Rayon managed to achieve some progress in martial arts precisely because it was interrupted. He didn't manage a huge amount of progress because the trance had only lasted for a short time, but the proficiency of his swordsmanship, the 10,000 flames cultivation, and the ring of fire had increased to reach the upper limit of intermediate master. "I just need a small opportunity and I should be able to open the door and reach the advanced master." And Rayon was aware of where he could find the key to break through the wall. The key, yes, I know where the trace of the perfectly executed flawless sea of flame is located. No, on top of that, Rayon shoved the 10,000 flames cultivation in between the sword traces left behind by his ancestor. The heat emerging from the crack transferred to other traces and spread throughout the dungeon. I can now tell this entire dungeon's layout and the location of my enemies. The dungeon was created from a fight between his ancestor and his enemy. Since the entire dungeon was carved with the traces of their swords, Rayon could tell through the ring of fire where he needed to go and where the others were located. In short, I'm pretty much a magical map right now. Wrath's jaw dropped. His widened mouth looked like it was tearing apart because of how shocked he was, and Rayon could see his throat. This can't possibly be happening. Rayon bowed at the sword trace to express his gratitude to the first head of house and obtained information through the ring of fire. There are two powerful energies at the very bottom. They didn't seem to be human. One of them was a mythical grade monster, and the other one was an artifact protected by the monster. And the flawless sea of flames trace is right above them. The completed flawless sea of flames trace could be sensed right above the monster and the artifact's energies. He needed to go there to obtain the treasure and increase his realm. And he could feel Mardio, Cassini, and the shadow's energies from a significant distance above the artifact's location. There are too few of them. Judging from the fact that there were fewer shadows than what he'd seen on the beach, he could guess that the assassins were standing by in the passage to guard them. This makes it easier for me. Since he needed to kill all of them anyway, it was better for him if they split up. I am possible. Bring me your ancestor. The King of Essence will kick his ass. Wrath ground his teeth. He seemed to dislike how well it was going for Rayon. But you should want me to finish this quickly and go outside. You won't be able to eat anything delicious otherwise. Don't tell me, did you take a liking to Nadine bread? Rayon took out a Nadine bread and waved it in front of Wrath's eyes. Wrath's shoulders dropped as his eyes trembled like a kid who had seen a cane. All right. He finally realized what was better for him and stepped aside, straightening his back even though it was uncertain it was really his back that he was straightening. Well, do you need any help? Wrath's voice turned cheerful and almost sounded charming. You will be helping me by not doing anything. Rayon chuckled and opened his subspace pocket. He took out Dorian's makeup tools to turn his eye and hair black, then painted his skin a pale color before creating a fake scar under his eye to wrap it up. Cring. He created a bit of round ice with his coldness and looked at his reflection on it. He looked like a completely different person than Rayon Sieghart. Perfect. It's been 20 years. That was the face of the assassin Rayon from when he used to be Darius's shadow. It would be a shame to kill him normally. Martio was one of the leaders who was involved in everything, including his kidnapping, brainwashing, and education. He had stabbed Rayon countless times in his vitals, unleashed wild dogs to devour his flesh, and even skipped meals, sometimes forcing Rayon to eat dirty grass for a whole month. I'm definitely not allowing you an easy death. He had no intention of quickly killing Martio, unlike Lisbon. He was going to make him regret being alive by mentally tormenting him on top of giving him physical pain. Rayon equipped Heavenly Drive and the blade of Requiem around his waist with a frightening smile on his face. He used the cracks in the wall to find out the closest shadow's location. It would take 20 minutes to get there. He figured he could reach him in 5 minutes if he used a shortcut. Rayon decided on his destination and dashed through the passage that his ancestor had created. This is easy. Cring. Rayon used the 10,000 Flames cultivation to open the wall behind the shadows. Int. The shadows managed to react in that brief moment and tried to step away, but Heavenly Drive was faster than them. Hink. The blade's trajectory gleamed silver as it cut through the shadows' necks. With an extremely brief groan, the shadows collapsed to their backs while covering their necks. Tap. Rayon caught the two shadows' corpses and leaned them against the wall to avoid detection by Cassini's magic. Tusk. Wrath raised his chin while clicking his tongue. You idiot, they already found out. He furrowed his brow while pointing at the corpses. The King of Essence can tell that you have no talent for assassination. You should just swing your sword at their faces without trying anything else. Rayon burst out laughing. Why are you laughing? I'm sorry, but I let them hear it on purpose. You let them hear on purpose? Yes. Rayon smiled and shook off the blood from Heavenly Drive. There was no way he would make such a simple mistake after being an assassin for so many years. Killing the shadows before they reacted was a piece of cake for him. Why though? I want them to know about my presence. He was sending them a signal to notify them that a rather skilled warrior had killed the shadows by letting them hear their groans and making their presence disappear in an instant. The way you think is truly a mystery. Wrath was unable to understand him and shook his head. Assassination's true goal isn't to simply kill your target. You have to create the result you want to call it successful. Rayon licked his lips while looking down on the ground where he could feel Martio's presence. Open your eyes and watch. I'm about to show you the real deal. Martio quietly looked upwards. His eyes had turned as cold as a glacier. Listen without showing any reaction. What's the matter now? Cassini frowned while looking back. This is already tiring enough, so why do you have to be so annoying? There's an intruder. She narrowed her eyes while looking upwards. My alarm magic didn't find anything though. I already said this, but it's impossible that anyone would barge in. Presence of the shadows at the fourth location has disappeared. I even heard a small groan. Martio lowered his chin while looking at Cassini with a serious face. They would never leave that spot even if they lost their limbs unless I give them the order. They were killed by an intruder. He was focusing on the floors above him because the uneasy feelings didn't fade away, despite how convinced Cassini was about the lack of intruders. That's how he managed to notice that two shadows had collapsed with a small groan. And that was the proof that someone other than them had intruded inside the dungeon. Moreover, it's a powerful one. Martio could guess that it must have been an extraordinary enemy, considering that they managed to attack the shadows from behind and took care of them before they could even do anything, all while avoiding the alarm magic altogether. Martio himself wouldn't have noticed them either if he wasn't focused on the upper floors. Are you sure? Yes. I guess you're better than me in that area. Cassini bit her lip while she nodded. Since Martio was far better than her at sensing sounds and people's presence, she was convinced that there was indeed an intruder. What shall we do now? Should we stop digging and wait? No. Martio shook his head and pointed at the ground. You should keep digging and pretend you didn't notice anything. Maintain your speed but decrease the noise. All right. Cassini nodded and twirled her finger. The speed of the digging and the tamping of the soil was the same as before, but the noise was more than halved in comparison to before. Mardio lowered her eyebrows while following Cassini down the tunnel. Two more have been defeated. The sound was even smaller than the previous ones. It's a powerful opponent and they are extremely proficient at assassination. That's for sure. The alarm magic still didn't catch anything. Cassini twisted her lips while taking a glance back. But are we still continuing like this? The damage is only going to increase. Their lives are worthless anyway. It works out better for us if they can be used to bait them in. Bait them, you say. The intruder should already know our numbers. If we throw out the shadows in groups of two, they will see it as an opportunity and follow us. Mardio slowly nodded. He must be planning to attack us right before we obtain the treasure, as humans are bound to become careless at that moment. We will keep digging and pretend we didn't notice anything until that happens, and counterattack when he tries to get us. Isn't it better to chase them now and take care of them? It's too far away. We won't be able to catch them if they decide to run away, and we can't have that happen. Mardio clenched his fist so hard that it made a cracking sound. We need to catch them no matter what. Since they were trying to ruin Darius's important plan, Mardio was going to discover their identity and their affiliation no matter what, even if he had to torture them. Two more have died. The fast approach showed that the intruder was bold and level-headed at the same time. It was also proving that trying to bait them instead of chasing them was the correct decision. However, this type of enemy is even easier to catch. Those who were overconfident about their abilities were easier to kill, whether they were assassins or warriors, and that was all that intruder was going to amount to. Mardio's eyes turned cold as he imagined what was going to happen in the near future. I'll have you spit out everything, including the things you don't even know about. Come at me, I'm ready. He must be thinking that he's fully prepared. Rayon smiled coldly while he sensed Mardio and Cassini's energies getting closer. He is reacting just as I expected. Mardio was pretending he didn't notice and was wagging his tail to lure him in and catch him because he believed Rayon was following him from behind. He must have been trying to catch him to obtain information instead of simply killing him. It's a good method, except that I'm your opponent this time. Rayon knew everything about Mardio. He knew what kind of person he was, how he was going to think, and how he was going to act. Moreover, he had a full understanding of the dungeon's layout. Mardio likely believed that he had the upper hand, but all conditions were pointing at an overwhelming advantage for Rayon. Rayon smiled faintly and warmed up his fingers. My next move is to erase my presence. It was necessary to lower his presence a lot further than when he spent 4 days hiding behind the shadows. Rayon made all of the rings of fire resonate. He usually used them to increase his presence, but he suppressed it to the extreme instead and concealed himself. He turned himself into a tiny piece of mana dwelling inside the dungeon, similar to a small pebble on the ground or a drop of water falling from the ceiling. He could sense the vibration from Cassini's digging. It felt like her mana was touching his shoulder. Rayon bit his lip tightly. Not yet. They were definitely nearby, but there was still a chance for Mardio to escape even though he was injured. He needed to wait for a little bit longer. He suppressed his emotions in addition to his body. He even erased the resentment, wrath, and murderous intent that he had from his previous life. He turned his body and mind into a white canvas, much like a newborn baby. After Cassini's magic, the vibrations occurring from Mardio and the Shadow's steps were tickling his feet. That flow allowed him to imagine Mardio and the Shadow's movements. All of them were fully focused behind and above them. Now, Rayon gritted his back teeth and kicked the ground. He wasn't emerging from the front or behind them, but from the wall at the left side. He pushed the wall with the supreme harmony steps that had been further improved and reached Mardio's back in an instant. Cring. It was a blind spot where none of the shadows, nor Cassini nor Mardio, were able to react, and a frightening light emerged from Rayon's sword. Knock, knock. Regil quietly knocked on the door to Darius's room. Enter. Darius's gentle voice could be heard from inside. Regil carefully opened the door and entered the room. What's wrong? Darius raised his head. He was sitting in front of a neatly organized hardwood desk. Did he already manage to regain his composure? There was no trace of anger in Darius's eyes anymore. Even though the 9th farm was destroyed, and the young dogs were released right before the brainwashing became complete, Darius had already returned to his calm self. However, he's never going to forget about it. Borini Kitten wasn't the perpetrator behind the incident. Because Regil had served him for a long time, he could guess that Darius was going to search the entire continent if he had to, and find the perpetrator to destroy everything they owned. Regil bowed before walking up to the desk. Mardio sent a message. He's making progress without any problems and said that he would bring good news from the exploration. I see. Darius slowly nodded and closed his eyes. He seemed to have complete faith in Mardio. Regil briefly licked his lips while watching Darius's reaction. What's the matter? Cassini mentioned that there was a mythical grade monster below the dungeon. I'm worried about them because Mardio hasn't completely recovered from his injuries yet. Mardio was taken under Darius's wings at the same age as Regil, and they'd managed to survive together all that time. The long time they'd spent together made them like brothers, and that was why Regil was worried about him. Don't worry about it. Mardio and Cassini are more than capable of dealing with it. Darius simply shook his head. He's a responsible person, and he even said he would bring good news. That's why I can trust him this time. Mardio still remembered the mistake he made in the Owen Kingdom. His declaration was his expression of his resolution to bring the relic from the dungeon by putting his life on the line. He used to be the head of the underworld, even though he's been ousted now. He calmly lowered his eyes. You shall believe in him. Mardio swallowed nervously as the blade neared him. He got me. He didn't expect him to appear from the side because he'd been too focused on his back. He felt like his body was completely frozen. I need to block it. But that didn't mean he was going to die without trying anything. He couldn't stop the blade from stabbing him, but he could minimize the damage at least. However, the tip of the intruder's sword was shaking, and he couldn't tell whether he was targeting the neck or the heart, in this case. Most assassins would target the heart. Even a small injury to the heart was deadly, unlike the neck, and that was why he decided to defend his chest. Hop, Mardio bit his lip and twisted his upper body as much as possible. Cring, and his expectations were correct. The intruder's sword was rushing towards his heart. PSSH, because he'd curved his back to the breaking point, the intruder's sword only managed to cut his solar plexus instead of his heart before it was pushed back. Thud. Mardio quickly withdrew while covering his chest and stood next to Cassini. The intense pain was making him dizzy. The solar plexus was the crossway of mana circuits all over the body, and a vital point that could endanger his life. He managed to avoid having his heart pierced, but the damage was still huge. He estimated that he wouldn't be able to muster even half of his normal strength. However, I can last at least. It would have been dangerous if he were alone, but the shadows and Cassini were with him. Taking care of an assassin like that was an easy task for them. Catch H-ha. Mardio pointed at the intruder and started to order the attack, but he had to stop with trembling lips. Impossible. A black-haired and black-eyed man was standing there. His face was unremarkable, with pale skin, sharp eyes, and a small scar under his right eye. Mardio's hair stood on end upon recognizing such characteristics. It was impossible for that man to be inside the dungeon or even in the world anymore. Rayon. His heart tightened and felt like it was going to burst. The assassin Rayon. The man in front of him was the previous head of Shadows, Rayon, who he'd raised with his own hands. Rayon, Cassini's eyes widened as her chin trembled. He's really Rayon. Her voice became hoarse from the astonishment he felt. How did you get here? No, how are you even alive? Mardio screamed from the shock. This can't be happening. It's impossible. Darius had killed Rayon, and he disposed of the corpse with his own hands. He burned his bones and flesh to completely erase any trace of his existence, he was alive in front of him. He couldn't understand how it was happening. I'm back. Rayon slashed with a smile on his face. 3 shadows' heads rolled on the ground before they could react. The technique he used was the dark blade of slaughter that Mardio had taught him in the past. To take you and your master with me to hell, since that's where you belong. Even his voice was the same as before. He'd stopped the bleeding on his solar plexus, but blood gushed from it once again as a chill ran down his spine. Nonsense. Such things can never happen in the world. Gasp. Mardio's eyes trembled upon noticing Rayon's sword. Heavenly Drive. Rayon's sword was exactly the same as Rayon Zieghart's sword, which he'd seen recently, so you noticed. He seemed to have no intention of hiding it as he raised his sword to show him. Mardio could be certain of it. It was the same Heavenly Drive that Rayon Zieghart had used. In no way. You guessed right. Rayon put his hand on his face and unleashed the flame. His face gradually changed with a red haze. His black hair turned blonde and his black eyes started to shine red. The blonde hair and red eyes were revealed. Even though they were rare characteristics for humans, they were widely known as Zieghart's distinctive features. Rayon Zieghart. Yes, Rayon nodded. He was Rayon Zieghart. I'm the Rayon that you raised just to butcher and eat. I've returned to drag you down to the depth of hell. He said that through an aura message, but Mardio was too confused to notice. He felt like he'd lost all his ability to think. My Lord Darius was right. Darius believed that the assassin Rayon and Rayon Zieghart were the same person, and he was right. I need to kill him. No, I need to first let him know. Even though he was injured, he was confident he could defeat Rayon alongside Cassini, judging from his past performance in the arena. However, there was no way a monster like him would have come to a dungeon without any other preparations. My first priority is... Mardio unsheathed his sword and ordered the shadows. Leave the dungeon right now and inform our Lord Darius. Tell him that Rayon and Rayon Zieghart are the same person. It should have sounded strange, but around 20 shadows inside the cave started running towards the exit while avoiding Rayon as soon as they heard the order. Rayon was standing still with a smile on his face instead of chasing the shadows. I still haven't forgotten the lesson I learned from you. What? I need to create the situation I want to succeed in assassination. He snapped his fingers. Moment the snapping sound spread out, the dungeon started to tremble, and the ceiling collapsed from above the shadows who were running away from Rayon. Rumble. None of the shadows managed to avoid it and were buried under the rocks and soil. Even though there were more than 20 shadows before, none of them were alive anymore. Step. Rayon took one step towards them with a smile. The discrepancy between the soft footstep and the scene he'd created made them swallow nervously, the only ones who were allowed to leave. His voice was extremely deep. Are the dead? Rayon smiled coldly while watching Mardio and Cassini's faces turn pale. It worked perfectly. The only reason he stabbed Mardio's solar plexus, even though he could have cut his head off with the first strike, was to see that face on him. That expression of bewilderment coming from the man who'd worn a composed mask made him feel like a huge burden had been lifted from his shoulders after 20 years. Why you? Mardio's hands were trembling, as was the sword he was holding. He seemed extremely shocked by the situation, and by the way the shadows were annihilated because of his order. Rayon couldn't stop his smile upon seeing his expression of despair and astonishment. Let's put an end to it, Mardio. Rayon raised Heavenly Drive and pointed at Mardio's heart. Cold sweat was flowing down from Mardio's forehead because of that frightening pressure. How, you little piece of shit. Mardio was unable to react, and Cassini smacked his cheek. It's normal to be surprised. I also felt like my heart skipped a beat. But are you really planning on dying right now? Who do you think is going to be his next target if we end up dying here? Mardio's trembling faded away upon hearing that. His eyes were regaining his composure. You were right about that. Mardio nodded and smacked his other cheek himself. I need to kill him no matter what for his sake. A suffocating amount of murderous intent was spreading from his eyes. Cassini, fight him with the determination to die. I know I need to do that in order to survive. They came to an agreement, and the entire dungeon started to tremble from their pressure. Mardio was naturally the first one to act. He charged in an instant and swung his sword as if the injury had no effect on him. The deep black astral energy was falling towards Rayon's neck. Swoosh! Rayon simply lifted himself and unleashed the ferocious beast inside the blade. The fangs of insanity's carnage burst was gnawing at Mardio's sword. Clang. Willpower wasn't enough to overcome a serious injury. Mardio couldn't withstand the impact and slammed into the wall. A powerful wave of mana appeared when Rayon tried to chase him. It was Cassini Sion's doing. The magic piercing into Rayon's brain was her specialty, mind control magic. It's pointless. He was pretty much immune to mental attacks while he was using the Ring of Fire. The Ring of Fire rotated around his heart and made Cassini's mana disappear like snow in the spring. Whap. Rayon pushed the ground with the front part of his foot to advance. He was right in front of Cassini in an instant and unleashed the Blizzard Sword Art's wind. Cassini quickly created multiple layers of shield, but Heavenly Drive, engulfed by the blue wind, broke through 3 layers and rushed towards her neck. Clang! Blood was about to gush out from her neck, but Mardio interfered to fend off the blade. You bastard! Mardio's sword started to rotate, surrounded by black astral energy. His extremely polished assassination technique was charging toward Rayon's left chest. Too slow. Rayon turned his ankle slashed with his wrath. The all-out attack of the Fangs of Insanity was baring its bloody fangs. Wham! The powerful impact pushed Mardio back with his sword, and he started coughing up blood. He must have taken a huge amount of damage because of his injury from the tournament and the injury to his solar plexus. Take this. Cassini extended her hand from behind Mardio. Yellow lightning was streaming towards Rayon. The spell was Chain Lightning, an electric spell that was her favorite attribute after mind control. Kring! Rayon unsheathed the blade of Requiem with his left hand while using the Supreme Harmony's 5th step. Even though the swing was as peaceful as the rain flowing down from the roof, the red blade mercilessly destroyed the lightning. It was the ghastly flow of mana, with the ability to erase magic. That trait was truly a disaster for magicians. I'm not done yet. A sphere of lightning emerged from her hand, and dozens of lightning gushed out from it. It was Plasma Bolt, the strongest magic attack that she could use. I already told you, it's pointless. Rayon thrust the blade of Requiem before the Plasma Bolt was completed. The somber, ghastly energy interfered with Cassini's mana to make the Plasma Bolt explode right before it was completed. Boom! Cassini was slammed into the ground she was digging because the mana explosion happened right under her nose. Huff. Her eyes widened after she coughed up blood, but Rayon was already right in front of her. He was trying to slash with Heavenly Drive before she escaped with Blink, but Mardio interfered and stopped the blade. Kring! Rayon twisted his blade to use the Black Beast Tribe's secret technique. The powerful impact created from a point-blank distance made both Mardio and Cassini, who was behind him, roll on the ground at the same time. Their faces turned pale upon realizing that there was an overwhelming difference in power. Don't worry too much, I won't kill you so easily. Rayon looked down on Mardio and Cassini with dry eyes. You will have to tell me everything you know and everything you don't know. Arg! Cassini's chin was trembling as she grasped her shoulder. The mind control and the lightning magic are both ineffective. He's a complete monster. Use. Mardio clenched his fist to the brim and grabbed Cassini's shoulder. She could hear his aura message. Use me. What? I'll make my vitality run wild. Use Berserker on me. Cassini's face hardened as she heard the words. But if I cast Berserker on you while your vitality is running wild, it's fine. Mardio nodded with unwavering eyes. His blade will reach our lord eventually. I need to finish him off right here. Cassini nodded after noticing the determination in his voice. All right. Cassini leaped backward and extended her hand. The mana from her hand distorted in an opposite way of the normal formation and seeped into Mardio's body. It was the most effective berserker magic, Madness Break. Mardio's eyes turned red and his muscles puffed up into a rough shape of an orc. The change wasn't only limited to his body, either. Even his energy erupted like a volcano to fill the entire surrounding area. Rayon furrowed his brow while watching Mardio's change. Is he using Vitality Explosion? Vitality is the power of life that humans had inside them from the moment of their birth. It was a power that couldn't be recovered once it was used, yet Mardio seemed to be using it. Moreover, it was further amplified through Cassini's berserker magic. He'd become about 3 times more powerful in terms of the raw quantity of his aura. Die, Mardio slashed while crushing the ground. The astral energy dwelling on his blade became as long as a spear shaft and as thick as an axe. His dark blade of slaughter was completely under control, unlike Martha when she went berserk. Show me your desperate struggle. Rayon smiled coldly and stomped the ground. Because I was starting to get sad with how disappointing you were. He unleashed the aqua flower of the blizzard sword art. The astral energy twisted up alongside the wind to clash against Mardio's strike. Clang, bone-shattering pain was felt from the impact. The synergy between Vitality Explosion and Berserker seemed to have multiplied his power by more than 3 times. Creak, Rayon showed a toothy smile while clashing with his power. Perfect reaction. I can now pay you back with interest. Slam, he deflected Mardio's sword with the blizzard sword art. Once Mardio's blade was pushed towards the wall, Rayon slashed Heavenly Drive upwards. Whap, Rayon's sword didn't stop after unleashing the flame spirit. It was the revolving sky of the 10,000 Flames cultivation. A sphere emerged from Heavenly Drive's blade and rotated violently to spread powerful flames. Wham, the combo between Flame Spirit and Revolving Sky blocked Mardio's escape in all directions. This isn't a big deal. Mardio screamed and thrust his sword. The black astral energy of his blade spread around like spiderwebs to fight back against the flames. It was the dark blade of Slaughter's special technique, the Vengeful Spirit's Howl. The clash between Rayon's red astral energy and Mardio's black energy created a tremendous explosion. Rumble, the shockwave spread all the way from the walls to the floor and the hardened ground collapsed. Tap, Rayon spun midair to land on the uneven ground. He couldn't see them properly because of the dust, but he could feel that Mardio and Cassini were standing on the other side. This is intense. The pain felt like he broke his right arm, which was wielding his sword. Mardio's strike was far stronger than it should have been because he was burning his own life force and even had Cassini cast a spell on him. And that's what makes it worth defeating him. Since he was one of the arch-enemies that he'd been waiting for 20 whole years for revenge against, he would have felt empty if Mardio died in vain. His desperate struggle was making it even better for Rayon. Whoosh, Rayon twirled Heavenly Drive to remove the dust. Mardio was glaring at him and the red color in his eyes had intensified even further. What? Is he getting even stronger? Mardio's energy was burning more powerfully than before, just like his eyes. Since vitality was supposed to decrease once it was used, it should have been impossible to become stronger. Did you mention that only the dead can leave this place? Mardio crushed the ground and charged at him. Even though the techniques he was using were the dark shadow steps and the dark blade of slaughter that Rayon was well familiar with, the speed and movement were on a whole different level. The same goes for you. You won't be able to leave this place alive. I'm an exception. I'm the host of this party. Shut up. Rayon used Heavenly Drive, which he had pulled back to draw a line, and a blue wave followed the trajectory. The 2 blades of Frost Pond were unleashed towards Mardio's sword and neck. Clang. Mardio polished his murderous aura and swung his astral blade to completely block Frost Pond. He wasn't even getting pushed back because of the tremendous energy he was using. It won't work on me. His energy intensified even further. The way it kept amplifying over and over felt like gunpowder that was about to explode. Gunpowder, could it be? Rayon felt like cold water was pouring on his body. He could guess that Mardio was trying to self-destruct with him. Did you finally realize I'm pretty much a bomb right now? Mardio's lips curved into a long smile. Death is the only fate awaiting you whether you attack me or not. Mardio dashed once again. His astral energy was even darker and thicker than before as he assaulted Rayon from the left side. Rayon created a line of raging fire on Heavenly Drive's blade. The slash fell upon his opponent like lightning. It was the 10,000 Flames cultivation's 100 Flames, the Crimson Slash. Zap. Even the flaming slash was unable to cut through Mardio's aura of life. Mardio pushed ahead with sheer strength even though his mouth was coughing up blood. Rayon frowned while looking at Mardio's murderous eyes. He's even risking his soul. Mardio was even sacrificing his soul on top of his vitality through Cassini's magic to obtain that power. Clang. Rayon gained distance by using Mardio's strength. I'll be buried alive if he explodes like this. Mardio's self-destruction was too much for him to handle even though he had a complete understanding of the topography inside the dungeon. It was necessary to slay him before he exploded. I should get rid of that power with the white shadow slash and use the sword's silvery dream afterward. He looked around to find a place to bait Mardio in, and he noticed a familiar trace on the wall. It was his ancestors' technique that he'd seen on the upper part, the sword traces of the 10,000 Flames cultivation's flawless sea of fire. It's different, however, the technique had a different flow. Unlike the entrance, where the traces were all focused on the walls and the floor, the traces of the flawless sea of fire he was witnessing were connected to the entire area. The flow looks like it would break, but it won't. It's almost like a huge ocean. Unlike House Robert's swordsmanship, which connected like a river to eventually become an ocean, the flawless sea of fire's true objective seemed to be the creation of a vast ocean's embrace right off the bat. Crackle, a red line struck upon Rayon's head as he realized that fact. The second trance had arrived. Rayon's hands started to flow according to the traces on the walls. The pinnacle of the ancestors' swordsmanship was dwelling in heavenly drive as he advanced. I don't know what you're trying, but it's already too late. Mardio was charging at him with veins bulging on his face. His puffed-up body gradually turned red like a bomb nearing its explosion. You are going to die here. The astral energy was endlessly bursting from his sword. It literally looked like the astral energy had managed to build a black mountain. Whoosh. A small spark was created by Rayon's sword as the mountain of astral energy fell toward him while devouring the space. The blade revolved around according to the trajectory on the walls and drew an elegant line before soaring toward the sky like a firebird. 10,000 Flames cultivation, 100 flames, flawless sea of fire. The blade followed the horizon, and a flaming tidal wave emerged to swallow the black mountain. Rayon's sword didn't stop even after it unleashed the red tidal wave. He followed his ancestors' sword traces and drew a magnificent picture as the ring of fire enhanced his mind. The ocean's embrace was waiting at the destination of his brush strokes. The accumulation of tidal waves created a vast ocean capable of swallowing the entire world. Snap! The crimson ocean created by the flawless sea of fire crushed Mardio's black mountain. Rumble. With a thunderous noise that sounded like the entire world was collapsing, Mardio's energy faded away. The attacking astral energy and his concentrated energy for self-destruction both disappeared. He groaned in despair, his right arm torn off. Huff, he stepped back with difficulty and his teeth chattered. What was that swordsmanship just now? The tidal wave of fire had swallowed everything he had. It wasn't just the astral energy dwelling in his sword, but also the energy he had been gathering in his heart that was wiped away. He couldn't regain his composure because he couldn't understand what happened. But that technique, it somehow feels. Rayon's technique shared a similarity with House Robert's swordsmanship. It almost looked like his lord's technique. However, he didn't have the time to think about the technique because Rayon was standing right in front of him, his eyes a blazing crimson just like the ocean that burned up everything in his possession. He felt suffocated the moment he met those eyes. Nothing came to his mind. The fear for his life had revived even though he had forgotten it a long time ago. Cassini bit her lip tightly, watching the terrified Mardio. He's a monster. It was impossible to completely ignore mental magic, even for a grandmaster, but he was just a master. The magic should have had an effect, no matter how small it was, but he had literally nullified her mind control magic. She was speechless over how absurd that was. It's all over for us. There was nothing she could do. Mardio's strike and her most powerful mental magic, spider memory, were both ineffective. I don't want to him. Cassini rolled her tongue while watching Rayon. He isn't interested in me. He seemed to be fully focused on Mardio. It must have been because he had a larger grudge against him than her. This is my chance. Since he was focused on Mardio, it was the only opportunity she had to escape from that monster. Cassini carefully controlled her mana. She set the coordinates above the ocean in order to escape the dungeon and slowly arranged her mana. However, once she used the arranged mana to activate the teleportation spell, an intense pain could be felt in her shoulder. She looked down to check, and a dagger was buried beneath her shoulder with a strange ghastly energy emanating from it. This can't be. She raised her eyes as goosebumps appeared all over her body. A frightening pair of red eyes were looking down on her. It's still fine. Even though Rayon noticed her escape, it was still okay. She had already finished arranging the mana for her teleport. You are too late. Cassini stepped back and activated the teleport. You are dead meat now. Serdaris is going Toha. She should have disappeared while she cursed at him, but the arranged mana wasn't moving at all. In no way. Cassini looked at the dagger in her shoulder with trembling lips. The ghastly energy emanating from it was preventing the magic's activation. You will die if you pull it out. She was trying to grab the dagger with her trembling hand, but Rayon's frightening voice could be heard. She unconsciously lowered her hand with fear running down her spine. Cassini, run away, you must tell him, Mardio screamed while holding onto Rayon with his only arm and leg. Cassini gritted her teeth and pulled the dagger from her shoulder. There was still some leftover, ghastly energy, but it wasn't a big deal. She quickly chanted and tried to cast the teleportation spell once again, but the world became slanted. She couldn't even speak, let alone control her mana. All she could see alongside a small impact in her head was that her body was collapsing. Mardio was crying in despair while Rayon stared at her with his red eyes. Did I end up dying? She realized she was dead, but she felt relieved instead. It was because she finally managed to escape those terrifying red eyes. What a relief! Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the bloody edge of the Blade of Requiem. It's literally the worst nightmare of magicians. The Blade of Requiem's ghastly flow of mana still worked even though he was further away. The fight was pretty much over the moment the Blade of Requiem stabbed the magician. It might not have worked if Cassini didn't panic, or if it had been a more advanced magician than her, but it was still surprising that such a thing was possible. Rayon caressed the Blade of Requiem before equipping it around his waist. Grr, the grinding sound of Wrath's teeth could be heard. You are going to break your teeth if you keep doing that. Shut up. He shouted and shoved his face against him. Who the hell are you? Rayon slowed down his breathing as Wrath seemed to be asking about the situation. How can I trick him? The most important part was said through aura messages, but he got too excited and ended up revealing some things that he shouldn't have. It was honestly a hopeless situation. This is actually, why the hell are you getting another trance? However, Wrath wasn't questioning the situation, was simply angry about the fact that he went into a trance twice in a row. Is a trance a neighborhood restaurant for you? Are you just going there to fill your freaking stomach whenever you are hungry? Wrath lamented the absurdity of the situation. The King of Essence's life was long enough to be called exhausting, but he has never seen madness like 2 trances a day before. Were you feeling at home in the trance? I was just lucky. He managed to enter the trance because he saw the traces of the flawless sea of fire in his extremely focused state as he was trying to stop Mardio's self-destruction. He was just lucky. It wasn't his skills. That was why he had no excuse. You make the King of Essence angry every single time. He's going nuts. Is this what they call an inferiority complex? Bullshit. Even a god would want to punch you if they saw you. Rayon shook his head and walked up to Mardio. He had lost both his arms and was groaning in pain. Mardio. Rayon went on his knees to meet Mardio's gaze. Does it hurt? You. It also hurt for me. Wrath must have already realized it, but he still used an aura message just in case. When you stabbed beneath my fingernails and toenails with a needle, when you tore apart the vitals points throughout my body with a blade, when savage beasts bit me, and when my only friend had to die, it hurt so much. Rayon took Mardio's sword and stabbed his thigh. That spot could cause intense pain, enough to make the entire body go numb. Mardio sounded like he was about to die as he lowered his head. PSSH, the second stab was behind his shin. That spot could cause intense pain that made it feel like ants were devouring the body. Mardio screamed while struggling like a caterpillar. Don't worry, I still have a lot more to pay back. Rayon struck Mardio's vitals without showing any expression on his face, as if he were wearing a mask. His scream echoed throughout the quiet dungeon. Is this fun for you? You were smiling while doing this to children who couldn't even speak properly yet. Was it fun? He was too excited and said it with his mouth even though he should have sent it through an aura message. Actually, he'd been excited ever since he entered the dungeon. However, he didn't regret it even if Wrath managed to discover the truth. He couldn't quench the 20 years of waiting for his revenge by simply taking his life. Stop. The children you've killed also begged for their lives and asked you to stop countless times. Have you ever granted their wish? Rayon remembered his previous life. The children who died from the torture, the children who were bitten to death by the wild dogs, the children who turned into the higher-ups' playthings before being murdered, and the children who had to die at their best friend's hands. He could remember all those young faces that couldn't even close their eyes in resentment. He gritted his teeth because he felt like he was going to cry otherwise. Mardio's wavering breath sounded like he was about to die. He was actually on the verge of death because he was being tortured after spending his vitality. Don't worry, I won't let you die. Rayon controlled the 10,000 Flames cultivation and Glacier at the same time. He shoved Glacier into his left mana circuits and the 10,000 Flames cultivation into his right mana circuits. The two energies combined in Mardio's wounded solar plexus and created an intense wave. Mardio's explosive scream was the loudest one so far. His eyes distorted shape because of the mixture of mental shock and physical pain. What is Darius's goal? However, Mardio still didn't respond. It was a behavior befitting a fanatic. Let's try increasing the intensity. Rayon smiled coldly and amplified Glacier and the 10,000 Flames cultivation's energies. Mardio's eyes rolled back. His limbs crooked like a squid. I've been enduring that pain ever since my birth. It's a perfectly bearable pain for a human being, so you should endure it. The pain Mardio was experiencing was no different from the pain Rayon had every day until the curse of frost was lifted. I've already exhausted my vitality. I'm going to die. I already told you that you aren't going to die. Rayon firmly shook his head. My two auras are clashing in your body to create false vitality. You will never be allowed to die until that energy is exhausted. In short, that pain might last forever. Yuha, Rayon was obviously lying. While it was true that he could extend his life temporarily, he couldn't make it last forever. Damn it. However, Mardio seemed to believe him, his face distorted into an indescribable shape. I'll ask for the last time. What is Darius's goal? You don't need to answer. You can stay in that state until I leave this dungeon. He wants to release fear into the continent. Mardio raised his head when Rayon was about to leave. Fear? Is he planning a war? Yes, Mardio nodded. Rayon felt exhilaration from the fact that he managed to defeat the mind of a fanatic who had dedicated his whole existence to Darius. It must involve the 6 kings and the 5 demons. That's also correct. So how is he planning to cause this war? Rayon narrowed his eyes. The war couldn't happen so easily because the 5 demons and the 6 kings had too much to lose. He couldn't understand how he was planning to start a war. It's the same as your case. Don't tell me, is he planning to kidnap the direct lines? Mardio didn't respond, but his facial expression gave him the answer. I see. Rayon smiled coldly and nodded. He's such a nasty guy. Why, you will end up dying at his hand. Mardio couldn't finish his sentence and perished. Rayon had no regrets because it was good enough that he managed to survive so long after spending his vitality. I finished everything I wanted to do. He managed to traumatize Mardio by revealing his identity before causing physical pain as he died, and he even managed to obtain hints about Darius's plan. It wasn't excessive to call it the best revenge he could have had. Rayon stabbed Mardio's heart with his sword and closed his eyes. Rest in peace, everyone. He prayed, hoping that the souls that Mardio had killed would be able to rest in peace. He sighed and turned around. Wrath was looking at him with his arms crossed. It was time for an explanation. What shall I do? He couldn't tell him everything about his reincarnation. It was necessary to add some fake reasons. Tempting him with food should be the best method. Rayon licked his lips and walked up to Wrath. Wrath, what happened this time? Rayon Sieghart. Wrath's voice sounded heavier than usual as he called Rayon's name. The King of Essence isn't an idiot. Wrath seemed to have realized already, just like Rayon had expected. But you aren't indebted to him either. What? You don't have to explain everything that happened to you. Wrath uncrossed his arms and closed his eyes. To be honest, the King of Essence happened to see your dream when you were trying to save the children from the orphanage. Rayon had thought it was strange because Wrath wasn't blabbering as much as usual, but he had apparently witnessed the fight to death against number 9 in his dream. Whether we are on good or bad terms, we can hardly deceive each other. However, that's not a reason to ask you to reveal your whole story. That's why he is going to wait. Wrath smiled faintly and raised his hand. You shall tell your story once you are ready. The King of Essence will forget about this until that happens. Rayon's jaw dropped as he stared at Wrath. His casual yet imposing appearance made him look like a demon king, a true monarch for the first time. You are so cool. He was the complete opposite of Rayon, who was trying to deceive him no matter what, and that was giving a great impression. The King of Essence has always been cool and beautiful. He's not someone that a mere human can dare to judge. He turned around and shook his hand. He must have been trying to keep that atmosphere around him. I'll eat everything you want as soon as we leave this place. Rayon was serious. He was so thankful and apologetic at the same time, and he wanted to do every favor for him that he could. Wrath didn't turn around. It was the first time he didn't even budge when food was mentioned. I'm seeing you in a new ligha. Rayon walked up to Wrath with a smile on his face but suddenly had to stop. We are definitely including pizza, and the lamb chops from last time were pretty good. Since we are at the Southern Sea now, lobsters or grilled fish would be a good idea. We also need some fruit juices to kill the aftertaste. Wrath was writing down the list of food that he wanted to eat on his palm. It hadn't even been 5 seconds, yet he had already written more than a whole page. I thought he had changed, but I was mistaken. Even the dignity of a king couldn't help his gluttony. Rayon shook his head and looked at the ground. He rolled his lips into a smile while feeling the mythical creature's murderous aura, filled with irritation from all the noise and vibrations they had caused. There's one left now. The Babaroon Duchy's banquet hall was elegantly illuminated, as if starlight was shining above it. Darius Robert and Duke Babaroon were cheerfully clinking their glasses on the platform. The treatment for your son's shoulder is proceeding without any problems. Duke Babaroon smiled gently at Darius Robert. He should regain his senses from before he was injured in 3 months at least and 4 months at most. Darius nodded while meeting Duke Babaroon's eyes. There's no need to thank me. This much is obvious between allies. I would be sad if you thanked me for such a trivial matter. Duke Babaroon shook his hand. His eyes were full of desire despite his humble speech. I see. Darius's lips rolled into a smile as he noticed the furtive scent of desire from Duke Babaroon. He's such a greedy pig. Duke Babaroon was indeed a skilled man, but he was far too greedy for what he was worth. That greed was the very reason even the Marquises had begun to surpass him, and he was called the rotten pillar of Balkar. However, this fat pig clearly has a lot of meat to offer. The pig's position and power were useful for treating Caddy's shoulder, but he also needed them to take over Balkar. That was the reason Darius was visiting him instead of the other houses that specialized in healing. I would still like to express my gratitude. Please tell me anything you want, without reservation. Darius raised his hand slightly while saying that he was fine with anything. It's really not necessary. I said this before, but the Sky Sword Saint's visit to our duchy is already an honor for us. The desire in Babaroon's eyes intensified as he shook his head despite what he said. You are as humble as always. However, since you saved my incompetent Sonhuff, Durs suddenly started to grasp his head in the middle of his speech. What? 2 rage worms had suddenly died. Moreover, they were the worms he had planted in the 2 people he trusted, not some random vermin. Mardio and Cassini have died. Cassini's mind control magic was capable enough to control mythical creatures and even the warriors with a higher realm than Advanced Master. Darius couldn't believe that they couldn't escape and had to die inside the submarine dungeon. It wasn't possible, no matter how powerful the monster was. Moreover, their deaths were extremely terrifying and painful. Rage worms were also capable of determining the host's emotions. The last signal he had received from Mardio and Cassini's rage worms was that of astonishment, fear, and pain. How is this happening? Mardio was an assassin who had already erased his normal human emotions. He couldn't think straight because he couldn't believe that those violent emotions were the last things he felt before he died. Dear head of house, I need to get some fresh air. He could feel that his face was turning pale. He couldn't control his expression, nor maintain his composure like he'd always done. He had to get away from the hall in order to avoid revealing his shock. Head of house, I can examine it for you if you aren't feeling too good. It's okay, but it could be a serious disease. I already said I don't need it. Huff. Duke Babaroon fell on his ass while his fat body trembled in fear upon meeting Darius's powerful murderous aura in his eyes. Darius glared at Duke Babaroon for a while before turning away. Damn it. He knew that he had to suppress his anger, but he couldn't. His fingertips were trembling because it reminded him of what happened at the 9th farm recently. Darius walked across the banquet hall that had fallen silent and went outside. Regil caught up to him at some point and followed him out. My lord, Mardio has died. What? Regil was also surprised and fell speechless. I don't know the exact reason, but there must have been a problem inside the dungeon. However, he couldn't even begin to guess what could have happened inside the dungeon for him to feel such a terrible emotion before death. I'll take care of it. I'll gather the shadows for now. No. Darius shook his head and put on the coat that he had brought with him. I'll go myself. Rayon clenched his fist before opening it and examining his body's condition. Not bad. He could guess that he could gain extra stats and even increase the 10,000 Flames cultivation and Glacier's realms by focusing on the cultivation after he was done with the dungeon. I've gained a lot more than I thought. Maybe I should buy Merlin a meal. He was only trying to prevent Darius from obtaining the dungeon's treasure, but he managed to get his revenge against Martio and even learned a new technique. He wanted to do something for Merlin because she was the one who told him information about the dungeon when she appeared as a squirrel. The only thing left now is, he just needed to defeat the monster below and take the treasure before destroying the dungeon. Shouldn't you recover your aura and stamina first and fight it when you're in your best condition? The monster down there is as powerful as you. As powerful as me, you say. He could indeed feel powerful energy coming from the hostile mythical creature at the bottom of the dungeon. Recovering his stamina and aura before fighting it was indeed the correct move. I know that it's the right thing to do, but Rayon smiled coldly while looking at the ceiling. I don't have the time. Time? Yes, the owner of the dogs is coming. Darius had probably already noticed Mardio and Cassini's deaths, and he had likely already left the Babaroon duchy to come to the dungeon, considering his personality, because his patience must have reached its limit. Rayon could guess that the destruction of the 9th farm and the death of his confidant Mardio must have made him lose his composure. He needed to leave as fast as possible to avoid encountering him. Rayon pointed Heavenly Drive at the ground and focused his aura. His energy concentrated at the tip of the sword before it exploded at once. The land split apart like a spiderweb and crumbled from the heavenly heavy cannon's power, which had become even stronger than before. Swish! His hair stood on end upon feeling the frightening amount of murderous aura coming from below. Rayon lowered his eyes to see what the hostile mythical creature looked like. Is that a jellyfish? The jellyfish floating in the air was shining white like a snowfield. Its body was about 4 meters in diameter, and the tentacles seemed to be over 40 meters long. It's rather beautiful. Wrath smiled faintly while watching the wavering jellyfish, and it's obviously not going to be easy to kill it. Yes, it's a ghost jellyfish after all. It was a sea monster called a ghost jellyfish because of its transparent and smooth body, and the tentacles looked like a floating ghost. However, its size was at least 3 times bigger than the average ghost jellyfish. Rayon frowned. This is going to be annoying to deal with. The ghost jellyfish had 2 characteristics, and the first one was that it was capable of accelerating to a tremendous speed both underwater and above ground. It was faster than most warriors, and it was better to think that the tentacle would be right under your nose the moment it recognized you. The second characteristic was worse. The ghost jellyfish had a deadly poison that no toxic substances or poisonous insect could surpass. Even an average ghost jellyfish had a powerful enough poison to melt an aura blade, so a mythical jellyfish's poison could be expected to melt astral energy. Whoosh, the ghost jellyfish stretched its tentacles, intending to kill him. It was even faster than a master's swift sword. The monster was trying to attack while Rayon couldn't dodge because he was in midair. Whoosh, as the tentacle approached at the speed of light, Rayon slashed it with heavenly drive. Clang. It sounded like a clash between metals, even though it was a tentacle. It's strong. Rayon didn't manage to cut off the tentacle, even though astral energy was bursting from his sword. Even the tentacle's durability seemed to have increased from becoming a mythical monster. Key, the ghost jellyfish slowly subsided and spread its body. Dozens and hundreds of tentacles rose at the same time before curving towards Rayon to strike. It almost looked like sunlight falling from the sky. Wham. Each and every tentacle was extremely powerful, and they were moving as sharply as a swordsman. Rayon had the impression that he was fighting a warrior who was extremely proficient in variable swords and illusion swords. The problem is, while a warrior's sword would have many feints, the monster's attacks were all real. Thud, Rayon used the Supreme Harmony steps and dashed to the left. The ghost jellyfish's tentacles changed direction in an instant to chase Rayon. It almost felt like the tentacles had eyes of their own. It's even smart. The ghost jellyfish was ready to move its body at any moment if it needed to dodge, all while using its tentacles to attack. Smack! Whenever the tentacles hit the ground, the area turned white and melted. See, water was welling up from the resulting holes. That's the scariest part. The result created by the extremely effective poison was far from being normal. It confirmed Rayon's guess that it would also work against astral energy. This is going to be a difficult fight. Cassini would have been able to easily defeat the ghost jellyfish with her mind control magic, but he had no option other than breaking through the poison to kill it. He could expect a difficult fight. Whap! The ghost jellyfish seemed to have realized that attacking from one side wasn't enough and spread its tentacles to both sides to pressure him. It was even capable of making quick decisions on top of its swift movement and reaction. However, that's what I wanted. Rayon smiled deeply and dashed forward. He was waiting for the tentacles to split in order to attack the ghost jellyfish's body. Whap! He gathered as much coldness as possible on Heavenly Drive and unleashed Frost Pond. The moment his blade and the blade of coldness were slashing at the same time, white poison spread out from the bell of the ghost jellyfish. Wham! The blade of coldness clashed against the poison and disappeared without achieving anything. Just as Rayon expected, the ghost jellyfish's poison was as powerful as astral energy. Tusk. Rayon clicked his tongue and stepped back. I have never seen anything like this before. He had never seen a ghost jellyfish spread its poison from the bell, as it normally only came from the tentacles. He could guess that the monster obtained that ability when it evolved into a mythical rank monster. The ghost jellyfish seemed to have noticed the danger, as it reduced its size by compressing itself and started moving all of its tentacles. Swah! A chill ran down his spine because it looked like hundreds of swordsmen were attacking him at the same time. It's being cautious. Unlike the previous attack, it wasn't using all of its tentacles to attack, instead positioning some of them around its body for defense. It was a smart monster. Creak. Rayon scratched the ground with Heavenly Drive and slashed upwards to ignite the flame spirit. The flower petals were glowing red as they floated into the air to clash against the poisonous tentacles. Wham, wham, the clashes between the poison and heat created countless explosions in the air. Even the dungeon's walls split apart. Gray dust spread out from them. Thud, Rayon used the Supreme Harmony's second step. He advanced in a flash and closed the distance to the ghost jellyfish's side. Pulled his sword back and thrust his sword by using acceleration. 10,000 flames cultivation, 100 flames, flame dragon art. Key, the ghost jellyfish turned to the left with a grotesque screech. Silver energy was gushing from its bell. It was a deadly poison, even more powerful than the previous one. Wham! The frontal clash between the flame dragon art's heat and the jellyfish's deadly poison created a tremendous shockwave. Rayon leaped backward to avoid being affected by the poison. Not bad for an insignificant creature. Wrath chuckled while watching the ghost jellyfish. He seemed to have taken an interest in it. Yes, it almost feels like I'm fighting against a warrior. Monsters usually had simple movement patterns, but the ghost jellyfish was predicting Rayon's moves probably because it had reached the mythical rank. It was a difficult opponent to win against. the ghost jellyfish predicted where Rayon was going to move next and attacked with its tentacles. They weren't simply coming from above anymore, since they were storming from 4 different directions including the left, right, and below. It's completely blocking my escape. What a scary monster. Rayon narrowed his eyes and slashed Heavenly Drive upwards into a semicircle. Clong. Even though Heavenly Drive was clad in astral energy, he was unable to cut off the tentacle. The sword was bounced back instead, as if it were hitting steel. It's powerful for sure, but I finished analyzing it. Rayon smiled while watching the second wave of tentacles trying to assault him. I won't be able to play around with you anymore since I'm too busy. He normally would have studied martial arts by observing the ghost jellyfish's attacks, but he didn't have time for that because Darius could arrive at any moment through a dimensional door. Thud. He stomped the ground and unleashed the 10,000 Flames cultivation to full power. He smacked the tentacles with the raging blade of rotating fire. Slash. Even though the tentacles felt as hard as steel, they were cut apart like a piece of cloth. Key. The ghost jellyfish screeched and randomly started to flail its severed tentacles. It looked like it was losing control, but it was actually trying to spread poison from inside the tentacles. That's not going to work either. He engulfed Heavenly Drive's blade with the principles of the fangs of insanity. The burning claws of a savage beast burnt up the deadly poison and ripped apart the tentacles. Slash. Each time the raging fire danced in the air, dozens of tentacles were cut into pieces. Key. The ghost jellyfish didn't try to retreat even though it had lost more than half of its tentacles. It kept flailing its tentacles to kill Rayon at all costs, which means Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the puddle the ghost jellyfish's body was floating in. This dungeon's treasure must be located under it. Thud. Rayon pushed the ground with the Supreme Harmony steps and advanced. Whoosh. The ghost jellyfish gathered all of its remaining tentacles and slammed down on him. Hundreds of tentacles were combined into one huge club, falling down on him. It looks like it figured it couldn't defeat me with individual tentacles. That was a good idea, but it's too late. Rayon chuckled and slashed Heavenly Drive downward like lightning. It was the 10,000 Flames cultivation's crimson slash. The dazzling light of a raging fire severed the combined tentacle in a single slash. Kaya, the ghost tentacle, made its next move while screaming. It clad its body with the deadly poison filling the atmosphere and the poison from its bell to charge at Rayon. It wasn't trying to self-destruct. It was the best way to attack in that situation. This looks dangerous. His fingertips were trembling because of the powerful wave of deadly poison. He was feeling dizzy despite his poison resistance. Kring. Rayon smoothly pulled Heavenly Drive out. The black shadow anchored on the blade glimmered white as it spread a majestic light. Rayon Sieghart-style swordplay. 5th form, white shadow slash. The white blade flowed, and all of the deadly poison that the ghost jellyfish had gathered disappeared like snow in spring. Key. The ghost jellyfish unleashed a lump of poison from its bell as a last-ditch effort, but it was nothing but a flower bud that would never blossom because of the white shadow it was facing. Whop. The power of the white shadow slash exploded after it devoured all of the poison. Cold lightning struck down to split the ghost jellyfish's body in half. Key. The ghost jellyfish spread its poison as it teetered on the verge of death, but it couldn't overcome the white shadow slash and faded away like dust in the air. This is terrifying. Even though it was his own technique, Rayon realized once again how overpowered it was to be able to remove all of an opponent's energy. He figured that an opponent weaker than himself would never be able to defeat him with that skill. Damn it, Wrath shouted. You should have lasted longer. Why did you have to lose like this after all the time you spent sucking up the energy in this place? He slapped the tentacle with his hand to express his displeasure at how easily it lost. It's time to get my loot. Rayon covered his hands with the 10,000 Flames cultivation and rummaged through the ghost jellyfish's body. I found it. He managed to find a marble that was a sparkling silver color on the left side of its body. It was the ghost jellyfish's energy core, and it was brimming with deadly poison. I don't think I can eat it without further processing. He figured he couldn't simply swallow it because of the powerful poison. Let's leave it for later. He pushed the ghost jellyfish's corpse aside. The puddle was finally revealed from under the corpse that kept trying to hide it even after death. Rayon swallowed nervously while looking at the center of the puddle filled with emerald sea water. This is an old magician wearing a gray robe bowed to Darius Robert. I'm honored to serve the Sky Sword Saint. I'm in your care. Darius nodded and looked at the semicircular frame next to the old magician. They forced me to use the dimensional door. He normally didn't entrust his body to others. Since using the dimensional door meant he needed to leave his body to the complete mercy of a magician, he rarely used them unless it was absolutely necessary. He even used a carriage when he went to the conference of the 6 kings, claiming that he wanted to witness the world with his very eyes and walk through the land with his own feet as an excuse. However, he ended up using the dimensional door anyway, and that fact enraged him. I'll make you regret living. Whether it was the mythical creature inside the submarine dungeon or a third party who suddenly interfered, he decided that he would reduce Mardio and Cassini's killer into a state where they were neither living nor dead. Ha. Darius sighed briefly and looked at the old magician. You may begin, understood. The old magician bowed once again and slammed the ground with his staff. With a thud, the semicircular frame started to shine brilliantly. The light intensified and spread into a cone shape, filling the entire frame and turning into a door. This door is connected to House Robert. Please enter. The old magician stepped aside with a smile. Darius nodded and walked into the dimensional door. Dazzling light filled his vision alongside a floating sensation. Tusk. He clicked his tongue in irritation because he had to entrust his body to someone else, then turned his head to look back. Regil had also entered the door and was following right behind him. Are you okay? No. Darius frowned and clenched his fist. I'm seriously angry now. It's been a very long time since the last time I felt this way. He was also irritated when the 9th farm was destroyed, but it couldn't be compared to how he was feeling. His wrath was similar to when Temaz died while trying to attack Sieghart on his own accord after he failed to take over House Yanan. It's because I've been working on it for a long time. He'd been preparing for a long time to obtain the elixir and relic at the submarine dungeon. He'd wiped out the sea monsters around the dungeon and removed the huge boulders blocking the path from above the dungeon, which took several careful years to prevent it from collapsing. The preparation took as long as House Yanan, yet his plan had been foiled and he had even lost the 2 useful people, Martio and Cassini. That fact made him boil in anger to the point that he felt bloated. I won't let you escape. Martio and Cassini's deaths couldn't be undone. What he needed to do was to obtain the treasures under the dungeon no matter what. He was biting his lip to suppress his anger when the semicircular door appeared just like when he entered that space. Ha. Darius let out a small sigh and walked towards the door. My lord, welcome back to the house. House Robert's swordsmen and magicians were lined up in front of the dimensional door, bowing politely. Darius didn't even respond to their greetings, throwing away his coat before jumping into the sky. His body turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the dungeon. Even if you are a god, flames of wrath sparkled from Darius's eyes as he kicked the sky to advance. You won't be able to escape me. Rayon swallowed nervously while looking at a flower floating in the puddle. A blue flower. The 5 petals were sparkling with a navy blue color. The stem was curved as softly as the moonlight, and 6 transparent leaves were sprouting out of it. It looked so fragile that it seemed like it would break from the smallest touch, yet beautiful at the same time. Wait, is this the ocean soul? The ocean soul was the name of the flower, and it was a legendary elixir that contained the energy of the entire ocean. It only appeared in the stories of legend and myths, and Rayon never expected to find one. It is. Wrath nodded. His widened eyes looked like they were about to pop out. It really is the ocean soul. How was it even here? His trembling voice revealed his surprise. I have no idea. I don't know about that, but... His hardened face had turned into a smile before he knew it. Are you smiling? Should I cry instead? I can do it now if you want. Rayon figured that crying would be a reasonable reaction since he had just managed to find an incredible elixir. Arg, Wrath's clenched fist was trembling violently. What the hell is wrong with you? Why is the entire world helping you so much? Say something, because it's getting annoying, he shouted while pointing his finger in the thin air. The King of Essence has never seen anything that comes even close to being an elixir for the past hundreds of years, so why is this bastard shoving elixirs in his damn mouth all the time? Since when did elixirs become as common as candy? You are so loud. Loud. Fine, the King of Essence will make it even louder. Once you hear his story of life in devildom, you will want to offer that elixir right away, with teary eyes. Wrath started up the long spiel that he hadn't given in a while. Rayon pushed him away because he was going nuts and examined the ocean soul instead. It's the real one. Both its shape and pure energy were exactly what he heard from the stories. But why can I feel the energy of the 10,000 flames cultivation from this ocean soul? He could feel that extremely familiar energy from the ocean soul that should have the energy of the ocean. I'll find out once I try. Rayon slowly caught his breath and carefully placed his hand on the ocean soul's leaf. And the world changed with a flash of light. The picturesque scenery that he saw when he first entered the dungeon was displayed in front of his eyes. He could see a blonde-haired swordsman. Rayon could easily recognize that familiar back. He was Sieghart's first head of house, the one who could use the 10,000 flames cultivation and the Ring of Fire. A mysterious black man with white pupils and black eyes was standing opposite of him. He had a similar appearance to the one he had seen in the Central Martial Palace before, but the single horn on his forehead made a difference. They glared at each other before they started to move. The sword and saber struck at the same time. Crimson flames burst from his ancestor's sword, and black light emanated from the mysterious man's saber. The clash between tremendous powers turned hundreds of sea monsters into dust and split the submarine mountain in half. a lump of aura fell to the submarine mountain and created a huge hole. The fight was creating the dungeon, the place where he was in. The power spreading out from the mysterious man's saber froze the world. The energy was powerful enough to crush heaven as he attacked. Even though the tremendous power was crushing the entire ocean, the first head of Sieghart didn't run away. He slashed his raging blade towards the violent trembling of the horizon with a faint smile on his face. The red and black energy violently clashed and tried to devour each other, and the ocean's water kept evaporating as a result. They were equally matched. The fight between the mysterious man and the ancestor was truly a titanic battle. The two monsters easily moved underwater as if they were on land until the sun set and rose once again, and they kept striking each other with their sword and saber. After some time, his ancestor was overpowered and slammed into the hole that was previously made in the mountain. The mysterious man sneered and charged at his ancestor and attacked continuously with his saber. The black energy undulated like a cloud to pierce the center of the mountain. His ancestor didn't panic despite the powerful attack from the mysterious man, calmly unleashing the 10,000 Flames cultivation, techniques to fend off all attacks. The mysterious man didn't show any signs of exhaustion, and the black energy in his blade kept growing stronger and bigger. When the violent spread of the black light was about to devour everything, a blue flame burst from his ancestor's sword like the red color he'd shown up to that point. That flame was in no way weaker than the mysterious man's energy. The two monsters who had far transcended human limits dashed together as their sword and saber clashed against each other and created that long and huge passage under the ocean. The sword traces that had allowed Rayon to enter the trance were the traces of that battle he was witnessing. The clash between his ancestor and the mysterious man's energies crushed the land and created a huge cavern. It was that place where Rayon managed to learn the flawless sea of fire and kill Mardio and Cassini. The mysterious man's energy amplified once again. The black energy became powerful enough to make the entire ocean tremble, and it was unleashed like the breath of a devil that came straight from hell. The evil in the saber's strike felt like no swordsmanship in the world could fend it off. The tip of his ancestor's sword sparked blue. The extremely small spark spread in a spiral to draw a majestic line. Flawless sea of fire of the 10,000 Flames cultivation. The ocean of blue flames clashed against the darkness. The blue flame undulated and spread in 4 directions, but the mysterious man clenched his huge black saber and endured it without moving an inch. He screamed, and the black energy turned even thicker, slashing through the blue flames. His ancestor's smile didn't fade away even though he saw it happening. He said something to the mysterious man and twisted his blade. The blue flame suddenly turned gold. The auspicious light burst out endlessly to cover the entire area. The mysterious man exploded his black energy as a last-ditch effort, but the golden flame of his ancestor erased the black energy and even the mysterious man himself in an instant. His ancestor lowered his sword and stared at the ashes that used to be the mysterious man. He said something with his eyes closed, and someone appeared behind him. Rayon couldn't see her face because she was wearing a black robe, but she seemed to be a female magician, judging from her build. She said something, and his ancestor stomped the ground. The ground was destroyed as a result, and the area Rayon found the ocean soul and the ghost jellyfish was created. Seawater was welling up on the ground just like Rayon had seen, but a jewel similar to an emerald was floating on it instead of the ocean soul. It seemed to be the ocean soul's seed. The seed was extremely dry, and a thin sprout was all it had. It seemed to be running out of life. The ancestor went on his knees and stared at the seed. Instead of taking the ocean soul's seed for himself, he injected it with a small fire before he stood up. The magician shouted in surprise, but the ancestor murmured something with a smile before turning his head. His eyes were directed at Rayon. The moment he faced those clear red eyes, his vision turned gold once again. Huff! Rayon supported himself with his trembling hands. Those were the techniques from the real 10,000 Flames cultivation. It was on a completely different level from what he'd felt from the traces. His heart was pounding much too quickly in excitement, enough so that he thought it would pop out. I think my swordsmanship has improved even further. It could have been just an impression, but he had the feeling that his swordsmanship had further improved even though it had already improved when he saw the sword traces. You've observed the flawless sea of fire in its perfected state. Proficiency for all swordsmanship has increased. The Ring of Fire's proficiency has increased. All stats have increased by 5. Rayon was shaking his head when the messages appeared. It wasn't just an impression. Apparently, he had really gotten stronger from that. His swordsmanship had really improved just like he'd felt. What's happening now? Wrath was dumbfounded and his jaw dropped. Why are you suddenly giving him those rewards? Your body was empty just now. Where did you even go? You damn zombie bastard. He couldn't understand the situation and violently shook his head. Rayon briefly licked his lips. I can't explain it to him. He couldn't say anything because it was obvious he would be called crazy if he said he'd just met his ancestor. What the hell was that? There should at least be a reason for giving rewards. Why are you getting them out of nowhere? Wrath started to cry while slamming the ground, asking why Rayon was the only one who got everything. Let's leave for now. You took away his elixir and even his stats. The King of Essence can't accept this kind of life. He stood in front of the ocean soul and puffed himself up. He looked like the king-sized cotton candy that the cotton candy seller made because he wanted to go home already. The elixir wasn't even yours to begin with. That was what Rayon wanted to tell him, but he figured it would be pointless. He said the only word that was bound to be effective against him. You need to get away from it already so I can leave and eat delicious food. I told you I'd buy everything you want. Even before he finished the sentence, Wrath lowered his hands and jumped on Rayon's shoulder. What are you waiting for? Pluck the flower already. Ha, this is seriously exhausting. Rayon sighed and walked up to the ocean flower. The flower reminded him of Zeeghart's ancestor who he'd seen just a moment ago. 10,000 flames cultivation. It was clear why he could feel the 10,000 flames cultivation from the flower. It was because his ancestor had helped it sprout from the seed. He really is amazing. He could have brought the seed with him to raise it by itself, or just eaten it as it was, and it would have been better than an intermediate-grade elixir. Instead, he'd made the decision to leave it as it was, and it showed how extraordinary he was. Rayon plucked the ocean flower alongside its leaves and carefully put it in his subspace pocket. He put the ghost jellyfish's corpse in a different space, just in case, before he stood up. It's time to destroy this place now. The perfect crime was only completed by completely destroying the dungeon. Whap! Rayon raised Heavenly Drive and unleashed the 10,000 flames cultivation to the maximum output. He slashed Heavenly Drive down in a curve, just like the first head of Zeeghart had done to destroy the mysterious man. Kring! The red flame from the blade spread majestically to create a sea of flames. It wasn't blue or gold, unlike his ancestors, but the red flame engulfing the space was extremely vivid. Wham! The improved. Flawless sea of fire pierced into the sword traces on the walls and the ceiling to create powerful, extreme fissures throughout the dungeon. The floor and the ceiling started to tremble violently, as if an earthquake were occurring. Perfect. He managed to destroy the frame of the dungeon, and it was bound to collapse soon enough. Rayon placed both Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem in his subspace pocket and took out skin-tight blue clothes, putting them on. He lowered his head towards the puddle while thinking about his ancestor, who gave his energy to the ocean flower, before jumping in. He straightened his back after he expressed his gratitude to the first head of Zeeghart, who gave him a new technique for the 10,000 flames cultivation and the ocean soul. Who are you thanking right now? You'd call me crazy if I told you. Rayon chuckled and shook his hand. Wrath would obviously have sworn spit flying if he had witnessed the scene. It made him smile. Rayon looked up at the collapsing ceiling before he jumped into the puddle where the ocean soul had grown, as it was the only exit from the dungeon. Splash! It should have been expected, as the ocean soul had bloomed from it, but the water wasn't rotten. The clean fragrance of the water was seeping into his body. I don't have much time. Since his ancestor couldn't have expected him to destroy the dungeon before he left, it was necessary to escape as fast as possible before it collapsed. Just like when he fought, he increased the Rings of Fire's resonance to the maximum to reduce his presence and energy to nothingness. Whap! He used Glacier to assimilate himself into the ocean. Even though the ocean looked immobile, it was an origin of life that never ceased to move. He slowly opened his aura perception and could feel the flow of water. This way should be faster. The right was closer to the exit than the left. He swam and followed the flow he felt through his skin while breathing with the Dahlin breathing technique. The passage was completely dark because light couldn't reach it at all, and that was rather frightening. However, Glacier, the Ring of Fire, and his ancestors' preparations gave him the courage to keep advancing. A small light was entering the dark passage. Once he followed the light, his entire vision was brimming with sunlight. I'm out. Rayon increased his speed to leave the dark passage completely. He was outside. His vision was filled with the endless, vast ocean. I've gotten pretty far. He was a long way off from the submarine valley, where the dungeon was located because of how long the passage was. Moreover, he'd gone in the direction of the ocean instead of the land, which meant it was going to take a while to return to shore. Rumble. He turned around upon hearing a majestic sound, and he could see that the colossal submarine valley was collapsing into the depths of the abyss. Rayon's eyes became serious as he watched the scene. The ocean has no words. No one would be able to learn of his visit and the perpetrator behind Martio and Cassini's murder. A smile of relief appeared on his face upon realizing that everything was over. This is what you call an assassination. Assassination? Did you just say assassination? Wrath tilted his head because of his ridiculous statement. Does the King of Essence have the wrong definition of assassination? How is this even an assassination when you just killed them all with sheer power without even trying to hide your face? It's still an assassination as long as no one witnessed it. You must have a blade stuck in your brain. He shook his head, saying that it was impossible to reason with him. Rayon chuckled and opened his hands. Let's leave now. Stop. He was trying to move away as fast as possible before Darius arrived, but Wrath suddenly shouted. Rayon could guess the reason and immediately stopped breathing. Don't tell me. He's here. After a short time, enough to breathe a few times, he could feel the approach of a monster clad in a bone-chilling, murderous aura from the left sky. His heart tightened. His swimming arms and legs came to a halt because of the suffocating feeling. Rayon clenched his back teeth without even looking upwards. It's him, Darius Robert. The man floating in the sky was that crazy bastard. Rayon swallowed nervously. He wanted to avoid doing it because he was afraid Darius would hear the sound of his throat, but it moved on its own because of the extreme tension. Not yet, he hasn't found me yet. Darius Robert would have been right in front of his eyes if he had managed to find him. Since he was still floating in the sky, he must not have found him yet. Correct. Wrath narrowed his eyes while looking upwards. He just arrived, and he is solely focused on the collapsed valley. He hasn't managed to find you yet, but he will notice right away if you move around recklessly. Yes, Rayon nodded with trembling lips. I know. Since he'd been swimming horizontally from the lowest part of the dungeon, he was currently in a deep sea. He was also far away from the shore, and he wouldn't be found out right away even though it was Darius he was dealing with. This fragrance, it's been a long time since I last felt it. The fragrance of death was tickling his nose. It was the exact same fragrance that he felt in his previous life when Darius had killed him. However, unlike his previous life when there was no way for him to survive, a path was leading to his survival among all paths that would lead to his death. Rayon raised his head slowly enough to make him feel stiff. He could see a small dot far away in the sky, Darius Robert. He would be able to see him more clearly if he focused aura into his eyes, but he would be found out immediately and captured if he did that. I can't panic now. Absolutely not. Even when Merlin had kidnapped him, he could have changed the outcome by acting smarter and making them fight more seriously. What he needed was to maintain his composure and think about how to escape. Rayon clenched his fist. His hand had become cold from the tension. I need to figure out the situation for now. He wasn't wielding a blade, but he was pretty much going through a battle of life and death. Figuring out the advantages and the disadvantages was the first step. The advantage I have is the fact that my current location can't be discovered easily. Since he was right above the abyss, he was too far away from the shore and deep inside the sea, and it should have been difficult for Darius to find him. And I even made those preparations. He dyed his hair and eyes before Darius arrived. He used the Ring of Fire's resonance to decrease his presence as much as possible, and he used Glacier to make himself similar to the water. He should have been seen as a fish or seaweed since Darius wasn't aware of that fact. On the other hand, Darius wasn't even trying to hide his anger. That was the reason Rayon noticed him first. He did expect Darius to use the dimensional door, but his arrival was a lot faster than anticipated. The fact that he had become stronger than before must have contributed to that outcome, but it was mostly because he didn't spare any effort. Which means that he's extremely angry, to the point that he lost his composure. He was still focused on the collapsed area around the valley. His vision had narrowed down because of his wrath. Rayon strained his arms to stop them from trembling. I still have a huge problem, though. He couldn't move at all unless Darius moved away. Despite how angry he was still capable of finding him immediately if he made any move. Staying as still as a rock was the only option he had. Moreover, his aura perception was the biggest problem. Darius Robert was a transcender, standing above the Grandmasters. He was one of the 10 heavens of the continent, just like Glenn. If he expanded his aura perception to the entire area instead of focusing on the valley, Rayon was bound to be found out no matter how good he was at concealment. I need to last until that comes up. He'd made preparations before he destroyed the dungeon, since he was aware of the possibility of Darius's arrival. He had to last somehow until it emerged. It should be coming at any moment. I don't know what preparation you made, but it seems unlikely. Wrath snorted and pointed below Darius's feet with his round fingers. Faint energies were spreading around him in spherical shapes. Damn it, Rayon chewed inside his cheek. He spread his aura perception in all directions. His worries had become a reality. The worst situation he imagined was happening. Darius was spreading his aura perception to the entire shore and ocean, instead of focusing on the area around the collapsed valley. You damn psychopath. He made the decision to analyze the entire area at once instead of focusing on the dungeon despite the urgency of the situation. He was really too abnormal to be called a human. Rayon could guess that he might have been found out immediately if his anger hadn't narrowed down Darius's vision. To make it worse, he's fast. His aura perception was spreading abnormally fast since he was a transcender. The speed wasn't decreasing at all even though he was probing into the shore, ocean, and even the sky. You monster, Rayon clenched his chest because his heart was pounding too hard. It won't make it in time at this rate. Even if his preparation emerged right away, Darius was still going to find him. Being captured afterward was just a matter of time. Damn it, his aura perception had crossed the valley and was nearing him. His shoulders were shivering because of the blue aura's intense bloodthirst. He felt like a cold blade was seeping into his heart as the aura approached. He was getting the impression that cold sweat was flowing down his body despite being underwater. Do you want the King of Essence to hide you? Wrath sneered and extended his round hand. Hide me? Yes. Considering his level, the King of Essence can save you with his trait. He can save me, huh? That was wrong. Rayon believed that his own decision was more important than Wrath for his survival. However, it was true that he needed to buy a small amount of time. He did need Wrath to help him. I'm assuming it won't be for free. You are as quick at accounts as always. He will let you avoid his aura perception for 10 points of Wrath every 10 seconds. Wrath bobbed his fingers, urging him to decide quickly. 10 points of Wrath every 10 seconds. Wrath said he would hide him instead of making him escape. Rayon wasn't going to be able to escape even if he accepted the deal. That meant that he was going to take in a tremendous amount of Wrath if Darius decided to stay in the sky. Rayon gritted his teeth as he noticed that Darius's aura was right under his nose. It will be out in about a minute. I leave it to you until then. He would get the chance to escape soon enough. He just needed to last somehow until that happened. He closed his eyes and took Wrath's hand. Excellent choice. The moment Wrath's laughing voice could be heard, Rayon's body and soul melted into the ocean. He felt like he had fused into the ocean. Whoosh! It didn't even take a tenth of a second after Rayon accepted Wrath's hand before Darius's aura perception brushed past him. The terrifying sensation felt like a blade was stabbing his spine, but Darius kept expanding his aura perception. He didn't seem like he had noticed anything. I wasn't found out. Wrath deserved his confidence. His ability really was capable of avoiding Darius's aura perception. This ability is called the Snowflower's Veil. It would have been dangerous if he had been more careful in his search, but he was more focused on speed and range, which made it possible to avoid him. He snickered while looking at Darius in the sky. This is the power of Wrath, the monarch of Wrath and the king of Devildom. You will become the King of Essence's followers from now on. Wrath giggled while moving his shoulders up and down in joy. Wrath has increased by 10. Rayon breathed a sigh of relief, and the message appeared in front of him. He got the Wrath as soon as 10 seconds had passed. The system was really accurate in matters like that. He might take over your body at this rate. That's not going to happen. Rayon turned Wrath's chin because he looked too happy, then looked back with a frown. He's not stopping. Darius was expanding his aura perception endlessly. He seemed to be planning to check the entire ocean. Wrath has increased by 10. 10 more seconds passed. Darius's aura perception finally stopped spreading. However, it wasn't exactly good news for Rayon. Rayon covered his mouth upon noticing that a deep blue light was spreading from below Darius. You crazy bastard. The first aura perception that rapidly expanded was to prevent his target's movement just in case, and he was using the slower second wave of aura perception to thoroughly examine everything in the ocean. Wrath licked his lips while watching him. He's going to find out at this rate. What? It's difficult to unleash the full power in this spiritual state. He shook his head, saying that he couldn't do more than that. But you are the Demon King. Please do something. He's powerless because you keep sucking out the King of Essence's abilities. Damn it, he wasn't getting any Wrath anymore even though 10 more seconds had passed, and that meant that Wrath was also panicking over the situation. Rayon glared at the collapsed valley instead of Wrath. Small particles of dust were rising alongside bubbles. Rayon clenched his fist. The preparation he was waiting for had finally arrived. Give your body to the King of Essence if you don't want to die. There's no one to help you here. No, he's going to catch you the moment he finds you. Rayon shook his head and smiled faintly. It will be fine. What do you mean, it's finally here? A huge cloud of dust rose from the collapsed valley right before Darius's second aura perception reached Rayon's skin. Wham. The cloud of dust burst out like an erupting volcano, and the clear emerald ocean turned into dark, muddy water in an instant. What the hell? Wrath's jaw dropped as he saw it happen. It's the same as splashing the water in a puddle. What? You know how the water becomes muddy if you splash in a puddle because it makes the mud rise. This is an application of that. Moving across a puddle caused the soil under the water to rise and turn the water into muddy water. Since he'd violently slashed the huge valley with the flawless sea of fire and destroyed it to make it collapse, the mud on the ocean floor rose at once to fill the ocean. Whoosh! The cloud of dust intensified, and Darius's aura perception quickly subsided as he focused on the abyss where the valley had collapsed. Damn it! Darius shouted from the sky and jumped into the water. His usually composed and relaxed face was completely distorted. Rayon had never seen such extreme anger from him either in his previous or his new life, and he couldn't stop his smile even though his life was still in danger. What's going on? I told you that it would be fine. Wrath was so confused. Rayon released his hand and slowly breathed. I shouldn't be hasty. Darius could come back up at any moment if he carelessly moved around. He followed Wrath's example and melted himself into the water as he moved his limbs. His limbs felt extremely stiff because of the tension, as if he'd turned into a wooden doll. He warmed himself up, starting from his fingers, and carefully started to swim. It still feels like he's right behind me. A chill ran down his spine because he was getting the impression that Darius's gaze and aura perception were following him. He wanted to look back, but he suppressed his urge and moved as quietly as possible. What the? Wrath dropped his jaw. In no way did you actually predict that this would happen. I didn't exactly predict it. I just made the preparations. Rayon nodded. After all, I didn't want to be defeated again. It was a precaution he took because he was aware of the possibility of Darius's arrival, even though he would have died if it wasn't for Wrath's help. He was wondering why you were destroying it into such tiny pieces, and it was because you were trying to raise the soil from below. Correct. He made that preparation just in case, as he had learned his lesson from his defeat against Merlin. He would have still died if Wrath didn't help him to buy some time, though. Where are you going now? To a place he will definitely not go. Rayon chuckled and pointed at the east. It was the direction of House Robert, and that was the location where Darius was definitely not going. You even thought about the escape route in advance on top of using that cloud of dust. Wrath frowned in surprise. Your brain would be great research material. Actually, I think the same about you. He wanted to check what Wrath even had inside his brain to be talking about food all the time. He had the feeling that his brain might have already been replaced by ice cream. The King of Essence was slightly panicked and forgot to give you the 30 extra points of wrath that you should have gotten. Let's do it now. Oh, it doesn't work like that. Rayon shook his hand. If you miss a carriage, it's not coming back. Bullshit. You can raise your hand to make it stop. It would trample over your hand. End of the story. Rayon snickered and shook his hand. 30 points of wrath should be fine. Evil eye of wrath, I can finally breathe. The dumb conversation he was having with Wrath gave him a sense of relief from escaping Darius's threat. He quickly used the Dallin breathing technique to expand his withered lungs, and messages appeared in front of his eyes. You've acquired the trait. Snowflower's Veil. Snowflower's Veil was the ability that Wrath had used to hide him from Darius. What? Wrath's jaw dropped as soon as he read the message. Why are you giving it to him? Why are you giving him Snowflower's Veil for no reason? He shouted while flailing his arms. Rayon snapped his fingers. I've been maintaining the sensation I had when I grabbed your hand all along. I think that's why it gave me the trait. Wrath stood blankly for a while with wide eyes before he raised his hands. Hey, Rayon is right here. Rayon Zeeghart is here. He's all yours. He was shouting loudly enough to shake the ocean, but it was obvious that no one could hear him. Rayon joined a shoal of fish while humming a tune. Rayon stayed underwater and swam all the way to a resort in Robert's domain. Because he changed his clothes before he surfaced and there were lots of tourists around, no one was paying any attention to him. He sighed deeply while floating on the water. His bones felt numb and his skin felt shriveled from escaping the extreme danger. I almost died right there. If it weren't for Wrath's help and his preparation of grinding the entire dungeon into pieces, he would have been buried 6 feet under the ocean floor. No, Darius might have caught him and turned him into a slave once again. He felt extremely exhausted once he realized he managed to survive. You are such a lucky guy. Wrath was grinding his teeth. He should have asked you to give up your body right off the bat. He hadn't done that because he felt bad for Rayon after seeing his dream. His hands were trembling from the regret that he should have tried taking over his body instead. Take the 30 points of wrath at least. Nope, I won't. Rayon shook his hand. The case was already closed. He was confident he could deal with the 30 points he got, but 60 could have been dangerous. There was no reason for him to take them, since he had even obtained the Snowflower's Veil. It feels so comfortable. He felt drowsy and wanted to sleep because he managed to finish everything he came to do, just as he was about to close his eyes. A huge tidal wave surged up from the eastern ocean, where the dungeon used to be located. It wasn't a natural wave. Darius was venting his anger from the abyss, and the wave was the result. Ha 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 ha. Rayon swept his hair up and burst into laughter. I want to see that face once again. A deep smile appeared on his face as he remembered Darius's distorted expression before he went into the abyss. He shouldn't have found anything there. He'd removed all of the corpses except for the assassins who died when the ceiling collapsed. Darius must have found nothing but some corpses under the rubble from searching the entire abyss. You evil bastard, your death won't be pret. Shall we go eat something? Yes. Wrath immediately stopped cursing and nodded his head. Rayon chuckled and left the shore. He went to a restaurant that Wrath had wanted to visit and sat at a table outside. Welcome. A young waitress brought the menu with a cheerful smile. Our restaurant, the Sea House, has delicious meat dishes on top of seafood. Rayon opened the menu and the waitress started a long speech. She says the meat dishes are also good, but since there's no way you will order a lot of dishes, Let's get the lobster pizza first and the grilled shrimp after that. Wrath picked the pizza that was first on the menu and licked his lips. I'll order everything on the menu. Rayon smiled while brushing his hand down the menu. Ooh, eat everything. I thought you were alone. I can eat everything. And I'd also like a glass of beer. He gave her a silver coin as a tip after he finished ordering the food. Yes, the waitress smiled cheerfully and ran into the kitchen. What's wrong with you? Is the sun going to rise from the west tomorrow? Why did you order all of the dishes? Wrath's eyes widened in disbelief. I told you I would buy everything you wanted. Wrath's words from the dungeon still remained in his heart. Just like Sylvia had often told him, repaying gratitude was the correct course of action. I brought beer first. The dishes should be coming one by one in a moment. The waitress placed the beer glass on the table and nodded her head before going back to the kitchen. Beer, are you really drinking in broad daylight? I feel like drinking today. The violent explosion of the waves far in the ocean sounded like the resonance of Darius's angry roar. Rayon raised his beer glass towards the violent wave. I've completed one piece of revenge. Rest in peace, my nameless friend. Rayon gulped down the beer while praying for the repose of Number 9's soul. Darius Robert emerged from the ocean, which had returned to its emerald color after the cloud of dust subsided. His muddy face was both extremely frightening and evil at the same time, which was quite unlike his usual appearance. Darius Robert shouted towards the sky. The entire ocean started to rage, dozens of waterspouts bursting out. The waterspouts collided with each other and combined into a black tornado that rampaged through the ocean. Wham! The huge storm only came to a stop after it completely destroyed the fish, sea monsters, and even the trees on the shore. Splatter! Darius Robert landed on the shore in the midst of the shower of blood and flesh. Not a single drop of blood managed to touch his body and face despite the bloody rain falling from the sky. Darius's anger didn't fade away from his face, even though he had just ruined the shore and the ocean. The frightening glow in his eyes was extremely terrifying to look at. Darius ground his teeth while looking back at the ocean, where a huge tidal wave was rampaging. Damn it. He'd gone all the way down to the abyss to examine the dungeon's remains, but he couldn't feel the presence of the relic or mythical creature anywhere. He tried looking for the corpses after that, but only bones remained because the abyssal fish and monsters had devoured them already. He couldn't even tell how they'd died, let alone who they were. He managed to find one relatively intact corpse, but all he could tell was that his bones and flesh were crushed, and he must have died when the dungeon collapsed. I didn't get a single clue. Mardio, Cassini, and the shadows were dead, the relic and the mythical creature were gone, and he couldn't even tell what happened. It was the worst possible outcome, one that he didn't even imagine would happen. But there's one thing I know. This was done by a human. Mardio was a different story because of his strong sense of responsibility, but there was no way the mythical creature would have killed Cassini, who specialized in mind control. She would have definitely run away if she decided she wouldn't be able to kill it. Considering that the relic and the mythical creature were both gone, it must have been another person or faction's doing. Who is it? They must have been an extremely powerful person since they managed to kill Mardio and Cassini without being noticed before taking away the relic and the mythical creature. Darius guessed that they must have been at least a grandmaster. Come out. The shadows who'd been hiding in the sandy beach hurriedly jumped out upon hearing Darius's call and went on their knees. Did anyone pass by? The residents of a nearby village were the only ones. The shadows told him the names and appearances of the residents who'd visited the place without raising their heads. Useless. Lyle. Darius violently shook his hand, and the shadows became unable to move. They turned into red powder and fluttered around the beach before they could even scream. My lord. Regil had been waiting for him at the beach because he was slower to arrive on the scene, and he gave him a white towel while bowing towards him. Darius took off his top and his gloves before wiping away the mud stuck on his body and face. My lord, the blood. Regil's chin trembled upon noticing the red blood on the towel after Darius used it. I wasn't injured. Darius narrowed his eyes while looking at the blood flowing from the scar on the back of his hand. This is rather curious. Blood always flowed from his old scar alongside intense pain whenever he suffered a loss or had a problem. He couldn't tell whether it was a coincidence or not, but it was a strange thing to happen. Regil, yes, investigate the nearby villages. No, search through the entire domain and find the people who have been acting strange. Understood. Regil calmly nodded even though it was practically an impossible task. Darius smiled coldly while sucking the blood on his hand with his mouth. Dark energy was slowly emerging from his eyes. I'll find you even if you run away to the end of the continent. I'm definitely going to catch you. Inside a forest near Matran City, violent wind severed the morning air. Dorian was the cause of the wind. He was swinging his sword in a small vacant lot inside the forest. Whoosh! Cold sweat flowed down his forehead each time he swung his sword. The training was called heavy strike training, which consisted of maintaining an extreme focus for each swing as if he were facing an opponent. His training started at daybreak, and the sound of wind coming from his sword finally stopped when the sun reached the center of the sky. Ha! Dorian sighed and lowered his sword. The vice squad leader was right. The swordsmanship becomes harder and harder as I get stronger. He expected it to become easier and simpler once he got stronger, but the swordsmanship kept creating another wall to be surpassed every single time. That must have been the reason why people said that the study of martial arts was endless. I wonder when I'm ever going to be strong. He'd been making a steady effort in his training so that he wouldn't fall behind the other swordsmen who stayed in the house, but it was getting more and more difficult to understand the swordsmanship as he trained. He was definitely making progress, but his mind was filled with such thoughts. I should eat for now. His stomach was rumbling because he'd been training from daybreak to noon. He finished the lunchbox they gave him in the inn and leaned his back against a tree. I wonder when the vice squad leader will return. Rayon wasn't showing any sign of coming back even though it had been a while since he left. He was slightly worried because Rayon didn't even tell him his destination. Of course, his worries weren't directed at Rayon, but the other people who would be involved with him. Dorian swallowed nervously while watching the dappling sunlight. Don't tell me he's not picking a fight with the 6 kings or the 5 demons, is he? Bulldozer. That was the best way to describe Rayon's behavior up to that point. He barged into an auction house to steal from them. He threatened the princess from another kingdom. He jumped down from the castle walls to wipe out the monsters, and he somehow gained weight when he was kidnapped by the 5 demons. That was why Dorian was worried that Rayon might really pick a fight with important figures. And no, that shouldn't be the case. Dorian shook his head before he picked his sword up and stood up. I should focus on training. He focused his mind and practiced the meteor sword he'd learned recently to get rid of the random thoughts. Dorian sank to the ground after he continuously swung his sword with the heavy strike training method until sunset. This should be enough, right? He wasn't actually practicing his sword because he didn't want to fall behind, but because he was afraid of Rayon. Who knows what kind of punishment I'll get if I don't train enough. Rayon might force the focus enhancement training or some spars on him if he didn't get any better, and that was why he was training as hard as possible. Even that demon won't be able to scold me with how much I've improved. His skills had visibly improved because he'd been training every day from dawn to nighttime since he'd arrived in the city. Even though Rayon was completely nuts when it came down to training, he was definitely going to praise him once he saw his improvement. I'll stop for today. Dorian smiled in satisfaction and sheathed his sword before he stood up. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause resounded throughout the air when he was about to return to his room after he cleaned up the surroundings. Who are you? A tall and red-haired man fell from a tree when Dorian drew his sword, his chin trembling. Dorian's jaw dropped. His hair and eye color had changed, but there was no way he wouldn't recognize him. Vice Squad Leader, you recognized me so quickly. Of course I did. Even though he was disguised, there was no way he wouldn't recognize him because he'd seen him so many times before. Did you finish what you were trying to do? How did it go? Rayon nodded while swinging the subspace pocket in front of him. I'm glad to hear that, but where did you actually rather than that? Rayon cut him off and examined his body. I'm impressed. What? Dorian's lips parted because he couldn't comprehend what he was saying. What do you mean? I thought you would be lazing around, but you've actually been training so hard. Rayon praised him with a gentle smile on his face. Dorian scratched the back of his head and lowered his head. Was he watching me? I did it. Since he'd been swinging his sword all day long except for the mealtimes, Rayon was bound to recognize his efforts even though he was the king of devils. Judging from how much you've improved, you must have been training all day every day, just like today. I can see the power and principles dwelling in your sword. Dorian smiled widely from the exhilaration of being complimented and the relief that he wouldn't have to do the extra training. Just like you said, Vice Squad Leader, I realize that the sword becomes more difficult the stronger I get. I still have a long way to go. Wow, Rayon exclaimed in satisfaction. Impressive. Dorian figured that it went exactly according to his plan upon seeing the broad smile on Rayon's face. I'll keep training to the best of my abilities. I like your determination. I'll have to give you a gift, a souvenir. Let's get moving then. We need to catch up and… Where are you going? Dorian was about to turn around with an excited smile on his face, but Rayon caught him by his shoulder. We should return to the inn. It's already nighttime after all. No, I told you I'm giving you a gift, but you can give the gift after we return to the room. No, I have to give it to you here. What is your gift? Rayon pointed at himself with a grin on his face. A spar against me. What the fuck? Dorian's mouth widened and unconsciously swore. Why are we sparring for no reason? I can't possibly leave you alone when you've been such a good boy and trained so hard on your own. I'll help you break through the wall that's blocking you. It's fine. I'll break through on my own. No, all it takes is a small amount of beating, sparring for you to get better. Rayon unsheathed Heavenly Drive and urged him to get ready. You just said that you would keep training to the best of your ability, right? Do your best now instead of in the future. But I've been training all day long, which means this is the best time to show your skills. Raise your sword already, B-Butt. He was trying to avoid sparring or the focus enhancement training by improving his skills, but it was bearing the complete opposite result. Why is this happening? Dorian raised his head with trembling lips to look at Rayon's eyes. He could understand the reason once he saw the crimson eyes glowing in madness. Ah, that's right, he's a madman. Rayon was impressed by Dorian's enthusiasm and kept educating him by beating him up until the next morning. Hua. Dorian was breathing heavily while limping on the ground like a wet towel. I am dying. He put down the sword in his hand, saying that he couldn't do it anymore. Kill me if you want, I can't even move a finger anymore. Rayon chuckled while watching Dorian's belly, which was puffed up like a frog's. I was going to stop anyway. He nodded and returned Heavenly Drive to the sheath. His exhaustion was understandable since he'd been sparring all night long after training all day long. Well done, I thought you were going to ask for more. Do you want to continue? No, not at all. Dorian quickly stood up and shook his head so fast that his face couldn't even be seen. You might be injured if we continue any further, but it looks like you still have enough strength left in you. That's not true. He lay back down and started to pant. Pathetic. Wrath shook his head while he watched Dorian. Is that guy really the King of Essence's subordinate? But it's still praiseworthy that he'd been training on his own. Rayon smiled faintly while feeling Dorian's growth. He told him to just idle around because he didn't want to pressure him before they returned to his home, where he'd been bullied in the past, yet he'd been training instead. Rayon was proud of him for that. He was originally planning to cultivate after eating the energy core and the ocean soul. However, when he saw the impressive growth from Dorian, he decided to spar against him to help him improve even further. Shall I help him a bit more? He put his hand in his subspace pocket. He plucked one of the ocean soul's leaves and gave it to Dorian. What is this? Cultivate after eating it, a transparent leaf. You brought me something strange once again. Dorian received the leaf with trembling hands because he was out of strength. He didn't ask any more questions and immediately shoved it in his mouth since he trusted Rayon. It's delicious. And he chomped on it and sat on the ground to start cultivating right away. He said it's delicious. Let's try eating it. Wrath jumped into the air and pointed at the leaf that Dorian had just eaten. Rayon gave him a sideways glance. You never change. The glutton demon king wanted an elixir just because it was delicious. He was calling Dorian pathetic, but he was even worse. Stop being like that, just try one. I'll eat it later, be patient. He pushed Wrath away and told him that he was planning to eat all the remaining leaves and the flower at the same time. Dark energy was flowing from Dorian's pores. The ocean soul's leaf was driving out the impurities from his body through its detoxification ability. It's getting started. Rayon placed his hand on Dorian's back and shoved his aura into him. He helped the cultivation with the 10,000 flames cultivation so that Dorian would absorb the entirety of the ocean soul's energy and so that his body's waste would be excreted more easily. The cultivation started at daybreak, and Dorian finally opened his eyes in the afternoon. Wow. Swallowed nervously while looking at his hands. What did you give me? The quantity of my aura has increased. Why am I feeling so light? The ocean soul's leaf. Ocean soul? What was an ocean soul agina? Dorian briskly stood up in surprise. Ocean soul? Are you talking about the ocean soul from the legend? His wide eyes looked like they were going to pop out. Yes, Rayon simply nodded. Despite being talkative, Dorian kept secrets when it came down to it, so he didn't mind telling him about it. But that's an elixir that only appears in stories. Where did you get such a treasure? I harvested it in the ocean. Dorian's jaw dropped and he fell speechless. Of course, he harvested it, but there should be more to the story. He casually said he harvested it in the ocean as if it were an oyster or something. Dorian could only laugh at the ridiculous statement. Is that all? Yes. Rayon took out a flower from his subspace pocket. The blue flower petals were sparkling like the ocean, and the transparent leaves were spouting from a smooth stem. It was indeed the ocean soul from the legend. It really is the ocean soul. Was it even possible for humans to acquire it? Even his company, which was one of the 5 biggest companies in the continent, had concluded that the ocean soul didn't exist in the world. Dorian couldn't believe the fact that a young man who wasn't even 20 years old was holding it in his hands right in front of his eyes. I also have this. Rayon put his hand back into the subspace pocket and took out a round bead. The poisonous aura around it felt so uncomfortable that it was almost suffocating. What's this? An energy core. An energy core. Where did you get it? I killed a mythical creature and pulled it out. Dorian closed his eyes tightly. He said he killed a mythical creature and pulled it out. I can't follow the story at all. I don't even know anymore. It was common sense that a mythical creature protected a natural elixir. However, considering the intensity of the energy core's poison, the mythical creature must have been far more powerful than the average monster, yet Rayon had returned without a single injury. Moreover, his casual speech which made it sound like he went out for a walk and got an apple on the way was the scariest part. Ah. Dorian's shoulders trembled in fear as he tried to imagine what was going to happen once Rayon was over 20 years old. He might annihilate one of the 6 kings or the 5 demons. Rayon smiled while looking around the vacant lot Dorian had been training in. You picked a perfect place. The energy core would have made it difficult to cultivate in the room. It was impossible to cultivate in the inn because the ghost jellyfish's poison was too powerful. The vacant lot was wide enough and couldn't be seen from the outside, which made it the perfect place to cultivate. He set up an illusional array to prevent monsters and people from approaching before going back to the vacant lot. It's your turn now. Protect me. I am fine with protecting you, but is it really okay to eat that energy core? Dorian swallowed nervously while looking at the poisonous aura blazing around the energy core. Yes. Rayon nodded after plucking the ocean soul's flower petals and one of the leaves. The concentrated mana of the ocean dwelled in the flower petals, while the leaf contained high-purity mana along with the ability to cure poison. That was the reason the impurities were removed from Dorian's body when he ate the leaf. I don't think I can handle you anymore, Vice Squad Leader. Does that mean that you could handle me before? And not really, you have a point. Dorian scratched the back of his head and nodded. Make sure to protect me. I'll get it done quickly. I'll protect you with my life. He placed his hand on his forehead and nodded. You don't need to go that far. Rayon chuckled and put the flower petals in his mouth. The 5 petals melted down on his tongue and smoothly went down his throat. They were filling him with pure energy and the fragrance of the ocean. Rayon was about to eat the poisonous core and the ocean flower's leaf, but Wrath suddenly raised his hand. You should wrap some meat in that leaf. It's definitely going to be delicious. Go away, please. Huff. Rayon snapped Wrath away with the back of his hand as if he were chasing away a fly. I need to focus. Being distracted by Wrath would only end up wasting his willpower. He focused once more and put the ghost jellyfish's energy core in his mouth. The core melted down and lost its previous shape as soon as he put it in his mouth, probably because it was a concentration of mana like the flower petal. The intense poison brimming from the energy core spread around in his mouth and caused a melting pain. Bleeg. Wrath rolled on the ground and trembled violently. Disgusting. This is killing him. Hold on a little. Rayon chewed the ocean soul's leaf to bring forth the pure energy and shoved it into his stomach alongside the energy core's poison. Hey. You won't be able to taste it if you eat it like that. Please be quiet. A huge amount of energy burst from the combination of the ocean soul's flower petals, the ghost jellyfish's poisonous core, and the ocean soul's leaf. The violent explosion seemed capable of tearing his body apart. The ocean soul's power of the ocean and the ghost jellyfish's poison violently clashed against each other after pushing away the 10,000 flames, cultivation, and glaciers flows. It's fine. He'd been thinking about combining the ocean soul's flower petals, leaf, and the energy core all along on his way back. He was confident he could take them in. Rayon suppressed the urge to cough up blood from the impact and made the ring of fire resonate. His trembling lips curved into a smile as he suppressed the 2 rampaging energies. This is perfect because I like it rough. I'll make all of you mine. Rayon's hands trembled from the pain of his organs being crushed. He clenched his fist and forced himself to close his eyes. It's almost terrifying how powerful this energy is. Both the ocean soul that was supposed to bloom from the concentration of the ocean's vitality and the energy core of the ghost jellyfish that grew up by sucking the ocean soul's energy contained a huge amount of energy. A large area of his mana circuit would have ruptured if the ocean soul's leaf wasn't there to mitigate the impact between them. Was this too much? Rayon thought that eating the ghost jellyfish's energy core at the same time as the ocean soul might have been a bit excessive, as the ocean soul was already difficult enough to absorb on its own. No, this is the correct move. The ghost jellyfish's energy core was a deadly poison. Eating it separately could have endangered his life despite how strong he'd become. It was necessary to remove the poison with the ocean soul's leaf and flower petal to filter the pure mana. While Rayon was organizing his thoughts, the ocean soul's energy clashed against the ghost jellyfish's poison inside his mana circuits once again. Wham! An impact as powerful as the explosion of a cannonball occurred around his solar plexus, which was the center of the body as the crossroad of all mana circuits. His focus was shattered because of the heart-crushing pain. I should have eaten one more leaf. One leaf was apparently not enough of a buffer. However, he guessed one more wouldn't have made a huge difference. He had to deal with it regardless since it had already happened. Kring, he activated the ring of fire to the highest output. The clear resonance from the 7 rings rotating around his heart reduced the pain in his mind and body, suppressing the ocean soul's powerful energy and the ghost jellyfish's poison. I have to act right now. Even the ring of fire was unable to suppress those powerful energies forever. He had to act according to the plan, while the energies of the elixir and the energy core were stopped. Rayon bit his lip and unleashed the 10,000 flames, cultivation, and Glacier's energies. The heat and coldness left his energy center and dashed through his mana circuits. It was extremely painful because his mana circuits were already stimulated, but he gritted his teeth to endure it. He had to advance instead of letting the pain stop him. Whap! He suppressed the energy core's poison with the 10,000 Flames cultivation's heat. Since poison was weak against fire, the ghost jellyfish's poison started to flee from the 10,000 Flames cultivation. This one as well, the ocean soul's energy was mostly the high-purity energy of nature, but the water attribute was still predominant. That was why he used Glacier's coldness to guide the ocean soul's energy. The two energies started moving through his mana circuits, guided by the 10,000 Flames cultivation and Glacier's flows. Rayon felt intense pain as they moved because of how big they were. Rayon swallowed nervously. This is so hard, controlling the 10,000 Flames cultivation and Glacier at the same time, as well as guiding the ocean soul and the ghost jellyfish's energies, was difficult, but he had no other choice. That was the best method to absorb the two energies. Kring. He pulled the two energies into his energy center with the help of the Ring of Fire's mastery over mana. The two energies were kicking and screaming in his mana circuit right in front of his energy center like naughty children. The mana circuit was expanding because they were blocking the passage. Arg, they are so violent. This isn't good. Rayon unleashed all the remaining energy in the 10,000 Flames cultivation and Glacier. His mana circuits were expanding to a dangerous extent, but he believed in his physical and mental fortitude and kept controlling his auras. Cold sweat was flowing down his back because of the intense pain crushing his body and mind. He bit his lip tightly and circulated his auras to the highest output to push the ocean flower and the ghost jellyfish's energies inside the energy center. Wham! It sounded like a cliff was collapsing inside his body. The powerful impacts that followed one after the other really felt like rubble was falling inside of him. They are being so difficult, he couldn't think straight because of the powerful impact. It was definitely the first time that an elixir had drained his strength and stamina to such an extent. I'll endure. I won't lose to an elixir. He couldn't be defeated by a mere elixir after he managed to get revenge against Martio, Cassini, and Lisbon, and even managed to escape from Darius. Rayon clenched his fist and revived his focus that was previously shattered. He squeezed out the 10,000 Flames cultivation and Glacier's auras until the last drop, then shoved the ocean soul and the ghost jellyfish's energies inside his energy center. Wham! The ocean soul and the ghost jellyfish's energies were pushed inside the energy center with an imposing sound resembling thousands of drums beating simultaneously. I did it. The two energies were finally inside his energy center. However, they weren't turning into the 10,000 Flames cultivation's heat or Glacier's coldness because their flow was artificial. Since the coldness and the heat weren't bothering them anymore, the two energies showed their hostilities once again and charged at each other. Wham! His energy center expanded to the brim from the clash between the two energies. The intense pain almost made him scream, but his mouth curved into a smile instead. I can make all of this mana mine. The ocean soul's energy and the ghost jellyfish's poison were equally powerful. The clash between them was bound to dissipate a large amount of aura. However, they are fighting in my energy center. Since the clash was happening inside his energy center, the mana that should have dissipated was turning into his energy instead. In the end, he was gaining pure mana from the clash, and all he needed to do was endure the pain. And I can turn them into the 10,000 Flames cultivation and Glacier. He pretty much had a generator for high-purity mana inside his energy center, and that fact brought a smile to his face. You must be insane. The King of Essence was aware that you had pasta noodles instead of a brain in your head, but this is even worse. Wrath's hoarse voice could be heard in his head. People normally don't use that method even if they know it works. Why not? It hurts too much. Are you really going to endure pain that is as bad as torture? I can endure this much. Probably because he had the experience of being tortured for several days straight in his previous life, he found the pain bearable. Wham! The ocean soul's energy and the ghost jellyfish's poison clashed once again and his body convulsed. It was less painful than before because the amount of energy had decreased. Wrath gasped and murmured that he couldn't understand. Rayon left Wrath alone and focused on the movement inside his energy center. The all-out battle between the ocean soul's energy and the ghost jellyfish's poison was creating a powerful mana. He guided that mana to the 10,000 Flames cultivation and Glacier's flows to turn them into high-purity heat and coldness. Once the 10,000 flames, cultivation, and Glacier became even stronger. He used them to pressure the ocean soul and the ghost jellyfish to clash against each other once again. Wham! The clash between them created pure mana once again, and he converted them into heat and coldness. The factory to create heat and coldness for the 10,000 flames, cultivation, and Glacier was completed. Perfect. Rayon oversaw the huge flow happening in his body and got absorbed into his mental world. Again, are you really going there again? Wrath started to scream upon noticing Rayon's extremely focused state. Is the trance your home now? Why would you go in there whenever you feel like it? Dorian licked his lips while looking back at Rayon, who was sitting there with his eyes closed. Is he okay? Various parts of his body kept expanding before they subsided. They almost looked like a frog or a toad's stomach, but Rayon's energy was growing more powerful every time his body expanded. He seemed to be in pain, but Dorian could at least tell that he was properly absorbing the elixir. He's such a mystery. He brought an ocean soul that even the 5 biggest companies would have been unable to acquire after he said he would go play around for a short time. Moreover, the energy core that he must have pulled from a mythical creature had such an intense poison that it felt like the scent alone could poison him. He was such an outrageous person, and the biggest mystery was the fact that he gave me one of the ocean soul's leaves. Even though the ocean soul's leaf was a priceless treasure, he gave one to him without any hesitation. Moreover, he didn't have any special reason behind it. He was simply rewarding him for his hard work. I don't understand him. Dorian had been with him ever since they were 12, but he still felt like Rayon's mentality was an incomprehensible black box. He kept encountering different sides of Rayon, and he could never get used to him. I thought he was similar to me when I first met him. When he first heard about Rayon Zieghart's background, Dorian had thought they were similar since they were both being ill-treated in their respective houses, but our reactions were different. Unlike Dorian, who'd run away from the company, Rayon confronted his house without running away. He accumulated enough skills that everyone recognized him. The only people in the house who still disliked Rayon were the direct lines. That's what gave me the courage. Since he'd been watching Rayon's growth as his closest friend, he managed to muster the courage to return to the company. In a way, Rayon was his benefactor who changed his life. Dorian bowed politely at Rayon, who was still cultivating with his eyes closed. Dorian fixed his grip on his sword with a smile. Even if you see me as a wallet, I'll protect you until the end. Dorian resolved himself and turned around. A flying squirrel was quietly watching Rayon from above his head. The sunset rose and set once again. Rayon had been as still as a sculpture, but his shoulders suddenly convulsed and his body floated about the height of one fist. Dorian's jaw dropped upon witnessing that scene. Sir Rayon. He tried running at Rayon in surprise, but a flying squirrel suddenly flew at him and bit his hand. What is this? Dorian tried to chase it away by shaking his hand, but the flying squirrel stuck to his hand by biting it. The flying squirrel desperately stopped Dorian instead of running away. Dorian had no choice but to walk up to Rayon with the flying squirrel on his hand. When he started to extend his hand, the mana around him rampaged like a storm and was absorbed into Rayon. Auspicious red and blue lights glimmered from Rayon's body before he finally landed on the ground. Spark. Rayon opened his eyes and an intense gold light burst from his eyes. Why, young master? Dorian walked up to Rayon while addressing him by the previous title because of how nervous he was. He was too surprised to realize that the flying squirrel was gone. Are you okay? Yes, I'm in my best condition. Rayon raised his head and smiled at Dorian. What's up? You were floating into the air just now. Rayon tilted his head. He looked like he was completely unaware of that fact. You were floating this far into the air. Dorian showed with his hand how far he was floating from the ground. You are spouting bullshit the first thing after I wake up. It's true. Stop kidding. And Rayon frowned at Dorian. Did you still not take a shower? Your body excreted a large amount of waste. Why haven't you taken a shower? But you asked me to guard you. Dorian dropped his jaw. He couldn't understand why Rayon was scolding him when he was the one who asked for a guard. You should have still washed yourself when you had the time. What are you even saying? Here he goes again. The fact that he was saying strange things the first thing after he woke up confirmed that he was the Rayon he knew. I'm taking a shower. I'll be back. Dorian shook his head and started walking towards the inn in Matran City. You don't need to go all the way to the inn. There's a valley over there. Rayon raised his finger and pointed at the western area of the forest. There's a valley over there. Yes, I can't see or hear anything though. You should be able to find some clean water if you keep walking this way. How did you find out? Rayon shrugged his shoulders with a smile. I just know. Rayon looked at his own hands after sending Dorian to the valley. Advanced Master. The cultivation reorganized the accumulated martial arts, and he managed to reach the realm of Advanced Master. Moreover, he'd advanced far past the wall instead of just overcoming it. His senses had drastically increased from it, and that was how he could tell the valley's location without even spreading his aura perception. The more interesting part was that the ocean soul and the ghost jellyfish's energies still remained in his body because he couldn't absorb all of them. They would slowly be absorbed during his sleep due to the sloth ability. Let's see. Rayon clenched his fist, and when he was about to muster his aura, a message appeared in front of him. 10,000 Flames cultivation has increased to 5 stars. Fire resistance has increased to 5 stars. Fire affinity has increased to 2 stars. The first message was telling him that the 10,000 Flames cultivation had reached 5 stars. The heat inside his body had become noticeably hotter. Glacier has increased to 5 stars. Water resistance has increased to 7 stars. Water affinity has increased to 3 stars. The next message was about Glacier's improvement. The resistances and the affinities had also increased alongside the auras. However, the messages weren't over yet. You've absorbed an elixir and an energy core of the highest quality. All stats have increased by 20. Perception of the snow flower has increased to 5 stars. Backstab has increased to 5 stars. Focus has increased to 6 stars. Snowflower's veil has increased to 2 stars. Rayon was getting lost in the midst of endless messages. What is going on? Wrath's jaw dropped as he looked at the messages filling the air in front of him. You are giving him too much. Why are you giving so many stats and traits? He scratched the messages in disbelief with his round hands. Everything that has been accumulating is coming out at once. I didn't get any messages for a while, except for the Snowflower's veil he'd learned with his own efforts. He hadn't got any stats or trait increases recently. Rayon could guess that the high purity mana served as a trigger to get him all of the rewards at once. The King of Essence's frustration is what's coming out. Wrath ground his teeth while denying his explanation. How much do you need to drain from him before this hell is over? 20 whole stats. It's scooping them away with a basin instead of a ladle now. He cried, saying that he would only have skin and bone left at that rate. Rayon pushed the cotton candy away since it kept growling like a puppy and loaded the status window that he hadn't checked for a while. Status window. Name Rayon Sieghart. Title The Survivor. State none. Trait Wrath Sloth. Ring of Fire 7 stars. Water Resistance 7 stars. Perception of the Snowflower 5 stars. 10,000 Flames cultivation 5 stars. Glacier 5 stars. Fire Resistance 5 stars. Bleeding Curse 2 star. Backstab 5 stars. Iron Will 5 stars. Adaptation to Ghastly Energy 4 stars. Focus 6 stars. Poison Resistance 2 stars. Evil Eye of Wrath 1 star. Spiral Power 4 stars. Water Affinity 3 stars. Array Analysis 2 stars. Fire Affinity 2 stars. Snowflower's Veil 2 stars. Strength 336. Agility 335. Stamina 333. Energy 372. Perception 374. Wrath 75. Rayon's jaw dropped unconsciously once he saw it. The stats all managed to surpass 300. Since he had received 20 stats from the recent message, it implied that they had already surpassed 300 before then. That was the reason he managed to overpower the Beast Union with sheer strength, even though they had the strongest bodies among the 6 kings. The strength and agility are both surprising, but the energy's value is outrageous. His energy almost caught up to his perception, probably because he'd absorbed the 2 elixirs. Maybe it's a natural outcome. It wasn't actually that strange, considering how much the energy center had further expanded from reaching Advanced Master. I feel like I can achieve anything in my current state. He felt like he wasn't even going to lose against a warrior at the highest rank of master. In fact, he felt like he could win against anyone unless they were grandmasters. What's going on? Wrath ran up to him and slammed his shoulders like he was beating a drum. Why are you so surprised? He urged him to tell while grinding his teeth. All of my stats have exceeded 300. The stats were in fact less efficient the higher they got, but exceeding 300 made him far surpass the human limits of physical abilities. He felt like he could win against a novice master without even using his aura. TH 300. Wrath fell on the ground like a deflated balloon. 300 of the King of Essences, stats each 303. He kept murmuring 3 before he dropped his head while foaming from his mouth. It was actually halfway up to 400, but Rayon didn't mention any further because he was afraid Wrath would be unable to wake up again. This is probably the best possible outcome. He managed to take his revenge against Mardio, Cassini, and Lisbon, obtain the elixir for himself while preventing Darius from getting it, and his might had drastically increased. It was truly the best outcome, far surpassing his original expectations. Rayon smiled in satisfaction, and Dorian walked up to him while shaking the moisture from his hair with a towel. I really found a valley. The sound of flowing water was cut off by the dense trees. He smiled broadly, saying that the clean water was great. I just need to take care of his matter now. The only thing left to do was to get rid of everyone who'd been looking down on Dorian by visiting his home, the Cephia Company. You are ready to leave, right? Of course. I finished the preparations a long time ago since I didn't know when you were going to come back. Dorian confidently nodded. Let's go and take over the Cephia Company now. What? Take over, you said. Ah, I misspoke. Let's go to the Cephia Company, that's what I meant. Rayon smiled awkwardly and shook his head. But you just said that you would take over the Cephia Company. You are imagining things. Let's go. He pointed his finger towards the city, implying that they should sleep in the inn first before leaving the next day. Dorian swallowed nervously while watching Rayon's back. Is it really okay to bring him with me? I have a feeling he's going to destroy everything. Rayon and Dorian stayed in Matran City to rest for the rest of the day. Then they departed towards Rakan, the metropolis in the southwestern region and the location of the Cephia Company. Since Matran City was located in a remote area, they had to sleep outside on the first night of their trip. They settled on top of a rolling hill. Rayon dug into the ground to create a temporary campfire and started cooking garlic chicken stew. His mouth was watering from the sweet and soft fragrance coming from the white soup. Taste it. You need to taste it to see whether it's properly seasoned. Wrath waved his hands towards the pot. He looked like a fluffy puppy asking for food. It's not even finished cooking. Wait a moment. Increase the firepower. The heat inside your energy center only exists to be used for a time like this. Wrath was frantic about the food because they'd only eaten a hard loaf of bread for lunch. Rayon shook his head while watching the drool flowing from Wrath's mouth. He's completely out of his mind. He'd inherited the 10,000 Flames cultivation from the first head of Sieghart, yet Wrath was saying that cooking was the reason for its existence. Insane was the only way to describe him. Taste it already. The King of Essence can't endure this nutty fragrance anymore. Shut up. Yua. Wrath kept urging him while rolling on the ground, and Rayon kicked him away before he slightly increased the campfire's firepower. This should be enough. 10,000 Flames cultivation. He became capable of understanding the heat outside his body as much as the heat inside his body. In short, he could easily set the perfect temperature for cooking. Rayon laughed bitterly because it was so silly that he was feeling the 10,000 Flames cultivation's improvement for the first time while cooking. The stew slowly boiled and Rayon stirred it before tasting it. The soup gently embraced his tongue with the flavor from the large chunks of chicken and the garlic's sweet and bitter taste. Wrath exclaimed and briskly stood up. Did you really make this dish during a trip? This is madness. His eyes widened in surprise. Pretty good. He slightly increased the firepower to cook it a bit longer, and Dorian's groan could be heard. Rayon turned his head and saw that Dorian was watching the pork while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. His face looked extremely serious. What are you doing? I can't tell if the meat is done or not. He hasn't changed. He was overcooking the meat because he couldn't tell if the meat was done or not. It was a classic behavior considering how timid he was. The grease was completely drained from the pork, and it had turned into dry bacon. That's enough. Are you trying to turn it into chips? I see. Dorian awkwardly nodded and brought the overcooked meat on a plate. It really turned into chips. Rayon chuckled while looking at the pork, which looked like it would make a crispy sound. You idiot. Wrath ran up to Dorian and smacked him. You are trash. How dare you ruin this high-quality meat? You won't be allowed in the kitchen for the next 100 years. However, they weren't in Devildom's kitchen, and Wrath wasn't a chef either. His threat was ridiculous and meaningless at the same time. You can eat first. Rayon scooped the finished chicken stew for Dorian while ignoring Wrath, who was completely angry. Dorian nodded his head and accepted the bowl. He ate a mouthful before his eyes widened. What is this? How is this so delicious? This is real cooking. You shall watch and learn. Wrath placed his hands on his waist and snorted, acting as if he was the one who made the stew. I perfectly controlled the firepower. Rayon also took a mouthful of the stew. The refreshing harmony between the greasy chicken broth and the fresh vegetables filled his mouth. Wow, this is delicious. The King of Essence must have told you before, but you are more talented at cooking than swordsmanship. Don't you agree that you picked the wrong path? Wrath patted his shoulder while licking his lips. The King of Essence will hire you as his chef if you want. A weakling like you shall wield a kitchen knife in the future instead of swinging a sword. Seriously, Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at Wrath. You can only describe taste in a simple manner despite how much you love food. What do you mean? The people who love food are usually good at describing the taste. Yet the only things you ever say are things like it's delicious, one more dish, excellent. That's not true. The King of Essence can do it better. Wrath completely denied his claim and asked him to try eating the stew once again. Rayon nodded and ate the stew and the pork one after the other. Wrath was sitting still for a while with his eyes closed, but suddenly opened his eyes. The pork has a nice crispy taste, and the moderate greasiness of the stew is delicious. Wrath was standing confidently with a straight back, but Rayon looked down on him as if he were watching something pathetic. Is that all you can do? What else do you want? I'll give you a simple example. This grilled meat's spicy, smoky fragrance from the fire is exciting for the nose because it was directly cooked on a fire like barbecue, and draining the grease intensified its salty taste and created the crispiness of a cookie, which is entertaining to eat. You can say something like that. Wrath's eyes were sparkling more than ever as he looked at Rayon. Teach him. The King of Essence wants to learn. This isn't something I can teach. You just have to say how you felt. Teach him anyway. The King of Essence wants to say the same thing. Since he was so serious about food, he wanted to learn how to describe the taste. However, all Rayon did was use words that sounded cool. I don't know either. Wrath charged at Rayon. He simply smacked him away like a ball and averted his gaze. Dorian was staring at him while eating the stew. What's up? Vice Squad Leader, are you planning to continue with that hair color? He put down his stew and pointed at Rayon's hair. That was my plan. Rayon nodded while fiddling with his hair, which was as red as the moon. I figured I wouldn't be able to see how they treat you if I took my usual appearance. The name Rayon Sieghart was widely spread. Since he'd received the new nickname White Sword Dragon during the Six Kings tournament, no one was going to pick a fight against Dorian if he went with his real appearance. That was why he decided to disguise himself as an ordinary member of the Light Wind Squad, instead of the White Sword Dragon to find out how Dorian had been living and how everyone treated him. But disguises don't always work. Since you're so tall, it's easy to tell who you are. That's why I'm bending my knees slightly, and I covered myself with a robe before coming back. He bent his knees to make himself smaller by more than 10 centimeters, then covered himself with a robe before he left Robert's domain. That was done to prevent Darius from finding out about him no matter how thoroughly he searched. Why you even changed your height? I didn't notice that part. Dorian gasped in surprise. Well, it's not that impressive. Rayon shook his hand, and a small presence moved behind him when he was about to continue. It wasn't a blade, but a small creature. Rayon turned around and saw that a flying squirrel was flying towards him. Tap. He raised his hand, and the flying squirrel landed on his hand while hugging his finger. Whoa, that's... Dorian's jaw dropped upon seeing the flying squirrel. What's up? That's the one who bit my hand yesterday when you floated in the air in the middle of cultivation, Vice Squad Leader. Rayon sighed while looking at the flying squirrel. He figured out the flying squirrel's identity as soon as he heard that actually, he already knew who it was when it came flying at him. She helped me once again. Dorian must have been trying to interrupt his cultivation because he was too surprised, and she must have helped him by stopping him from doing so. It's the mad woman. The mad woman has arrived. Wrath was also freaking out with trembling shoulders as he noticed that Merlin was the squirrel. P. The flying squirrel raised its feet. A white piece of paper was tied around it. Is she not here in person? If Merlin was there, she would have talked to him while Dorian wasn't around. That was why he could guess that she'd used a different spell from the other times. He took the paper from the flying squirrel's feet and asked Dorian for some peanuts and almonds to feed it. The squirrel put the almond in its mouth and carried the peanuts in its hands before it disappeared into the forest with waddling steps. What was that? Are you really going to open a zoo? It's my informant. Rayon smiled faintly and spread the paper. A single line was written on it. It looks like we'll be able to see the children pretty soon. The children? Are you talking about the children we met at the orphanage? Dorian swallowed nervously and briskly stood up. Are they okay now? Are the children all right? The kind-hearted Dorian and Wrath asked at the same time. Yes, Rayon smiled while burning the paper that the flying squirrel had brought to him. Because he went to see the children. Inside a villa near Cameloon, which only allowed the Owen Kingdom's people inside, number 45 was blankly staring at the sky from the villa's training ground. She was the one who used to be called Pine outside the orphanage. It's suffocating. The sky was high and clear, yet her mind felt suffocated. She almost felt like her body was trapped inside a small box where she couldn't even move a single finger. I can't do anything. The devil who'd been torturing the kids had perished and she didn't have to train anymore, but her emotions and her body weren't moving according to her will. She thought she'd finally regained her freedom, but her soul was still trapped in the orphanage's underground. I wonder when I'll be able to see him again, As she tried to think about the swordsman who came to the orphanage to slay all the devils and save everyone, a head-splitting pain could be felt. Sniff. It's here again. The small devils inside her head were pointing their fingers. They were ordering her to stab the knight who was watching her from afar and kill him. It was just another attack that she'd been getting countless times every day ever since she left the orphanage. I need to suppress it. The knights were nice people who came from far away to save the children, and she was thankful for how much they cared for them. She didn't want to attack them no matter what. Leave already. However, the resonance in her head kept getting bigger and multiplied no matter how much she endured. Kill, stab him and kill. The devil in her head kept ordering her to murder and even devised a plan to kill the knights. Pretend you want a hug and use a sharp stone to cut off the Achilles tendon from the knight on the left, then pierce his neck once he goes down on his knees. Once you manage to draw the knight's sword, you should be able to finish off the knight on the right side as well. Kill. The murder plan was encroaching into her brain even though she didn't want to think about it. Number 45 bit her lips and closed her eyes. She was hoping that the order was going to subside if she couldn't see the knights anymore. You can kill them. However, the devil rampaged even more once her vision turned dark. Kill. If you follow my instructions, you can kill those 2 knights and even the other ones after that. Please leave. She grasped her head and violently shook it. However, the voice in her head never faded away. While she was barely holding out, someone's scream could be heard. She opened her eyes and saw that her roommate, number 86, was charging at a knight with a sharpened twig in her hand. No, number 45 ran up to her and grabbed her arm. However, number 86 was strong, and number 45 couldn't muster her strength because she was still trying to disobey the order in her head. Die. Number 86's action must have served as a trigger, as the other children also ran towards the knights and swung their weapons against them. Sniff. The knights easily fended off their weapons. However, that wasn't enough to stop the children, and they swung their hands and fists instead while crying. Their hands and fists were rather strong because they were trained for it, but the knights didn't defend against them to avoid harming the children. Please stop. Tears dropped from number 45's face as she pulled at number 86, who was trying to punch the knights. Please, the devil in the orphanage was turning them into monsters, as if it was prepared for their rescue. They wouldn't easily faint in that state, and the seizure happened every day, which made it hellish for the knights and the children alike. Number 86 slammed with her shoulder to throw number 45 on the ground. Number 45's chin trembled. She couldn't muster her strength to stop number 86 because she was barely holding on with her mental attacks. That man came to her mind. She was thinking about the tall swordsman who disappeared after saving them in the orphanage. Number 45 took out a piece of paper from her pocket. We will meet again. Follow the knights. Her mind cleared up a little upon reading the smooth handwriting of the swordsman. She ran to number 86 once again to stop her. Number 86, I know you can endure it. Stop. She held onto number 86's shoulder, but she only got dragged around because number 86 had already lost her sanity. After watching that scene, Borini Kitten bit his lip and walked up to them to hug number 86. Number 86 started to bite his shoulder with her teeth, but Borini Kitten simply patted her back with his eyes closed. It's okay. Borini Kitten shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. He seemed to be telling her to let him go since she was only going to hurt herself. She wanted to cry, but tears weren't coming out. She wanted to scream, but the sound wasn't coming out. There was nothing she could do as she wished. How long do I have to live like this? The pain in her soul felt like her body was decaying. That was when a shadow appeared from above her head. She raised her head and saw that an old man with clear eyes was right next to her. He was wearing some rags like a beggar, but he smelled rather comfortable instead of stinking. It's okay now. The old man raised his finger and tapped number 86's forehead. Number 86 closed her eyes and collapsed. Her comfortable expression looked like she simply fell asleep. You should rest as well. The old man tapped her forehead, and the voice in her mind disappeared at once. It felt like it had been such a long time since the last time she felt so clear in her mind. Actually, it was probably the first time she felt that way. However, an unbearable amount of drowsiness engulfed her before she could enjoy that sensation. Number 45 closed her eyes and fell fast asleep. The old man wearing rags, Saint Frederick, caught the 2 girls to prevent them from falling and laid them down on the ground. Nice to meet you, Saint. Borini Kitten politely bowed at Frederick. What brought you here? Wait a moment, please. I'd like to calm the other children before we talk. Frederick winked at him before he lightly walked away. The rampaging children turned quiet and collapsed into a sleep every time he acted. Borini Kitten's jaw dropped as he witnessed that sight. We couldn't even make them fall asleep recently. The children's brainwashing was getting more and more serious over time. They had gotten a lot more violent than before, and it was impossible to make them sleep by pressing on their mana circuits. He couldn't believe that Frederick had made them fall asleep so easily. It's over. Frederick dusted his hands off while walking towards him after he put all the children to sleep. They mentioned someone was going to come to treat the children. Is that? Yes, it's me. He nodded and confirmed his suspicion. Who is that person? How did they even find out about this to give us those instructions? Borini Kitten swallowed nervously and shoved his face onto him. I don't know either. I just came here because they asked me to save the children. Frederick shook his head. He really seemed unaware of the matter. I see. What about the children? Can you save them? Even though he couldn't find out about that person's identity, he wasn't disappointed and immediately asked about the children. I need some further examinations, but the brainwashing was fortunately interrupted right before it was completed. The reason the children became violent is because their minds are begging for the brainwashing to be completed. Ah, in that case. Yes, I think I can save them. Frederick smiled while caressing number 45's hair. Ha. Borini Kitten held his hands together and breathed out a sigh of relief. What a relief. He had all kinds of experiences as a knight, but it was the first time he felt so sad and powerless. He wanted to save the children no matter what, and the opportunity presented itself, which made him so relieved. No, I'm not the amazing one here. Frederick slowly shook his head. That boy Rayon is the amazing one. I need to start by bringing the children to the north. Frederick nodded while watching the sleeping children. Why are you bringing them to the north? The cold wind from nature is effective at removing brainwashing. I see, but someone might try to ambush the children. Don't worry, my friend is running a small house in the north. Small house, don't tell me. You guessed right, he nodded at Borini Kitten, whose eyes had widened. I'm planning to bring them to Sieghart. I believe he won't refuse poor children like them. Frederick smiled while thinking about Rayon's eyes. The young man always seemed to be looking further into the future, as if he knew everything that was going to happen. I'll treat the children and bring them to Sieghart, just like you wanted. After the short journey that felt like a long time, Rayon and Dorian arrived at the metropolis Rockin, where the Cephia Company was located. It's slightly different from Cameloon. Unlike Cameloon, which mostly had luxurious and sophisticated buildings, Rockin's buildings were mostly higher but felt stiffer and drier at the same time. Unlike Cameloon's guards, who weren't exactly strict with their inspection, Rockin's guards were a lot more numerous. They carefully inspected every single person. The guards weren't the only ones who were strict. Even the people's clothes were moderate, and it gave the impression that the entire city was rather strict. However, there were also some similarities. Countless people were passing by since it was a large city, and the marketplace inside the city was extremely lively. The sounds of clients and the merchants bargaining against each other sounded like a harmony coming from all directions. Ha. Dorian sighed after he looked around the city. He seemed nervous since they had finally arrived near their destination. Take it easy. Rayon smiled while tapping on Dorian's shoulder. You aren't the boy who secretly ran away from the house anymore. You are a Sieghart swordsman now. The slight trembling of Dorian's eyes came to a stop upon hearing that. Indeed, Dorian nodded with a smile on his face. Rayon's words had calmed the pounding of his heart. He felt like everything would go well as long as Rayon was next to him. Let's go, I'll guide you. Dorian regained his confidence and advanced. All right. Rayon followed Dorian with a smile. It didn't take long before he stopped walking. What's the matter now? Are you still nervous? Dorian shook his head and pointed in front of him. It's here, but this is just a shopping district. Rayon tilted his head while looking at the countless buildings, from here to all the way there. Dorian turned his finger to point at all the buildings and licked his lips. They all belonged to the Cephia Company. Rayon's jaw dropped, all of them. Countless people were visiting the various buildings, and all kinds of objects were going in and out. More than a quarter of the city belonged to the Cephia Company, and they really seemed to deal with all kinds of items. Rayon grabbed Dorian's shoulder and smiled brightly. What? Why are you saying that now? Dorian's lips parted since he couldn't understand why he was saying that. So this is the Cephia Company. It's even bigger than I thought. Rayon's eyes sparkled just like when he was fighting. So all of them are going to be mine, Dorian's in the future. Right, you must be insane. Wrath gasped upon hearing his ridiculous statement. Even greed would kneel in the face of your insanity. Dorian pointed at the biggest building among the various shops of the Cephia Company. This is the Cephia Company's central administration building. Rayon followed his finger and looked up at the building. It's as big as Sieghart's main building. The central administration building of the Cephia Company was tall enough to be compared with Sieghart's main building. Since it was about 1.5 times wider, it wasn't an overstatement to say that it was actually even bigger. It looked somewhat stiff. Wrath furrowed his brow after his eyes skimmed over the building. It does look that way. Rayon agreed with Wrath. As the rectangular building had angular edges, it was painted gray, which gave off the cold impression, and the way the windows were placed right next to each other looked rather suffocating. Rayon checked his own condition while standing in front of the door to the central administration. His disguise wasn't as perfect as when he went to House Robert, but he had changed his hair and eye color while pretending to be weaker than Dorian. This should be enough. Since they were supposedly uninterested in Dorian, he guessed that a shallow disguise would be enough. Let's go inside. Yes. Despite his answer, Dorian kept staring at the door instead of opening it. He seemed to be still hesitating. What's wrong with him? He hasn't come back home in a long time. He must be trying to make some grand entrance. Rayon crossed his arms and waited for Dorian to move. Ha. Dorian caught his breath and walked up to the door. He seemed to have finally made up his mind. Tap. When he was about to grab the doorknob, the door opened before he did and someone came out. Arg, he managed to avoid the door hitting him, but he couldn't avoid the unsightly behavior because he ended up losing his balance. However, Rayon thought it was more befitting to Dorian than trying to look cool. It's telling you to stop acting cool. Rayon chuckled and pointed at the open door. Let's go. Ah, yes. Dorian scratched the back of his neck, and Rayon followed him into the central administration building. There were a lot of people walking around. On top of the staff, there also seemed to be merchants, warriors, mercenaries, and some guests. Welcome to the Cephia Company. The staff inside the lobby at the center of the first floor walked up to them with a pretty smile on her face. What's your business? She smiled gently. She didn't seem to recognize Dorian even though he wasn't in disguise. Dorian lowered his eyes to look at the floor and said with a trembling voice, I came to see the president. Do you have an appointment? No, I don't, but the president called me. What? I'm the president's son, you see. What? Her eyes widened so much that they looked like they were about to pop out. What do you mean, ah? She blankly stared at Dorian in disbelief before she gave a big nod. Are you the young Master Dorian? Yes, I am. Ah, please excuse me. I wasn't informed about your arrival. The staff member apologetically lowered her head. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at her expression. His presence is indeed weak. Considering the fact that they didn't even inform the staff after summoning him, Rayon could guess that Dorian's presence was a lot weaker than he thought. I'll call the president. Please wait over here. The staff member guided them to a waiting room located on the right side of the lobby before she went back out. Ha. Dorian sat on a chair and sighed. The sweat on his forehead showed how nervous he was. She didn't even recognize you. Rayon sat on a sofa on the opposite side and looked at the door where the staff member left. She joined the company after I left. It's obvious that she wouldn't reckon. That's not true. Since the company called you, they should have informed the staff at the lobby at least. I expected it to be the case. Dorian rubbed his belly pocket while saying that he was fine with that. He had always been a timid guy, but Rayon felt sad to look at him because of how pathetic he looked in his home. Ah, do you want something to eat? Dorian took out a cup, pink tea leaves, a kettle, and potato chips. The water automatically boiled inside the kettle, and he brewed a cup of tea to give it to Rayon. That again. Rayon chuckled and accepted the tea, drinking it. It tasted bitter in the beginning and the middle, but it tasted very slightly sweet in the end. It's bitter, don't drink it. Wrath stuck his tongue out and called it disgusting. You have a child's taste buds. Rayon ignored him and kept sipping on the tea. He finished drinking the tea and another one and another one. He spent 2 hours like that, but no one came to fetch them. Rayon smiled while touching the teacup that had grown cold a long time ago. I thought this would happen. Why are they not calling us? Wrath punched in the air with his round fist. The King of Essence was expecting treats since they are so rich, but how long are they planning to make us wait? Rayon had been wondering why Wrath was in such a good mood, and he just learned that he'd been looking forward to the expensive food he would eat. Rayon was surprised once again by the Demon King's gluttony. Haha, Dorian awkwardly scratched his cheek. He looked like he knew it was going to happen. I'm sorry. He's such a busy person. I guess he is. You normally have to get an appointment several months before meeting the president of one of the 5 biggest companies. However, Rayon frowned while touching his cold cup. The tea started to boil like magma because of the heat he was emanating with his unpleasant emotions. Even if he has other appointments, the son who returned after 9 years obviously takes priority. Actually, it's been almost 10 years. And if he's going to be late, the staff would have returned to notify you about it. Even if the president was making him wait, the situation was abnormal. Rayon could guess that someone had interfered. This is so obvious. Dorian's siblings must have done this. It was actually a natural outcome, as Dorian's siblings must have strengthened their presence for the 9 past years, unlike Dorian. Rayon could only smile, as he felt like he already understood what was going on inside the company. You said that you have 3 siblings, right? Ah, yes. Dorian was anxiously biting his fingernails and nodded in response. They are really taking too long. I'll go out to ask. Dorian grabbed the doorknob with the intention of talking to the staff once again. Don't do it. Rayon shook his hand. What? Your father isn't going to contact you even if you ask again. The perpetrator behind this will be here if we keep waiting. He casually crossed his legs and started to drink the now warm tea. Dorian seemed to have noticed what he meant and sat down to start eating his potato chips. Stop drinking that disgusting tea and eat the chips he's offering. The King of Essence is hungry. It's unhealthy. Rayon shook his head while looking at the chips. Eating some chips isn't a big deal, but the impurities caused by the chips can make the difference during a fight. How dare you argue despite being a weakling? Being a weakling is another reason why I shouldn't eat it. Arag, Wrath grasped his head and started to shout. That silver tongue of yours is so hateful. It's not a compliment. Rayon spent 2 more hours with Wrath screaming right next to him, and a strong presence appeared in front of the door. Tap, the door was gently opened, and an elegant woman with tidy green hair entered. The door seemed to have no space left because of her large body. Dorian stood up with a dumbfounded expression. Is that you, Palin? The woman who was called Palin didn't respond to Dorian and looked at Rayon instead. Her lips slightly rose into a smile upon noticing that he was wearing shabby clothes. Rayon had to suppress his laughter while watching Palin's reaction. She's completely underestimating me. She must have believed that he was Dorian's subordinate or friend because of his shabby clothes and dirty appearance. He was thankful to her because that was how he wanted them to see him. Palin, why are you calling me by name? The woman turned her head towards Dorian and smiled coldly. Did you still not learn your place despite your age? Dorian's shoulders trembled upon hearing her cold voice. It was difficult to believe that she was his family. Judging from your appearance, you must be as thoughtless as before. Palin skimmed through Dorian and snorted. Why is your head still empty? What have you been doing so far? I'm asking what you've been doing for the past 9 years with that small pocket of yours. She wasn't simply making fun of him. She really didn't seem to know what Dorian had been doing so far. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the woman named Palin. She's even worse than Burin when he was a trainee. She was showing her contempt and laughed at Dorian in front of Rayon, who was an outsider, and she didn't even know what Dorian had been doing even though he was still a candidate for succession. Those poor qualities made Rayon judge that she wasn't even worthy of his attention. When Dorian was about to respond with trembling lips, the door was opened once again. A middle-aged man with sharp eyes entered the room. I heard he joined Sieghart to practice swordsmanship. He answered Palin's question instead of Dorian. Sieghart, moreover, he's a member of the Light Wind Squad, which is the hottest topic nowadays. Dialon. Dorian swallowed nervously while looking at the man that he called Dialon. The man who was called Dialon nodded slightly at Rayon. Rayon stood to greet him. Unlike that idiot named Palin, this one is dangerous. The Light Wind Squad had indeed become famous, but the names of the members except for Rayon and the 3 team leaders were mostly unknown to the public. Considering that he was aware where Dorian had been and what affiliation he had, Dialon seemed to be an extraordinary person. The Light Wind Squad. Palin frowned while glaring at Dorian. The Light Wind Squad of the White Sword Dragon. Her surprise confirmed Rayon's expectation that his name had already spread throughout the Cephia Company. Yes, Dialon's eyes became serious as he looked at Dorian. HMPH, Rayon Sieghart is the only famous person from there. Palin glared at him and said that it didn't mean anything. He must be nothing but a sidekick in there. Dorian couldn't refute that and hung his head. He seemed to agree with her statement. You were asked to bring back the biggest treasure, yet you've been practicing swordsmanship instead. You are just as idiotic as you've always been in the past. The intense scorn was apparent in Palin's smile. Only the chosen ones should train with the sword, just like your superior, Rayon Sieghart. You don't even deserve to be a candidate for succession. Dorian's chin lowered even further. It was about to reach the ground at that rate. Rayon didn't interfere in the conversation, a faint smile on his face. This is a familiar atmosphere. He found the exact same gazes and atmosphere of discrimination that he got used to during the judgment ceremony and his temporary trainee period in Sieghart. It confirmed the similarity between Rayon and Dorian, who were discriminated against in their respective houses. And I know how to destroy this situation. I just need to make them pick a fight with us and destroy them afterward. It was a house of merchants instead of warriors, but the facts still remained the same. He just needed to shatter all of their plots with an overwhelming amount of power, and the justification in people's favors were bound to follow. It might be too much to bear for Dorian, but it will be helpful for his future. Dorian. Rayon made up his mind and called Dorian's name. Palin and Dialon also looked at him on top of Dorian. Are they your siblings that you said you were easily going to defeat to use as a stepping stone for the company? Rayon asked with an innocent expression on his face, as if he was completely unaware of what he was saying. Dorian's face turned pale upon hearing that. Easily defeat us, you say. Use us as a stepping stone for the company. On top of Palin, who'd been aggressive all along, even Dialon's eyes became hostile. WHWH. Dorian's chin trembled violently, and he couldn't even speak properly. The crevices in his eyes were shouting, I never said that. I forgot to introduce myself because it's been such a long time since the last time I saw my younger brother. Dialon walked up to Rayon and extended his hand. My name is Dialon Cephia. I'm Dorian's older brother. My name is Jedin. Rayon introduced himself as Jedin, who was an actual member of the Light Wind Squad's 3rd team, and grabbed his hand. I heard that name before. You must be from the Light Wind Squad's 3rd team, aren't you? Indeed, he's certainly extraordinary. He must have thoroughly gathered the information since he even knew Jedin's name. He was relieved that he'd dyed his hair red just like Jedin. Excuse my rudeness, swordsman from the Light Wind Squad. Palin came next to Dialon with a frown and very slightly nodded her head. But what you just said is slightly unsettling. Did Dorian really say that he was going to defeat us? Yes, he said that he would take over the company after crushing all of his siblings. Rayon responded with a smile, and the atmosphere became even colder. Dorian's groan started to sound like a song. His eyes were trembling left and right, looking like they were about to pop out. You bastard, you should know your place. Palin was about to walk up to Dorian when a thick knocking sound could be heard. The door was opened, and an old, silver-haired man in a butler outfit entered the room. Young Master Dorian, the president has summoned you. Palin and Dylon stopped walking towards Dorian upon hearing that. How? Palin turned to look at the old butler with wide eyes. Her face had turned pale in disbelief. Was she the one who intervened? Judging from the situation, she must have prevented the news about Dorian's arrival, but the president ended up summoning him anyway. Ah, yes. Dorian swallowed nervously while looking at his two siblings before walking towards the door next to the old butler. His shoulders were violently trembling because he was worried about his siblings' anger. Palin and Dylon were giving a killing glare at Dorian's back. Perfect. Rayon smiled, while the cold atmosphere made him feel like he was inside an ice cavern. This is how siblings should be. Wrath's round eyes were violently trembling as he watched Rayon. Are you really human? Rayon followed the old butler to the highest floor of the central administration building, where the president was waiting for them. Why did you do that? Dorian quietly screamed. When did I even say that? Did you not? Not even close. You saw those eyes. What am I supposed to do now? My life is ruined. Dorian pressed on his temple, saying that his siblings were going to bully him. His legs must have been feeling heavy since he was slowly climbing the stairs. The brother was the second oldest, and the sister was the third, right? Yes. The brother was different, but your sister wasn't a big deal. What? There's no reason to be afraid of her. I told you before, but you are a completely different person compared to when you left the house. Rayon chuckled and raised his finger to point at Dorian. Since you've changed, you will act differently and receive a different treatment. Don't be intimidated by them. The Light Wind Squad and I are supporting you from behind. Rayon went ahead and climbed the stairs after saying that. Yes. Dorian stopped walking for a moment and stared at Rayon's back. He gave a small nod and followed him. Rayon smiled upon noticing that Dorian was trembling a bit less than before. Your face looks good enough now to show your father, who you haven't seen for 10 years. Did you actually provoke his siblings for that purpose? Wrath frowned. He seemed to find it unexpected that Rayon was being so caring. No, what is it then? I figured it would be interesting. You are really insane. You shouldn't exist in this world. Wrath's face turned yellow from the shock. Rayon chuckled and stood behind the old butler, who stopped walking on the highest floor. This is the president's office. Please tell me when you are ready. He stepped aside. His completely emotionless voice almost sounded like it belonged to a heartless man. I'm ready. Dorian clenched his fist and responded while Rayon nodded his head. Understood. The butler knocked on the door twice and opened it for them. The door smoothly opened without any creaking sounds. It must have been lubricated properly. A gray desk could be found in the midst of a brown carpet, which was adding to the heavy atmosphere, and furniture made of dark-colored hardwood. An old man wearing a monocle raised his head from behind the desk. He had green hair, and his impression and pressure were extremely cold and stiff despite his round eyes. His appearance was similar to Dorian's, but the atmosphere around him was the complete opposite. The president first looked at Dorian. He skimmed through Dorian's body, and Rayon noticed that his eyes trembled slightly for an instant, even though they looked like they would never waver. He's different. Unlike Palin or Dylon, who started by checking on the guest, the president examined his son before anything else, which made him different from the others. But that gaze, I feel like I've seen that somewhere before. While Rayon was trying to remember where he had seen that, the president's gaze stiffened once again and turned towards him. It was a cold-hearted gaze that felt like he was reading the mind. Greeting the president, Dorian bowed and shouted loudly. Rayon didn't say anything and leaned forward just like Dorian. Stand. The president nodded and shook his hand. Yes. Dorian raised his head with a slightly excited face. His mouth was completely dry from his nerves. Even though Rayon straightened his back once again, the president kept looking at Dorian instead of Rayon. I'm honored to meet the White Sword Dragon. Rayon was trying to introduce himself, but the president calmly declared, He found out at a glance, even though I didn't do my best at hiding it. He didn't expect to be immediately found out, even though he didn't change his height and skin color like when he went to Robert's domain. Rayon thought the president was no joke, unlike Dorian's siblings. My name is Rayon Sieghart. Rayon smiled faintly while meeting the president's serious eyes. It looks like this won't be boring at least. Rayon straightened his back. He met the eyes of Addis Cephia, the master of the Cephia company who was clad in solemn pressure. May I ask how you found out? He didn't remember acting in a way that could reveal his identity on the way to the Cephia company, not even once. The most obvious characteristics of Rayon Sieghart were his blonde hair, red eyes, and 2 swords. He had hidden all of those aspects, yet he was found out only 5 hours in, and that fact was rather shocking. Do you know what you get better at if you keep trading? Addis Cephia tapped on the desk with his finger. His nails were neatly trimmed. It's the sense of figuring out people. That sense also becomes better as you get older. He continued calmly. I'm pretty confident at judging a person's character because I've been a merchant all my life. You can be comfortable towards me since you are the father of my companion. And Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at Addie's. That's not enough as an answer. Addie spoke in a roundabout way, and it wasn't a proper answer. No matter how good a person was at judging another's character, it was impossible to determine his identity at a glance. You should be well aware, as you are the White Sword Dragon, the Vice Squad leader of the Light Wind Squad. The Light Wind Squad is the hottest topic all around the continent right now. Addie's continued with his manner of speech. His personality seemed as meticulous as his appearance. It's a natural outcome because the two winners of the Six Kings tournament that took place in the Owen Kingdom were both from the Light Wind Squad. It's mandatory for merchants to gather information about rising stars like them. He continued with a calm voice, one that hadn't changed at all since the beginning. The Vice Squad leader is the White Sword Dragon. The first team leader is the Sword of Rakshasa. The second team leader is the Azure Lunar Blade. The third team leader is the Blade of Tempest. I've investigated all of the Light Wind Swordsmen, including them, and that's when I discovered that he also belonged to the squad. Did you investigate every single member on top of the team leaders? Indeed. I've gathered all of the information I could about the Light Wind Swordsmen, their appearances, personalities, preferences, and relationships. Rayon swallowed nervously as Addie's calmly continued his explanation. Amazing. Is that why he is the master of one of the 5 biggest companies? No, that must be why he managed to become the president. It was true that the Light Wind Squad had become famous, but they didn't deserve such attention from the Cephia company. All they did was to emerge victorious in a tournament between the future prospects. Rayon was surprised by the fact that the president had investigated everything to increase the success rate for a trade that might happen one day. I don't know what Dorian has done, but I heard that he's the closest friend of the Vice Squad leader and spends time with him the most among the members. That's why I guessed, from your personality, that you would come along if he had to return to the company. You've changed your hair and eye color, but you haven't changed your height and facial features. That's why I recognized you immediately. That's amazing. Rayon admired his skill from the bottom of his heart. They are similar. Merchants were similar to assassins since they both thoroughly investigated their targets. The purpose differed only because one was trying to kill an opponent while the other tried to open a trade. That old man also seems to be a stalker by nature. Wrath was also surprised by Addie's. Why are there so many strange people on this continent? You are right, he feels like a stalker. That's why I find this strange. There was a huge difference between the emotionless eyes he was facing and the slightly trembling eyes that Addie showed when he first saw Dorian. Let's try sounding him out. Rayon looked at Dorian, who was completely flustered. The reason I spent time with Dorian and even followed him here isn't really special. It's because he's a trustworthy companion. People think that I've completed many missions on my own, but he has helped me countless times in the process. Dorian's shoulders rose slightly upon hearing him. Rayon bowed at Addie's politely. There's no reason to apologize to me since it was his own decision. Please raise your head. Addie's shook his hand and told him to raise his head. Rayon figured that he was aware of Dorian's kidnapping incident since his voice remained composed, so you knew about it. It's only fair, but you must be very interested in your son. An indirect approach wasn't going to work against such an experienced opponent. That was why he raised his blade and tried stabbing him. Addie's wet his mouth with the water inside the cup without even looking at Dorian. Is he organizing his thoughts? He'd been answering Rayon's questions without any hesitation so far. Rayon could guess that there was a reason behind the fact that he was taking longer to respond for the first time. I would need to figure out where he died at least, since he took a precious object. Addie's looked at Dorian's belly pocket. It was such a cynical response. Dorian anxiously rubbed his belly pocket and groaned. I've also heard many rumors about the Light Wind Squad, but I've never heard Dorian's story among them. You must have investigated so much to determine every situation, including the smallest and most trivial pieces of information. You can believe whatever you want. Addie shook his head with emotionless eyes. It's difficult to tell. He was such a sly fox. Rayon figured he needed more information and time to determine his intentions. Rayon took a step back to give room for Dorian and Addie's to talk to each other. Addie's realized his intention and met Dorian's eyes. I told you that the one who brings the biggest treasure would become the successor. What have you been doing so far? Dorian's hand started to move towards his belly pocket, but suddenly stopped. He grasped the scabbard hanging around his waist instead of his belly pocket. I've been training in swordsmanship. Which treasure were you trying to acquire by training in swordsmanship? Cold pressure was emerging from Addie's eyes. He wasn't using any aura. It was simply the atmosphere around him. I decided to do so because I wanted to live a life unrelated to the company. Dorian honestly voiced out his thoughts from childhood. Of course, his voice was still trembling. A life unrelated to the company. Addie's nodded. Even that answer didn't seem to surprise him. Do you still think the same way? Dorian slowly exhaled instead of immediately answering his question. And no, I kind of want to try getting into the business now. He expressed his feelings with a trembling voice. You want to try working in the company now when you've done nothing but swing your sword so far. And kind of, you said. How much are you underestimating the business? Addy slammed his hand on the desk and glared fiercely at him. Countless people are putting their lives on the line for the business at this very moment. You just disregarded all of their efforts with what you just said. I'm not disregarding them. I just thought I might be able to do it because I have people who believe in me. Dorian hurriedly shook his hand. It was the same when I first became a Sieghart trainee. I didn't think I would be able to become an official swordsman. However, people around me helped me and gave me the courage, and that's why I managed to reach this position. He turned his gaze to look at Rayon. I am sure the business is also going to be extremely difficult, but I just thought that I could do it if I'm determined enough and the people around me help me. Dorian's voice was trembling like a bouncing rubber band as he finished talking. You've learned one lesson at least. Asking for help isn't a shameful act. It felt like Addie's gaze became slightly less cold. He closed his eyes and lightly tapped on the desk once again. Since all of your siblings are back, I'll give you a trial soon enough. You shall participate in it. He shook his hand, implying that he had nothing else to tell him. You will leave. You understood. Dorian bowed at him. Rayon licked his lips while looking at Addie's and Dorian's gazes one after the other. He didn't completely give up on Dorian. The fact that he was giving Dorian an opportunity, even though he had been swinging his sword without doing any work for the company up to that point, and the fact that he'd scolded him for his mistake, implied that he definitely considered him a candidate for succession. I'll be able to figure it out after the trial. Rayon figured he would react more seriously once he saw how much Dorian had changed. I'll see you later. Rayon bowed at him, and Addie's raised his hand when he was about to leave. Light Wind's Vice Squad Leader. Yes, I'd like you to stop with the disguise. I'm worried that the young ones of the company might make a mistake. Rayon was taking that appearance to induce that mistake from them, and the president was trying to prevent that from happening. He realized once again how extraordinary the master of such a huge company was. Understood. Rayon nodded and followed Dorian outside the office. Hey. Dorian sighed deeply while holding onto the stairs handrail. I thought I was going to die from nervousness. You did well, though. Rayon patted Dorian's shoulder and chuckled. I don't know about that. My heart was beating so hard that I couldn't even speak. Dorian shook his head while walking down the stairs. His slightly trembling legs reinforced his claim. Has he always been so bland? I don't remember too well because I was small back then, but I feel like he's a bit colder than before. Maybe it's because I haven't been here for a long time. It made sense. Rayon figured that he might be sad that his son hadn't visited him over the course of 9 years. This guy looks like he shrunk even more than usual. Wrath frowned while looking at Dorian's shriveled shoulders. It can't be helped. They've been mistreating him from the moment of his birth to the moment he left his home. Binding a young elephant's legs with chains to prevent its escape made it believe that it couldn't escape a thin chain even after it grew bigger. Dorian was the same. Even though he had gotten stronger in terms of might and position, he felt like he'd returned to his abusive childhood upon returning to his house, and that was why he was so intimidated. I shall shatter that issue. Rayon nodded while walking down the stairs before he suddenly narrowed his eyes. This energy from below, it was the same presence as the one who visited them before they went to Addie's. He didn't ask me to remove the disguise right away. Rayon chuckled and raised his voice. I knew it, Dorian. I'm amazed that you had the guts to tell the president that you would take over the company. Rayon loudly shouted towards the bottom of the stairs. I never said that, though. I just said that I was interested. Dorian tilted his head, and his third sister, the one who'd visited them in the waiting room, Palin, climbed the stairs while shouting. She bobbed her finger with a scowl on her face. I'll show you that all the time you spent was meaningless. Considering that her reaction was no different from before, Rayon confirmed that she still hadn't figured out his identity. Palin, why are you asking me? Dorian held onto the handrail tightly, his lips trembling. Dorian turned his head towards Rayon. His big eyes looked like tears were going to burst out at any moment. Why are you doing this to me? It's perfect. You were also planning to show her, right? The grinding sound of teeth could be heard from Palin's mouth as Rayon declared. Let's go already. Rayon patted Dorian's shoulder while telling him to show her his power. Wrath gasped in disbelief. Seriously, you are the worst. Rayon followed Palin outside the central administration building. Dorian flailed his limbs like a prisoner heading to the guillotine as he followed them. Where are we going? I already told you to shut up and follow. Palin walked for a while before she entered a training ground where the Cephia Company's warriors seemed to be training. It was still bright despite the late hour, and 3 warriors with powerful pressures around them were waiting inside. Gulp. Dorian swallowed so loudly that the gulping sound could be heard. What is this? I already told you I'm going to show you that the time you spent is meaningless. Palin shook her hand, and a swordsman in his 20s came to stand next to him. He was the youngest-looking warrior among them. Is it really okay to attack him? I thought he was the president's son. He's just a child of a concubine. Moreover, no one cares about him. Palin snorted and glared at Dorian. P. Palin. I prepared him for you because you looked so confident about defeating me. Palin pointed at the young swordsman standing next to him. He is Toten Robel, the solid blade. He's a famous warrior in the south, and he is also around your age. He's a perfect opponent for you. Rayon licked his lips while looking at the man called Toten Robel. The solid blade, I remember hearing that name before. People in the banquet from the conference of the Six Kings were saying that he had reached the highest level of expert despite being young, and he was supposed to be a future prospect of the Six Kings. Are you really asking me to spar against him? Dorian's jaw dropped. Yes, prove yourself right now since you said you were going to defeat me. Palin ground her teeth while shoving her face onto Dorian. I never said that. You better be ready since the match is going to start in 10 minutes. Palin turned around without even listening to Dorian. I heard you were from the Light Wind Squad. I'm looking forward to the match. Toten Robel waved his hand before he went away. How strong is he? Dorian hurriedly ran up to Rayon and held onto his sleeve. He's at the highest level of expert. He's definitely an excellent warrior for his age. He wasn't as good as Buran, Martha, or Runnan, but that realm was rather excellent considering his age was only in his mid-20s. Highest level of expert. Arg, Dorian started to scream while covering his head. What are you going to do about this? I'm going to get beaten up now because you said those strange things. It's okay. You can win. Rayon shook his hand with a faint smile on his face. I'm only in the advanced realm. There's no way I can win against a highest level expert. It's possible, it's impossible. I'm so screwed. Ahem. Rayon cleared his throat while looking towards Palin and Toten Robel instead of answering Dorian's cry. What are you trying to do this time? What? You'll defeat him in no time. Wow, I knew that you were the core of the Light Wind Squad, Dorian. Rayon declared loudly enough that everyone inside the training ground could hear him. That bastard said it again. What? Palin and Toten Robel turned around to look at them. Palin's gaze had always been hostile, but even Toten's eyes turned as deadly as a blade, even though he used to be carefree. Tears welled up in Dorian's eyes. He started to foam from his mouth. Why are you doing this to me? There must be a reason. What? You don't even need any time to prepare yourself against such a weak opponent, you say. Rayon weakly pushed Dorian's back with a grin on his face. Of course, his arms contained a huge amount of power since he'd already surpassed 300 in strength. I never said that. Dorian couldn't resist that stupid amount of power and ran toward the center of the training ground while screaming. I wasn't trying to do this. Oh, I didn't think you'd do that when you said you can't wait to beat him up, but you really ran there. You can do it, Dorian. Rayon raised his fist towards Dorian. Get your easy win and shut your sister's mouth. Rayon smiled cheerfully, pretending to be innocent. Ha, Toten Robel laughed and walked up to Dorian. Your arrogance reaches the sky even though you are from the Zieghart's Light Wind Squad. It's been a long time since the last time I felt so humiliated. The frightening pressure flowing from his body almost felt like bloodlust. You are just a son of a concubine. Know your place. Palin was also throwing a deadly glare at Dorian. Dorian smiled at them. His eyes had lost focus like the eyes of a rotten fish. He seemed to have almost lost his mind. Rayon grinned while feeling the heated atmosphere of the training ground. Perfect. It's best to raise the children using hardship. Wrath's teeth clattered as he looked at Rayon. His terrified face had turned completely pale. Are you really human, you bastard? Toten Robel unsheathed his sword. A frightening atmosphere engulfed the training ground as the sound of friction between his blade and the scabbard resounded throughout the area. Did you say that you were tired of waiting? He pointed his deadly blade at Dorian. I'll grant your wish. Draw your blade right now. Teach that arrogant mouth a lesson so that he will never be able to blabber again. Palin also ground her teeth while glaring at Dorian. Dorian's face turned pale as he looked at Rayon behind him. His eyes were begging for him to help. I know you have no intention of helping him, but you could give him a piece of advice at least. Wrath frowned while looking at Dorian's trembling eyes. Rather than lacking might, he has a weak mind. That's exactly why. Rayon cheerfully waved his hand towards the terrified Dorian. He even added a cheerful smile as a gift. That's why you say. You should be aware that Dorian definitely isn't weak. He is as weak as an ant, from the King of Essence's perspective. What's wrong? Wrath tilted his head. He apparently wasn't joking about that. That's probably true for you, but you should know that he won't lose this single-handedly. It was true that Toten Robel was at the highest level of expert, but he had barely managed to pass the entry stage. He was excellent for his age, but he was still far worse than the Light Wind's team leaders. That's true. Dorian believes that he's at the entry stage of the advanced expert, but he has actually almost reached the wall towards the highest level expert. Dorian managed to surpass the entry stage with his continuous training while he was alone. His skills escalated quickly as he absorbed the Ocean Soul's leaf, while Rayon helped him with the cultivation, and he kept training him on the way with real battle experiences. That was why Dorian was right behind the wall to the highest level of expert. However, he doesn't know that fact. Because Rayon kept beating him up by adjusting his skills to a novice master while sparring against Dorian, Dorian was unable to objectively view his own performance. That was why he still believed that he was weak. The same goes during the tournament in the Owen Kingdom. He lost too easily because he had to face another member of our squad. Dorian lost to another light-wind swordsman during the tournament, but he could have won if he had gone all out. And the reason why he didn't go all out was simple. He doesn't use his strength for his own sake. Indeed. Wrath faintly nodded in agreement. On the other hand, he only uses his strength and mustered his courage for someone else's sake. You saw how he spread the continent chaser fragrance on me back then, didn't you? Rayon closed his eyes and remembered the day when he was kidnapped. It was completely unexpected. The last thing he saw before Merlin's artifact sucked him in was Dorian spreading the continent chaser fragrance on him. No one would have expected him to do that since he was the most cowardly person in the Light Wind squad. His surprise was apparent even though he was being kidnapped. Dorian can do it when it comes down to it. The problem is that he does it for other people's sake. Rayon slowly opened his eyes. Dorian was standing there with trembling shoulders without even drawing his sword. He kept glancing backward, hoping for salvation, but this method still seems too harsh. You should use a gentler approach. I admire how much you care about your subordinates, but you are wrong this time. His eyes turned serious as he watched Dorian's trembling hands reach for the hilt of his sword. We have to push Dorian down the cliff right now so that he can get strong enough to climb back up on his own. It was impossible to change Dorian's cowardly personality right away. It was even possible that he might not change for the rest of his life, but he needs to change here at least. The reason his personality became like that was because his siblings and their followers kept humiliating him and bullying him. He needed to climb the cliff back up with his own limbs to destroy that past. Push him down the cliff, you say. Wrath was quickly moving his hand with his head turned. Rayon looked at him since he got curious about what he was doing. Wrath was writing it down on his palm. What are you doing? Can't you tell from looking? He is writing it down. Why would you do that? The King of Essence is going to raise demons like you when he returns to Devildom. He grinned while saying that Devildom's domination wasn't a dream if he had two subordinates like Rayon. I don't think that will work. Nonsense. The King of Essence is going to clone the Rayon Zeegharts to rule over the entirety of Devildom and the continent alike. Wrath started telling him about his plan to dominate Devildom and the land even though no one asked. It's impossible to create a second Rayon Zeeghart. I don't even understand my own personality. He was an assassin in his previous life. He grew up with Sylvia's love and contempt from the house in his childhood. Rimmer, who was slightly insane, was the most influential person to him from his trainee period until recently, and Glenn's character had started to affect him. It must be one of the stepping stones to achieve the sword field creation. Sword field creation wasn't a simple technique. It was the representation of life for a Zeeghart swordsman. His sword field was always being created in his mental world. Anyway, I'm planning to let Dorian handle his own. It didn't matter whether he managed to break through the wall of the highest level expert or not during the fight. Rayon was just hoping for him to open his mind and advance. Well, he'd better defeat someone like him though. After all, I've been giving him individual lessons for over a month now. By the way, those weren't spars. They were one-sided beatings, same difference. No, there's a huge difference. Rayon cut Wrath off and waved his hand towards Dorian, whose chin was trembling. You said he was a shitter. Beat him up already. Dorian's teeth chattered upon hearing Rayon's voice coming from behind him. What's wrong with him today? He had always been slightly insane, but he seemed to have breached the midpoint towards complete insanity. He looked like the worst version of playful Rimmer. Hey, the frightening glow in Totenrobel's eyes told him that his patience had reached the limit. Draw your sword already. I'm going to attack you regardless if you don't draw within 5 seconds. He didn't seem to be lying, as his pressure turned into a bloodlust that was meant to oppress his body. Dorian bit his lip and unsheathed his sword. I'll make you unable to run your mouth ever again. Totenrobel kicked the ground and charged at him. He slashed while bouncing forward, and the aura blade bursting from his sword felt extremely terrifying. Dorian used the flowing cloud footwork to move to the right. You aren't running anywhere. Totenrobel suddenly changed his direction to chase him. The auras storming at him from both sides were as sharp as an awl. As a swordsman, he was proficient with sharp sword and swift sword. Hwa. Dorian looked like he was gliding as he moved backward and unleashed his swordsmanship. The 10 flowing forms. The flow of his aura blade was as smooth as silk, and it clashed against Totenrobel's sharp aura blade. Clang! Dorian was pushed back significantly because of the powerful impact, while Totenrobel only took 3 steps back. You are skilled enough to justify that big mouth, however. Totenrobel frowned while looking at his slightly trembling blade. That's hardly enough to reach me. He charged once again with an angry glare. He was even faster than before, and the aura blade surrounding his sword turned into a deep blue color, which showed that he was going for real this time. Wham! A small crater was created at the center of the training ground from the second clash. Quay. Dorian lost in the contest of power and ended up rolling on the ground while Totenrobel took 4 steps back by increasing his aura. What are you doing right now? Crush him so that he won't even be able to raise his head. Palin pointed her finger at Totenrobel, who was narrowing his eyes. Be patient, please. Totenrobel glared at Dorian while grinding his teeth. You've been hiding this technique. A large amount of blue aura undulated above his shoulders. It looked like he was intending to use his full power. I don't have anything like that. Dorian gritted his teeth while shaking his head. This technique, what technique is he talking about? All he did was instinctively deflect the aura blade that Totenrobel had unleashed. There was no hidden technique in that. Kring, Totenrobel closed the distance in a flash and consecutively slashed. His aura blade curved into a circle to assault Dorian from all directions, like a whip hitting a horse. Clang, clang, Dorian unleashed the 10 flowing forms techniques from the beginning to the end. His aura blade floated like a cloud and spread around as smoothly as a melody, but it wasn't enough to withstand Totenrobel's ferocious aura blade. Creak, the 10 flowing forms aura blade was mercilessly torn apart, and Dorian felt nauseous from the rebound. Huff. Dorian suppressed his groan and solidified his defense by combining his swordsmanship and footwork. However, Totenrobel's attacks continued endlessly. It became more and more difficult to properly react, and he was getting less and less room for escape. Is that all you have? How dare you boast with those skills? Your head would have been rolling already if this was a battlefield. Totenrobel must have really believed in what Rayon had said, since his strikes kept becoming sharper and sharper with his eyes turned red. I knew it. You won't get any better even if you practice swordsmanship. Palin crossed her arms and sneered. She seemed to have finally regained her composure. Dorian, what are you doing? I know you can destroy him in an instant with your full power. Use your infinitely looping, invincible Demonbane art. Rayon smiled while sprouting bullshit once again. What the hell is infinitely looping, invincible Demonbane art? Dorian got the urge to smack his handsome face for the first time. Dorian gritted his back teeth to the brim. Why is everyone doing this to me? He got angry at Totenrobel, who was deceived by Rayon's strange acting and was attacking him over and over, his sister Palin, who was still looking down and laughing at his brother who had returned after 9 years, and Rayon, who was taking his joke too far for some reason. Creak. The resonance throughout his body sounded like some kind of shell surrounding the bitterness in his heart had shattered. Damn it, Dorian swore and engulfed his blade with angry emotions. Wham. 10 flowing forms threw away the softness and created a powerful wave to smack Totenrobel's strike. Totenrobel groaned briefly and took 5 steps back while Dorian rolled on the ground. You swine. Totenrobel crushed the floor to run at Dorian with his eyes turned completely red. He almost looked like a fruit fly attracted to the sweetness of a fruit. Come at me. Dorian's feet, which kept running away from him, weren't moving anymore. He incorporated his boiling anger into his sword without trying to hide it. I don't even know anymore. Since Rayon seemed to have no intention of helping him, he had to solve it by himself. His willingness to beat up all those idiots reached the limit, and the shattering sound of the unknown, bitter shell in his heart could be heard. Whoosh, he unleashed the 8th technique of the 10 flowing forms, the flowing sky of the hill, a technique like that is ineffective against me. Totenrobel must have already understood the flowing sky of the hill's mechanism as he charged from below to strike upwards. You idiot, dumbass. Dorian twisted his wrist sharply. The elegant flow of the flowing sky of the hill's aura blade suddenly changed into a ferocious burst. Wham! Alongside the powerful explosion, Totenrobel took 7 steps back. Rumble. However, Dorian wasn't rolling on the ground anymore. He had to take 10 steps back, but he was still standing. You've been hiding your strength all along. What a nasty guy. Totenrobel started to spout bullshit once again and charged from the right. His sharp aura blade was targeting his arms, shoulders, and legs. He's definitely a powerful opponent. I almost want to cry from the pain. However, this isn't as bad as I thought. Totenrobel's aura blade was definitely powerful, fast, and sharp at the same time. However, he was no match for Rayon Sieghart, who he had to spar against every day on the way to his home. The blue aura blade trying to attack him looked weak, probably because he had gotten used to Rayon's sword. Kring, Dorian unleashed the 10 flowing forms special technique, spinning flows heavy art. His aura blade flowed as gently as a cloud to deflect all of Totenrobel's aura blades. The shattered pieces of the aura blades faded away after scratching the floor. What impudence. Totenrobel couldn't suppress his anger and dashed by himself to strike. Dorian didn't step back, instead slashing upwards while scratching the ground. Clang. While the two swords clashed, Dorian and Totenrobel met each other's eyes. Whatever you are hiding isn't going to change the outcome. I'm not hiding anything, I said. Shut up. He pushed the sword and turned his wrist. Deadly energies burst out one after the other on his silver blade, and dozens of aura blades assaulted Dorian at once. It even surrounded him from all directions by turning around, which gave him no room for escape. You won't be able to run your mouth ever again. His attacks were mostly targeted at Dorian's face-high's mouth, to be precise. He must have been serious about ruining his mouth. Whoosh, Dorian quickly looked around. Totenrobel was certain about his victory, while Palin was sneering at him and Rayan was still smiling. His irritation against those three people exploded once again. What have I ever done to you? You damn bastards. He shouted his pent-up emotions, and an explosive noise resounded throughout his body, which sounded like the shell of the bitterness in his heart had completely shattered. Clang. Power was overflowing from his body as if his shackles had been released. He felt like he could achieve anything in that state. Whap! Dorian unleashed his aura to the highest output. A tremendous amount of energy that he'd never felt before engulfed his sword and created a huge fog. The last special technique of the 10 flowing forms, the Great 10 Flows slash was making its appearance. You idiots, I'm telling you I've never done that. He fired his cross-shaped aura blade while shouting, and it completely destroyed Totenrobel's aura storm before mercilessly pounding his body. Wham! The entire training ground was filled with brown dust from the huge shockwave coming from the impact. Whoosh! The wind came from somewhere to blow the dust away and revealed the duel's result. Totenrobel was slammed on the ground with his eyes rolled back while Dorian was catching his breath roughly on top of him. Palin looked like her jaw had been dislocated as she witnessed the scene. How is this happening? She was unable to continue in disbelief. Just like Rayan had asked, her mouth was perfectly shut down. I won, why you idiots. Dorian's trembling hands showed that his excitement still remained. His face had turned completely red. Dorian, Rayan called Dorian's name. Dorian anxiously looked around because he'd been sprouting bullshit all along, and Rayan raised his hand with a smile. Are you planning to end it like this? That's not cool. Arg, some kind of emotion surged from his heart upon hearing that. It wasn't the bitterness anymore, but an aspiration. Dorian bit his lip and bobbed his hand towards the two warriors behind Palin. Who's next? Rayan was making a warm smile while watching Dorian's confident demeanor. He finally reached it, the highest level of expert. He should have reached it when Rayan opened the mana circuits all around his body through cultivation after he ate the Ocean Soul's leaf, and the path had finally been connected. Since Rayan had been sparring with him at a novice master's level all along, defeating Totenrobel was a natural course of action. But he's such a nice guy. All he said while burying the hatchet was, "It's not me." You idiots, dumbasses. He was a 100-kind guy who couldn't even insult his opponent. See, I was right. Wrath had fallen silent, and Rayan tapped on his head before pointing at Dorian. I told you that he could manage this on his own. Yes, he saw it. Wrath nodded and rolled his lips into a smile. The emotion he felt upon breaking through his wall was clearly wrath. It's a perfect choice for the King of Essence's subordinate. The grin on his face showed his satisfaction towards Dorian's wrath, which allowed him to break through the wall. For real. Rayan kept thinking he was gluttony because of how much he usually ate, but he really was the demon king of wrath after all. Come at me. Dorian bobbed his hand towards the other warriors after flicking his nose with his thumb. He's so excited. He seemed excessively excited because he managed to win against an opponent more powerful than himself for the first time by unleashing his full. Rayan felt like provoking him was worth it. Shouldn't you stop him? He's going too far. Wait a moment. Rayan shouted with a grin on his face. Good job, Dorian. Your sister shut her mouth just like you planned. He was talking to Dorian, but Palin could hear him far too well. Arg. Palin ground her teeth, her eyes glowing red. Beat him up right now. She turned around and glared at the two remaining warriors. Immediately, the two warriors chuckled while looking at each other upon hearing Palin's shout. It can't be helped if that's Our Lady's will. I'll take care of him. The bulkier man shrugged his shoulders. When he was about to move out, a middle-aged man who looked like a mercenary walked out from the darkness. I don't want this night shift to continue. He shook his head and walked up to Dorian. Come at me at any moment. Dorian swirled his sword, his eyes brimming with emotion. He looked like he was out of his mind from the joy and excitement of reaching the highest level of expert. Are you planning to let this continue? Wrath frowned while watching Dorian. He's a master. He frowned while watching the new challenger unsheath his saber. Yes, he's a master. Moreover, he was a mercenary master who had more than a bit of battle experience. Don't tell me that you believe he can win against him. No, it'll never happen. Why did you provoke him then? His confidence is now reaching the sky, so I need to drag it down a notch by having him beaten up. It was similar to drinking. Children end up developing bad habits if they don't have any adults to supervise them. It was necessary to properly educate Dorian in his excited state to prevent a futile death on the battlefield. Well, that's not the only reason, though. Rayan's gaze turned cold as he looked at Palin Cephia. She also needs to learn the lesson. That Dorian's might isn't the only thing he's earned during the last 9 years. Rayon slowly turned his shoulders and ankles to get ready to move out at any moment. Are you saying that you are planning to watch how cruelly his confidence gets destroyed after you gave him that confidence? Yes, you. Wrath gasped while watching Rayon's scary smile as he warmed himself up. Should really try becoming a demon king. How does that sound? I think he will become the most evil demon king in history. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the middle-aged mercenary standing in front of Dorian, a mercenary with a master's might. There were countless masters in the 6 kings and the 5 demons, and even more in the famous houses and kingdoms. It was only natural that there were so many masters with there being countless warriors in the world. However, there was one group that had an extremely small number of masters despite having countless warriors: mercenaries. Since the mercenaries sold their might and pride for money, they had a lot of battle experiences. However, they were weak overall because they couldn't receive systematic training. Moreover, the talented ones stopped being mercenaries pretty quickly. If they were talented enough to become a master, it was better to join a prestigious house or kingdom to earn more money, fame, and positions. The only people who kept working as mercenaries despite having talent were those who were trying to become the mercenary king, or those with strange personalities who loved freedom too much. However, it was a complete opposite sometimes, even though it was extremely rare. Some of them used to be masters from a prestigious house or kingdom, and they despaired from the fact that they couldn't raise their skills, living like losers until they were banished for causing problems. That was another case where they ended up as a master mercenary, and that the same in his case. Rayon chuckled at the middle-aged old man who was faltering on his single leg, Mark Goten. He used to be a knight from the Warner Kingdom who was ranked right below the 6 kings, and he managed to become a master at a young age. However, he couldn't surpass the novice stage for over 10 years. He despaired over that fact and ended up causing an accident, leading to his banishment and becoming a mercenary. The nickname he received as a result was the Saber of the Fallen Flower, which was slander in a sense. He was a novice master 10, even 20 years ago, and he was still a novice master, but he's slightly different from my expectations. Rayon licked his lips while looking at Mark Goten's sharpened saber and conditioned body. He realized once again that rumors shouldn't be trusted. Please come at me once you're ready. Dorian turned his wrist without realizing that he was facing Mark Goten. He must have been too excited still. I'm always ready. It must be nice. Mark Goten chuckled while looking at the confidence in Dorian's eyes. What is? Dorian's shoulders suddenly started to tremble from anxiety. You shall reach the master's realm before 30 at the rate you are going. Mark Goten narrowed his eyes without raising his saber. No, I'm not that great. However, you will never manage to surpass the novice stage of master. What do you mean? The path towards a master is always open for those with excellent talent and patience. Even if you are old, you can reach it eventually if you have enough talent and tenacity to keep training. However, vanity and despair were welling up in his eyes. You need to have the real talent that surpasses the notion of talent in order to climb even higher than the novice stage of master. The vice squad leader of the Light Wind Squad, Rayon Zeekhart, is a good example. However, you unfortunately don't have that talent. I already know that I'm not as talented as my vice squad leader, but we won't know until I try. You know, I'm a narrow-minded guy, and I'm extremely narrow-minded at that. Mark Goten raised his saber with a twisted smile on his face. A frightening pressure spread from his thin blade, curving like a crescent moon. That's why I get irritated whenever I see a confident greenhorn like you. Dorian bit his lip. It felt like the temperature was getting lower from his frightening energy wave. However, he clenched his sword and lowered his posture, showing his determination to fight. Hey, Wrath briskly turned his head after noticing Dorian's resolution. Isn't he going to die at this rate? I'm not letting that happen. Even though he said he was going to raise him through hardships, Rayon had no intention of letting him die or be seriously injured. I'm just trying to enlighten him. Enlighten, yes. Both Dorian and that big-mouthed sister of his are gravely mistaken. Rayon stared at Dorian's back, his eyes blue-like. Glacier's flower blossom, and this stupid duel for the sake of that enlightenment. Addie Sephia's office. Knock, 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 knock. The door opened after an urgent knocking sound and a young warrior entered before bowing at him. PR President, what's the matter? Addie's, who had been reading some documents, slowly turned his gaze up. His eyes looked like they were completely deprived of any emotion. I'm busy right now. You should save it for later unless it's an important matter. He looked back at the document as soon as he finished the sentence. His quickly rolling eyes suggested that he was dealing with an emergency. It's about your youngest son. As soon as the warrior mentioned the youngest son, Addie's eyes suddenly stopped even though they'd been rolling left and right like a pendulum. What's the matter? Addie's raised his head. His curiosity was apparent in his gaze even though it used to be emotionless. The third lady took the fourth young master away with her. Where? You know the location, right? His voice used to be calm, but it started to waver like the ocean. It was almost difficult to understand what he was saying. They went to the training ground for the guards. Do you know who they have in there? They are the warriors that the third lady has recently hired. Toten Robel, Kelmek, and Mark Goten are there, two highest-level experts and one master. Addis frowned while tapping on the document with the pen in his hand. He briefly sighed and pressed on his temple. Did she bring Dorian with her to make him spar against them? I suppose. She must be trying to show him that the money she'd earned is more powerful than the young master's might. The old butler, Ligwin, nodded from the right side. I know she hates him, but she's already attacking her brother who finally returned after 9 years. She seriously never grows up. Addis crumpled the paper where the ink was flowing down. His forehead was getting as wrinkled as the paper. It's true that the young master is stronger than other warriors his age, but he won't be able to win against any of them. The young warrior placed his hand on his chest and bowed. I'll run there right away and stop them if you order me. He showed his spirit, asking for the order. Addis tapped the desk with his pen instead of responding. Was Dorian the only person who was taken there? No, the Zeeghart swordsman who came with him followed him. I see. That's fine. He chuckled and took out another document from the right side. He lowered his eyes to read the document as if it wasn't a big deal. President, leave them alone. What? Nothing bad is going to happen since he is around. That's why I'm telling you to leave them. Who the hell is he? Rayon Zeeghart. Rayon Zeet, White Sword Dragon. The young warrior stepped back in astonishment. Why is he here? He said he brought Dorian here as the vice squad leader of the Light Wind Squad. Doesn't that mean that I should go there to stop them? The White Sword Dragon might decide not to interfere because it's a family matter, or his interference might aggravate the situation even further. That's not going to happen. Even a faint smile appeared on Addis's face from his conviction. It's definitely not going to happen. He didn't know much about a warrior's might since he was a merchant, but Rayon's gaze reminded him of his past. He almost looked like the heads of the 6 kings or the 5 demons. Moreover, he wasn't thinking about the heads in their youth. The impression he got was similar to when they had already matured during their 30s. He's literally a monster. He was confident in his ability to judge people, just like he said before, and he was still unable to understand the full extent of Rayon Zeeghart's potential. There was no way that a man like him would fall into the third daughter's plot. He was definitely going to shatter her plan and drastically help Dorian, and the swordsman Rayon is more than entitled to interfere. What do you mean? The young warrior was blankly standing there, but raised his head upon hearing him. You, Dorian, and Palin are all gravely mistaken. Addis smiled gently and tapped on his desk. Because might isn't the only thing he's gained. What do you mean? Did you still not realize? It's... President, the old butler, Ligwin, had been silent but suddenly stepped up. You will have to stay in the office all day long tomorrow if you don't finish your work right now. Ah, I see. Addis nodded and looked at the document instead. You need to make the preparations in order to see the young master tomorrow. Yes, I've been waiting for this to... He hurriedly shook his head and frowned. That's not what I meant. Dorian let out a painful groan while blocking Mark Goten's saber. What is wrong with him? He thought it would be an easy win because his energy felt weaker than Toten Robel's, but that wasn't the case. The complexity of his saber technique, the aura emerging from him, and his physical abilities were on a whole different level. Even though he'd only blocked the saber once, he already felt exhausted. Is this already too difficult for you? I guess I overestimated you too much. Mark Goten nimbly swung his saber. The extreme sharpness of his blade fell down upon Dorian alongside a frightening light. Hop, Dorian unleashed the 10 Flowing Forms special technique, Blue Flower Floating Cloud. The blue cloud bloomed like a flower to create a thick barrier of aura blade, but Mark Goten's saber shattered that powerful barrier in an instant. Wham! Dorian was pushed all the way back while feeling like a hammer was striking his chest. Kua. He wanted to suppress it, but his scream broke out from his mouth. He realized that he was injured internally from the extreme nausea that resembled the motion sickness from a long carriage ride. His saber technique wasn't even special. The strike that destroyed his special technique couldn't even be called a technique. It was proof that there was a huge difference in skills between them. He's reached the wall of the highest level, or a master. Dorian's chin trembled as he looked at Mark Goten slowly walking towards him. Once he realized that his opponent was far stronger than him, the excitement filling his head cooled down to a freezing degree. Hey, Mark Goten slashed diagonally instead of responding. Clang, Dorian hurriedly unleashed the 10 Flowing Forms and the Flowing Cloud footwork at the same time in response, but he couldn't withstand the powerful impact and was bounced back. What's up? Mark Goten raised his chin while watching Dorian pant for breath. What is your name, sir? Mark Goten, the saber of the fallen flower. Gasp, Dorian voiced out his nickname before he hurriedly covered his mouth. You can say it. It's true that my sword has fallen. Mark Goten's expression didn't change even though his nickname was full of slander. And I'm your future. What do you mean? You've been saying that all along. There's this period called stagnancy upon reaching the master's realm. Your skills don't increase for a while as a rebound for surpassing the wall. I heard about it before. Dorian stiffly nodded. Rimmer had told him about that stagnancy period when Rayon had reached the master's realm in the past. Some people keep escalating towards the sky without any stagnancy period, but some people can never escape from it, just like me. Mark Goten made a sorrowful expression that was difficult to describe. That's why I always get the urge to crush the confident young men like you to teach them their place. The saber's aura became gradually thicker. You talk too much for my liking, but I like the conclusion. Palin snorted and pointed at Dorian. Start by trampling on his head so that he won't be able to raise it ever again. She seems to hate you so much. Mark Goten snickered after looking back at Palin. The aura concentrated around his saber became twisted to turn into a thick and sharp astral blade. Whir! Dorian swallowed nervously upon feeling the powerful resonance of the astral saber. He clenched his sword without taking a single step back or trying to run away. Are you planning to continue even though you've witnessed the astral saber? Mark Goten frowned while looking at Dorian's trembling eyes in fear. I am not anything special compared to the people around him. Dorian exhaled deeply while looking at Mark Goten. I'm worse than them in terms of might and willpower alike. It was obvious when it came down to Rayon, and even the team leaders, Buran, Runan, and Martha were also better than him in every single aspect. Even though Dorian had been watching their backs from right behind them, he'd never managed to gain a single enlightenment. However, there's one thing I've learned. I should never give up no matter the situation. He was scared. He was extremely terrified that he might die or be seriously injured from the astral energy, but he couldn't simply kneel without trying anything since he was Rano's subordinate, the one who had been watching him from right next to him. The light bursting from Dorian's sword shone more brightly than ever. I'm not even dreaming about winning, but I have no intention to lose in an unsightly manner. I don't like those eyes. Mark Goten ground his teeth and started to move. The astral energy piled up on his blade and dug into the space like a saw blade as it burst out. I'll bring you to your knees in a single strike. His saber soared in a twisted manner and turned into red lightning falling down upon Dorian. Dorian shouted as he thrust his sword. 10 flowing forms, special technique. The Great 10 Flows slash that had previously defeated Toten Robel created a huge cloud for the second time. Crack, the aura blade spread around in a cross shape to fill the entire space, but it was helpless against the astral energy. Wham! Even though the fog looked unbreakable, it was severed, and Dorian rolled on the ground while coughing up blood. Dorian tried to stand back up, but he could only move his neck in his exhausted state. He wasn't severely injured, but he couldn't move his body because of the physical damage he received and the rebound from exhausting his aura. Ahahaha, Palin laughed while pointing her finger at him. I knew it. This is your place. You can't even win against a mercenary I've hired no matter how hard you polish your swordsmanship. She looked down on Dorian coldly. I've earned money while you wasted your time swinging your sword. I have enough money to hire mercenaries that can easily crush you, just like he did. Kneeling in front of me is the most suitable for you. It was the case in the past, and it hasn't changed now. Hop. Dorian raised himself by supporting himself on the sword. He gritted his teeth while meeting Palin's eyes. It's not over yet. What are you doing? He stood up. Palin hurriedly stepped back and pointed her finger at Mark Goten. Finish him off already. Destroy his mouth. Mark Goten walked up to Dorian and furrowed his brow. This isn't going to be pretty if you keep trying to move in your current state. You might become unable to move for a while from the severe internal injury. I'm a coward. I don't like scary things, and I hate painful things even more. Dorian inhaled deeply and raised his sword. His blade looked like it was curved because his wrist was trembling from exhaustion. Even so, I'm aware that I have to stand back up right now to wield my sword. The thought hadn't come to his mind before, but Rayon wasn't the type of person who would make him suffer for no reason. He added strength to his trembling legs while believing in Rayon. I'm disliking your eyes even more now. When Mark Goten was about to strike him with his saber with a wrinkled face, a red line interrupted like a flash. Clang! The deadly blade was violently pushed back. Rayon's long sword was floating in front of Dorian's eyes, clad in red flames. Why are you interfering now? This is a family matter. Palin pointed her finger at him with a frown. No, I'm related to this matter. Rayon looked down on Palin coldly while pushing Mark Goten's saber back. You said that Dorian's might was worthless compared to your money, didn't you? What about it? I'm sorry, but his swordsmanship isn't everything that he has earned. He raised his left hand with a cold smile on his face. It's slightly harder than a copper coin. A copper coin fell from his hand. It was split in half. It's slightly tougher than a silver coin. A silver coin fell from his hand this time. It was crushed like a cracker, and it's slightly stronger than a gold coin. A gold coin fell from his hand for the last time. It was turned into powder and scattered into the air. What he's earned is a bond called friendship. Friendship? What kind of bullshit is that? You've been bragging that you made money, but Dorian made bonds in Sieghart. I'm telling you that I'm part of his power. His aura blade was burning as powerfully as the sun to crush Mark Goten's blue aura. Every single swordsman in the Light Wind Squad, including me, is ready to fight with our lives on the line for his sake. You can never buy that with money. Arg. Palin's expression twisted as Rayon coldly laughed at her. Make him kneel, crush him completely. Palin ground her teeth and pointed her finger at Rayon. I dislike your eyes even more than his. I feel disgusted. Mark Goten brandished his saber with a frown. Blue astral energy emerged from his blade. Excuse me for being rough. Your name was the saber of the fallen flower, right? Rayon raised his chin and bobbed his finger. Freezing coldness sparked from his blue eyes. Your astral energy is about to fall by my aura blade. Mark Goten's right hand, which was holding his sword, trembled violently. You want to make my astral energy fall, with your aura blade. His anger appeared in his eyes for the first time, even though it only used to hold irritation. You are even worse than that, child. Do you have to be good at running your mouth to enter the Light Wind Squad? Mark Goten twisted his lips while looking at Dorian. That's kinda true. Rayon snickered and grabbed Dorian by his clothes, throwing him back. His body was sent flying violently, but it slowed down and gently landed on the ground before it reached the wall. Mark Goten narrowed his eyes after he witnessed the process. So you aren't just all talk. He pointed his saber to the front. Astral energy burst out even further from his crescent blade. I guess I can thoroughly beat you up since you aren't even related to our benefactor. Try it if you can, you arrogant bastard, Mark Goten declared and disappeared from sight at the same time. He appeared from the left as if he had teleported and slammed his saber down. Whoosh. The saber's strike was clad with powerful wind and fell rapidly to tear his shoulder apart. Thud. Rayon extended his right foot to the right. He tilted his body even faster than the saber's descent. Wham! Mark Goten was unable to cut his shoulder with a paper-thin difference and ended up hitting the ground. HMPH. Mark Goten seemed to have expected that to happen and followed up by turning his saber to thrust it from the right side. It was adjusting to Rayon's movement to prevent his escape. He's pretty fast. Rayon turned his left ankle inwards and stepped back. River footwork was naturally incorporated into his steps to dodge Mark Goten's saber. His hair was cut by the astral saber and fluttered in the air. You are pretty good with footwork. However, Mark Goten kicked the ground while fiercely glaring at him. Creak, he predicted the River footwork's direction and slashed his saber to where he was about to dodge. It was a fast and decisive strike. The speed and sharpness were the advantages of a saber, and they were properly incorporated into the strike. I heard he was trapped into pleasure-seeking, but he's not a complete loser. The rumors claimed that he accepted all kinds of jobs to earn money for his amusement, but he didn't seem to have skipped his training. The quality and quantity of his aura was rather extraordinary. Perfect, he was the perfect opponent to test his increased stats after he absorbed the ocean soul and the ghost jellyfish's energy core. Rayon used the river footwork consecutively to easily dodge Mark Goten's frightening strikes. How long are you planning to run? Weren't you going to make my astral energy fall? Mark Goten increased his speed with a frown on his face. He thrust the first saber strike, then he immediately moved behind Rayon to unleash the second strike. Astral energies were snapping like lightning to rush at him from front and back. I was just looking at the situation. Rayon turned his ankle and his waist in different directions. His upper body turned as nimbly as a leaf on a flowing river to dodge the first strike. Whoosh! Rayon looked at the second strike, which was a direct charge from Mark Goten. He stopped the river footwork and lowered his center of gravity. He slightly twisted his wrist to unleash the star connecting sword. You idiot! Mark Goten sneered and slammed down his saber. The astral wave brimming from his saber was crushing Rayon's body. This isn't a big deal. He shattered the astral energy's pressure through sheer physical strength before he raised his longsword. He unleashed the aura blade emerging from his sword into a spiral to chip into the astral energy surrounding the saber. Kring! It almost looked like a red whirlwind was coiling around the astral saber. It's pointless, huh? Mark Goten was about to strike his lowered saber upwards, but suddenly came to a halt. His jaw dropped upon seeing the saber he was holding. The astral energy was chipped away. Even though the red energy had only scratched it, the astral energy surrounding the saber had a visible hole. It was as if a beast had bitten into it. He had never seen nor heard of an aura blade damaging astral energy. He couldn't understand what had just happened. Mark Goten swallowed nervously and glared at Rayon. What have you done? I used footwork and swordsmanship. What's wrong? Do you want to know the name of the technique? Rayon shrugged his shoulders with an easygoing attitude. You are stating the obvious. Mark Goten refilled his astral energy and dashed at him once again. His saber started to draw a systematic trajectory unlike before. He was finally using a proper martial art. Rayon narrowed his eyes while watching the approaching astral saber. How peculiar. It had a violent form where he alternated between left and right, but it was a lot faster and stronger than an ordinary strike. However, it's not undefeatable. He predicted the saber's movement and thrust his longsword. Since astral energy was a concentration of a large amount of aura, he could chip it away by repeatedly thrusting the aura blade countless times. Creak. The star connecting sword with the true spiral power connected like a constellation to tear Mark Goten's astral energy. PSH, Rayon wasn't satisfied with defense and advanced even further. After his aura blade severed the astral energy, he thrust it like a flash to pierce Mark Goten's waist. Blood gushed from the laceration. Mark Goten covered his waist and leaped backward. His eyes were shivering in astonishment. Or are you using rotation? He seemed to have realized how his astral energy was cut apart. He wasn't completely dull after all. Yes, I scratched your astral energy by incorporating rotation into my aura blade. Rayon nodded and pointed his longsword at him. I am possible. You don't even know my anarchic lightning saber's trajectory. How are you supposed to read my movement to chip at my astral energy? I obviously don't know about your technique, but I could easily read your movement. Mark Goten's anarchic lightning saber consisted of slashing in an angular trajectory like lightning. It was fast, sharp, and powerful at the same time, but it wasn't difficult for Rayon to read the flow because he was proficient enough in it. What you've achieved is even worse than the most basic footwork and swordsmanship. An aura blade is wasted on you, you bastard. Mark Goten ground his teeth so hard that he looked like he was about to bleed. Talent, is this the difference in talent again? His pressure intensified to a whole different level. Veins were bulging from his forehead, showing that he was using his full power. Why do other people have this talent that I don't? Mark Goten shouted and charged at him while crushing the floor. The astral energy bursting from his saber had a terrifying appearance. Even though he was at the novice master's realm, the bursting aura was the one he'd been accumulating for the past dozens of years. Wham! The astral energy emerged from the saber and created dozens of violent trajectories to form an aura storm. It was powerful enough to tear flesh apart upon the slightest touch. Are you really planning to use nothing more than the aura blade? Wrath frowned, saying that it was a pointless shackle. You are going to reveal your identity anyway. Just use astral energy. A warrior must keep his word. Rayon smiled coldly and pierced into the storming astral saber. He analyzed the movement of the saber technique before he created a huge flow to engulf its trajectory. Rumble. The flow of his sword was faster, sharper, and more powerful than Mark Goten's anarchic lightning saber. A crimson aurora appeared once it surrounded the astral saber's storm. Whop! The astral energy covering the entire training ground disappeared without a trace, and Mark Goten's saber crumbled into powder. Lacerations caused by the aura blade opened up all around his body, and blood gushed from them. They were dangerous injuries that could have been fatal if they were any deeper than they were. Mark Goten weakly went on his knees like a marionette whose strings were cut. His trembling limbs showed his complete exhaustion. That appearance is more suitable for your name, the saber of the fallen flower. Rayon snickered while settling his longsword on his shoulder. Who the hell are you? Mark Goten raised his head with difficulty. His eyes were filled with despair. You managed to erase the celestial thunderstorm with an aura blade. How is it even possible that there was no rumor about someone like you? Do you even know my name? Aye. Mark Goten bit his lip. He finally realized that he'd been fighting without even hearing his name. You were overconfident. Being a master doesn't make you invincible, and an aura blade doesn't always lose to astral energy. It's only possible for someone like you, who is brimming with talent. Mark Goten spoke with a hoarse voice. An ordinary person like me can never become like you even if they train their entire lives. What's the difference between me and you? What have you even done to deserve so much talent? His shout sounded like he was venting his pent-up frustration. Talent, everyone says talent. I'm sick and tired of it. Rayon frowned while looking down on Mark Goten. You are right. I have the talent and I'm also lucky. However, how is that even related to your weakness, if I was as talented as you? Talent isn't complete from the moment of your birth. You have to experience countless difficulties and despair, and only then is it finally created like a sculpted plaster figure. However, his choices and efforts were what turned that environment into a success. He had to walk the bloody path dozens of times in the past, and he was on the verge of them in many of them. You asked me before how I managed to read your saber's flow, right? Rayon looked down on Mark Goten with cold eyes. It's simple. Your technique was too poor. You must have been slacking on your training. Be bullshit. I've been continuously training my saber until now. Yes, you must have been continuously training on the principles and aura cultivation. When was the last time you practiced all your techniques from A to Z? I'm guessing you didn't train your techniques because you were too focused on the realm of your martial arts and aura. Your techniques are currently dead. There's no way you would advance so you don't even have the basics of a warrior. Rayon got irritated by the fact that the man who didn't even make the effort was trying to denigrate his talent, the talent that he created through countless pains that ordinary people would prefer death over experiencing. Moreover, since he couldn't even make any effort even if he wanted to in his previous life, he was even more irritated at Mark Goat, who kept despairing despite the freedom he had. How many times were you on the verge of death? Have you ever fainted while training? Have you ever achieved anything distinguished by yourself? What challenges did you take on? Aye. Mark Goten couldn't answer any of his questions. He kept staring at Rayon with a trembling chin. Rayon couldn't tell whether he was speechless or had nothing to say, and he wasn't interested in his response anyway. A sheltered person can't even overcome the smallest trial. Rayon clenched his left fist and walked up to Mark Goten. Don't try to cover up your laziness and incompetence by blaming talent. He smacked Mark Goten's chin while saying that. Mark Goten was sent flying into the wall before he could even scream. Crack, the wall collapsed along with a land-splitting noise. Mark Goten was lying flat on the ground and he couldn't stand back up anymore. What's happening? Palin's chin trembled violently as she saw the smoke rising from the wall's collapse. Stand up. I spent so much money on you. How dare you lose to a freaking expert? She shouted while pointing her finger at Mark Goten, who had fainted. Stand up. Palin kept shouting at him, but his consciousness didn't return. Hey, Rayon walked up to Palin while still supporting his longsword on his shoulder. Palin frowned but wasn't exactly intimidated because Rayon wasn't spreading any pressure. Don't be mistaken. This isn't the end. She ground her teeth while glaring straight into Rayon's eyes. He's just vermin that I've temporarily hired for this matter. I can crush you at any moment once I bring in the real deal. Crush me, you say? Rayon smiled faintly and raised his chin. Are you sure you are as immature as him? Money can hire anyone. Bond, do you really believe in that immaterial concept? I can bring anyone to my side, Ziegharts and Roberts included, as long as I have enough money. Making you kneel is an easy task. Let me ask the question once again. Rayon swept up his disheveled hair. The red hair turned into a brilliant golden wave as his hand touched it, and his blue eyes evaporated like an ocean to ignite a crimson flame. BL blonde hair and red eyes. Palin stepped back in surprise. Her strength left her legs and she quickly fell on her ass. Rayon's pressure spread around like wildfire. The entire training ground fell under his domination in an instant. Can you really crush me? Palin's eyes wavered like a sailboat on a huge tidal wave. She clattered her teeth and her entire body trembled like crazy. Rayon Zieghart, what is that monster here? Eden lost the entire branch from kidnapping Rayon, and the white blood religion's leader was seriously injured. Even if she considered him as an individual, it was difficult to find anyone who could defeat him in terms of might. He was the white sword dragon who defeated Borini Kit, Garona, and Cadiz one after the other, and there weren't many people who could fight against him. However, regardless of all that, she was scared. His eyes were even deeper and darker than the crimson moon, and she couldn't even think anymore upon seeing them. She wanted to kneel right away to escape from the fear. Say it. Can you crush me? And no, I can't. Palin bowed and surrendered to him. She ended up fainting and fell backward because she couldn't withstand the blade's sharp pressure and the mental shock. Rayon's gaze turned towards the bulky warrior standing next to Palin. Will you surrender? Ah, yes. I have no intention of fig. The bulky warrior violently shook his hand, trying to express that he definitely didn't want to fight him. I don't need your surrender. Rayon frowned and smacked the bulky warrior's face. Wham! His large body was slammed upside down on the ground since he wasn't going easy on him. You just admitted your defeat as a warrior without even trying to fight. How unsightly. Rayon clicked his tongue and dusted his hands off. Wrath gasped while looking back and forth between Rayon and the warrior slammed on the ground. What the hell is wrong with this crazy bastard? He was the one who asked for surrender, yet he beat him up when he surrendered. He couldn't imagine that any demon could be worse than this guy. The King of Essence kept thinking about this, but there's only one answer. You belong to Devildom instead of this land. Shut up. Dorian bit his lip and watched Rayon's back. Rayon's victory against Mark Goten was a natural outcome, as he was powerful enough to defeat an advanced master. The surprising part is that he managed to destroy the astral energy with an aura blade. He didn't use any astral blade until the end. He didn't use any special martial art, and only used an aura blade and basic techniques to defeat Mark Goten. It was difficult to believe even though the entire scene happened right in front of his eyes. However, he was stunned that what touched him the most wasn't his performance, but what he'd said. You've been bragging that you made money, but Dorian made bonds in Zieghart. I'm telling you that I'm part of his power. Every single swordsman in the Light Wind Squad, including myself, is ready to fight with our lives on the line for his sake. You can never buy that with money. Those lines. His placid voice as he spoke those lines kept circling in his head and stabbed powerfully into his heart. Bond. He never expected that such a short word that signified a relationship between people could pull his heartstrings so hard. Moreover, the fact that Rayon Zieghart was the one who said it when he wasn't the type of person to joke around caused a lump in his throat, because he was serious about that. It would have been a different story if it was something else, but he never lied about the Light Wind Squad. The fact that he said that in such a situation signified that every member of the Light Wind Squad really cherished him. I wasn't the only one. The Light Wind Squad was his real home, not the company. He couldn't suppress his flowing tears because he realized that everyone thought like himself, was ready to risk his life for their sake. Dorian forced himself to stand by using his sword like a cane. He bowed at Rayon, who was standing there proudly. Rayon seemed to be threatening Palin, but his real intention was to enlighten Dorian himself. You aren't alone. Rayon, Zeekhart, and the Light Wind Squad are supporting you. That was the enlightenment he was trying to give, and it must have been the reason why he had been acting that way. I'm really grateful. What are you doing? Dorian kept bowing at him while wiping his tears, but a large shadow appeared in front of him, and Rayon's voice could be heard. I am expressing my gratitude. Ah, that felt so good. Rayon grinned while turning his wrist. I didn't like your sister from the first time she spoke to us. I feel a bit better now that I destroyed all of them. Dorian started to hiccup and raised his eyes. Does that mean that it wasn't for my sake? What happened to you? You got defeated after getting beaten up, didn't you? No, you said that you were supporting me. I said that to shock your sister. Rayon snickered and pointed at Palin, who had fallen unconscious. You were trying to enlighten me. I wasn't, though, Dorian swallowed nervously. Palin did fall unconscious from that mental shock, so Rayon wasn't wrong about that. Was he not serious? He lowered his eyes from the sadness, and Rayon tapped on his shoulder. I was just stating the truth. Good job, you behaved like a real swordsman of the Light Wind Squad today. Rayon massaged his shoulder before walking towards the training ground exit. Dorian grasped his pounding chest and bit his lip. He bowed more politely than ever. Yes, he mustered his non-existent strength to respond and followed Rayon. You are so noisy. I'm sorry, I was just too happy. I'm not talking about you. I have this guy who keeps asking for food. Rayon frowned while looking at his wrist, despite saying that he was hungry. He murmured that the cotton candy was annoying before turning his head. Let's go eat for now. It's understandable since we didn't eat anything after lunch. Dorian nodded. I'll ask them to prepare a meal. Come with me. I need to go to the medical ward before then. Just apply your saliva and you will feel better. Let's go eat. No, I was cut by a blad. Do you want to train before we go? I am coming. Dorian wiped his tears and shook his head. Seriously, this guy, he was moved to tears because Rayon looked really cool, but he had turned back into a demon. Dorian realized once again that he couldn't understand him at all. Dorian sighed, and when he was about to leave the training ground, he noticed that Rayon was looking above a tree in the west instead of following him. Are you not coming? I feel like I saw a flying squirrel above that tree. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the tree at the western border of the training ground. A flying squirrel. Dorian tilted his head while looking at the tree. I don't think there was anything like that, though. I see. Rayon shook his head and murmured that he must have gotten paranoid. Well, I don't know about the flying squirrels, but there are lots of bats around. He looked up towards the sky with a cold smile on his face. I'm looking forward to their reaction tomorrow. The door to Adi Sephia's office was quietly opened. Ligwin, his butler, bowed to him after entering the room. It's over, President. Addis was looking at a document but stopped moving his pen and raised his gaze. How did it go? The White Sword Dragon obviously ended up winning. I see. However, there were some peculiarities. Peculiarities? Yes, he destroyed astral energy by only using the aura blade. Is that even possible? Addis gasped and put down his pen. I've never seen anything like that before. Moreover, it looked like he didn't even improvise it, as he removed Mark Goten's astral energy without taking a single scratch. He was even more monstrous than the rumors. Ligwin furrowed his brow because of the unbelievable performance. I guess my discernment isn't completely useless yet. Addis chuckled and nodded his head. How is Dorian doing? He was injured, but it's not a serious injury because the White Sword Dragon interfered at the right time. Addis let out an extremely brief sigh of relief. There was another peculiarity during the young Master Dorian's match. What is it this time? The young Master Dorian managed to defeat Toten Roble. What? Addis slammed the desk and briskly stood up. It was a rare reaction from him with his cynical personality. Did he really do it? Yes. He was having a hard time in the beginning, but he reached the highest level of expert after he gained enlightenment and defeated Toten Roble. Then how was Dorian injured? Mark Goten inflicted them on him. He stood on his ground without running away from the astral energy. I'm seeing the young Master Dorian in a new light. A faint smile appeared on Ligwin's face. Addis started walking in a circle around the desk while laughing in amazement. That boy managed to go that far. His will was indomitable. On top of his appearance, even his personality felt similar to the mistress. Yes, he did look similar to her. Addis nodded and returned to his chair. His lips were curved into a gentle smile. What happened to Palin? There was no physical injury, and she fainted from the white sword dragon's pressure. He only made her faint. Addis groaned after hearing that. Rayon Zeekhart. He's an even more frightening man than I thought. Yes, I'm pretty sure he even considered the trial that is about to follow. Ligwin nodded his head heavily. It looks like the young Master Dorian is the one who brought the biggest treasure for the time being. Yes, I didn't expect that he cared about Dorian so much even though he might become the strongest warrior on the continent in the future. Addis lowered his eyes and finished signing the last document. Instruct everyone to come to dinner tomorrow. He put down his pen with a smile. Let's start the trial for succession. Rayon finished eating dinner with Dorian at a restaurant inside the central administration building of the company. Wow, Wrath exclaimed while looking at the empty dishes. Excellent. The food was bound to be tasty since the best ingredients were cooked by excellent chefs. He smiled happily, saying that his expectations had come true. However, Rayon looked back at Wrath while drinking a tea that was brought as a dessert. They are lacking affection. Affection? Did you just say affection? Indeed. Those dishes were more delicious than the food made by Pineapple Girl or your head maid, but the Annex building's food was still better. The King of Essence would like to eat it since it's been a while. Rayon never expected a Demon King would say affection. He had the same feeling many times before, but Wrath really didn't fit the image of a monarch of Wrath. It still makes me happy though. He complimented Helen and Yua's food over the elegant feast of the Cephia Company, and that brought a smile to Rayon's face. Rayon finished eating the apple that was brought alongside the tea before he lowered his eyes. By the way, do you know if Merlin was around earlier or not? He did feel the presence of a small animal above a tree, but he wasn't sure whether that was Merlin or not. There was an animal indeed, but he's not sure whether that was the mad woman. Honestly, her magic is insane. Her magic is insane, indeed. It's extremely inefficient because she can't attack at all while taking over an animal's body, and it requires a tremendous amount of mana and time to switch back to herself. Wrath gasped while thinking about the time Merlin possessed a lion. That magic was literally made for the sole purpose of stalking you. She's completely insane. Her desire is on par with greed. His shoulders were trembling as he called her a truly frightening woman. Greed, Wrath had mentioned that name very rarely before. Rayon could guess from the name that he must have been the Demon King of Greed, who must have been full of desire. Is he the Demon King of Greed? Indeed, he is extremely keen about money. Money? Do you even have money in Devildom? Rayon tilted his head. Since he imagined Devildom as a world where violence and screams were the only things that existed, he didn't expect that they would have money over there. Don't underestimate Devildom. Wrath barked while puffing up his cotton candy body. Of course, there is money since it's a world of intelligent life. Ah, my bad. Rayon lowered his eyes and apologized since Wrath was right about that. By the way, are you finally interested in Devildom? Wrath's eyes were sparkling like a perfectly cleaned window. This looks pretty good. Rayon simply nodded since it was a great opportunity to gain information from a demon king. So why does Greed gather so much money? There's no special reason. He just gets stronger the more he gathers the money. He gets stronger from gathering money. Rayon's eyes widened. Indeed, humans and demons are the same in the way money reflects their desire. A nice house, nice clothes, good food. The concept of money is a representation of desire for intelligent life forms. Blue energy was creeping from his eyes. Greed, that dirty bastard, absorbs human and demonic desires through money and enhances his own abilities. Wrath frowned while calling him a dirty bastard. However, he will still be weaker than the King of Essence even if he manages to collect the money from all around the world. If he told him that he would destroy all his money, Greed would be so terrified that he wouldn't even leave his home anymore. It sounded slightly exaggerated, but Wrath did seem to have an upper hand. Anyway, let's stop talking about that dirty bastard. The King of Essence will explain how awesome he is. From the moment he was born, he was different from others. Since it was a useless story, Rayon only pretended to listen. I see. The story isn't over, though. I listened to the entire story. How you were born into the human realm is truly questionable. The King of Essence is starting it again, from the moment he was born. Rayon put a piece of apple in his mouth while ignoring Wrath's voice. Vice Squad Leader. Dorian put down his fork and sighed deeply. What's up? I'm not sure if I should be saying this, but my third sister will probably not be quiet after what happened. She's definitely going to plan her revenge since she's never lost before. I know, Rayon nodded. He didn't seem surprised in the slightest. What? I've seen countless people like her. Palin Cephia was born as a member of the direct line of the Cephia Company, and she must have been living while spending all the money she wanted to do anything she desired. Rayon could guess that it was the reason she grew up to be so stubborn. Since she had to kneel for the first time and lower her head, she was bound to prepare to repay the humiliation as soon as she woke up. I actually let her go for that purpose. He'd only scratched her pride in order to finish her off once and for all. His purpose was to take over the company rather than defeating her after all. Well, I have another reason though. Rayon smiled faintly while drinking the tea. I can consider it as a cute tantrum if she picks a fight by hiring a powerful warrior. However, that's not going to happen. A warrior that stood a chance against Rayon had to be at least the highest level master or a grandmaster. Some powerhouses could be hired with money, but it required an astronomical amount of money. Even though Palin was part of the direct line of the Cephia company, she wouldn't be able to continue the succession war anymore if she did that, since it would exhaust her bank account. Which meant that there was only one thing she could do. She's most likely going to hire an assassin. If you knew that, you should have made sure she wouldn't try anything. Well, she didn't cross the line for now. Palin and her hired warriors had never shown their bloodlust. It was exactly because they didn't cross the final line that Rayon didn't inflict any fatal injuries. Moreover, you are the protagonist this time, not me. I figured you would feel guilty about it if I went too far. Dorian was the most tender and kind-hearted person in Rayon's previous and new life combined. Since he could end up regretting the decision, he wanted to hear Dorian's determination before he did it. You should decide. Can you fight a bloody war against your siblings? Dorian swallowed nervously and looked into Rayon's eyes. Seriously, he's such a mystery. Even though he usually acted like a ruffian, he looked like a sage from time to time. He didn't seem to be considered at all, but he did act according to the other person's will when it counted the most. Rayon looked like he was doing whatever he wanted, but success always awaited at the end of his path. Dorian couldn't figure him out at all, but I know two things for sure. I can trust him, and I will follow him for the rest of my life. Ha. Dorian made up his mind and sighed deeply. D don't kill them, and D don't cut off their limbs. Dorian said while scratching his cheek, and Rayon giggled. But they've been bullying and looking down on you ever since your childhood. They even tried to chase you away when you finally returned, but they are still my siblings. Dorian nodded, his eyes full of determination. All right, well, I know plenty of ways to inflict pain without killing them. Rayon chuckled and stood up from the chair. Dorian's chin was trembling. He must have remembered a few things from the past. Let's go back, yes. The door was opened when Rayon was about to leave the restaurant. Dylon Cephia was there. He was Dorian's second brother, whom they'd met in the afternoon. The news must have reached him already since he wasn't surprised even though he saw Rayon's hair and eye color. He couldn't hide his stiff expression though. This is my second greeting. I'm honored to meet the White Sword Dragon. He politely bowed. I apologize for deceiving you last time. My name is Rayon Zeekhart. Since Dylon had acted politely during the first encounter even though he was only pretending, Rayon properly greeted him back. It must have been a big problem, although you've just arrived. Dylon slightly lowered his chin. I don't run away from a fight after all. That sounds frightening. It almost sounds like a threat. I have no intention of acting unless it's in retaliation. Rayon smiled while looking at Dylon's gloomy eyes. Ha. Dylon sighed and looked at Dorian standing next to Rayon. I honestly thought you wouldn't even stand a chance in the competition, but the person you brought with you is too difficult to deal with. He coldly looked at Dorian. You might be the most dangerous opponent. That's right. Dorian swallowed nervously and raised his head. I won't lose to my brothers. I'm not alone anymore. Ha, Dylon laughed coldly. I know Dorian Cephia from the Light Wind Squad. Dylon tapped on Dorian's shoulder before entering the restaurant. The warriors and servants under him followed him afterward. Their eyes were bright without exception. Rayon remembered their presence before he went outside. I didn't say anything strange, did I? Despite how confidently he declared his intent a moment ago, he was already intimidated, his shoulders trembling. Rayon found it a mystery. It was the first time you voiced your intention like that. You were very cool. However. Rayon smiled and raised his finger. Your voice was hoarse and was completely trembling. Honestly, you sounded like a shitter. This is embarrassing. Dorian grasped his head and started to scream. It will get better since you are only getting started. Rayon grinned and went to his lodgings. That's how the King of Essence managed to become a monarch of Devildom. Were you still talking? Palin Cephia opened her eyes with difficulty. She could see a familiar ceiling and feel a familiar soft touch. She was inside her room. Why am I here? The memories returned along with an intense headache. She figured that she had fainted because of Rayon Zeekhart's pressure after he revealed his red eyes. Damn it, Palin briskly stood up and started to swear. The memories from the training ground brushed past her head like a dream. Swin, the door was opened, and a secretary wearing a suit entered the room. Did you call me? Tell me what happened. After my lady fainted. No, from the very beginning. You went to the training ground with the young Master Dorian, and he fought against Tote and Roble. The secretary named Swin told her everything that happened inside the training ground without leaving out any details. Listening to his story made her remember the incident as vividly as a dream come true. She could only swear at how bad the situation was. Palin grasped her long hair and ground her teeth. Damn it, Even though she was a legitimate daughter of the Cephia company, she knelt in front of another person and surrendered. Humiliation. It was an extreme humiliation. I was going easy on him. She was originally planning to simply teach Dorian a lesson since they shared the same father, but she wanted to kill him instead because of how it ended up. In fact, she wanted to beat Rayon Sieghart to death even more than Dorian. We still have the connection with the assassins called Black Snake, don't you? Palin coldly looked at Swin. My lady, they are a bunch of unknown ruffians. Shut up and answer my question. We do. Swin sighed faintly and nodded. Contact them. On top of my brothers and Dorian, I will also attack Rayon Sieghart. What? If you attack Rayon Sieghart? I know the company might disappear as a result. That's why I'm planning to kill him after he leaves. You should just contact them for now. Since the entire company could be endangered if she tried to attack Rayon Sieghart, it was necessary to target him after he left. Ha. Swin sighed deeply and nodded. Understood. Wait. When he was about to leave, Palin raised her hand. Bring me some liquor, something strong. Yes. Swin brought her a dark brown whiskey and a few side dishes before leaving the room. Palin started to drink the whiskey while sitting at the table. Shit. Even though she was drinking, she kept thinking about Dorian's victory and the red eyes of Rayon Sieghart. She felt like she wouldn't be able to sleep if she didn't get completely drunk. She drank her whiskey without any side dishes before she suddenly heard a small squeaking sound from the window on her right. She turned around to check, and a flying squirrel was sticking to the window. Fuck off, Key. Palin threw the glass at the window. The glass shattered into pieces, and the flying squirrel ran away somewhere. She started to drink the whiskey from the bottle since that wasn't enough to vent her anger. She finished the entire bottle before she laid on her bed. I'm going to kill him by all means. Palin vowed vengeance against Rayon Sieghart while looking at the spinning ceiling. Palin's body was trembling. I can't move my body. She felt perfectly sober, but she couldn't move a finger. Darkness was the only thing she could see because she couldn't even raise her eyelids. Is this a sleep paralysis? She had never gotten sleep paralysis before, but it was similar to what she heard from the others. I'm even having this now after that unlucky incident. She tried moving her finger to remove the sleep paralysis while swearing in her mind, but she couldn't move her body at all. How long is this? She noticed that something was touching her forehead. Her senses still seemed to work during sleep paralysis. At the same time, she could move her eyelids and her eyes. What is going on? Palin opened her eyes while feeling a creeping anxiety fill her. She almost fainted right after she opened her eyes. A young woman was looking down with a red cross engraved in her blue eyes, her forehead touching Palin's. The energy emerging from her distorted eyes felt completely evil. What? Who the hell is this bitch? The demonic woman was simply staring at her without saying anything. The gloomy aura coming from her red eyes was making her heart feel painfully tight. Who are you going to kill? Her short sentence brushed past her ears, and she felt the frightening sensation of a worm digging into her ears. The damp, murderous intent emerging from the woman's eyes was giving her goosebumps. However, it wasn't over yet. Who are you going to kill? 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 The pain of tearing flesh could be felt every time she heard the voice. She wanted to scream from the intense pain, but she could only move her eyes. She wanted to force herself to close her eyes, but she couldn't move her eyelids anymore. She felt like her soul was getting ripped apart by the woman's eyes in front of her. Who are you going to kill again? The woman's hand grabbed her shoulder. An unknown heat entered her body, and it started to hurt like an ant gnawing all around her body. Yua, her eyes rolled back from the intense pain, but her mind remained intact. She wanted to faint, but she was unable to do so. PL, please, she begged for her life with her eyes, but the crazy woman's expression remained unchanged. She stayed with their foreheads meeting each other, a frightening smile around her mouth. Tell me, 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 tell me. The madwoman's obsession and Palin's silent scream resounded throughout the Cephia company all night long. Rayon opened his eyes after he finished his daybreak cultivation. Sunlight from the window was landing pleasantly on his shoulders. How can you repeat that boring stuff every single day? Wrath shook his head and said that he couldn't understand how he could cultivate every day. Well, I'm just doing it. He didn't find it boring or annoying. He was simply cultivating in order to get stronger, just like he breathed in order to live. I feel under the weather if I don't cultivate at this point. Just like stretching the body awakens the body after sleep, the cultivation was effective at stimulating the mana circuits inside the body. Since it improved the aura and the cultivation, and even had an additional effect of awakening the body, there was no reason to skip it. Rather than that, Rayon smiled coldly while looking at the door where he could feel two people's presence. They are here faster than I thought. Indeed, they might be idiots. Wrath nodded in agreement. Is she unexpectedly challenging me head-on, or maybe she's trying to deceive me? Rayon snickered and stood up to open the door. Palin Cephia and Mark Goten, whom he'd met the previous day, were standing on the sides. What's the matter? Please save me. Please accept me. The two people shouted differently and went on their knees at the same time. Please save me. It was my fault. Palin Cephia slammed her head on the ground with tears flowing from her distorted eyes. Please accept me as your follower. I'm fine with being a servant, Mark Goten bowed, a thick bandage covering his chin. The unexpected situation had Rayon's jaw dropping. He was dumbfounded over the unexpected situation. What is wrong with them? Please save me, I'll do anything, please, Palin cried out while rubbing her hands together like a fly. I can be a servant. Even a slave is fine. Please let me stay around you. Mark Goten shouted with a serious voice while slamming his head on the ground. Wrath licked his lips while scratching his chin. The King of Essence doesn't understand the situation. What have you done to those two? I didn't do anything after I beat him up yesterday. I didn't even beat Palin up because she fainted first. Rayon slightly lowered his eyebrows while watching Palin and Mark Goten, who were begging on their knees. Why are they doing this then? I don't know. They might be planning to smash your head after getting you to let your guard down. It's possible, but improbable. As far as he saw, Palin's pride was higher than her ability. She wasn't the type of person to kneel in front of him and beg even if that was in preparation to defeat him. And Rayon twisted his lips slightly while watching Palin's face. She looks terrified. She must have experienced something terrifying when she regained consciousness. That was the only explanation for the face she was making. Please enter, both of you. Rayon was planning to go outside, but he returned to his room. Palin and Mark Goten stayed on their knees and crawled into the room. Huh. Rayon laughed bitterly and closed the door before sitting on the bed. Please stand up and take a seat. He brought over some chairs and pointed at them to sit. It's okay. Same goes for me. I feel more comfortable this way. Palin and Mark Goten shook their heads while staying on their knees instead of standing up. What the hell? Rayon rubbed his temple while watching their serious eyes for different reasons. I don't understand. The same goes for you. What? Why are you being so polite now? It's the complete opposite of yesterday. Rayon wrinkled his nose while looking at Rayon. Because they are being polite. Is that enough for you to be polite when you were being so rude yesterday? Yes. In the King of Essence's opinion, you aren't normal either. You are about a quarter way to insanity. He floated in the air like cigarette smoke and said that he never expected to have so much difficulty understanding a human being. It's only natural. Even humans can hardly understand each other. Rayon closed his eyes for a brief moment before opening them again and examining Mark. His eyes, which used to be filled with vanity and despair, contained a small and faint brilliance. He looks easier to talk to. Rayon figured that it was better to start with Mark Goten instead of Palin since she was too terrified. Mark Goten, yes, what do you mean by accepting you as a servant? It means what it is. Mark Goten clenched his fist and slammed the left side of his chest, where his heart was located. I want to follow you even if I have to be a servant. Please allow me to serve you as my lord. It was difficult to believe that he was the same person as the day before because of how powerful his voice was. Why are you suddenly asking for that? Rayon briefly sighed and supported his arm on his knee. Strength was leaving his body because of how unexpected it was. If you're planning to stand behind me for revenge, you are gravely mistaken. I don't trust you at all. That's not the case. In that case, is it because I'm from Sieghart? That's not the case either. I didn't know that you were Rayon Sieghart when I woke up. Mark Goten shook his head fiercely. When I regained consciousness, my heart was hurting the most instead of my injured chin or the lacerations on my body. What you said before smacking my chin had become an awl to pierce my heart. He slammed his chest once again. You are right, Sir Rayon. I got cocky with my talent during my childhood and neglected my efforts. Once I got older, I postponed my training because I thought it was already too late and only practiced the areas I wanted. Mark Goten pressed the floor with his clenched fist. I kept swinging my saber and comforting myself by thinking that I was still trying my hardest, that I was doing my best, but I had no basics, techniques, nor resolve. His face had turned completely red from the shame, but he still continued. He slammed his head on the ground as he finished. The entire room shook because of how hard he hit. He looked serious, but Rayon stroked the back of his neck and asked wrath with his eyes. What do you think? His distorted eyes used to look like he was on drugs, but they've become clear now. He must be serious about this. What about the possibility of brainwashing? It's impossible to brainwash to that extent in a single day. There's no such fragrance of mana either. However, we can't be certain since an artifact could have achieved it. Rayon agreed with Wrath that Mark was serious, but he couldn't be certain. It was a great opportunity to gain a novice master subordinate, but he didn't want to make any hasty decisions as they could prove harmful later on. I understand now why you are here, but I can't trust you unconditionally. I understand. Mark Goten lowered his head. He looked like a completely different soul from the day before. The drastic change was making it more difficult to trust him. I'll consider it. Please leave for now. Understood. Mark Goten nodded before heading to the door. He crawled all the way there, just like when he entered. Please walk. Yes, he finally stood up after Rayon asked him to walk and went outside. Ha. Rayon shook his head before looking at Palin. She was still biting her dry lips, looking utterly terrified. Palin Cephia, why did you come here? I came to beg for forgiveness. What forgiveness? I acted so arrogantly yesterday because I didn't know my place and… Palin briefly interrupted herself and swallowed nervously. Her violently shaking eyes revealed her hesitation, but she decided to continue. It looked like she was engulfed by fear of something. I tried to assassinate you. Assassinate me? Rayon's chin trembled. What? What is she planning? He had expected her to hire assassins, but he never thought she would confess her assassination plan. The fact that she told him about the assassination meant that she had revealed everything she had in mind. You were trying to assassinate me. Yes, yes. Palin lowered her eyes and nodded. Tears welled up in her eyes. Why did you reveal that? I wouldn't have known about it if you tried to hide it. I don't want to die. You don't want to die? Yes, I am going to die unless I reveal everything to you. No, I'd suffer pain even worse than death. Who is supposed to kill you? The one with a cross in their eyes. Who was it? Palin blankly stared into the air. Who was that? Even though the intense fear and pain made her want to bite her tongue and end herself, the only thing she remembered was the red cross in their eyes. Her hair stood on end because of how frightening that was. However, there was one thing she knew for sure. What happened overnight wasn't a dream, and she might end up experiencing that fear and pain for the rest of her life if she didn't confess to Rayon and ask for forgiveness. That's not the important part. Please, please forgive me. Palin said that whoever that was didn't matter and slammed her head on the ground again while rubbing her hands. Rayon raised his chin slightly while looking at Palin. It stinks. Yes, unlike Mark Goten, who was enlightened on his own, someone else seemed to have interfered with Palin. I have two candidates. He had two guesses about the perpetrator. It was either the group of assassins that she was trying to hire that threatened her instead, or he didn't want to think about the second one. Who were you planning to request the assassination? They are called the Black Snake. Black Snake. Rayon's eyes froze upon hearing the Black Snake's name. Is she really mentioning that name now? The Black Snake was the name used by Darius's underworld group of assassins, the Shadows, when they were involved with outsiders. You mean Rat? You even tried to butt in with them. Rayon could guess that Darius was trying to extend his influence to the succession war of the Cephia Company. Yan'an, the North, and now Cephia. His influence had reached all around the continent. They shouldn't have gotten the request yet. I only asked to check the connection. I'll cancel it right away. No, Rayon slowly shook her head and stopped Palin. Continue that request. Yes, what? Palin raised her head in astonishment. Her wide eyes looked like they were about to explode from surprise. You were also planning to assassinate Dorian and the other siblings, weren't you? You should cancel the rest and keep going with the requests concerning me and Dorian. Why are you asking me to do that? You don't need to know about it. Rayon stood up and walked up to Palin. He grabbed her chin and met her eyes. You said you'd do anything, didn't you? Palin's lips were trembling. The fear that had crushed her the day before had revived upon meeting the crimson eyes that burned like the sun. No, her fear was even more intense. She was getting drenched with cold sweat because she felt like darkness was crushing her. I'll be looking forward to it, yes. Since he was pretty much putting a slave collar around her neck, nodding was the only choice she had. Rayon asked the terrified Palin to leave before heading to the training ground where the spars took place the day before. There was no one inside since it was time for breakfast. The King of Essence doesn't want to go. You should go on your own. Wrath started to whine while holding onto the door. He must have realized who Rayon was trying to meet. I don't want to go either, but it can't be helped. It was necessary to meet that person to understand the situation. Rayon went under the tree where he felt the small presence the day before and created a small aura barrier. He prevented the sound from escaping before he looked upwards. You are there, aren't you? Yes. A flying squirrel jumped out from a branch behind a leaf with a cheerful voice that could be described as silvery. Wrath screamed upon seeing Merlin inside the flying squirrel. The madwoman. It really was the madwoman. His lips trembled violently as he said that he couldn't figure out the difference between her and an ordinary animal. It was your doing, right? Yes, it was ridiculous how brightly she responded. She seemed to have no intention of hiding it. Ha. Rayon covered his forehead with his hand and sighed deeply. It really was Merlin's doing. He could guess because he briefly saw the flying squirrel the day before and Palin looked so terrified in the morning, and it was proven to be correct. Don't worry. I adjusted in a way that won't be harmful to you. No one is going to find out about my interference no matter what happens. Merlin twisted her body left and right while fidgeting with her fingers. Rayon realized that her voice sounded dreary, exhausted. Didn't you feel Merlin's presence at all yesterday? Not at all. He would have woken you up and asked you to run away if he did. Wrath hid behind Rayon's shoulder, calling her the true madwoman. How did you enter this place? No one in the world is cautious about a cute squirrel. Merlin smiled cheerfully while rubbing her head. Rayon realized once again that she was way too good at expressing her emotions with an animal's face. The training ground is one thing, but there should be alarm magic around the mansion. The central administration building had multiple alarm magics around it. Their guard became even stronger during the night, so Rayon couldn't understand how she managed to enter. I analyzed the path I would take in advance since I knew you were going to come here. There are lots of holes in a large building like that. Path. Rayon rubbed his temple with his finger. The fact that she'd analyzed the path sounded way too scary. Even if there were holes, the alarm magic still should have. The alarm magic catches the mana dwelling deep inside the target's body. This one only has an extremely small amount of mana, which makes it impossible to be found out. Merlin gently continued, like a teacher giving a lesson to a child. Then how did you scare Palin? It was another question he had because of what Wrath had told him about Merlin's magic the day before. I cast a spell from this state. Impossible. Wrath jumped out from behind Rayon's shoulder and violently shook his head. She just mentioned that it has an extremely small amount of mana, and that's true. There's no way she can cast a spell in that state. I have, over here. Merlin pointed at the flying squirrel's chest. Don't tell me. Yes, vitality. I've inserted my vitality into all of the animals I've controlled before, and I used it instead of taking it back. You are so interested in what I did, it makes me happy. Merlin laughed as she finished the sentence, and Rayon's hair stood on end from the frightening sensation. He looked at Wrath with trembling lips. It's theoretically possible. Converting vitality into mana isn't only possible for warriors, but vitality is a person's lifespan. Rayon's heart tightened. Just like how his previous opponent Mardio enhanced his aura through vitality, magicians were also capable of creating high-purity mana with vitality. Rayon realized that the crazy woman had reduced her lifespan to make that happen. Are you seriously crazy or what? Rayon shouted while grasping his head with his hands. Oh my, are you worried about me? Merlin jumped down from the tree. She flew and landed on Rayon's trembling hand. I'm happy. She blushed while touching Rayon's finger with the flying squirrel's small hand. Don't worry about me. I'm fine with melting away everything I have for your sake. Rather than that, how much lifespan did you lose? Merlin shook her hand, saying that it was less than a month. Don't do anything like that ever again. I might need your help at some point, but I won't allow you to lose your lifespan for it. It wasn't because he liked Merlin. He just thought that he might become similar to Darius, who once treated Rayon's life like a toy if he kept taking advantage of her. Even though it was Merlin's free will, he didn't want any similarity to Darius at all. You finally care about me. Merlin's eyes curved into crescent shapes in happiness. I shall obey since you said so. All right. She nodded with a deep smile on her face. This is driving me nuts. Rayon sighed while looking up to the sky. She's not listening at all. Her insanity is on a whole different level. Wrath's trembling eyes were the only things poking out from behind Rayon. He seemed terrified at that point. What did you do to Mark Goat? I haven't done anything to him. What? I didn't have enough time. Merlin shrugged her shoulders, saying that it was true, which means he was serious. He was apparently trying to follow him from the bottom of his heart. Was I helpful to you? Merlin smiled with her hands placed on her waist. Rayon closed his eyes while looking at Merlin. She was actually helpful. She was extremely helpful since she prevented the plot from happening and even gave him an opportunity to reduce the Shadow's forces. However, it definitely was not worth reducing her lifespan. Yes, however, you didn't need to step up. Don't do it ever again. Yes, by the way. What's the matter now? I'm too excited because you care so much about me, and the connection is getting lost. I think I overexerted myself yesterday after all. Merlin blushed even more and her voice started to cut off. This one worked really hard, that's why. I knew it. What shall I give this time? Rayon looked at the flying squirrel with a smile. He was confident because he brought various types of feed for the squirrel in his subspace pocket. It wants some bird eggs and rotten meat. Did you hear me? It wants bird eggs and rotten meat. It also specified that it doesn't want chicken eggs. Do squirrels actually eat such a thing? Squirrels are omnivores and their preference changes depending on the season. I leave it to you. She disappeared right after. The affection in the squirrel's eyes faded away at once. The flying squirrel extended its hand, urging him for food. Rayon looked into the subspace pocket, but he obviously didn't have any eggs or rotten meat. Why, you have a peculiar preference. The flying squirrel tapped on Rayon's hand. It seemed to be telling him to shut up and give it to him already. So, Vice Squad Leader. While he was wondering what he should do, the training grounds door was opened, and Dorian entered. My father invited us to dinner tonight. I think he's planning to give me the trial that he mentioned before. That's not important right now. Rayon shook his head and bobbed his hand at Dorian. Do you have any bird eggs right now? I want some small ones. Are you giving them to that guy? Dorian put his hand inside his belly pocket while looking at the flying squirrel on Rayon's hand. Two cute and small bird eggs appeared in his hand after a short time. The flying squirrel happily jumped on Rayon's hand. And do you have any rotten meat by any chance? Does it even eat something like that? How peculiar. Dorian exclaimed while looking at the flying squirrel. Well, I guess it's too much to ask even for you. Rano nodded. It was only natural. No one would be bringing rotten meat around no matter how much space they had. Which kind of rotten meat do you want? Beef, pork, chicken? I also have some duck meat. Dorian took some vinyl packaged meats one after the other from his belly pocket. Why, you have them? Of course I do. They are part of necessities. Why are they even? What the hell? Wrath shook his head while looking back and forth between Dorian and the flying squirrel. Why do you even have rotten meat on you? He screamed while grasping his head. Why are there so many crazy humans in this era? Rayon and Dorian answered Addis's invitation and participated in the dinner banquet. Even though they had arrived 20 minutes before the appointed time, the long rectangular table was already almost full. They seemed to be the subordinates of the successor candidates. Just like Rayon, who came with Dorian, the other candidates also had a couple of subordinates next to them. Rayon could tell from the brilliance in their eyes that all of them were rather skilled. The man all the way at the end is my first brother. Dorian came one step closer to him and whispered. The middle-aged man sitting at the right side at the end had a bulky body like a beast man. His neatly trimmed beard and hair gave a level-headed impression despite his large body, which could have looked unintelligent. Of course, I know that person. Jesser Sephia. Palin and Dylon didn't learn any martial arts or magic, but Jesser was famous as a warrior on top of as a merchant. He wasn't exactly a genius, but he was a special case since he managed to achieve a high realm with money. I heard there are no elixirs that he hasn't tried yet. Addis's legal wife raised him with extreme care, and that was why he ate all kinds of elixirs and took lessons from master-tier warriors. That was probably why Rayon could feel a huge amount of energy from him. Jesser took a glance at him before turning his head away. He didn't seem too interested in Rayon. He's just like Dorian said before. Unlike Palin and Dylon, who bullied him in the past, Jesser had completely ignored his existence according to his story. Considering how he was treating his younger brother who had returned after 9 years, he still seemed to treat him as an outsider from the family. However, his skills are a real deal. It wasn't just his personal might. Even his faction and capital could be expected to be huge. He was the favorite to become the successor and the most dangerous person for them. Welcome. Palin stood up from her chair and bowed at him. Her expression seemed extremely awkward. I knew you would be present. Welcome. Even though he said welcome, Dylon's eyes were extremely cold as he lowered his head. Hello. Dorian went to the center of the table and bowed. Yes, yeah. Jesser didn't react at all. Dylon gave him a small nod, and Palin's shoulders were trembling. Let's go. Rayon sat at the end of the table where Dorian guided him. Ha. Dorian sighed while wiping the sweat from his forehead. I'm a bit nervous. It will be fine. Rayon chuckled and leaned his back in his chair. The fragrance of those high-quality dishes is all around the place. Wrath pulled his tongue out like a puppy. He must have smelled the food from somewhere. Ask them to bring the food already. Land, sea, and air seem to all be present. They will bring them out when they are ready. Please calm down. Rayon pushed Wrath's head to force him back into the bracelet, and the dining room door opened. Thud, Addis Sephia, and the 5 great merchants who obeyed him made their entrance. Even though they couldn't use any martial arts, their huge presence was reaching the ceiling. Tap, tap, tap. Everyone sitting at the table stood up and bowed to Addis, greeting the president. Addis took the seat of honor in a disciplined manner and nodded at them. Yes, the successor candidates and their subordinates sat in their seats. Clap. Addis clapped his hands, and the dining room's door was opened once again. The servants brought steaming dishes into the room. Ooh, Wrath exclaimed loudly and smiled happily. It looks like we are eating first before getting started. Indeed. Considering that the food was brought out before anything else, Rayon figured that they were planning to dine before talking about the trial. What a great choice, befitting the father of the King of Essence's subordinate. Wrath's eyes sparkled with desire as he watched the dishes being placed on the table. Start by eating the truffle soup over there. Let's warm the stomach with soup before we start the real war. I'll explain the reason I called everyone while the food is being laid out. While Wrath was deciding on the order of the food in happiness, Addis's quiet voice resounded throughout the dining room. I'm going to give a trial to all of you. The dining room was getting slightly noisy but fell silent upon hearing his emotionless voice, which almost sounded cold-hearted. Is he really saying this now? He had released the tension and brought it back up right after. He really was an extraordinary person. Interesting. Rayon's entertained gaze was directed at Addis. Ah. Wrath's shoulders shrunk like a poor little thing, and he couldn't take his eyes off of the food. The food is getting cold. All kinds of delicacies were laid out on top of the extremely long rectangular table. Various mouth-watering fragrances were stimulating the nose, but none of the people were looking at the table. Every single person in the dining room was looking at Addie's Sephia. Why does that geezer have to talk about it now? He can't read the freaking atmosphere. Of course, Wrath wasn't a person, and he was solely focused on the food. The food is better consumed while it's warm, yet it's getting cold right now. It must have lost 20% of its taste and flavor already. Be patient. Rayon pushed Wrath back as he kept clinging onto him and waited for Addie's Sephia to continue his speech. As if he forgot what he was going to say, he cut the steak in front of him and put it in his mouth. Delicious. He slowly chewed the steak before swallowing it, then nodded his head. Since the geezer ate it, we should start eating as well. I said this before, but let's start with the soup. Wait a moment. Rayon shook his head and stared at Addie's. An excellent chef can discern better ingredients and create a masterpiece called dish by bringing forth the ingredient's flavor. Addie's cut the steak once again to eat before he smiled. An excellent carpenter can create an antique table from the blackwood that's supposed to be too hard to even build a simple shape with. He stroked the rectangular table supporting the food and examined the successor candidates one after the other. Merchant is an occupation that consists of buying objects for cheap and selling them for a higher price to make a profit. Now, how does an excellent merchant distinguish themselves? He asked the question, but no one said anything since they thought he wasn't looking for an answer. Dorian, however, Addie's was an extraordinary person after all. He spoke like he was going to give the answer himself, but called Dorian's name to answer his question. Arg. Dorian's hands on his knees started to tremble because of the sudden question. He couldn't answer the question right away and secretly looked at Rayon to ask for help. Rayon didn't say anything with his mouth nor with an aura message, instead averting his gaze. What are you doing right now? Tell him the answer already. The food is going cold while that slowpoke is thinking about it. I shouldn't take away his opportunity to grow. People's evaluation of Dorian was about to change depending on the answer. It was a chance for him to grow, and Rayon didn't want to take it away from him. Dorian bit his lip and looked at Addie's. A faint light was circling from his trembling eyes. In my opinion, an excellent merchant is probably someone who can think from the client's perspective. Do you really believe something like that is more important than making lots of money? Making money is definitely important for a merchant. However, if you're only looking for money, you will end up losing people in trust, so I don't think it's the most important aspect. I think everyone will recognize the company eventually if one keeps trading while gaining people's trust. You are living in a dream world. Addie's heavily lowered his eyebrows while looking at Dorian. Clients, he says. He's too immature. The subordinates of the other successor candidates rolled their lips into smiles and laughed at Dorian. Dorian hung his head, his face turned red. Trust between the client and the merchant is a laughable concept nowadays since money and time are the only important aspects. However, Dorian's shoulders shrunk to the size of a palm, and Addie's continued. That's how this company developed. What, father, president? Everyone inside the dining room turned their heads to look at Addie's in surprise. Rayon nodded while listening to him. I expected no less from the giant who developed Sephia to its current state. The reason Sephia was called a general store wasn't simply because they dealt with all kinds of merchandise, but because they also acquired the requested objects for the clients. Rayon could see that Addie's hadn't changed at all even after he made Sephia one of the 5 biggest companies. The dining room fell silent. Everyone secretly glared at Dorian with their heads lowered. Dorian confidently straightened his spine despite their gazes, even though he couldn't stop his body from trembling from fear. Rayon chuckled while watching Dorian. I told you he could grow through this opportunity. He's slightly changed. However, the food is changing drastically. Every minute and second counts. We have to eat it right away. We need to rescue it into the King of Essence's stomach. Wrath's eyes were going insane. Rayon decided that he was going to ignore him for a while. Addie's wet his throat and looked at the successor candidate sitting at the table. We've gotten a rather difficult request recently. I would have normally taken care of it myself, but I brought it here since I figured it would be perfect for your trial. He started by looking at Palin. One of you gathered the money. The second person he looked at was Dialon. One of you gained connections. And he turned his head towards Jesser, who was sitting right next to the seat of honor. And one of you has both the money and connections. That's why I thought the result was pretty much determined. However, Addie's gaze was finally directed at Dorian. One of you actually brought bonds instead of money or connections. He placidly placed his hand on the table. Since it's getting interesting, I shall bestow upon you all an interesting trial. Addie's quietly opened his mouth while watching the successor candidate swallow nervously. It's a request from the Grey Hammer Guild. Bring a drake's horn, teeth, claws, and bones. It would be even better if you could bring the entire corpse. Drake. Rayon clenched his fist under the table as soon as he heard Addie's. The corpse of a drake. The successor candidates dropped their jaws because the trial was completely different from their expectations. It doesn't matter whether you kill one by yourselves, buy them from someone else, or even steal them. The one who brings the best Drake corpse here in 15 days will be the winner. Who will decide which one is the best? The Grey Hammer Guild will obviously be the judge since they are the client. Addies shook his hand, and the eyes of the successors and their subordinates sparkled ferociously. May I leave now since we've finished the dinner? The first son, Jesser, bowed at him without even touching his food. Do as you wish. As soon as he said that, Jesser and Dialon both stood up. They left the dining room without hesitation alongside their subordinates. Palin tried to read Rayon's intention instead of leaving. Palin Cephia. Rayon sent an aura message to her while looking in another direction. Act like always instead of looking at me. I'll give you another order soon enough. Palin gave an unnoticeably small nod before leaving the dining room. Wrath's chin trembled as he witnessed the scene. Why, you aren't about to leave now, are you? The King of Essence is really going to cry if you do that. He seemed to be threatening him, but it wasn't scary at all. However, it was obvious that it was going to be annoying if he left without eating since Wrath was really going to start crying and kicking, so he raised his fork and knife. He said, "Soup. It's cold now, but still start with the soup. We need the soup first in order to eat more food afterward." Rayon shook his head and spooned up some soup. The truffle's nutty flavor and the mild taste of the soup formed a perfect harmony. He's becoming more and more annoying. He was cutting the steak while sighing, and Dorian came up next to him. "Vice Squad Leader, what are you doing right now? Everyone left already." Dorian made an X sign with his hands with a trembling chin. "We don't have time to be eating those right now. Everyone must have already started to act. Don't worry, we will be the fastest." Rayon casually shook the hand holding his fork. "How can we be the fastest when they left before us? Why do you love food so much? What are you even raising in your stomach?" "I'm raising something indeed." Rayon chuckled while looking at the blue cotton candy's smile of happiness. "I'm raising a demon king, and he's a useless mouth." Inside the dining room after the dinner ended, Addies and his butler, Ligwin, were enjoying some drinks after everyone else was gone. "He's really changed a lot." Ligwin smiled while looking at Dorian's seat. "I didn't expect the young Master Dorian to confidently declare his opinion like that. He should be able to tell his opinion at least since he's grown up now." Addies shook his head, saying that it was a natural thing to do, but that opinion was so laudable. "He almost looked like you back in your youth, President." Ligwin shook his head at Addies. "That's when the Cephia company started getting direct requests from clients instead of simply reselling the merchandise. I still clearly remember how you were trying to kill monsters by yourself, even though you didn't even know how to fight. You've got old to be talking about the past like that." Addies furrowed his brow while looking at the wrinkles on Ligwin's forehead. "I'm old. That's probably why I'm even more impressed by the young Master Dorian's change." Addies nodded faintly in agreement. "I believe that the young Masters Jesser and Dialon would be able to manage this company, but the young Master Dorian might unexpectedly be able to develop it even further. That might be the case. However, he can't achieve that on his own." Addies put down his glass with a smile. His gaze was directed at Rayon's seat, located next to Dorian's. Rayon Sieghart. Might isn't everything he has. He was perfectly aware of when to interfere and when to not. He's also amazing at dealing with people. He has the qualities of a tyrant and a wise king at the same time. That much. Ligwin's eyes widened. He'd never imagined that Addies would say tyrant and a wise king, as he rarely complimented other people. You saw how he casually finished his food before he left, even though everyone else left in a hurry. He's just so bold, regardless of his age. Even the great merchants were flinching in surprise. He looked at the table in front of Rayon's seat. Unlike the other spots, all the dishes were completely empty. A person's true nature is revealed when they eat. Considering the fact that he didn't leave any food at all, he's also extremely greedy. I was honestly getting goosebumps. I agree. I didn't expect him to eat so much. I believe that the company will either stand at the top over the other four or end up being ruined if we join forces with him. The two of them swallowed nervously, but they were gravely mistaken. The next day at noon, Rayon went to the downtown area of Rockin with Dorian, whose face was completely pale. "Did you look into it?" "I did, but I'm worried it won't go too well. I heard my brothers already made their moves. We have the absolute advantage in this trial. Moreover, we got the advantage before it even started." Rayon shook his head with a smile. "Because I requested that information a long time ago. A drake's heart and a sea serpent's heart were the materials to fix Sylvia's energy center. Since he requested that Denning Rose look for the locations of drakes after Encia told him about those ingredients, he was expecting her to have the answer for him. It's here." Dorian pointed at a small shop dealing with dried fish. "I heard this is the black market's Rockin branch." He was apparently not sure about it, since he was tilting his head while looking at the signboard covered in spider webs. "Do you know the password?" "Yes, I did get the password." Dorian swallowed nervously and entered the shop. They went through a passage brimming with the scent of dried fish and found an old woman who was leaning back in a rocking chair. Hello. The old woman didn't respond, and the creaking sound from the rocking chair greeted him instead. I am looking for a sea snake that was dried up for 10 years. Can I have a salty one without the skin? As soon as he finished talking, the rocking chair stopped moving. Please come this way. The old woman slowly stood up. She raised her eyes, and her gaze and voice were far younger than her appearance. She seemed to be a young woman in disguise. Tap, tap. She guided them into another room and tapped on different locations on the right wall. Swoosh. The wall opened up without the slightest sound or vibration, and the stairway to the underground was revealed. You can go this way. She bowed at them before returning to the rocking chair. She instantly turned back into an old woman who was too drowsy to do anything else. Rayan got the impression once again that everyone in the black market was remarkable. They followed the light as they went down the stairs, and they found another market. It was the black market, as the name implied. They seemed to be dealing with all kinds of objects, from peculiar foods to brightly shining jewels. On the other hand, the bright lighting from the ceiling and the walls made it even brighter than outside. Wow. Since Dorian usually loved getting supplies, he couldn't take his eyes off the black market's merchandise. It looks like they sell a lot of stuff here, unlike in Cameloon. Considering the state of the merchandise, Rayan could guess that they weren't distributed in a normal way. Some of the items still had curses, and a lot of them weren't even appraised. Let's go. You said you don't have any time to waste. Rayan tapped on Dorian's shoulder and went towards a mansion with a black flag in order to buy information. It's pretty amazing, but I also have most of them. Dorian followed him after saying something ridiculous. I need to check what's inside that pocket one day. Maybe he even has a drake inside his stupid belly. Maybe. Rayan had the feeling that he really might have one considering what happened so far. Hey, don't tell me you even have a drake in your pocket. I did take some kind of claws when I ran away. Dorian took out 2 huge claws that looked like thick and curved spearheads. I checked later on, and they were a griffin's claws, not a drake's. Griffin. Griffins were even rarer than drakes. Rayan was dumbstruck by the fact that he even had the claws of such a mysterious creature. Ha. Rayan shook his head and stood in front of a mansion at the end of the black market. 4 warriors with intense gazes were standing in front of the large iron door. Greetings, White Sword Dragon. The warriors bent forward to greet him with extreme courtesy. Please enter. They made way and opened the iron door. They seemed to already be aware of the reason for their visit. Did they already know that I was coming? Rayan narrowed his eyes and went through the door. He went past a more comfortable dim lighting and luxurious decorations before entering the innermost room, which was where the only presence was located. Wow, the White Sword Dragon is amazing. Dorian approached him from the side with sparkling eyes. Is this another benefit from having the title of a sword dragon? Obviously not. Rayan snorted and shook his hand. It looks like someone we know is waiting for us. Once he reached the door at the end of the corridor, the door was automatically opened, and the person inside was revealed. The splendid beauty waiting for them had her red hair flowing to her shoulders like raging fire, and a rose-patterned eye patch on her right eye. It was Denning Rose, just as I expected. Denning Rose was the one who drastically helped him during the rescue operation with Eden, and she stood up beautifully before bowing at him. Greetings, White Sword Dragon. It's been a while. Rayan greeted her and entered the room. Please take a seat. Denning Rose pointed to the chair opposite her with a faint smile on her face. Rayan nodded and sat. Did you become Rockin's branch manager? She was in charge of Grand Seville in the past. He didn't expect to see her in Rockin, since Grand Seville must have been busy with reconstruction. No, I'm still Grand Seville's branch manager. Rockin and Grand Seville were extremely far apart. Rayan couldn't understand why she was there when she wasn't even the branch manager. I happen to be in charge of you, Sir Rayan. That's why I decided to wait here, as it looked like you were going to visit this city. Did you know? It's not even a secret at this point that Sir Rayan exerts his power for the youngest son of the Cephia Company. Denning Rose quietly laughed. Rayan got the impression once again that her expression was rather limited despite her flashy appearance. Moreover, you requested that we look for a drake a long time ago, so it's only natural for me to be here. She was even aware of what kind of trial Addies had given them. I'm guessing that other candidates have visited already. Rayan figured that Jesser and Dialon must have visited the black market in order to obtain information. Denning Rose simply closed her eyes instead of saying anything. However, that was good enough as an answer. Did you manage to find a drake? Rayan wet his throat with the tea on the table before he asked the question. We did manage to find a location that seemed to be an adult drake's nest. We wanted to tell you after gathering more information, but the situation has changed. Whoa, Dorian coughed up the tea he was drinking in surprise. How did you prepare in advance? His eyes were trembling in disbelief as he covered his mouth to prevent the tea from flowing out. I knew it was strange. You get stronger way too fast. What's your true identity, young master? Are you a god, a devil, your superior? Rayon smacked Dorian's trembling head. He ignored Dorian as he kept rubbing his head and looked at Denning Rose instead. Her gentle smile looked like she was finding their exchange rather interesting. Excuse me. Denning Rose lowered her head slightly before raising it back up. Her sincere smile disappeared, and her fake smile resurfaced in the meantime. So you managed to find it, right? Yes. The drake seemed to have been outside the nest for a long time, but we have the nest's location for sure. However, her face hardened like a dried-up plaster figure. We've obtained information about the Black Tower's movement towards the location. They seem to be targeting the drake, the Black Tower. Black Tower is relatively unknown among the 5 demons. In my honest opinion, it would be better to avoid clashing against them. The Black Tower, I see, sounds pretty good. As soon as he heard about the Black Tower's movement, a plan formed in his mind that would allow him to obtain what he wanted without doing anything. Do you happen to have a map of that area? Did you get an idea? Denning Rose leaned forward with a wide eye. Yes, a frightening smile appeared on Rayon's face as he watched Dorian rub his head. I might be able to catch 2 fish and even a shrimp as extra. While he was devising the plan that would allow him to play both ends against the middle, Wrath's voice could be heard. Are you going to grill them? Please stop. Denning Rose placed a map on top of the round table. The crisp state of the paper indicated that it must have been made for his request. The drake made his nest in the Jamboree Mountain Range. It's pretty close from here. She stretched the map out while saying it was in the Jamboree Mountain Range, and the mountains on the map could be made out by a lot of contours. The map was enough to understand the geography around the area, as it seemed to have been thoroughly investigated. Rayon looked down on the map with a faint smile on his face. The Jamboree Mountain Range. Fortunately, I know that place. He had to go far into the west from Rockin' City, where the Cephia Company was located, in order to reach the Jamboree Mountain Range. It was a barren mountain area that didn't have many monsters because of how infertile it was. Werther's village. He stroked the small village on the right side on the way to the mountain with his finger. It looks like it still exists. He had visited the village on his way to a mission when he used to be an assassin, and he had warm memories where the villagers offered him a place to sleep and a meal despite him being an outsider. Didn't the drake attack the people from this village? No one has been harmed yet, probably because it's pretty far from the mountain range, and the drake usually goes towards the western sea. Denning Rose shook her head while looking at the map. Still, wouldn't it be better for them to stay further away? Werther's village's regional products are mountain berries and chestnuts. That's what allows them to live in that infertile land, and they can't easily move away even if they know of the danger. I see, she was right. No matter how dangerous the monster was, it wasn't easy to leave their home. If you kill the drake this time, the villagers should be able to rest easy. She smiled and asked him to defeat the drake. Werther's village's mountain berry pies and braided chestnuts are rumored to be the best in the continent. You should make sure to try it out after killing the drake. Don't say it. Rayon tried to stop Denning Rose from saying it, but it was already too late. The word best in the continent had already gone into the gluttonous demon king's ears. Wrath briskly stood up and pointed at the map. Mountain berry pies and braided meats, braided chestnuts, mountain berry pies and braided chestnuts. Awesome. The King of Essence has always wanted special food like that. It will be perfect as dessert after eating the grilled drake. Let's go right away. He started repeatedly hitting Rayon's chest, urging him to depart. Why would you even eat the drake? Since it's difficult to find dragon meat, he'll be satisfied with that instead. It's rather chewy as a meat. Please stop. Rayon shook his head and looked at Denning Rose, who came from the Black Tower. The Black Commander Harrison and his subordinates seemed to have been dispatched. The Black Commander. Fortunately, Rayon had heard that name before. He was a famous powerhouse despite being from the Black Tower, and the rumors said that he was an advanced master. Since a long time had passed since then, Rayon expected him to be at the highest level of master. He can be defeated. I just need to run if it gets dangerous. Since he had acquired the Snowflower's Veil, he could run away when it got dangerous after coming up with a detailed plan. Rayon looked at the map once again while determining his plan in his mind. The area is also pretty good. The chaotic layout of the vast mountain range created many spots where he could hide. It's a perfect location to fish and play them in my favor. The Black Tower was trying to kill the drake, and the shadows were going to try killing him. It was the perfect area to make them clash against each other, while they tried to complete their respective missions, without knowing about the other party a chance to annihilate them all at the same time. The nest must be located at the peak of the mountain range. Yes, Denning Rose extended her finger to point at the center of the map. Obviously, the drake had made its nest at the highest spot of the mountain range. Drakes often leave their nests for an extended period of time. That's why they make their nests in a dangerous location to prevent other races from intruding. She furrowed her brow, saying that it would be difficult to even reach it. According to the investigations, this drake returns to its nest with a period ranging from 7 to 10 days. Since it supposedly left the nest 3 days ago, you should be able to get there before it returns. I see. Rayon nodded. It was enough time to reach the mountain range before the drake returned. And he even had enough time to take care of the Black Tower and the shadows. By the way, does it have any affinity? Affinity? Dorian's eyes widened and he jumped at him. Do drakes even have an affinity? They normally don't have any, but the ones that lived for a long time or the especially powerful ones have an affinity like dragons do. Dorian looked like he wasn't aware of that at all as his jaw dropped. His chin was trembling in fear. Unfortunately, it has one. Denning Rose nodded her head heavily. QAWH, what is it? Dorian swallowed nervously and slammed his hands on the table. It appears to use the ice. Traces of ice breath have been found around its nest. Denning Rose sighed and scratched the map with her nails slightly. Ice, I see. Their reactions were the complete opposite. While Dorian's face turned suffocatingly pale, Rayon couldn't suppress his smile. Ice, that's great. His water resistance had reached 7 stars. He could expect to take no damage at all even if the drake's full power ice breath blatantly hit him. No, why are you laughing now when she just said that the drake is powerful? Aren't you worried at all when even the Black Tower is coming after it? Dorian gasped at his ridiculous reaction. I can just take care of the Black Tower. And you have a higher chance of winning the trial from your father since the drake is so big. The fact that the drake had an attribute implied that it was colossal. He just needed to bring a clean corpse from it, and the competition was pretty much won. Wow. Dorian and Denning Rose blankly stared at him, unable to comprehend his thought process. Unfortunately, this information isn't complete, which means... Rayon nodded while looking into Denning Rose's eyes, that it wasn't given to anyone else. The black market's information always required accuracy. Being incomplete signified that they didn't give the information to anyone else. Our informant is standing by at the aforementioned Werther's village, so they should be able to help you. Dorian also stood up and bowed at Denning Rose. Can I make one more request? What is it? If someone asks about the drake's information at the Jammery Mountain Range tomorrow, can you simply show that you are positive about its presence? He didn't expect Darius to make his move from Palin's information alone. It was the last piece he needed to deceive him. Denning Rose licked her lips and nodded. Since it won't be a lie, we are fine with saying that. We already said that the search for the drake would be free. I still need to pay extra since the Black Tower has interfered. It's fine. I wouldn't be here right now if it wasn't for you, Sir Rayon. Denning Rose shook her head with a smile. If you still insist on giving me something, please bring some mountain berry pies and chestnut braids from Werther's village. I'd like to try them out. She smiled, saying that it was enough for her. Wrath reacted before Rayon, which means we need to visit the village. We also need to taste it. We need to buy 2 just in case and eat the defective one ourselves. Wrath licked his lips for a long time while saying strange things. He sounded full of anticipation. When will this gluttonous demon king stop being so dumb? Of course, I'll do that much. Rayon pushed Wrath away and nodded at Denning Rose. I'll bring you the most delicious pie. Darius Roberts' office. His butler, Regil, entered the room. It felt extremely cold despite the bright sunlight entering from the window. My lord, did you find it? Darius's gaze was directed at him before Regil even bowed. He was asking whether he managed to find the unknown person who destroyed the submarine dungeon. He should have regained his composure a long time ago, but Darius was still unable to escape from his wrath because he'd lost the elixir, the mythical creature, and even Mardio at the same time. I beg your pardon. Regil silently lowered his head. We've investigated every single outsider, but we didn't manage to find anyone who set foot inside the dungeon. Since Robert's domain had beautiful scenery, countless tourists visited it all year long. Finding a suspicious person in the midst of them was as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Darius sighed and looked at the ceiling. He lowered his gaze a long time after that, and his composure had returned. I have to accept it at this point, my lord. If you didn't manage to find it, then what brought you here? Palin Cephia from the Cephia Company took the bait. Regil took a document from his clothes. Palin Cephia. Darius stroked his chin, his eyes serious. However, her request is different from our expectations. She asked to kill her youngest brother and his swordsman companion instead of the first and the second sons. The youngest and his swordsman companion. He's a person that you know, my lord. Regil turned the document and placed it on Darius's desk. Darius frowned after reading the document. Rayon Sieghart, why is he there? The youngest son of the Cephia Company, Dorian Cephia, is from the Light Wind Squad. He's been using a fake family name, and that's why it wasn't known so far. Does that mean that they were the only ones who left Sieghart and headed to Rocken? That seems to be the case. When did you find out what they've been doing? He raised his chin while crushing his desk with his finger. They seem to have moved in disguise because of the kidnapping incident by Eden. It's unknown when and how they moved. Darius frowned while looking at Rayon Sieghart's name on the document. Could it be his doing? No, it's impossible. Even if he assumed that Rayon Zeekhart had the knowledge of the assassin Rayon, he couldn't possibly have information about the submarine dungeon. The dungeon was completely blocked when he was alive, and no information had leaked. However, I have a bad feeling about this. Darius was clearly getting an ominous feeling whenever he saw Rayon Zeekhart's name. What did she request exactly? It appears that the Cephia President's trial consists of obtaining a drake's corpse. A drake. Palin Cephia claimed that she wiretapped Dorian's room to figure out the drake's location and their destination. She said that she would send the information as soon as we accept. Darius closed his eyes before opening again while bobbing his finger. Even though Rayon Zeekhart came with him, isn't it strange for her to target the youngest instead of the first and the second sons? We've also investigated it, and she was apparently humiliated the day Rayon arrived in the house. More specifically, Regil summarized what happened between Rayon and Palin, so it's for revenge instead of competition. That makes sense. Darius slowly nodded. He could understand why Palin was trying to get rid of Rayon and Dorian instead of the others after he heard Regil's story. It's getting interesting. He was the one who threw the bait at Palin, but he didn't expect much from it since it was rather improbable that she would take it. He was planning for a different approach, but Rayon ended up giving him an opportunity, which was rather surprising. Is Tenebur still not available? Darius lightly tapped on the desk. He's probably going to take 2 more weeks at least. In that case, send Lockton and his poisonous crew. Lockton. It's better to use a different method than might to kill Rayon Zeekhart. Lockton should be able to take him down with his own life at the very least. His cold smile looked like he could imagine the situation already. Understood. Naturally, Regil simply bowed without questioning anything. We will make the preparations as soon as Palin contacts us again. Don't make your move right away. Buy information from the black market and compare it to make it sure. Darius was thorough until the end and even told him to double-check the information. Yes, Regil